and I'm now going to announce race order. We will be starting with Stockhatch, men's Stockhatch, Class 1, Class 2, Junior Specials, 3, 5, 7, 9, Junior Saloons, 4, 6, 8, Formula 600 and 10s, followed by ladies Stockhatch, Class 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 2, 4, 6, 8, Formula 600 and ladies 10 will go together. Heat 2 will be Stockhatch, Class 1, Junior Specials, 3, 5, 7, 9, Junior Saloons, 2, 4, 6, 8, Formula 600, Class 10. Ladies will be 3, 5, 7, 9, Formula 600s and Class 10, Class 8, Class 6, 4, 2, 1 and Stockhatch. And Heat 3 will be Stockhatch, Class 1, 2, Junior Specials, 3, 5, 7, 9, Junior Saloons, 4, 6, 8, Formula 600, Class 10. And ladies, Stockhatch, Class 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 2, 4, 6, 8, Formula 600 and Class 10 together. So please everybody, download the app. It's no good coming up to pits control, we can't help you. It's all on the app. Any other queries, liaison officer will be at race control, not pits control. Thank you. Can we have all Wiltshire League members to their stations, please? All Wiltshire League members to your stations, thank you.
Round 4 of the Kent Cams and Simpson Race Exhaust British Autograss Series. We are going to be going racing very, very shortly, but just before we do, then it's lovely to welcome you all here this morning. Unfortunately, then there are some people who are no longer with us that, well, certainly they will be with us in spirit, but we're just not able to physically welcome them here to the venue, which is such a great shame. One of those people, and such a name synonymous with the Stroud Club, founder member of the club, Joe Brewer. He used to race under the Stroud 27D number, had a very, very successful racing career himself. He was a former national champion, and if you're thinking Stroud 27D, that number rings a bell. Of course it does, because Stroud 27D still raced very, very successfully by Scott Aldridge. Scott being Joe's grandson. That's how much of the family legacy has run through the Stroud Club for so many years from Joe. I can show my age now, I can remember sort of like Joe racing. And lovely gentleman on the track and off the track. Anybody that did race with him or knew him, then absolutely raced very hard on the track, shake your hand and everything as soon as you came off the track. Very, very sorely missed, and obviously we send our condolences to his family from all of the Autograss racing family. But Joe isn't the sort of person that would have wanted anything to be quiet and a minute's silence in his memory, so we want to make some noise in memory of Joe Brewer. So I would very politely ask you, please, if here at this meeting you would all join me in memory of Joe Brewer with a minute's applause. Thank you very much. So, yes, thank you very much indeed. So, rest in peace, Joe, and mind the road on your travels. And looking up, we also have something a little bit special as we come right back up to current times, and very, very current times, looking at what's on the line and about the most current thing we can find in the commentary box. Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Steve, and thanks everyone for that recognition there. Well, welcome to Stroud, fourth round of the British Series already. And where's that time gone? It only seems like yesterday it was round 1. But we are here at round 4 and back at this real interesting and challenging track for some of the drivers. I was only commenting earlier that the grass on this track is better than my back garden. Yeah, there is. Yeah, that's it. And stripes in the grass as well. But what we've got before we start the racing and the stock hatches is North Shropshire 120. Liam Evans, your new Class 7 Super Saloon national champion, obviously coming for his parade lap. And what a victory. Anyone that was there trackside watching that Class 7, the rerun of that final, and everyone thought that commentator's curse was at play as Cameron Mills came into that final turn, and all of a sudden stopped on that final corner and chasing him down hard. It was Liam Evans, North Shropshire 120, who came across that line, fist pumping to take that national title. So give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Give him that recognition. What an achievement as well. So much, and champion of champions as well in that North Shropshire 120. What an achievement. brilliant driving as well. If you remember from BAS round 3, picking both the Class 7 and the 10s up as well, so he's having a season. He is, you know, nearly as good as me, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. But there you go, North Shropshire 120, Liam Evans, and a beautifully turned out car as well. Well done, Liam. We're waving to you. Hey, look, he's alert. You know, he's seen as waving. That's a worry, isn't it? But yeah, we'll see how Liam gets on this weekend. But he is your new 2022 national champion in Class 7. As he climbs the hill, is he going to get up the hill? Oh, he has. He's got some horsepower under there. He'll get up there. I'm not sure about the ones. Oh, no, he'll be flying up there. Well done, North Shropshire 120 then. It is Liam Evans exits the track after his parade lap, after what a fantastic achievement down at the men's nationals. So up on the line, we've got cars all ready to go, and it is stock hatches, and stock hatches this weekend opening up this event, BAS round 4, and just looking up the line, there's a little bit of a gap in there as well. There's a couple of grids of these coming through. Stock hatches, first time at the nationals where they came and joined and added to the normal 400 cars, added it to 440. And they put on a good show as well. And let's see what they can do this weekend as we start the racing down here at Stroud. And we've got our first of those breakaway cars coming down into that hill. What can they do? Justin Hardy in this, Alan Hawkins, Adrian Evans, Kieran Vernals and Steve Brooks. As always got one going in the opposite direction. They're kicking up the grass already, but it is that Forester Dean 20 that takes them up there. Alan Hawkins, Kieran Vernals there in the Cumdy 76, and oh my life, he's had a little skid on the grass already and into the Armco, and he's going, oh dear Mickey, what have I done there? I don't know, get it started again. We started with 4 and we're down, started with 5, we're down to 2 because we've got one parking facing the bar. Well, that's not a bad place to face, is it? But it leaves 2 running on this one. These 2, South Somerset 8, Justin Hardy, Forester Dean 20, Alan Hawkins, and they climb up the hill as they do as well. And yeah, we've got another one. Oh, he's going back into the pits. He said, I'll tell you what, after I've hit that Armco, I'm not very happy. So off he went then. So Kieran Vernals is back into the pits. And it leaves 2 racing, which means that Steve Brooks and Adrian Evans are the ones that are parked up. But we go again just for the final time because it is last lap flag as they climb the hill again. And I tell you what, always challenging to come out on a new track. And the South Somerset 8, Justin Hardy, is going, do you know what? I expected a bit more of a challenge in my first race, but happy days. Can he get it round that turn 1 and 2? It is a real steep incline down, but he's mastered it and he takes the first win of the weekend. South Somerset 8, Justin Hardy takes the win. Forester Dean 20, Alan Hawkins in second. And yeah, look at that. There's not too many times. It's like being at school, you know, when you've been naughty and the teacher puts you in the corner and face the wall. Voice of an angel. Sorry, miss. So our stock hatches, our series sponsors for the stock hatches, SGS Gases, and our weekend sponsor for stock hatches is Wiltshire Autograss League. So the local league putting their hands in the pocket and sponsoring the stock hatches. So recovery vehicles already out on these quad bikes. They're really quick, aren't they? Be able to drag these cars back off and take them back into the pits. I'm interested in, you know, that car there. The numbers, I'm just trying to work them out on the side. It's you know, a challenging one, that, isn't it? You know, especially for me on an early of a Saturday morning. But let's take our eyes back up to that line, and it is the second grid of the stock hatches. North Shropshire 931, James Holmes, Paul Lickley, Lightning McQueen, Yorkshire Dales 95. Seen him a few times this year. He's doing well in that as well. Radford 59, John Petrie. Chris Patterson in Scarborough 64. Chris, a winner in Bass Round 2 in the Stock Hatches. And Cumdy 95, Stuart Powell. So we've got another 5 of the Stock Hatches. Only 2 grids of Stock Hatches this weekend. But again, as we've just seen there in that first race, anything can happen on what is going to be a challenging track, you know, in the conditions. There's plenty of grass on it. There's been a little bit of water down there as well, so it'll be a little bit slippery. We've always seen that with that first car that slid round coming into turn 3 and right across the grass. I did that, honest, Gareth. When I used to play football, when I was a lot younger and fitter, more than 2 years ago, I rushed back to play football at a ground, and I pulled into the ground. It'd been raining a little bit, onto the grass, and everyone's cars were parked. Put my brakes on, and I was a bit inexperienced, and I slid across it right into the back of someone's car. It did me headlights, it did 2 wings, me bonnet. I mean, I was moving. And I jumped out like a caring soul, just got changed and went and played football. I thought, I'll deal with that after, yeah. So, and it was one of my fellow teammates. He had borrowed his mother-in-law's car, and I'd rammed it up the back. Oh, dear. Yeah, just a little one of my stories there. Who misses? First time of the weekend, not the last. So there we go. We've one race. We've had 2 recoveries. The fence crew out. That's not how I expected it to start, but no flags. Ladies and gentlemen. Well, and again, a big warm welcome to everyone that's around trackside as well. I think the forecast is that to save the bowser coming out because of the water shortage, the good Lord Almighty said he's going to do a little bit of a sprinkling for about 20 minutes, and then after that, tropical. That is where we're going to be. We're going to have a lovely weekend, dry, lovely weather for the 4th round of the British Series down here at Stroud. 3rd time that I've been down to this track. First time I came, the start was down at the bottom end, and they came out, climbed the hill, and then they came down that hill. Whereas now, for the 2nd time, that start line is at the top. So they'll set off from down there, down that opening straight, into turn 1, and then woohoo, down that hill they go, down into 1 and 2, and then it's all about climbing up the hill. And that will be a little bit of a challenge, no doubt. Again, the lower powered cars, front wheel drives, you know, they're hoping that by the time they get out there that there might be a bit less grass on it. But here we go then. We are off and running with the race 2 of the Stock Hatches down here at Stroud, and it is Lightning McQueen, Paul Lickley then, Yorkshire Dales 95, who slows it down there, and they're all going a little bit out of shape. And but it is Lickley who takes that cutback, flicking up the grass and gets that slingshot out of him, followed by that North Shropshire 931. That's James Holmes. Radford 59, John Petrie. The car that's just a little bit of work to do at the moment, Stuart Powell, Cumdy 95. And I think it is Chris Patterson there in the... Oh, that's not the best place to stop, is it? At the bottom of the hill. Maybe he was building up courage to drop it down. He's got himself up there anyway. He's lighting the front wheels up, but he's dropped himself all the way down the pack now. But Lightning McQueen, Paul Lickley then, Yorkshire Dales 95, back round into turn 3 to climb the hill. North Shropshire 931, James Holmes, Radford 59, John Petrie, and Cumdy 95, Stuart Powell. Where's Patterson? Oh, there he is. He's going. Is he going to go for it this time? Don't stop at the bottom of the hill. Go on, go for it. He's got his brakes on, but he is getting understeer, isn't he, with that slippery grass just pushing him out towards the Armco. But still running, though. But Paul Lickley picking up the last lap flag. He's mastered this. He said, this is great. Lightning McQueen then up into turn 3 for that final time. North Shropshire 931 of James Holmes, but he's going to be under pressure. Radford 59, John Petrie then is looking to try and weigh up him. It's going to be difficult to do it on the hill as the rain just starts to come down, and that will make it a little bit tricky as the men's class 1s are waiting on the line to come out next as round we go down the hill. Whee! To Lightning McQueen. Yorkshire Dales 95. Paul Lickley then takes his first win of the weekend, and he'll be thankful that he's just dodged the rain that is coming. North Shropshire 931. James Holmes in second. Third, Radford 59, John Petrie. Cumdy 95, Stuart Powell. Well done, Stuart. And the car's still in nice straight condition. And Scarborough 64. It is Chris Patterson. So there we go. That is your stock hatches done for the time being. Up on the line, it is men's class 1. And we will hand you back over to the voice of Autograss himself. No introductions needed. Steve Langley.
No, I'd much rather do this anonymously, I'll tell you. So, yeah, so let's keep it that way, folks, can we? No, that's excellent. Right, yeah, Class 1 then. We have 7 heats coming your way in each of the 3 rounds of qualifying, which means that we are looking for a semi-final in Class 1. So the top 16 will be going through. Race 1 already is away from the line without any further ado. So we'll pick them up as they go along the far side from us. And it is the Tivy car of Jonathan Jones in TA4 that is the first one to show. One of the local cars then, and been right on the pace all season. Tom Herbert in Stroud 31 tucks that little Mini into second place. Running in third, the North Shropshire machine, Aidan Arrowsmith. At the wheel of that one, Mark Stone in IK 931 runs in fourth. Then on the outside, the Breeden Hill car of Jordan Taylor as they climb the bank, and the Breeden Hill car looking to move through. On the inside of the Invicta Kent machine, this bank from previous visits here does catch these drivers out, but it's certainly not catching Jonathan Jones out at the moment as TA4 comes round as the race leader pulled away a little bit, if anything, from Tom Herbert in Stroud 31, still running in that second place slot. Running in third, Aidan Arrowsmith in North Shropshire 8. Then the Breeden Hill 87 car in Victor Kent 931. One we haven't yet mentioned is the PAC 209 car. That's Timothy Gardner at the wheel of that one, and completing it all uncharacteristically at the back of the pack, Charlie Williams in Cambridge 42, but not uncharacteristic at all to see Jonathan Jones in TA4 leading a Class 1 heat as he comes out of that far turn once again and comes past us, comes past the yellow flag with the black cross, so he's on to his final circuit. One to go for Tivy4. Quite a commanding lead now over Tom Herbert in Stroud 31. Closest battle really for that third place, North Shropshire 8 and Breeden Hill 87 racing together then in Victor Kent 931 and the PAC 209 of Timothy Gardner, and completing it all Charlie Williams. But we switch back to Jonathan Jones. He goes past the grandstand over there on the far side from where we are situated here in the commentary position, and it's going to be the Tivy man, TA4, currently sitting 5th in the British Autograss Series. This is going to do his chances no harm at all. Takes a good win. Tom Herbert second in Stroud 31. Third is going to go to Aidan Arrowsmith in North Shropshire 8, Breeden Hill 87 in that fourth place slot, Jordan Taylor at the wheel of that one. The Invicta Kent machine then, that's Mark Stone in IK 931, PAC 209, Timothy Gardner and Cambridge 42. So yeah, as we get to the sharp end of the 2022 Kent Cams Simpson Race Exhaust British Autograss Series, this is round 4 of 5. This is the first open round of the year, so rounds 1 to 3 closed to registered competitors of the British Autograss Series. This one open to anybody. And net result is I think we've got 585 drivers signed on this weekend. So yeah, nice number. And of those 585, 8 of them are on the line for race 2 of the Class 1, sponsored this weekend by PWL Engineering. TBR are our associate British Autograss Series sponsor. So we've got Andrew Owen, Dylan Tyrrell, Ashley Hutchins, Kieran Griffiths, Rhys Phillips, Chris Dyer, Charlie Musto and Dan Jones as they get away from the line. It is the North Wales 6 machine of Dylan Tyrrell that is the first one to negotiate that slightly tricky downhill bend, particularly a little bit greasy. with the rain that we've had. Coming through on the inside then, Ashley Hutchins in PhD 12, the Tivy 98, Reese Phillips. Said this before and I shall say it again, they have got some very, very rapid Class 1 machinery down there in the South Wales League, but the North Wales car certainly mixing amongst it, or he was, the North Wales 6, but they're just working out how to master that bank, these Class 1s, I think, and certainly having mastered it is Ashley Hutchins in PhD 12 as he comes round as the race leader. It's a South Wales League 1-2 because Reese Phillips in Tivy 98 slots into second place, adopting the smokescreen tactics, but hey, it's all right. Charlie Mustoe in Breednill 23, early race leader. Dylan Tyrrell runs fourth in North Wales 6. Evesham 28, then is Chris Dyer. On the outside then, Andrew Owen in the North Wales 397 machine. At the back of the pack at the minute, Kieran Griffiths in Severn Valley 31. But your race leader coming round then, it is the PhD 12 as he comes round to take that last lap flag. Running in second place is the Tivy 98 machine. That's Reese Phillips at the wheel of Tivy 98. Dylan Tyrrell in North Wales 6. Breednill 23. That completes the lead in 4. Chris Dyer then in Evesham 28. Races ahead of Andrew Owen in North Wales 397. Invicta Kent 430. That's Dan Jones at the wheel of that one. And Severn Valley 31. Kieran Griffiths. So coming round then for the checkered flag, so maximum 55 points are going to go to Ashley Hutchins in PhD 12, comes round, takes checkered flag, takes a good win. Second place on track, but watch this space. TA 98, third place goes to Dylan Tyrrell in North Wales 6, fourth is going to go to the Breednill 23 car of Charlie Mustoe, and Evesham 28, then comes North Wales 397 Andrew Owen. Invicta Kent 430 is Dan Jones, and completing it Severn Valley 31. Right, so we were saying watch this space. Unfortunately, TA 98 Reese Phillips picks up a green flag in that race, so he will go back 2 places from his on-track finishing position. So his second, unfortunately, will get converted to a fourth, and the cars behind him will move up. So bad luck there on Reese Phillips. Race 3 then brings out Ollie Wrigglesworth in Scarborough 221, Rhys Edwards in North Wales 44, Jamie Hussey in Scarborough 223, Craig Bagley in Cum D1, Jordan Robinson in Spalding 26, Ryan Morehouse in North Shropshire 172, and Zach Bowers in North Shropshire 159. So those are the cars out there. Just to remind you, all the races randomly computer drawn at a British Autograss Series round. Or we've got somebody faced in the wrong direction. Tidied it up quite nicely, Ollie Wrigglesworth in Scarborough 223. But the cars around him having to take avoiding action, so that does give an opportunity for the leaders just to pull away a little bit, and Rhys Edwards in North Wales 44 takes full advantage of that, and it's Ollie Wrigglesworth in second place. Jamie Hussey runs in that third in the 223 machine, just tracking him as they go down the bank and back round towards us and looking to come through on the inside. I think that's the Zach Bowers North Shropshire 159 machine it is, so that's a close battle there. Spalding 26 racing with Craig Bagley in Cum D1, and completing it all Ryan Morehouse in North Shropshire 172, but down that far side. And once again we're seeing that once a race leader starts to pull away, then they do seem to pull away on this track at the minute, as North Wales 44 Rhys Edwards just slows it down and comes back round towards us. The 2 Scarborough cars very much involved in the battle for second place, and getting the better of that battle at the moment is the 221 machine. That's Ollie Wrigglesworth. North Shropshire 159 looking to split them up though. Zach Bowers runs third. Jamie Hussey now back fourth in the 223 car. Craig Bagley in Cum D1 favouring a little bit of a wider line to help climb the bank. I say these drivers just sussing that bank out a little bit, but it's nice to give them something a little bit different to think about, as North Wales 44 Rhys Edwards comes round for the checkered flag and takes a good win. So North Wales 44 is that takes the win. Scarborough 221 in that second place slot. Ollie Wrigglesworth, Jamie Hussey gets back up to third in 223, finishing just ahead of Zach Bowers. Craig Bagley in Cum D1 wins his battle with Jordan Robinson in Spalding 26. North Shropshire 172 is Ryan Morehouse. So some of the big news, of course, in Class 1 is that our current British Autograss Series leader, Ollie Hall in Scunthorpe 1, he's not here. So SC1 is not here. Now, how the British Autograss Series works is that the drivers can drop their worst 4 scores across the year. Now, that can equate to a meeting. It can be a score at different meetings. So Ollie Hall, I think this is going to be your drop scores. But I know, our current series leader, not with us this weekend. Somebody who certainly is Lee Deegan in Cambridge 48. As he goes down the far side, Ian Ullathorne that will be flying the Scunthorpe flag in SC25. He currently sits 4th in the series. But coming round then, your race leader is Cambridge 403, racing just on the outside of the Ian Ullathorne machine. That's Kieran McKenzie in the Cambridge 403 machine. But once again, let's see what effect this bank is going to have. We have to switch to the TV coverage for the bank because where our commentary position is situated, we are on ground level and we're behind quite a large tree between us and that corner. So we're relying on Jeff from West Country Videos, who's doing all their filming and doing a cracking job as always. So we have to pick up camera coverage as they go into that bend. But coming round then, it is Cambridge 403, Scunthorpe 25 and Cambridge 48. That's the order. So climbing the bank, keeping it nice and tight. Well, they're going back mid-track, actually, SC25, because there was a gap there through on the inside for Cambridge 403. So he goes through up into second place. Some of the back markers then, Tivy 23, Gwyn Reeves and Tony Chamberlain in 21F. Right, having said that races weren't too close, this one is. As coming round then, Ian Ullathorne in Scunthorpe 25 under very strong challenge from Kieran McKenzie in Cambridge 403. There's that last lap flag. So on to the final circuit, Scunthorpe 25, Cambridge 403. Lee Deegan in Cambridge 48, switch back to the telly. Keep on them, Jeff, as they climb that bank. And it is SC25, then Cambridge 403. Not able to reel him in at all. And in fact, the closest battle, I think, is between the two Cambridge cars for second place as we pick them up real time once again over there on the far side. And it is Ian Ullathorne, say 4th after 3 rounds. He's going to pick up a maximum in the first race at round 4. So he's well on course in the British Autograss Series at the moment. SC25, Ian Ullathorne takes the win. Cambridge 403, Kieran McKenzie in second. Lee Deegan, Cambridge 48 in third. 4th place then goes to the North Wales 164 car of Mark Stevenson. Tivy 23 is Gwyn Reeves, and Toby Chamberlain in 21F finishing just ahead of James Slater in PAC 35. So good stuff from race 4. So yeah, big thank you to everybody associated with BAStv. If you are sat there watching at home, hopefully you are enjoying the coverage. But as we keep saying, there's nothing like being here. But yeah, hopefully if you can't make it, then we keep you informed and entertained with what's going on. And what is going on is race 5 of 7. Harry Parker, Ludlow 85. Damien Goodman, Stroud 66. Alex Hill in St Neots 164. Chandon Watkins in Swansea 10. Rich Owen in North Wales 15. Jack Firth in Spalding 86. And Tom Powell in Evesham 82. Tom Powell currently sitting second in the series. And as I say, just to repeat, no race leader here at the moment. Oh no, series leader, I should say, here at the moment. So coming round then, it is just sort themselves out round that turn. Your race leader, it's the little white car, it's the Spalding 86 machine then of Jack Firth. North Wales 15 in that second place slot. Rich Owen at the wheel of North Wales 15. He's looking for the gap up there on the inside as the SP86 climbs the bank on quite a wide line. And certainly for these class ones, that possibly doesn't seem to be the line to be doing. And St Neots 164 then runs in that third place slot. Alex Hill in the St Neots 164. Harry Parker runs next in Ludlow 85. But your race leader then, once again, on the wide line is the North Wales 15 car, now then taken up the run in Rich Owen at the wheel of that one. Where's Evesham 82? Oh, he's gone and painted it. It was never that colour before, I'm sure. Tom Powell running sort of like in about 5th at the moment. NW15, though, it is, that's managed to pull away a little bit over there on the far side from Jack Firth in that Spalding machine in that second place slot, as they just begin to get a little bit more spread out as the last lap flag goes out. But it is the North Wales car then of Rich Owen that's going to come round take that flag as the race leader from the Spalding 86 car of Jack Firth in second place. St Neots 164. Alex Hill runs in third. Ludlow 85 then races ahead of Evesham 82. That's Harry Parker and Tom Powell respectively. Stroud 66 and Swansea 10 racing towards the back. Damien Goodman and Chandon Watkins, but they're having a good race amongst themselves. Yeah, at the wrong end of the field in terms of points scoring. But certainly at the right end of the field is Rich Owen as North Wales 15 comes round for the final time. And it's going to be a bit close, but no, he's going to hold on. North Wales 15, then Rich Owen takes the win. Jack Firth, Spalding 86 in second. St Neots 164. Alex Hill in that third place slot. Ludlow 85. Evesham 82. Stroud 66 and Swansea 10. Chandon Watkins completes race 5. Race 6 then on the line, the penultimate one of this first round of qualifying of the PWL Engineering and TBR Race Engine sponsored Class 1s. Katie Hobbs, South Somerset 101. Jake Hemsley in IK 611. Mark Robbins in Swansea 16. Dave Owen in North Wales 97. Daffyd Jones in Tivy 18. Michael Aikin in North Shropshire 192. And a gentleman that's not having a bad August so far. Well, I suppose it was the end of July, wasn't it, really? But Conor Griffiths, your newly crowned Class 1 national champion, of course, in Tivy 16. So that's the lineup for race 6 that's there on the line. They're going to be let loose onto the track just as soon as we've got track clearance. And without any further ado, we have track clearance. So Class 1s it is. Once again, then, as I say, this is race 6 of the 7 that are coming away. And NW97 then, one of the 3 Owen brothers that race in Class 1. And all of them, as you've seen, race very, very competitively and right up there in the points. And North Wales 97 then. On his inside, though, is your current national champion, Conor Griffiths, in Tivy 16. Dave will have seen Rich take a win in the last one and will want to do likewise in this one, but Conor Griffiths will have other ideas as TA16 climbs the bank and along in front of the grandstand over there on the far side. North Wales 97 in that second place slot. These two already pulling away quite a bit from, I think that's Jake Hamesley in that third place slot in Invicta Kent 611, but Conor Griffiths comes round then. TA16 it is, North Wales 97, that's the 1 and the 2. Then quite a gap back to this battle that's going on for third as the North Shropshire 192 car, Michael Aikin, it comes through. Tivy 18, Daffyd Jones on the inside of Jake Hemsley in IK 611. Swansea 16 is doing a bit of track grading as he's going round. Mark Robbins and South Somerset 101, Katie Hobbs at the wheel of that one. But where's our race leader? Answer coming down the bank over to my right, and TA16 then taking that last lap flag. Quite a comfortable lead now over North Wales 97. Dave Owen, and then quite a gap back to this intriguing battle still going on for third. North Shropshire 192, IK 611 and Tivy 18. That's the battle for third, fourth and fifth. Well, it's not really a battle for fifth because nobody wants that. It's a battle for third. But no battle for the lead. Conor Griffiths in TA16 looking to consolidate and indeed improve on his current third place standing in the British Autograss Series. Adds 55 points to his season's tally and 55 points towards a place in tomorrow's semi-final. North Wales 97, then Dave Owen in second place. Who's going to take the third place honours? It is going to be the Invicta Kent man, Jake Hemsley, in 611, just ahead of North Shropshire 192, Michael Aikin. Daffyd Jones in TA18. And coming across to successfully complete, got rid of his cone and stopped his track grading work. Mark Robbins in Swansea 16 and Katie Hobbs in South Somerset 101. Final race of this first round of qualifying of the Class 1s there on the line. James Davis in Stroud 62. Connor Urquhart in Tivy 211. Charlton Price in Severn Valley 10. Tom Hawthorne in Radford 76. Jack Thomas in Hereford 24. Ben Gould in North Shropshire 443. And Ryan Powell in North Wales 52. And also, Greg Jenkins in C70. So full 8-car lineup for race 7 of the first round of qualifying of the Class 1s. And just sorting cones out on that far bend, and then we should be underway. Ben Gould currently sits just outside the top 10 in the British Autograss Series, standing in North Shropshire 443. I think he's the best of the series point scorers at the moment in this race, but all of them more than capable of adding considerably to their points tally. As I say, British Autograss Series then taking points across every race of the 5-round series. The drivers then allowed to drop the worst 4, but alongside that, the drivers battling for meeting points to get themselves a place in tomorrow's, in the case of Class 1, semi-final. For some of the other classes, then obviously it will be the top 8 straight through into the final. So absolutely everything to play for here at round 4. Big thank you to GB and Beresford Engineering for their sponsorship of BAStv. We were saying earlier on, bringing you coverage to your living room or wherever you're watching, and big thank you. That has only been possible with the support of a lot of people. Big thank you to everybody at ARB, who are the technical people behind it. They're here once again, as they have been at all of the rounds, to provide the support. And Chris, well, they all work hard, but Chris in particular, sort of like, he's glued to the graphics monitor and everything all weekend, and making sure that he gets right graphics and right photo shots and things like that. So if it makes your life any easier, then Chris, the consensus is you needn't cut to the camera in the commentary room. I think that's the consensus of everybody. So yes, so no, yes, no, you're not listening again. So there we go. So no, big thank you to all that goes on behind the scenes. A lot of people put a lot of time, effort, and, I say, in the case of Mr. Beresford, let's be perfectly blunt, money, to enable BAStv. It's gone down very well. It's been its first season. We are developing it. We are working on it. We're taking on board comments, etc., etc. So watch this space for further developments. And a big thank you, of course, also to Nick Apps, who sort of like brought in the concept, really. And I mean, it was always there, but nobody had ever done it. The concept of live streaming autograss racing. So yeah, well done, Nick Apps, who I know is, I think he's at the UK round today. So hopefully enjoying himself there. And you have a feeling might be having a sneaky peek at what's going on here. That's the beauty of BAStv. Right, here we go then, as the final race on this first round of qualifying of the Class 1s gets away. And it is the Hereford 24 car of Jack Thomas that's the first one to show. On the inside, Ben Gould in North Shropshire 443. Connor Urquhart in Tivy 2-1 run. Runs in that third place slot as they climb the bank just behind. Connor is the Radford 76 car, Tom Hawthorne, at the wheel of that Radford machine. But North Shropshire 443, Ben Gould then looks for the gap through on the inside of Jack Thomas, who was the early race leader. These two having a cracking battle. Whilst that happens, then Connor Urquhart in the Tivy machine looks to take advantage, comes through on the inside in TA211, finds the inside line, but then has to drift a bit wide, climbing the bank. And we have seen these unmodified Class 1 machines do struggle a little bit on that wider line. It will be interesting when we see the more powerful machines climbing that bank, the Class 7s and the single seaters, just how they're going to deal with it. But last lap flag time already coming out in this intriguing battle. Hereford 24, then Jack Thomas comes round. He's seen off Ben Gould, but Ben's been replaced by Connor Urquhart in 2-1-1. So that's the battle now for the lead. Ben Gould runs third. Simon Hawthorne runs fourth in 76, racing just ahead of Ryan Powell in North Wales 52. C70 machine, that's Greg Jenkins at the wheel of Cum D70. James Davis flying the local flag in Stroud 62. And not to be this time round for Charlton Price in Severn Valley 10, but certainly very much to be for Jack Thomas as Hereford 24 comes round for the final time. Takes a good win. So Hereford 24 then it is Jack Thomas. North Shropshire 443 in that second place slot. North Wales 52. Connor Urquhart just dropping back a little bit, finishing fourth in the Tivy 2-1-1 machine. C70 comes next. Stroud 62. And completing it all is the Severn Valley 10 machine. So that completes, without a rerun in sight, 7 heats of Class 1. I'm sure the man that's going to follow me is going to achieve that in 7. See, you've got 7 heats as well. 7 heats of Class 2, and it's a very great pleasure for the first time this weekend to give a very warm welcome to the man from Wales. We see a lot more of him now. You don't have to pay to get across the Severn Bridge, which is great. So it's very good morning to Mr. Gareth Jones.
Yeah, thanks very much then, Steve. 9 races done, no red flags in sight. Just wait for it. Race 1 of your first round of qualifying of the men's Class 2s then are poised and waiting up there on the line. Fleet Care Services, your overall series sponsors for the 5 rounds of this year's British Autograss Series in Class 2, and your host this weekend, the Wiltshire Autograss League, your sponsors here at round 4. So the grass then beginning to make way for the mud on this Wiltshire League venue track, Gossington Bridge, as the bungee breaks then for the first time this weekend on your men's Class 2s. 7 cars leave the line, and it is going to be one of the Scarborough machines, Ash Wigglesworth, and that just follows into turn 1. He's slotted into that second position. Somebody pushes right out towards the bar trailer, but he keeps that running potential, and it's North Wales 38 Lee Kent then that leads past us for the first time. White Rose number 4 is Oliver Ball as they all push on towards that Armco on the start gate turn. 3 of them all bunched up there. The one that pops out on top is the North Wales 101 machine of James Espley. None of these drivers have had too much success this year. None of these drivers in the top 10 in the series at the moment. So this run certainly will change the points table in this first round of qualifying as Espley continues to round out another circuit from the Oliver Ball machine. North Shropshire 94 is Tom Pipe. He's there, the first Yaris in that 3rd position, and rounding out your 1, 2 and 3, racing ahead of, I think it's Will Duggan in Cymru 119 IK 130 of Jack Bromley back there in 4th and 5th. But this time round, your race leader is going to see that yellow flag with a black cross. So we're back to flags this weekend because it's North Wales 101, James Espley, that moves on to his final circuit. About 10 car lengths clear now over the White Rose 4 machine of Oliver Ball. He's the one that leads the chase, still ahead of the Tom Pike machine. That's the North Shropshire 94 car there. It's taking a wider line through that start gate turn than the White Rose 4 machine, just gaining a little bit of momentum from the IK 130 machine of Jack Bromley, who rounds out your top 4. But your 1, 2, 3 and 4 go into that far turn for the final time. The checkered flag held aloft, and your first Class 2 victory of the weekend goes to James Espley in North Wales 101. Tom Pipe takes second on the last lap in North Shropshire 94 from Oliver Ball in White Rose 4. Jack Bromley 4th in IK 130 from Dan Duggan in Will Duggan in Cymru 190. Scarborough treble 2, Ash Wigglesworth takes that 6th spot from the TA 212 machine of Kyle Ucart that we didn't mention, and the early race leader finishing last, that was Lee Kent in North Wales 38. So your first run of the Wiltshire Autograss League sponsored Class 2s then make their way back to the pits. Race 2 up there on the line brings out your current series leader. That's Craig Conway in Scunthorpe 126. It also brings out Gaz Stokes in Pennine 87, the only 2 inside the top 10 after the initial 3 rounds of the series. They're the ones that started in grid 1 and 2, but it's not going to be one of them that lead into turn 1, because it's going to be Ludlow 15 just about, he pushes on, just a little bit of paint swapping as they come through that turn 1 and 2 and back towards us for the first time. Craig Conway comes from about 5th to lead the way past us for the first time, and it's a Scunthorpe 1 and 2, and it's between 126 and 127 because George Cresswell also there, but he pushes out towards the Armco and he's facing the pitch. He's gone back for a tyre change, but it's 126 then that leads away across the top bank for the second time. Gaz Stokes has performed but really in that second position in the Pennine 87 machine. Ludlow 15 is Ollie Stevens, and he's there. He's come to an abrupt halt on the exit of that B10 turn from the 515F machine. Sam Doddridge then now claims that 3rd spot. Athelson 83 is Callum Woodward. He's back in that 4th, racing ahead of PAC 29 of Adam Smith. The Scunthorpe machine of George Cresswell then gets going under his own steam, but a lap down now as the fellow club member just takes a lap over him. It's the 126 machine, your current leader, that's going to go on to his final lap in this first round of qualifying. Scunthorpe 126, all problems on board for Gaz Stokes, and he's just crawling across the line, and that problem has been left behind because he just drove over the tyres. So he's going to pick up a little bit of momentum. Let's hope that he can reclaim that second position that he's been very strongly held in throughout the course of this first round of qualifying. Sam Doddridge is up to second in the Forest machine, but it's checkered flag time, and your series leader looks to book another 55 points in round one of qualifying. Scunthorpe 126, then Craig Conway takes the win. Sam Doddridge will take second in Forest 515. Third place will go to Gaz Stokes in Pennine 87 from Ollie Stevens in Ludlow 15. Adam Smith in PAC 29. The Athelston 83 machine of Callum Woodward then finishes in about 6th or 7th, ahead of George Cresswell. And Stephen Demel is the one that we didn't mention in Wessex 99, taking the final position in race 2 of this first round of qualifying. Like we mentioned earlier, your overall series sponsor for men's class 2s throughout the 5 rounds of the British Autograss Series this year is Fleet Care Services. And your sponsors for this weekend then, the Wiltshire Autograss League. So as we can see, a few of the cones were adjusted there by the drivers in the second run of Class 2s. Not heard any mention of flags or exclusions from that one, but race 3 are up there on the line. This one brings out a car that's for sale, currently doing well in the series. Inside the top 3, that's the car of Brad Ellison, York 16. Joining Brad in this lineup is going to be Dan Heath in Pennine 89, Simon Overty in Scunthorpe 18, Rian Rowland in North Wales 121, JD Farrow in Scarborough 17 will start in lane 4, and then on his inside will be Paul Morgan in Radford 22, Ryan Taylor in Radford 60, and Tim Harbour in Severn Valley 25. And like Mickey B mentioned a little bit earlier, it just looked like we're going to have a little bit of dust repellent out there as the umbrellas are starting to pop up on this near side straight. Telehandler comes on to park itself in the middle of the track as we prepare ourselves then for the third race out of 7 in the first round of qualifying of your men's class 2s. Start line look to be ready as marshals make their way back across the start line and over the Armco. Turn 1 and 2 seems clear as we just await the equipment team in the middle of the track to get back into position, and we'll be good to go with race 3. Like I said then, Craig Conway is your current series leader, and the runner-up at the moment is Ashley Robinson, Spalding 43, second in the series after the initial 3 rounds, and he'll be coming out to play in race 7 a little bit later on. And on paper he'll be taking the challenge of Bradley Thomas on in IK 55. Bradley is currently placed in 4th after the South Wales, Cymru and North Shropshire rounds, and we are all really eager and excited to progress through the 4th round of the British Autograss Series here at Gossington Bridge before we head to Border Counties at the end of next month for the final round of this year's British Autograss Series. So just a little bit of track maintenance done on the start gate turn. If you're watching us on the live stream, then you can see the start line. And talking to a few of the drivers yesterday, a very, very challenging and tricky circuit. And if you're sat on the line and looking at the track, then you can't see turns 1 and 2 as you kind of climb a little bit of an incline on that start line straight. As soon as you hit the peak of that incline, you turn in to turn 1, and that can cause some confusion when the cones are moved and when the water, which unfortunately will come into play over the course of the weekend, will absolutely deter some of them. So the reason for the little bit of downtime between this second and third race is the George Cresswell machine, Scunthorpe 127, just did push on into that Armco on the start gate turn. And obviously the track maintenance team deciding that an extra post needed. So that's the reason, if you're watching the live stream at home, that's the reason for your downtime. As we go on then, we've got 5 more races of Class 2s to come in this first round of qualifying. Like I mentioned, your current leader, Craig Conway, took a win there. Gaz Stokes 4th in Pennine 87, and he just drove over the tyre, lost a lot of momentum, lost a lot of time on 2 positions in doing so. He was 7th after the initial 3 rounds. They're the top 2 then in the show win as far as races 1 and 2 are concerned. Brad Ellison is currently placed in 3rd. He's coming out to play in race 3. Like I mentioned, Ashley Robinson and Bradley Thomas go head to head. They're currently 2nd and 4th in the series, and they'll be joined by another driver that's inside the top 10 at the moment. That's Darren Aiken in North Shropshire Ford, but they're coming out to play in race 7. Chris Hall in Scunthorpe 227 and Jack Hodgson in Yorkshire Dales 104. They're mid-placed inside that top 10 in 5th and 6th. They go head to head in race 6. In race 5, Daniel Robbins, he's 9th at the moment after the initial 3 rounds of 3 rounds of the series, and he, on paper at least, looks to have a fairly competitive lineup, but none of the big names really in Class 2. But it will be interesting to see how Ricky Julian fares in Mallow 2. That's going to be in race 5, and race 4 has a complete list of drivers and lineups as well. But we're going to go back racing then. We're going to go back to the important stuff. Scunthorpe 18, Simon Overty is the one that initially led into turn 1. He's taken a very wide line, but he's going to cut back on the inside of the Scarborough 17 machine of JD Farrow. They're the 1 and 2. Brad Ellison is 3rd in York 16 on the outside of Paul Morgan in Radford 22. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4 then, as they go in and climb the bank for the first time. JD Farrow on the outside holding on to that 2nd position, but coming from nowhere, the Pennine 89 machine comes from about 6th up to 3rd, and that's going to be Dan Heath behind the wheel of that one. JD Farrow's rear bumper is hanging off, being held on by probably only 1 cable tie at the moment, but it doesn't matter too much to your race leader, and that's going to be Simon Overty in Scunthorpe 18, who's already pulling clear daylight between himself and the rest of the pack. Paul Morgan is the first of the Radford pair, racing in 4th and 5th, as Ryan Taylor in Radford 60 is there. Well, he's come back on the inside of Paul Morgan as they climb the bank, so he's up now up to that 4th position. Tim Harbour back in 5th, 6th position in Severn Valley 25, and the car at the current tail end of the field is the North Wales 121 machine of Rian Rowland. But look at Dan Heath, and look how much distance he's pulled in over the course of 1 circuit on Simon Overty. Scunthorpe 18 and Pennine 89 climb the bank for the penultimate time, because they're already on to their last lap, and the race very much on now as they exit that start gate turn. Simon Overty just having a little bit more momentum on the wider line in Scunthorpe 18, but he's got about a quarter of a circuit to negotiate before he picks up a set of maximum points. Can he hold on to it? No, he can't. Dan Heath through on the inside, but he pushes on. He comes towards us on this bottom straight. It's going to be very close. From this vantage point, I'd say 18. Simon Overty took the win ahead of Dan Heath, but we'll await confirmation on that one. JD Farrow takes 3rd in Scarborough 17 from the Radford 60 of Ryan Taylor. Tim Harbour takes 5th in Severn Valley 25. Paul Morgan takes 6th in Radford 22. And Brad Ellison in York 16 and an on finish. So a 3rd after his 3 rounds of the British Autograss Series, kicking off round 4 in the worst way possible. Well, I don't know, a black flag is probably worse than an on finish, but no points from his first round of qualifying. So they'll go back to the pit. Race 4 up there on the line. None of these drivers currently placed inside the top 10 in the British Autograss Series, but that doesn't mean that the quality is any less, because there's a whole range of abilities and drivers in there. Starting out in lane 8 is going to be Amber Powell in Ludlow 99. On her inside shoulder will be Stephen Heath in Pennine 65 as he starts in lane 7. Ashley Lillington, South Somerset 38, starts in lane 6. And on Ashley's inside shoulder will be David Evans in Penhow number 40. The other 4 in the lineup for race 4 are Jamie Lillington in South Somerset 45, who starts in grid number 4, and grids 1, 2 and 3 are occupied by Jay Alberton in Scunthorpe 156, Ewan Twigg in TA 202 and Shane Jenkins in Radford 205. So Brad Ellison then in York 16 makes his way under his own steam back to the pits, and I think he was just sat on the rumble tyres there on the exit of the be a tent turn, or be a trailer turn, or what else can we call it? I'm sure it'll be named a lot of different turns over the course of the weekend. But the quad team then back in the track centre. A few of the tyres and cones being adjusted on the exit of turn 2. Marshals making their way back to their posts on turns 3 and 4. And other than that, the track looks pretty clear to go racing with race number 4. Like we said, none of these drivers currently sat in the top 10, but a decent points tally in this one will certainly put them among the mix as we go through the rest of this weekend and, of course, the rest of the series. David Evans in Penhow 40 left on the line. He gets going, but he's already out of it in the Penhow 40 machine. Scunthorpe 156 then. Jay Alberton is the one that's going to lead into turn 1. Somebody's facing oncoming traffic. I think that's the South Somerset 45 machine of Jamie Lillington, but he rejoins the field at the tail end of the pack. Somebody else parked up there towards the Armco. I think that's Amber Powell in Ludlow 99, but the car then that's going to climb the bank for the first time. I think we're going to have a bit of a chainsaw massacre here tonight if we get rid of those trees, because the one that leads through turns 3 and 4 and out on top is Jay Alberton in Scunthorpe 156. Ewan Twigg in TA202 then leads the chase in that second position, and he's been challenged by the car that was facing oncoming traffic on lap number 1. So to come up from 8th to 3rd, he's done one super lap, and he's now putting some pressure on the Shane Jenkins machine on the inside of Radford 205. And it looks as they go in to the start gate turn that the momentum very much with the Radford machine, as the South Somerset 45 machine almost comes to a stop, taking a wide line on the exit of that top turn, racing ahead of Stephen Heath in Pennine 65, who's uncharacteristically back in about that 5th spot, racing ahead of the Ashley Lillington machine in South Somerset 38, and David Evans and Amber Powell the rest of the lineup. But it's already yellow flag with a black cross time, and Jay Alberton goes on to his final circuit, about 6 to 8 car lengths clear of Ewan Twigg, who throws it sideways into that start gate turn. Battle on for 3rd between Jamie Lillington and Shane Jenkins, side by side for 3rd and 4th, as everybody then move on to their final lap. But exiting turn 1 and 2 down the hill for the final time, and it's going to be 55 points for number 156. Jay Alberton takes the win in the Scunthorpe machine. Second place will go to Ewan Twigg in TA202. Third place is going to be close, but it's going to be Jenkins just ahead of Lillington in South Somerset 45. Fifth place will go to Dan Heath. No, not Dan Heath. It'll go to Stephen Heath in Pennine 65. From South Somerset 38 of Ashley Lillington, David Evans in Penhow 40, and Amber Powell in Ludlow 99. So Amber then closes out the runners and riders from race 4. They make their way back to the pits. Track turns 1 and 2, at least from this vantage point, look clear, as a few of the marshals then just being given some extra coats and some extra waterproof clothing. As we look to the line, we can see race 5. Daniel Robbins, St. Neots 34, 9th after 3 rounds of the British Autograss Series out there in lane 8. Lane 7 is occupied by Jamie Lane in Radford 941. But the bungee's up, and we're going to go racing. And it's going to be the PhD machine of Ryan Smith that's got the early momentum in this one. About a car length and a half of an advantage as he goes into turn 1, but he's pushing on, and that's a hard whack of the Armco then. That's not just a little tap, so another post will be required there, but he gets going, rejoining the field at the tail end. But it's Scarborough 249 then of Ashley Farrow then that's going to lead into the start gate turn for the first time. I think it's Paul Boland in the Mallow machine. Oh, he's gone to see the pits as well. He's gone back for a quick tyre change. Make sure he gets more grip as the weekend continues. We've got a race on at the head of affairs because the Farrow machine is now under pressure from the Jamie Lane machine. Radford 941 and slots into that second spot, and he's through on the inside of the Scarborough machine as they come back towards us to round out their second circuit. 249 and 941 go side by side onto lap 3 from Ricky Julian in Mallow number 2. Radford 80 is back there in that 4th spot. That's Nigel Bishop. They all race ahead of the St. Neots machine of Daniel Robbins and PhD 29. Ryan Smith has a turn of speed from somewhere. He's come from 8th back up to 3rd. That's a good lap and a half as the race leader then, that's the new race leader, Jamie Lane, exits that far turn and moves on to his final circuit. So 1 lap to go for 941, 1 to go for 249. 3rd place is Ryan Smith in PhD 29. He's racing out on the near side Anco on the fresh grass in 3rd, racing ahead of the Danny Robbins machine. St. Neots 34 is there in 4th, under some pressure, under the challenge of Ricky Julian, who looks to have his nose into that 4th spot in Mallow number 2. Ryan Smith closes the door. He's not going to let him through for 3rd, but your 1 and 2 are away and gone and exiting that far turn then for the final time. And taking the checkers, it's going to be Jamie Lane. Radford 941 takes the win. Ash Farrow takes 2nd in Scarborough 249. Ricky Julian, oh, does he? Ricky Julian, I'd say, takes 3rd in Mallow 2 from Ryan Smith in PhD 29. Then Danny Robbins in St. Neots 34 finishes ahead of Nigel Bishop in Radford number 80. Radford 284, one name we haven't mentioned, that is Michael Jordan. And coming through then to claim last place in his first round of qualifying is the Mallow 127 machine of Ryan Mulroy. So, race 5 done and dusted. They climb the bank to make their way back to the pits as the marshals visit the Armco, which got clattered, needs to be said, by Ryan Smith on the first lap. So I'd imagine we're going to have a little bit of a pause, a little bit more downtime, because we can see the track machine team coming on to the circuit. So there's going to be another post knocked in to stabilise that far side fence. And of course we go to Border Counties for the last round of this year's British Autograss Series in about 4 weeks' time. And that's going to be at the end of September. And that's going to be the climax of the 2022 British Autograss Series. Obviously, I'm not sure if anybody's mentioned them so far, but overall series sponsors, Simpsons Race Exhausts and Kent Cams. And there'll probably be some details about a presentation, I'd imagine, coming up then over the course of the next few weeks as well. But if you want to practice and have a few runs on the Border Counties track before we head to round 5, then obviously the Autograss Festival is poised and placed as part of the fixture list to take place on August Bank Holiday, and I'm sure that the Border Counties Motor Racing Club will be very, very happy to welcome you all to the Monkland venue next weekend for 3 days of fantastic racing and socialising on Saturday, Sunday and Monday. And if you're going to go to Border Counties next weekend, then just a stone's throw away from the Border Counties track will be the Lug View Raceway, the home of Hereford Autograss Club, and we'll be heading there in just 2 weeks' time for the Ladies and Juniors National Autograss Championships. And we certainly had a feast of an event at Yorkshire Dales for the men's event a couple of weeks ago, and we certainly are looking forward to go there in a fortnight's time for the ladies and juniors to have the same privilege. And I believe that the passes for the drivers are here this weekend, or at least some of them are. So if you have made arrangements for them to be picked up this weekend, then I'm sure that the Hereford team will be here in full force to make sure that those passes are given out to the drivers from the respective clubs, as they obviously have prepaid for that event. If you're joining us on the live stream, then you can see at the moment what we see straight out of the commentary point. You can see the telehandler there in the middle of the raceway. You can see the grandstand on the far side of the circuit. The camera's on you. If you're sat in the grandstand, give us a little Mexican wave or a wave. No, none of you are awake. Oh, some of you have actually woken up now. The alarm clock went then. But yeah, they're on the screen. So if you're watching the live stream, we got a close-up of you. Who's that man over there? Oh no, sorry, it's a woman. Sorry. So yeah, if you're watching on the live stream, then obviously you can see probably the faces of friends and family, and even at 5 to 10, you can see a couple of them have already opened their first cup of burger of the weekend. So yeah, so that's another good thing. Like we said, the camber of this Gossington Bridge venue, very, very tricky, and it's very difficult to find a place where you can see the whole of the track. So you know, the Stroud and Wiltshire League have done a really good job in getting a grandstand there to make sure that the viewing is a little bit better for the ones that want to sit over there, socialise and get drunk on Saturday, day one of the penultimate round of the British Autograss Series.
What I would say, Gareth, is that I have done a bit of a scouting mission around the track, and I have found a vantage point to watch the racing. Elite bars, just coming out of turn 2, the bottom of the hill. If you sit there and you have a pint of cider, you can see everything. So that's a bit of public service announcement there.
There we are, that's 3 pints coming your way.
Well, that's why I've only said it, you know what I mean? It's like, do you know, it's like Coronation Street, you know, product placement.
Yeah.
Open the cupboard and there's Heinz baked beans.
Yeah, and a Costa coffee that's newly built there. So, yeah, we've got a little bit of downtime. That posts are being added then to the far side turn. And I was thinking the other day about product placement, actually, and whether we could advertise different items for sale as long as we put a little PP down in the window of the actual live stream.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Maybe, you know, I'm thinking if we could get some real money behind it. Like, if I go like this, oh look, it's an iPhone, Gareth. You know, the latest model. You know, maybe this time next year we could be millionaires.
I thought we might have to do something similar to what a lot of pubs that don't pay for full Sky do, and they get a little sticker on the pint glass.
Do people do that? Oh.
Yeah, you know, if you're in the trade and you're broadcasting live games via Sky, there's a small pint glass that comes up in the bottom right of the actual thing.
Ah, right.
And I don't know if it happens in England, but certainly down our neck of the woods, there's a lot of pint glasses on the screen, whether the TV's on or off.
Well, I have inquired to, you know, because obviously BAStv live streaming for us, and as we've said, doing a sterling job. I think it's really made a big difference this year, and as we say, I think there's more, you know, improvements to come. I think that you know, being able to show the racing. The benefit is, and if you're watching Billy Barker, my old man down in Bexhill-on-Sea, or as he calls it, Coffin Dodger Place, you know, and he is dodging the coffin, by the way. He's dodged it a few times. But for him in his 80s, you know, being able to sit at home and watch the racing and watch his grandson, who will be out in the 8s a little bit later, you know, that's what it's about, really, you know, widening it to a bigger audience.
Yeah, certainly. We were talking a little bit earlier on, and I think at the peak, at round 1, there were just over 1,500 people tuned in to watch it. But those 1,500 people wouldn't have been at the BAS anyway. Yeah. So it is, even if 60% of those would have been at the BAS, but they decided not to come for that weekend, it's still showing and broadcasting it to a new 40% audience. Yeah. That have got well, they might have links to Autograss, but they're not in the sport as it currently stands.
Well, I mean, I've been doing a bit of promotion as well. You know, like when I go back to work and they go, Mickey, what have you done this weekend? And I try and explain to them, right, and they look at me a little bit blank, but there they are. That's just how they are. You can't, all that.
Phil and Dave are watching at home.
Yeah, that's it. Hi. Yeah. But but the benefit of that is just like typing in, on the YouTube, Bass Autograss, whichever round, because it's still there to watch, and you can scan through, and they go, oh wow, I didn't realise it was like that.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see how much we get at the end of the season for being part of the cast, though, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's it. Well, when you were talking about 1,500, watching over that course of that round one, when you actually go back and look at the amount of views, it is we're talking into the tens of thousands.
So have you not got anything better to do than waste your 2 days looking at us all day?
No. That's enough to put anyone off, isn't it, really?
Well, me anyway. And they've even got the farce of putting a mirror up in here.
Well, we do hair and makeup before.
We're lucky to get a spray and a bit of gel.
Oh, that's it, like down on like Good Morning Britain and stuff like that, they have like makeup artists and stuff like that cut like a bit of tanning stuff. Steve Langley's been here this morning with talcum powder. That's why I'm looking a bit pale. It's Johnson's baby powder.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that Steve's been in makeup since '3.
Well, I tell you what, he's looking good. I don't know what he's been on, whether or not it's a new diet or... Oh,
it's got to be Mrs. Langley, and she's going to be watching at home, isn't she?
Oh, maybe a bit of cosmetic, I know...
it's good old Welsh fresh air.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, could be. Look how good I look for 28.
28?
You can add 10 to
that. I'm staying north.
And I don't blame you.
A little story. I know. We still got a little bit of time. So this week I went down into London. Not just go and see Queen Liz or anything like that. Just my elocution lessons, because if I've been up north a little while and you start to lose a bit. So I go down there, walk around the East End, and pick up me dulcet tones. But I didn't realise there was a train strike. So one of my colleagues said, when are you going back up, Mick? And I went, I'm going back up Thursday. He went, you won't be. No. So I had to go back and plead with the train crew to get me on a train back up north. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been here. I'm thinking that some of you guys might have orchestrated that train strike. We'll stop him coming to Bass round 4.
No, I think that the problem is a little bit bigger than Bass, I think.
Yeah, that's it. All they want is another 34 days holiday, free bacon sandwiches every morning, and a Costa coffee. Oh, yeah. Sorry, was that product placement?
That was product placement. Done to a T there, Mr. Mickey B. So we are good to go racing again, because the JCB and the track machine team then are making their way back to their compound up there towards the outside of the start line. As we look to the line, we're going to go back to the serious stuff. Race 6 is up there on the line. This one brings out Darren Williams in CM6. He starts in lane 6. Athelston 16 is Jack Stevens. He starts in lane 7. Ben Griffith, 7 Valley 8, starts in lane 6. We'll pick up the rest as they make their break. 5th place and 6th place drivers after 3 rounds of the British Autograss Series go head to head. But at the moment, it's the 227 machine of Chris Hall that's going to lead into turn 1. Just gets a little bit of a leverage there from Ben Griffiths. And Ben Griffiths in 7 Valley 8 moves through on the inside. Just a little bit of panel rubbing and paint swapping there as they exit turn 2. Oh, could this be the first red flag of the day? We'll just wait to see. We'll ignore them. We'll look at the front of the field. It's Yorkshire Dales 104 that's going to lead into turn 1. Not turn 1. It's going to be the start gate turn for the first time. And that's Jack Hodgson then racing ahead of Ben Griffiths in 7 Valley number 8. Well done, guys, for getting going, albeit at the tail end of the field. But it's Yorkshire Dales 104 that leads the way down that far side for the second time. And it's Jack Hodgson, who's got about 10 car lengths clear now of the Ben Griffiths machine. 7 Valley number 8 then leads the chase. Who's that in third? It's the North Shropshire 93 machine of Graham Holmes. He races ahead of Dieter Demel in Athelston 99. And he races ahead of Jack Stevens in Athelston 16. And then the 3 cars that came unstuck out the tail end of the field were the Scunthorpe 227 machine of Chris Hall, Dan Owen in North Shropshire 15, and Darren Williams in Carmarthen number 6. So everybody name and number checked as the yellow flag with the black cross gets made ready. Jack Hodgson in Yorkshire Dales 104 moves on to his final circuit from Ben Griffith in Severn Valley 8. Graham Holmes is the third place driver to move on to his final circuit as Jack Hodgson exits the start gate turn for the final time. Half a circuit of this Gossington Bridge ready to go before he claims 55 points from round 1 of qualifying. Currently placed in 5th in the overall series. This 55 points will certainly boost him up that table ever so slightly. So 104 takes 55 points. Ben Griffiths is going to be under some pressure from Graham Holmes for second, but Severn Valley 8 is going to hold on for 45 points. 93 points takes 36 from the Athelston 99 machine with Dieter Demel. Jack Stevens in Athelston 16. Exiting the bank for the final time. Then Chris Hall in Scunthorpe 227. Dan Owen in North Shropshire 15 takes 7th. And Darren Williams, last but no means least, in Carmarthen number 6. So, like I said, we haven't got a radio in here at the moment, and it would be really interesting to have been a fly on the wall listening into the discussions on that one. But as far as we know from this vantage point, that race is clear. Race 6 make their way back to the pits. This is the last race of this first round of qualifying of Class 2. Race 7. Yellow flags shown on marshal posts 2, 3 and 4. So we await that yellow one on the start line turn. And we will go racing with race number 7. Away from the line they go. And it's a very quick start from the middle of the pack for Bradley Thomas in IK 55. Already 10 car lengths clear as they go into turn 1. He's going to be able to control the pace without a care in the world as he goes into turn 1 and exits turn 2, and he maintains that race leadership as they come back towards us for the first time. He's pushed on just a little bit too far because Pennow 13 is Will Alford, and he's the one that now leads the way into the start gate turn for the first time. Swansea 69 is Nicky Newton. He's there leading the chase. Bradley Thomas on the cut back in IK 55 is going to apply some pressure very, very shortly to your early race leader, and he gains second place from Nicky Newton in Swansea 69. So there you're 1, 2 and 3. The Spalding 43 machine is there in 4th, and that's Ashley Robinson, your current runner-up in this year's series, and he's placed in 2nd. But Bradley Thomas moves through on the inside of the Will Alford machine. Alford is going to try and cut back on the inside as they go down into the start gate turn. Spalding 43 now up to 3rd as Nicky Newton is demoted back to 4th and sliding back down the hill, and Swansea 69 it seems. But no change in your top 4 as they exit on the top part of the circuit. But it's Bradley Thomas in IK 55. Pennow 13 is there in that second spot. That's Will Elford, and he's just been undone by Ashley Robinson, who goes through on the inside in Spalding 43. So it's 55 that leads on to his final circuit from 43 and 13. Nicky Newton still holding on to 4th in Swansea 69. Then comes the Invicta Kent machine of Ben Foster in IK 231. White Rose 70 is Simon Chadburn, and Darren Aiken in North Shropshire 4 then, just inside the top 10 at the moment, but the last of the runners in this one. Will Alford's reclaimed that race control as they go into that far side turn for the final time, throwing it sideways across the front end of the IK 55 machine, controlling the pace. It's going to be a dash to the line. Who's it going to be on the last turn? Oh, I'd say 13 just about held on from IK 55. Spalding 43 takes 3rd from Swansea 69. 5th place will go to IK 231. That's Ben Foster ahead of White Rose number 70, Simon Chadburn, and Darren Aiken in North Shropshire number 4. So that rounds to a close the Fleet Care Services and Wiltshire Autograss League sponsored men's class 2s, pending any reruns that we are unaware of at the moment. So we've got junior specials up there on the line, and for the first time today I'll hand you straight over to Mr. Russ Thompson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gareth. Good morning, everybody, and I hope you're looking forward to what else is to come this weekend. Lots of racing, of course, here for round 4 of the Wiltshire League British Autograss Series. Away we go then with race 1 of the Junior Specials. First time this weekend, a bit of a messy start for a couple. Problems for the Typhy 44, I think steering damage on Twin Williams. He's already parked up, and we've got Archie Carter spinning, Neil Tivy spinning. Another one also comes to grief, and that leaves as they slide down the hill for the first time. BC 116, that's Owen Bradford who leads the way into the incline for the first time. Up the hill they go through the trees ahead of the PAC 21. Tier Reese sits there in second position. Third early on at the end of one lap, then Denver Whitehouse, Trent 6, but she's come to problems. No, we've got red, so there we go. And we do have the first official red flag of the weekend, and it falls on with me on the Junior Specials. And Dig It Plantire, your series sponsor, and your round sponsor is Cross Hands Construction. So disappointing start for the Junior Specials, but never mind. We've got 5 races scheduled for the J-Specs, and not sure if that'll be a complete re-race. Obviously, the Typhy 44 came to grief very early on, and it sort of went literally downhill from there. So, yeah, so there we go. So it's great to be back at a Baz round on the microphone. Obviously, not done as much this year. We was at the Nationals on 8s and 10s, which was a blast. But here we are back with the juniors. So we'll be taking through Junior Specials, and then later on Junior Saloons when they slot into the programme after men's Class 9s. So we'll be nipping in and out of the commentary booth for the junior classes. And as I said, 5 races scheduled for the Junior Specials this weekend. So there'll be no semi-finals for the juniors in any of their racing in the British Autograss Series, but there will be very much semi-finals taking place in a couple of weeks for the Ladies and Juniors Nationals for both junior classes. And I think, on a quick check-up, I can't remember the exact figures, but saloons actually outnumber the specials this year. I think there are 103 junior saloons. So quite impressive, because with the pretty much gradual increase in junior specials, the saloon sort of dipped. Yeah, I think last year, or when, they didn't even have quarterfinals. I might be wrong on that. But so it's great to see that the saloons has increased. I think the strength for being in the West Midland region has pretty much helped, because they've got, in the Midlands, of course, there is a very strong junior lineup. So looks like the interest is there for them. But yeah, it's great to see. But they outnumber the junior special. I think there's 80 something junior specials at the Nationals this year. But still, obviously, when you're closing in on 200 juniors to compete at the Nationals, it's going to be hard fought, as is this weekend. Let's see if race 2 then goes a bit better than what race 1 did. We've got a bit of a delayed start now. The yellow flag's up and away we go then. Heat 1, race 2. Max Holtby makes a good start from grid 7 and Scunthorpe 6. And who's going to lead the chase? We go side by side for second and third. I think it's South Somerset 2 of Kirsten Bartlett just ahead of Aaron Richardson. Let's see if they negotiate the turn properly. Sideways we go. Bartlett's round and Holtby's round as well. Richardson comes through. We've got another one facing the wrong way. I think it's Rio Sheehan in PAC 44. Tom Cosgrove comes out second ahead of Swansea 6. That's Jesse Jones, and then Max Holtby first of the recovery. On his way again, Rio Sheehan just goes past the Breeden Hill car. That's number 2 of Lucy Hines and Kirsten Bartlett. I think everybody has now rejoined. So away we go. Holtby then struggling up the hill, but the top 2, the only 2 who got through that first corner with no dramas, are now well clear. And it's Aaron Richardson in Pennine 1 who leads the way. Tom Cosgrove in second. Oh, somebody struggling up the hill. It's Kirsten Bartlett trying to find that forward momentum. When you've only got a few horsepower, it's hard to get up there. Lucy Hines is a spinner in Breeden Hill 2 on turn 1. Holtby just goes past. He's half a lap down nearly on the race leader. Jesse Jones then comes through Swansea 6 in 4th position now ahead of Sheehan in PAC 44. Hines rejoins ahead of Bartlett, who he could go a lap down to your race leader. Aaron Richardson it is, Pennine 1. 1 lap to go, leads the way. Tom Cosgrove still sits in second, ARC 25. Yellow flags fluttering through the turn behind the trees. We've got Rio Sheehan parked up. Problems for Lucy Hines. Kirsten Bartlett goes past her and tries to unlap herself on the race leader, Aaron Richardson. Tom Cosgrove now goes down the start straight for his final lap. Then Jesse Jones coming back through. Max Holtby's still somewhere out there. Well strung out of these juniors. As your race winner then, first junior special winner of the day and the weekend, Aaron Richardson, Pennine 1. Kirsten Bartlett's a lap down. Tom Cosgrove is second place. Who is third? I think it's still Max Holtby. He goes up the hill and then down the slope for the final time in Scunthorpe 6. Rio Sheehan's had a dizzying time in PAC 44 as these youngsters try to get to grips with the circuit. So Max Holtby comes through next in a very distant third position. Fourth is going to go to Jesse Jones in Swansea 6 as Rio Sheehan spins again. Kirsten Bartlett was a lap down but has continued on, and I think we'll take fifth place. Lucy Hines has disappeared, and Rio Sheehan then completes it all. So lap scorers have some fun with that little race. And we got race 2 completed then. Digit Blantyre, your series sponsor and weekend sponsor for the Junior Specials, Cross Hands Construction. We thank all involved there. Race 3 then of the scheduled 5, Tilly Clark in Radford 2:10. I don't think we're going to get time to mention everybody else. Let's quickly go for it. It's Brandon Young, Igo Evans, Ben Ayres, Harry Russell, Rosie Russell, so both out there, and Sid Lomax. Into turn 1 goes Brandon Young, then leads the way Evesham 223. Will we get spinners? We've got some sideways motion here, and coming down the hill, it is Sid Lomax, North Wales 199. Somebody's gone round. It's York 22, Ben Ayres. Then we go to Igo Evans in that second position, Typhy 6, as they go behind the trees and up the hill for the first time of asking. And it sits with Sid Lomax, Brandon Young, then it's Typhy 6, slotting into fourth or just moving into fourth. I think it's Rosie Russell in Invicta 165. Where's Harry? He's there struggling up the hill as they go down over the brow and comes back down the slope once more. It's North Wales 199, Evesham 223, Typhy 6. They're the 123. Tilly Clark's a spinner in Radford 210. She goes round, and Rosie Russell then comes through past us in Invicta 165. Harry Russell having an absolute nightmare in Invicta 65. He goes round. Not good for your defending British Autograss Series champion. He's well down the order. We've got a battle on for the lead now as Brandon Young looks to the outside of Sid Lomax in the Evesham 223 and Radford. The North Wales 199, and Young then slots back behind, now switches to the outside once more, but it's one to go for North Wales 199, Evesham 223 and Typhy 6. Then it's Invicta 165. Rosie Russell just keeping sight of the third place driver, Tilly Clark, Radford 210, Harry Russell, Invicta 65. And have we lost one more? Not sure, but they all keep going anyway, the rest of them. No, that is everybody still checked and en route. But it's just separated slightly for 1 and the 2 as the checkered flag goes waving. And Sid Lomax is your winner. Second is Brandon Young. There's Ben Ayres, isn't it? He's a lap down in York 22. But it's Typhy 6 sideways across the line. Then we go to Invicta 165. And then Harry Russell, then disappointments for that young man in Invicta 65, a couple of spins. And Tilly Clark also endured a couple of rotations on her way to the penultimate finisher ahead of York 22 of Ben Ayres. So I hope you're enjoying the entertainment and the action so far. We've had the mixture of the weather, haven't we? We've had beaming sunshine, we've had some rain, as Ben Ayres just delays the finish of this one by taking another pirouette. And we really ought to have some scorecards for some of these. Obviously, some of these youngsters taking inspiration from the gymnastics at the Commonwealth Games and the European Championships and doing a few demonstrations themselves. So, yeah, that race comes to a close. We'll go race number 4 then of the scheduled 5. 1 rerun so far. Dylan Grasby, Cian Lewis, Lily Rose Pratt, Alex Hines, Alfie Ross, Liam Grasby and Will Bradford. So 2 Grasbys in this one. One of them in grid 8, the other in grid 2. So will they meet in the first corner? We'll wait and see. Right, yellow flag fluttering and bungees up and away we go then. This is Heat 1 race 4 and it looks like Alfie Ross has made the best of the breaks as they go down the start straight over the brow for the first time. Breeden Hill 5 looks to go second. Now it's early on the brakes for Ross. Somebody goes wide and round they go. 2 of them go. And that make that a third. So it's Sturton 717, Alfie Ross who leads the way, Brindle 5. Oh, what's happened here? We've got the Border Counties car struggling, and then Evesham 120 just slides into the back of him, and that seems to get him going again. The rest of him recovering. Well, Lily Rose Pratt really making hard work of this one as she spins for the second time on the turn. And she's going to be right in the way if the leaders close up. We've lost the leader, in fact. Alfie Ross down to second. And Breeden Hill 5, Alex Hines takes up the running, so I think Ross may have had a spin on the uphill section, but downhill we go again as Lily Rose Pratt is really having a dizzying time. Breeden Hill 5, Sturton 17, can he close back in? Third is now Evesham 120 of... That's Dylan Grasby, trying not to get the two mixed up. Evesham 121, Liam Grasby is next ahead of Border Counties 115, Will Bradford. And now Kian Lewis is a spinner in Border Counties 39, and round he goes. Now we've got Alfie Ross back in front, didn't see the challenge or the move happen, but it's one lap to go for Sturton 717 now, as he got the lock and key on this race. As 717 goes past Breeden Hill 5, Border Counties 39, remember a lap down. The battle's on for third, as Bradford's now dispatched of Grasby. In fact, we've lost Evesham 120, and also the race leader spun again, Alfie Ross. He's struggling on the start gate turn, and Alex Hines is back in front, so real race of attrition here as Evesham 120 goes through, and now Alfie Ross fights back. Up the inside he goes, retakes the lead. Can he hold on, or will he get this corner all wrong? Who knows, but after two spins and then takes the win. Not many can say they do that in a race. Sturton 717 it is, Breeden Hill 5, Border Counties 115 did close up with all of the excitement going on. Evesham 121 I think is next, then Liam Grasby. We've lost Kian Lewis, he's a spinner again. Next is going to be Evesham 120, that's Dylan Grasby, so the Grasby boys swapping a change. Lily Rose Pratt I think is a lap down on everybody, unfortunately, after all those donutting sessions early on. And Border Counties 39, Kian Lewis also lapped by the lead pack. So it's making it interesting, isn't it? We did say this track would be a challenge, and it's certainly proving that. And that rain which we had, which hopefully is going to hold off now. Although we'll have to go back to the weatherman Mickey for that, because he's keeping the weather updates, although not sure how accurate it is, which means he's like a true weatherman. But anyway, away we go then. This is race 5, and Corey Mumford was quick out the blocks in Forest 161, and it's the other 161 leading the chase of Troy Holtby. So into the turn, are we all clear at the moment? Lewis Middleton slides up the inside of the pair of them and takes up the lead in Wires 37. Scuddy 161 up to second. The other 161 from Forest down to third. Then it's Border Counties 117 of Sion Bradford, and Stroud 13 just going through. Levi Phipps at the back, and Severn Valley 22. We're not sure what happened to Harry Hawkins. But he's up there actually ahead of the field. Is it all changed? I'm not sure. Middleton has gone round somewhere behind the trees, and now Severn Valley 22 has also gone round, so we can definitely say T-Roy is leading. Scunthorpe 161, Middleton rejoins with Miss York 23, also Tom Ayres somewhere amongst that, as Forest 161 goes round the outside of Border Counties 117. So Mumford and Bradford then lock horns for second and third, but Troy Holtby just ahead of him. Stroud 13, steady progress. I think relatively new to this game, but the Phipps family obviously well known and will be taught well. But at the moment, just losing a place to the recovering Middleton in Wires 37. The Severn Valley car then is stranded. Harry Hawkins, I think, stuck on the tyres and he's beached. But now we have a change of leadership as Corey Mumford goes through in Forest 161 ahead of Troy Holtby. As up the hill they go once more. Bradford waiting in the wings in third in BC 117. York 23 goes a lap down Tom Ayres, and then the rest of them come past, including Levi Phipps in Stroud 13. Wires 37 a long way back, but still on his way for precious points. But here's your winner. Another interesting race. Corey Mumford it is. Second, oh, that's close. I think it was Holtby just ahead of Bradford. Tom Ayres is a lap down. Lewis Middleton will be next as Harry Hawkins got going, but he's still got some extra baggage there in the form of tyres and cones. They're going to be a bit of a problem, I think, for some of these cars and drivers throughout the weekend, as that's really hampered his progress. And Levi Phipps completes his race, then taking the finish in Stroud in District 13. And I think with others lapped on their way, they have all been given the checkered and their respected finish. But where they finished, who absolutely knows, because I don't, after the first few. So there we go. That was the Dig It Plantain Crosshands Construction sponsored junior specials. I've got one rerun. Sorry, everybody. I have that honour of the first race stoppage. Class 3s are going to do better, aren't they, Steve? They're not going to make any messes, are they?
No, absolutely not. So there we go. 4 races coming your way in this first round of qualifying of the KS Coles Farming sponsored Class 3s. Also, a big thank you to our British Autograss Series associate sponsors, that's Ram Developments. So, who we got in race 1? Chris Allenson in Yorksdale's 86, Neil Corbett in Evesham 56, Rich Lee in Scunthorpe 700, Senna Proctor, nice to see Senna back out there on the Autograss Racing Circuit in Scarborough 57, Paul Stevens in Ludlow 69, Viv Cole in Carmarthen 4, Trevor Cusack across from Cork in CK 25, and Tom Hall in St Neots 12. Those are the cars that we've got. In terms of current series standings, then the best of the scorers, Rich Lee in Scunthorpe 700, he currently sits in 4th place, and Viv Cole in Carmarthen 4 currently sits in 7th. Neil Corbett in Evesham 56. We've been seeing some good performances from Neil. Good to see him. He had a little bit of a sort of like a breakaway from racing. Didn't see him out there as much as we should have done. So good to see Neil back out there. And he didn't do the first round. So he's picking up points slowly but surely and making his way up the leaderboard in 56. So hopefully we haven't put the commentator's curse on him as we look. And I think we've got yellow flags, so we're ready to go with the first blast of the Class 3s here this weekend at Stroud, and it is that man Corbett in Evesham 56 that's the first one to show. Races for the Evesham Club, but only lives just up the road here, so a couple of junctions up the M5 is the Corbett abode, so might have been a short journey, but hopefully going to be a worthwhile one. Chris Allenton's had a bit further to come in Yorksdale's 86, but here's the first one that comes past us as that race leader. Rich Lee throws SC700 sideways as they climb that bank for the first time and try and sort it all out. Viv Cole in Carmarthen 4 racing through then on the inside. Neil Corbett just struggling with the bank a little bit in Evesham 56 as they go down that far side, and Senna Proctor in Scarborough 57. Yeah, he remembers how to do it, doesn't he? He's there in that 4th place slot. Chris Allenson, though, leads the way in Yorkshire's 86 from the Scunthorpe 700. Rich Lee, that's the 1 and the 2. Viv Cole in Carmarthen 4. Senna Proctor then in 57, racing just ahead of Neil Corbett in Evesham 56. Also trying to come up through the field is Paul Stevens in the Ludlow 69 car. Trevor Cusack in CK 25. Tom Hall, just the one at the back of the pack at the minute in St Neots 12. But your race leader coming back round towards us is Chris Allenson in Yorksdale's 86. Problems for Senna Proctor, climbing the bank that time round. He's dropped back down the field a bit. Wide 86 from SC700 as the last lap flag goes out. Viv Cole still runs 3rd in Carmarthen 4. Paul Stevens picking his way up through the field in Ludlow 69. Then comes Trevor Cusack in CK 25. Neil Corbett in Evesham 56. Senna Proctor in 57. And Tom Hall in St Neots 12. All the cars then on to their final circuit. And it is Chris Allenson in Yorksdale's 86 that's going to come round and take the first checkered flag of the day in Class 3. Chris Allenson then takes the win from Rich Lee Scunthorpe 700 in 2nd place. Viv Cole is going to be 3rd in Carmarthen 4. Paul Stevens 4th in Ludlow 69. Trevor Cusack comes home 5th in CK 25. Senna Proctor in Scarborough 57. Tom Hall in St Neots 12. And not to be that time round for Neil Corbett in Evesham 56. So that was race 1. So no surprises. Race 2 on the line. Paul Evans in North Shropshire 50. Simon Farrer in Yorksdale's 24. Richard Northway in Scunthorpe 306. Jeff Gibbs in Hereford 1. Steve Woodruff in White Rose 71. And power against power. Jed is there in 99. And Ryan is there in 98, both of course from the Yorkshire Dales club. Ryan currently sitting 3rd in the overall series standing. Simon Farrer currently sits 8th, and as they get away going down that far side, it is power v power, and it's 99 and 98 the first 2 to show. Simon Farrer drops into 3rd. Makes it a Yorkshire Dales 1, 2, 3 as they come back round towards us, but not for too much longer. But it is 99 then, Jed Power Ryan Power on the outside, Steve Woodruff, White Rose 71 on the inside, Yorksdale's 24, Rich Northway then in Scunthorpe 306. Problems for Jeff Gibbs in Hereford 1, coming off the line and didn't move very far at all. But this is all getting very close at the head of affairs as they go down the far side. Early race leader, Jed Power now dropped back a little bit in Yorksdale's 99. Ryan Power takes up the running in Yorksdale's 98. Jed switching to the outside. Rich Northway preferring the economical way home in Scunthorpe 306. White Rose 71 then also tracking him through. That completes the leading quartet, and then Simon Farrer in Yorkshire 24, just not quite finding this track to his liking at the moment, but very much to his liking. It is Ryan Powers in Yorkshire 98. He's now pulled away a little bit from this battle that's still going on for second place. Rich Northway in Scunthorpe 306, fighting off and holding off the challenge of Steve Woodruff in White Rose 71. 1 lap to go as they climb the bank for the final time. Jed Power runs fourth in Yorkshire 99, and then Simon Farrer in 24. Jeff Gibbs in Hereford 1, no Paul Evans in North Shropshire 50, so not quite sure what happened there, but we switch back to my right, and that's where we see our race leader. That race leader, Ryan Power in Yorkshire 98. He comes round for the final time, takes the checkered flag. Steve Woodruff got himself up into second place in White Rose 71 from Richard Northway in Scunthorpe 306 in that third place slot. Fourth will go to Jed Power in Yorkshire 99, and Simon Farrer is going to come home in fifth in the Yorkshire 24. So we got 4 heats, so about 29 I think signed on, and 3 rounds of qualifying, so fifth, not the end of the world. We'll need a good run in run 2 later on this afternoon, but all is certainly far from being lost for Simon Farrer in Yorkshire 24. Race 3 then on the line brings out Aaron Mackenzie in Cambridge 401, Mick Sumners in Radford 169, Vince Fuchsia in North Wales 3, Cash Yardley in Sturton 96, Ocean Hughes in Tivy 22, Lee Almond in North Wales 27, and Pete Robinson in North Wales 72. Only one of these currently in the top 10. Lee Almond in North Wales 27 sits in that 5th place slot, but very, very competitive drivers and experienced drivers out there. Pete Robinson, of course, multi-champion in North Wales 72. Not been Pete's season so much this year, either at BAS or at the Nationals. Mick Sumner's certainly more than capable of getting in there amongst it, as is Aaron Mackenzie in Cambridge 401. So yeah, nice evenly matched heat. I think this one, as we look up, then the Jeff Gibbs Hereford 1 machine just being removed from the start line. Don't forget all the catering facilities that are situated around the raceway. Once again, it's very nice to see that they're situated quite close to us here in commentary, rather than totally the other side of the field. You lot might have the grandstand to sit in, but we've got the burger bars. So yeah, certainly you pay them a visit. Hot and cold drinks and fine array of refreshments as always. So we thank them very much for looking after us also well. Trade stands also situated down this side of the raceway as well. So I know weather just getting a little bit inclement again, but when it perks up, then certainly pay a visit across trade stands, refreshment area down here on the race control side of the raceway. Mick Sumners then in Radford 169 it is. That is the first one to show. Mick, you have to turn right at the end of the first straight. I don't race, but even I know that. So there we go. Right, so not quite sure what happened there. I think just track condition. Sorry, Mick. Shouldn't take the Michael out to Mick Summers. Have you seen him? No. So there we go. He's got it back on the straight and narrow though. Cracking start though, Mick. Right, North Wales 72 though, Pete Robinson it is that leads the way as they go down that far side and climb the bank. Lee Almond in North Wales 27, the Cambridge 401 car then, Aaron Mackenzie up into third, Tivy 22, Ocean Hughes in fourth, Mick Sumners in 169, coming right up back through the field already and just take it a little bit more gingerly into that bend. Right, Pete Robinson in 72 against Lee Almond in 27. I think that seems to be the battle at the moment. Cambridge 401 then, Aaron Mackenzie still in third, Mick Sumners, he's a man on a mission now, isn't he? In Radford 169 back up into 4th place. Tivy 22 relegated back into that 5th place slot. Then comes the that's Vincent, North Wales 3, and Cash Yeardley in Sturton 96. So a two-way battle for the lead, though, is still fairly tight. Pete Robinson is going to take the last lap flag, though, as the race leader. North Wales 72, 1 to go. Lee Almond, North Wales 27 in that 2nd place slot. Aaron McKenzie still runs 3rd in Cambridge 401. Mick Sumner's gaining ground, but still a bit to do in Radford 169. To be fair, he might well be quite happy to settle for 4th. TA22 then is the next one through as we pick up our race leader. It's now a very clear race leader over on the far side in 72. Mick Summers certainly not settling for 4th because he's looking to put a challenge around the outside of Cambridge 401. He's battled a superb drive then back up into 3rd place, but Pete Robinson is going to take this one in 72. North Wales 27, Lee Almond in 2nd place, and Mick Summers just not enjoying that far bend at all. So Aaron McKenzie in 401 comes back through on the inside to take 3rd as Radford 169 pushes on. So Mick comes across the line in that 4th place position. Ocean Hughes in TA22, and then Vince Fuccia in North Wales 3, and completing it all is going to be the Sturton machine of Cash Yeardley in Sturton 96 as yes, the rain comes down a little heavier is all I can say, so this could make it interesting for race 4 that's up down the line. This is the final race in this first round of qualifying. Brings out Nigel Edwards in TA11, Callum Allenson in Yorkshire 34, Jamie Lee in North Wales 10, Gary Wickham in Invicta Kent 13, Adam Saint in Cambridge 1, and the 1st and 2nd currently in the British Autograss Series, Keith Kelly in Mallow 247 and Martin Gould in North Shropshire 343. Martin, of course, multi-champion BAS and Nationals. Keith Kelly, your current national champion, took that title up there in Yorkshire. What a cracking meeting we had for the men's nationals. What was it, 2 weeks? No, 3 weeks ago, wasn't it now? But yeah, well done to everybody, Sue Nichols and the team and everybody up there that worked so hard. Cracking nationals, it really was. Well done to everybody up at Yorkshire Dales, and well done Keith Kelly in Class 3, Mallow 247. Then your newly crowned Class 3 title holder. Right, looks like we need a bit of fence repair work there. I bet the fence repair work I bet they're cursing Mick Sumners, aren't they? So I wouldn't, because if you don't know, he's built like the proverbial, let's just say he's built a brick, and we'll leave it at that. But no, not at all. So one of my fellow commentators is going to pick up a microphone to stop me having to waffle totally on my own, aren't we? So there we go. They're fighting over it. They're fighting over who not to pick it up. Look, there's 5 of us in here. Just think of the well, they're not a paying public, but just think of the poor public out there. Just got to listen to me, so we can. Waffling on.
All I would say is an apology. I know it's very early on for me to make an apology. There will be a few more over the weekend, but I did say it's only going to be 20 minutes, a little light shower, and then it'll be tropical for the rest of the day. I think I've got that wrong. I've just said to Gareth, I know what Michael Fish felt like now.
It is.
It's only going to be a bit of a light wind.
This is tropical, monsoon. but so, yeah.
I like that. Well done.
I'll back your look, I'm on your side here, Mickey. I'll back your tropical side of things on this. But
I must admit, I was looking over, in all seriousness, I can see some blue sky, so I think it will be, it'll clear very quickly. The only thing is, right, they've struggled to get up the hill when it's only been a little bit wet. What's going to happen for this? Is it your final run of 3s coming up, Steve?
It is, yeah, and then you're on, so yes, you'll have the joys of 5s.
Ready for carnage.
But yeah, people will have had to have been with us at round 1 to fully appreciate this, but I told you I wouldn't drop it all season, but the sheep were laying down when I came in this morning, so that's a sign of rain.
Are they the ones that go moo?
Those are the ones, yes.
Or bah.
So, no, hopefully, joking apart, I mean, it is easy for us to joke. We're nice and dry and warm in here. But yeah, hopefully we're not going to be having too much rain. But yeah, it will make it a little bit more challenging for the drivers, but they will cope with this, I'm absolutely sure. Well done, track repair team as well. So thank you for coming out in all of that and sorting all that out so quickly. And yeah, the final race of Class 3s can hopefully come your way. Everything to do with race order and race permutations and everything is on the Stroud app. We have got sort of like a very limited number of brochures here, but they will tell you how to get onto the app, because far and away it's the best way of doing it. So you can see everything that's happening in almost real time. And don't forget, as I say, BAStv. Right, here we go then. Talking of real time, we've got real Class 3 racers as they get away from the line. So who have we got? We've got the man of the moment, Keith Kelly, in Mallow 247. He's the first one to show through then on the inside. But Jamie Lee in North Wales 10 thinks he just fancies that, but does find out, yeah, it is a bit slippy out there, lads. As Keith Kelly then on the outside line, Martin Gould. So it's the experienced racers that pick their way through that first turn. We'll see what they make of climbing the bank. We switch back to the TV monitor. So it is Mallow 247. And Keith Kelly in 247 takes that one into a spin. So Martin Gould in 343 says thank you very much. And takes up the running. Keith Kelly gets it going again, but now finds himself back there in that third place slot, but he's challenging Jamie Lee for regaining second at least, as Martin Gould just gently picks his way around that bottom bend and says, yeah, thank you very much. Then foot to the floor. North Shropshire 343 comes past us then. Jamie Lee drifts down towards the outside of the track in North Wales 10. Keith Kelly on the inside in Mallow 247. Then comes Adam Saint in Cambridge 1. The Ty V11 machine, that's Nigel Edwards at the wheel of Ty V11. One we haven't mentioned yet, put that right, is Callum Allenson in Yorkdale's 34. And Gary Wickham in Invicta Kent 13, not having the best of the runs and not enjoying conditions very much at the moment, but sort of enjoying them, I'm sure, is Martin Gould as North Shropshire 343 comes round with one circuit to go. Keith Kelly keeping it nice and tight to the cones and the tyres in 247, and just wondering if there is a gap then up the inside. Martin Gould then just manages to close the door on him. Jamie Lee still runs in that third place in North Wales 10, but I think Keith Kelly might have found that gap through, you know. Mallow 247 then takes up the running, going along the straight for the final time. So he's just got to work out and just hold it all together around his final bend. Martin Gould will be weighing up his options, I'm sure, in North Shropshire 343 and deciding that perhaps discretion is the better part of valour and just tracking him through on the inside, and then foot to the floor, gets a face full of mud for his troubles. Keith Kelly says thank you very much. Mallow 247 takes the win. Martin Gould 343 in second. Jamie Lee, North Wales 10 in third. Adam Saint fourth in Cambridge 1. Fifth will go to Nigel Edwards in Ty V11, and completing it all is Callum Allenson in the Yorkshire Dales 34, because I think somewhere along the line we lost Gary Wickham in Invicta Kent 13. So that completes the Class 3s. So that was 7 Class 1s, not a rerun in sight. 4 Class 3s, not a rerun in sight. No pressure, no pressure. As we move on to Class 5, and it's back over to Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Steve. We now head into men's Class 5s. Lorryinsurance.co.uk, our series sponsor. XC Works, our round sponsors down here at what is a challenging Stroud track at the moment. What are the Class 5s going to do? Race 1 brings out South Somerset 36, Matt Thompson, Chris Winnell, Breednill 66, IK 75, Kieran Kopp, Carmarthen 14, that's Darryl Reynolds, Adam Brown, Dan Lodge, who's leading the BAS by 102 points coming into this one. That's not a bad little lead, is it? You've got to drop 4 of your worst rounds. I mean, you haven't had one yet, so how greedy is that? And PAC 16, Brian Neal. Here we go then, bungee lifts. Let's go, ready. Racing with that, and a good start coming out of grid 8, by the way. That's Matt Thompson, South Somerset 36, and Lodge is far going for a gap. Can he get there? He's like flicking that back end. Can he control it? I think he might do it. Matt Thompson's gone this way and that way. Strictly come dancing coming down the hill. but it is Danny Lodge finds the gap and goes through it. Winnell goes with him in Breed Nil 66. Then we go Adam Brown, Mallow 184, Brian Neal and that PAC 16. Then it's Matt Thompson, who's got himself going again in the South Somerset 36. Kieran Cobb down the pack as well. IK 75 struggling in these conditions. Brian Neal does a donut coming up the hill, and it is all over the shop, as they say. Carmarthen 14, Darryl Reynolds is parked up, coming at the bottom of the hill, but still leading the way. Danny Lodge then, and I think that gap might be closing there. That Breed Nil 66, Chris Winnell holding that second place, and he's got back up the third. South Somerset 36, Matt Thompson, well done Matt. Get up the hill then, go on, put the foot down, as the place 4 is still Adam Brown, Mallow 184, Kieran Cobb up in front of Brian Neal there in that PA 16. And round we go again. Last lap flag already. Oh, well done. Danny Lodge is going. I'm happy about that, Mickey. I don't want to be out here much longer than I need to. And it is Scunthorpe 212 coming up the hill for that final time. Exiting that start gate turn. Can he get that power down? He is, and he's got himself sorted out, as that Chris Winnell machine is also fighting to come up the hill as they bring it down into turn 1 for that final time for Scunthorpe 212. They're all over the place, aren't they? But we can pick up the winner, and it is going to be Danny Lodge. Scunthorpe 212 extends his lead at the top. Come on, who wants second? And, oh yeah, well, there you go. Chris Winnell says, I'll have it, Mickey. Breed Nil 66. Then we're going with Kieran Cobb, Brian Neal, Matt Thompson. And I think the Brian Neal one will be a play further down. I think Matt Thompson's coming over in the 4th place. Brian Neal after his spin out, which means that we got 2 left running on the track. And are they coming round for a bit of a lap of honour? I saw the checkered flag come out already. So let's have another lap, lads. Come on. As the blue sky starts to descend around the track. And it's a double checkered, really, because we've had checker flags once. So good, it's like New York. We've named it twice. There we go. So Adam Brown across the line. Brian Neal comes across as well. Kieran Cobb, IK 75. Across the line, Carmarthen 14, Darryl Reynolds. The great thing about when the track conditions are difficult like this, and we've got challenging conditions, is that they all get themselves mixed up and spread around, and it just makes it more exciting, doesn't it? You know, if you didn't follow it, we certainly didn't. So there we go. We go into race 2 then. John Gaffney, bing bong, North Shropshire 1. Jordan Bloor, York 44. Pete Cheshire, Breeden Hill 99. Phil Olsen, Breeden Hill 27. Penny Smith, Gloucester and District 119. Breeden Hill 22. Colin Tomlinson. And Lee Cox in Forester Dean 2. Coming out lane 7. I don't think you want to be in lane 1. And who's in there? Phil Olsen. He's going, trust my luck. Pete Cheshire won't be grinning at that because he's coming out of grid 2. Jordan Bloor out of lane 3. John Gaffney lane 4. Penny Smith 5. Colin Tomlinson, and as we said, Lee Cox out of 7. I think grid 6 and 7 seems to have been the best of the starts, really. Is anyone going to prove me wrong on this one? And no, we've got that breakaway from for the Forester Dean 2 machine. Lee Cox at 7. Can he bring it round? I think we've got problems on board already. Colin Tomlinson's gone over towards the Armco, and that means that it is John Gaffney. North Shropshire 1 takes up the running from Jordan Bloor in York 44. And then it's Lee Cox, Forester Dean 2. There's your top 3. 4 goes to that Phil Olsen in Breeden Hill 27. Penny Smith is there, and Breeden Hill 22. Colin Tomlinson's got it going after he went into the Armco. Breeden Hill 99 in the final place. Pete Cheshire, and Pete just easing it up the hill. Can he get it up there? That is the question in hand. But it is bing bong. North Shropshire 1. John Gaffney leading the way out of that turn 2, coming down the hill, keeping the power on and lighting up those back wheels. Jordan Bloor just starting to close the gap as he comes now into that turn 3, climbs up the hill, and Jordan Bloor is going to go for it, comes back up the inside of John Gaffney. Gaffney drops back down into that second place as we go through. Lee Cox has also dropped a place down in that 4th place. Breel Nil 99. And look at this, synchronised sliding down the hill. And that is Phil Olsen and Penny Smith. Oh no, Gaffney's gone wrong. He's got giddy. That means that picking up the last lap flag is going to be Jordan Bloor as he chases down those 2 back markers of Penny Smith and then that Phil Olsen machine. Jack Gaffney's got it facing the right direction. He comes across to pick up the last lap flag. So your 1-2 is Jordan Bloor and John Gaffney. Coming round into that 3rd place will be Breednil 99. I think that is Pete Cheshire. So well done, Pete. Keep it going. Hey, there's, you know what they say, points make prizes. And picking up maximum points, York 44, Jordan Bloor takes the win. Where is John Gaffney gone? Well, Penny Smith is a lap back down. So Penny's got another lap to do. Coming across then to pick up 2nd place, it is North Shropshire 1, the gaffer, John Gaffney, picks up 45 points. As we now look around, who's left? Who wants to come and finish this one off? Going out off the track is that 22 machine. Colin Tomlinson hadn't finished it, but it is going to be Breel Nil 99, Pete Cheshire. And he comes across and picks up checker flag. Well done. Penny Smith is still out there as well. She's going to ease it down the hill out of that turn 1. It has caught a few people out on it. Oh, dear me. Oh, Penny. Oh, Penny. Come on, love. You can do it. Gloucester and District 119. Penny Smith then coming across to take 4th place. So, well done. Get it back into the pits, get it washed off, and I promise you, by your next heat, it will be dry and dusty. That is another public service announcement. so there we go. I know, that's it. Yeah, he's been ousted. So race 3 brings out IK22, Ian Thorndike, Neil Jones, Chris Tudgay, Tom Ellis, Ian Jones, Adrian Hathaway, and Liam Walina in that PAC 98. And it's Liam who's got the luck of the draw, grid 1. Adrian Hathaway coming out of lane 2. Ian Jones out of lane 3. Tom Ellis out of lane 4. Tom currently 7th in the BAS points. Chris Tudgay, he's in the top 10, but he's on number 10 in that Wessex 15, coming out of lane 5. Neil Jones, PAC 74, lane 6. And Ian Thorndike, IK22, he's 5th in the BAS at the moment. As we say, as we get into the final round, which is going to be Border Counties in mid-September, it is the permutations of dropping your worst 4, your best double up, isn't it? And then seeing how it works out. I mean, it's too complex for me. I know a man that does know how to work it all out, and that's. Well, actually, I reckon you're one of those as well, aren't you? You'll be able to work out who's where and after they've dropped 4 rounds. If you've got it all in front of you. Right, okay, right. Well, I'm going to test. I'm going to test you. I'm going to test you on that BAS round 5. But yeah, I do know there is. I think the Julie Hawthorne Fernie Ho. From where she sits at the moment, is she has another round like she did at the last BAS, then I think she could have a weekend off, and cut the grass, prune the roses, as they say. Here we go then. We're going back racing with men's class 5s, and setting off from that outside grid again, it is Ian Thorndike, IK22, who shows them down the hill. Can he control it? He's kept it tight, hasn't he? He's taken his foot off the accelerator, just peppering the accelerator. And it is Ian Thorndike then that takes him back towards the hill. Followed by that Stroud and District 33. Tom Ellis follows him. Then we go down to PAC 98. Liam Walina from the Wessex 15. Chris Tudgay. Then we go to Cumdy 31. Ian Jones as he climbs up the hill. Adrian Hathaway in the Breednil 44 is the last car to come across, and has he got a problem on board? There's yellow flags being waved. We've got old Jonesy doing a little bit of He's shaking his backside out, as they say. It's Thorndyke, though, that still leads it from Tom Ellis. Those two lads bring it up the hill, and they'll be chasing down those cars at the back. What are they going to do? Third, it is the Chris Tudgay machine, the Wessex 15. As we got more spinning going up there. The tree's in the way. I can't see. I think Tom Ellis has gone a little bit out of shape from Liam Wallina. Oh, come on, PAC 74. Neil Jones is going the wrong direction as it is that Thorndyke machine picking up the last lap flag. And he goes up the hill. But Cumdy 31, Ian Jones, has got himself, I believe, up into second place. But they are all over the shop. Tom Ellis there, I think he spun out going up the hill. He's down in that third. Then Chris Tudgay in that Wessex 15. There's more cars with understeer coming out of turn 2. But checker flag, and what a drive that is in these conditions. IK22, and it is Ian Thorndyke takes the win. Coming across in that second place, it is, I think, Cumdy 31, Ian Jones. Well done, Ian, after shaking your butt out going up the hill. Oh no, third is Chris Tudgay in Wessex 15. And we've got more heading towards the Armco. Tom Ellis comes across in fourth. He was running a strong second before spinning out. PAC 74 across the line of Neil Jones. And then Adrian Hathaway in Galloway in Breednil 44. So there we go. Race 3 done and dusted of the lorryinsurance.co.uk XC Work sponsored Class 5s. Right, race 4. And brings out national champ, Cumdy 3, Ryan Jones. He's currently third in the BAStv as well, coming out of lane 1. The man who had the attachment shaves off to make himself look younger. Yorkshire Dales 46, Colin Chilvers out of lane 2. Oh, PAC 98, you've just come across. Liam Wallina, missed you while I've been looking down at my sheet. Andy Shepherd, border counts 21 out of lane 3. PhD 20, Mark Ucker out of lane 4. Baxter Pargetter, Nottingham 45. Currently 8th in the BAStv points, been doing well as well. Scunthorpe 94, Barry Miles out of lane 7. And Jaber Smith, Ludlow 8, second in the BAStv, and behind Logie. What can he do? And it is Jabus who comes out of lane 8, and just as the sun peeks through the clouds, he takes them down into turn 1. What's going to happen this time? Who's going to go out towards the Armco? Oh, there is one as well. Oh, he has a little bit of a tip-tap. And he's going to go, oh, dear, that hurt a little bit. But Jaber Smith holds onto it from Mark Ucker in the PhD 20. From the Cumdy 3, Ryan Jones. And Jones looking for the cutback up the inside as he slides up the hill. Oh, we've got another one's facing the wrong way. I think Scunthorpe 94, Barry Miles is climbing up the hill as well. As we go through, and again, Jaber Smith kind of spun out on that top climb of the hill as well. It's caught a few out, isn't it? Mark Ucker's just climbing the hill. It's all gone Pete Tong, as they say, as Cumdy 3, Ryan Jones again into turn 3, climbing up the hill. Colin Chilvers has popped out from somewhere. Yorkshire Dales 46. Then Jaber Smith, Ludlow 8, border count is 21. Andy Shepherd, PhD 20, Mark Ucker has got it going. He struggled coming up the hill last time. What's he going to do it this time? Oh, we've got another one just losing the back end. It really is a challenge. Baxter Pargetter has just shown himself as well. But Cumdy 3 comes across, and it is Ryan Jones with one more to go on that. Look at it. It is absolutely all over the shop. But Ludlow 8, Jaber Smith, has found something to get himself back into that second place. Hold on. We've gone red. Oh, how very dare you. Where's that? What are we looking at? Is there someone in the fence? I can't see right over to turn 1. So if there's something happened over there, I'm going to have a look at. There we go. I'm looking over on the TV screen, which is really helpful, by the way. Scunthorpe 94, Barry Miles. Yeah, over the hill. Do you know what? Just as these cars come off the track, these red flags, when I came through the gate yesterday and I saw you and I said, you have got a lovely voice, a lovely singing voice, a lovely tone to you, and I want you to pass on some of your tips to me, because by the time I leave this track, I want to be holding a note, La, something like that. Well, not as high as that, because I can only do that note with my Speedos on. Yeah, my Speedos that I had when I was 14. They're a bit figure hugging, if you know what I mean. Right, here we go. Race 5, and it is. You need a waffle. You need a waffle. I need a waffle, right? Oh, well, do you know why that is? Because we've got the fence crew out now. They're normally the fence crew, as you know, don't you? Voice of an angel, Gareth Jones. That they only come out normally. It's like bats, for about 20 minutes at night, and they've already been out about 4 times, haven't they?
Yeah, they're doing their full weekend's work now.
Yeah, they
before
are.
12, and then they go in to work like a councillor. They'll have tea all day.
But you know what the benefit might be? If they've used that many wooden posts already, they might chop this tree down in front of commentary. we might be able to see up the hill.
Yeah, literally, Chainsaw Massacre 4 coming to a cinema near you.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. And we are going to go. If anyone has, by the way, a handsaw or a chainsaw, come and see us in commentary, because we've got a little job for you to do. A few branches just need to be trimmed. As they say, trim the bush. And if you can trim the bush, we'll be able to see a little bit better up the hill. So race 5, the runners and riders up on the line, brings out Riley Diaper there in Wessex 255. He's coming out of the dreaded lane 1. Dan Godfrey, Cambridge 10 out of lane 2. Jeff Bateman, Stroud and District 45, lane 3. The Italian Stallion, Typhy 451, Lewis Richards out of lane 4. Luke Jenkins, PhD 7 out of lane 5. Charlie Holloway, Evesham 9, lane 6. And Colin Hadley, Severn Valley 247. Charlie Holloway currently 6 on points in the Bass. Well done, Charlie. Another good round this weekend, and you'll move up. Top 4, by the way, end of the season, get trophies at the Bass presentation, and fingers crossed there'll be one this year. Obviously, we've been through all of that pandemic and everything that really did cut across us for a couple of years, really, didn't it? The aftermath, but we are slowly getting back into shape, as they say. Colin Hadley, he's running 9th, so he's in the inside that top 10. But he needs to make sure that he can get some good points this weekend and hopefully navigate his way further up the board. So, yeah, the fence crew down there just doing a bit of tapping away and just making sure those posts are nice and strong. We've already seen a number of cars that have been... It was like a magnet, wasn't it, being sucked into the Armco. So.
You've got a one-track mind, don't you?
Well, I don't know what you're trying to say. I mean, I'm just...
Well, they're being sucked in over there. They're just finishing on the tapping, and you want to trim the bush.
Yeah, that's... Well, I've got a full vocabulary. That's hard to say. Which takes us back to the music thing. So, well, we have got time, because I can ask you, when did you realise you had that... No, come on. I want to know. I'm honest. I'm jealous. I am jealous of you. I've always wanted to be able to kind of like hold a tune and sing, because I think it's just, I think it's lovely. I can't sing. I don't know what, Steve can.
I have absolutely no problem holding a tune. Getting it out the wrapper sometimes is a devil's own job, but I have no problem holding it at all. So, yeah.
Well, and he's coming out in this one as well, because I know that you and the Italian Stallion, Lewis Richards, have been on telly. It was like, years ago, for those that are old enough around the track to understand, Terry Wogan. Now, these guys would have been, when Terry was alive, if he was still going and was still having his nightly kind of programme, you guys would have been invited on. And And here we have the voice of an angel, Gareth Jones, and the Italian stallion, Lewis Richards, to sing you some kind of Welsh song. And you go,
Oh, how do you know what that means now?
it says the sun has got his hat on.
Hip hip hooray is the same in Welsh and English.
I know. I've been practicing to become bilingual in Welsh and English.
You just got to know the difference between dafad and buwch in Welsh. Cow and sheep.
You said this to me last time, didn't you? And my memory span's not that very good at the moment, right? But I think it is smutty, that, isn't it?
No, it's the difference between a cow and a sheep.
Is it? Right, okay, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, fair play to you. I mean, I suppose it's what you grow up with, isn't it? You know, like, I know you speak Welsh. I know this is going to sound mad, right? But you write differently, and you've got a different writing in Welsh, or is it the same as English? You know, like if I said wanted to write sandwich, do you write it S-A-N-D, which?
We'd write English in English.
Yeah.
But then the Welsh language has got 29 letters in the alphabet.
29 letters?
Yeah. We haven't got a X and Z in the Welsh language.
Haven't you?
No.
So like one of our sponsors this weekend is XC Works. How would you pronounce that in Welsh then if you haven't got an X?
It wouldn't be able to be done.
Seaword.
Quar.
And sponsored this weekend by Seaword. We've said it before now. I mean, you know, when you drive coming down from England into Wales, you always know when you've hit that kind of that mark, that demarcation, is when those road signs kind of go. You go, what the dickens is that? Do you know what? It's like a series of countdown. You know, when you go, can I have a consonant, a vowel? A consonant, you know, and then you've got to try and make something out of it, haven't you? You know, and I think that's part of like maybe how the Welsh language kind of formed, watching countdown.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, with our 29 letters and 8 vowels.
8 vowels?
Yeah.
How many have we got, Steve, in our...
No. See, it's what you mean by we now, because we've sort of been adopted. So, yeah.
You're a plastic Welshman.
So, yeah, you see, we now live in that fine country.
It's like me, Steve.
Things you do to take advantage of different tax rules, but I tell you, it's terrible.
I'm a plastic northerner. I've been adopted. It was either go up north or go to Borstal. I've told this story before, but I've been up there since in York, 94. When I went up there, and it's a lovely part of town. Yeah, friendly people. Got into Autograss, by the way, in my early 30s. So I'm, I suppose, a bit of a late starter, really. You know, a lot of things I wasn't a late starter on, and I've got the CSA bills to prove that. But yeah, I like it up there. My home club, Scarborough, is where I kind of started out my racing and kind of got into commentary. We mentioned him before. We put him in the national programme as well. Gorgeous George, who kind of opened a path really for a number of people over the years, and you know, and convincing people to give it a go and get behind it, and as you do, as you go, you get into it, and you make your mistakes, and I still do that now, you know, but I do enjoy it, and hopefully you know, it kind of does try and make it a little bit more light-hearted at times on some of the racing and some of the stuff we natter about while we've got a break in racing. It is. I suppose it's one of the challenges. I've always looked at Steve as being one of the professional. I was going to say time fillers or wafflers.
Don't know why. I've got something to professionally fill some time with now. Actually, joking apart, this is an important one and a serious one. We've had a few people come down inquiring about passes for the ladies and juniors nationals. Obviously, only a couple of weeks away. We have been informed that those are on the Max Sport stand. So all you people that were inquiring about obtaining the passes for the drivers for the ladies and juniors nationals, they are up with Karen on the Max Sport stand. So if you can make your way up there and grab them, then that would be good. There we go. And only 2 weeks to go. Cracking signing on for the ladies and juniors. So looking forward to that one already. Yes, so we've got a spy in the camp at home, you fellow commentators. I just need to let you know, I've had to leave the wife at home this weekend. Oh, it was hard. No, so she's reporting back on everything we're doing, not doing, and all of that. And yeah, she was inquiring about product placement, apparently, is today's. I missed the conversation that we had about product placement, but apparently the Sports Direct marketing manager is on the phone because we have a very prominently placed large Sports Direct carrier bag, which is going down a storm at Sports Direct HQ.
Another sports shops are available. We've covered ourselves, boys.
Yeah, sorry, I missed all that, yeah. I'm sure that sport shops, sport. Now, I remember it. I haven't seen that for years. So there we go. Right, I think we have had enough of the waffle because it looks like we've almost got clear track. So it's going to be back over to Mickey for what we're here for, some racing.
Here we go then, bungee lifts. Let's go racing then with the final grid of men's class 5. And once again, Charlie Holloway, Evesham 9, takes them into turn 1. He's had a cracking season this far. I think it's oh no, commentator's curse. Guess where he's gone? He's headed out towards the Arco. I am so sorry, Charlie. You were doing okay. Here we go then. It's PhD 7, Luke Jenkins then from Colin Hadley. Then we go down to Godfrey, the Italian stallion. It's Lewis Richards in Typhy 2451. As he got some spinners there. I think Dan Godfrey has got out of shape. He's got himself going again, I think, as Jeff Bateman also struggling down the pack, and he's got in front of him Charlie Holloway, who was leading it before I mentioned that he was, and he went this way and that way. Luke Jenkins, it takes that lead role from Cambridge 10, still chasing down Dan Godfrey. Then it's the Italian stallion up into that third place, and moving next it's Riley Diaper in a Wessex 255. Stroud and District 45 of Jeff Bateman. And then it's Charlie Holloway who's drifted pretty much right to the back of the pack, apart from this final one, and that's Colin Hadley who spun out. But coming round to take the last lap flag. One more lap to go. Luke Jenkins then. PhD 7 from Cambridge 10, Dan Godfrey. They go into turn 3, climbing up the hill they go. Third place is Wessex 255, Riley Diaper, and then Jeff Bateman, Stroud and District 45. The Italian stallion has dropped down as well. They're all over the shop, aren't they? They're just swapping and changing places. Evesham 9, you don't want to be a lap scorer on one of these, do you? Because they're swapping all the way round. Last lap flag goes to Colin Hadley in 7 Valley 247, but it's checker flag. PhD 7, Luke Jenkins takes the win. Well done, Luke. Cambridge 10 takes second, Dan Godfrey. Third, oh, he's nipped up in third, and it is Jeff Bateman in Stroud and District 45. Fourth, he went out towards the arm code. It's cost him a place, but he does get fourth, is Riley Diaper in Wessex 255, followed by the Italian stallion, Lewis Richards in Typhy 451, and Evesham 9, Charlie Holloway. Final place goes to Severn Valley 247, Colin Hadley, and Colin won't be happy about that, as he probably wanted some bigger points. Got a rerun of junior specials, so it's over to Mr. Russ Thompson.
Yeah, thank you, Mickey. Hopefully just a short stop here on the reruns. We've got one junior specials race to go. I bet they were wishing it were completed first time, because it's a little bit more moist out there for these drivers now, isn't it? As away we go then. This was race 1. It stopped with a tangle and a few spinners up on turn 1. And into that first turn we go. We'll just try and pick him out in the moment. It's the Border Counties car of Owen Bradford who led. We've got cars spinning. Archie Carter's round. Somebody else's round. Can't quite pick up. I think it's Archie Bennett in North Wales 162, but it's certainly not Border Counties 116 who goes through. Owen Bradford, Tia Reese there in second, and PAC 21 ahead of Neil Tivey in West Waterford 142. Archie Carter just comes past. I think your points leader as Carmarthen 49 and North Wales 162, both rejoining after trouble. Ellie Brown in the 49. So we've lost Bradford down to third. Tia Reese then takes up the lead. Can't quite pick out who's second, but we'll get him in a moment. That now Brown machine looking for the lead, takes the tight line. Reese pushes on and goes out wide, and coming through, and he was allowed back into it, is Tivey 44. I'm sure Garen will correct me. Twin Williams. Tum, there we go. So we got it just about right. We're learning Welsh. It was Irish at the Nationals. Now we're learning Welsh. And Tum Williams leads the way, and obviously a very famous number, the Typhy 44, and using it to good effect this time round. 116 back up to second place then, and that's Owen Bradford. And Tia Reese looks to be back to third. Carmarthen 49 just goes past us, Ellie Brown. And the car slowly starting to match that. Oh, and Williams has gone round and spins it out. And that lets it all change. And Bradford's back up front. One to go then ahead. Tia Reese still there in second place in the PAC 21. Oh, Archie Carter, he's out of my viewpoint, but Mickey's spotted him in the wilderness. He's nosed into the fence as Archie Bennett is round in North Wales 162. Neil Tivey, the round 2 winner, not enjoying conditions here either. This track very challenging, probably one of the most challenging out there, just because of its the slopes and the level of grip. Sure, it will come better later on, but for now, it's a win for Border Counties 116. Then Owen Bradford takes it. Second is Tia Reese in PAC 21. The Carmarthen 49 is a lap down. Almost contact there as into the turn through the trees we look. Then the race on for third, and it's Neil Tivey then. Bit disappointed for him, I'm sure, but third place points better than nothing. Tum Williams is there in Tivey 44. Oh, Archie Carter's got going, but unfortunately he's going to pick up very little from this one. Archie Bennett, though, comes through in North Wales 162. And then we go to that Carmarthen 49 as Neil Tivey goes around again for another lap. But just about completing, or is it? No, as Carmarthen 49 just pushing on wide and now gathers it up. Neil Tivey's gone round again for another lap, and Carmarthen 49 then completes it. Dig It Plant Hire and Cross Hands Construction, your sponsors. We will thank the junior specials, and we'll see them sometime later in the day. I'll be back for the junior saloons, which is after Class 9s, which I'm sure will love these conditions. But first, to try and clear the way for them, it's over to Class 7, and not the kind of conditions we like to see 7s in, but it could be interesting all the same. Back to you, Mickey. Let's see what we make of it.
Yeah, thanks very much, Russ. Max Sports Series sponsors, NJ Rose, our weekend sponsor, the men's Super Saloons, Class 7 Heat 1. Jake Lockwood, Andy Graney, Lewis Woodruff, Lee Dodd, Alfie Smith, Gareth Roberts, and your new national champion. It's Liam Evans in North Shropshire 120, and right on cue, he takes us down into turn 1. Jake Lockwood goes with him, that's Scunthorpe 393. Slowing it down, look at it. Is it local track knowledge? Well, he hasn't raced on here much, has he? But he takes a tight line there. Lockwood goes for the wine one. Two different strategies. And at the moment, Liam Evans makes it worse from Lockwood. From that, Alfie Smith, Ludlow 23, North Wales 76, Gareth Roberts, Lewis Woodruff in White Rose 72, and North Wales 16, Lee Dodd. And Andy Graney, Pennine 8. Struggling at the back, not liking these conditions at the moment as we take our eyes back to the two lead cars. Liam Evans then, North Shropshire 120, currently he's fourth on the BAS points. This would make 55 points to that tally as Jake Lockwood goes with him. Scunthorpe 393, up the hill they go. Can I see them exit? Yes, they can. They pop out from behind the tree. Alfie Smith still holding on to that third place, just as Gareth Roberts is chasing him. Lewis Woodruff in that fifth place. Up the hill they go. They are really struggling for that grip, aren't they? As Andy Graney makes a place up from the North Wales 16 lead on, but picking up that last lap flag. It's going to be North Shropshire 120. Liam Evans then. What a drive so far. He puts the power down, cuts that corner down into that turn 3, climbs hill. From Scunthorpe 393, Jake Lockwood going with him. From Alfie Smith, Ludlow 23. Fourth still, that North Wales 76, Gareth Roberts. A little bit of a gap. Fifth place, White Rose 72. Lewis Woodruff, the young lad coming into the 7s, doing well as well this season. Andy Graney still running in that final place, but checker flag. Wow, what a drive. North Shropshire 120, your 2022 Class 7 national champion, kicks off BAS round 4 and his campaign in style. Second is Scunthorpe 393, Jake Lockwood. Third, Ludlow 23, Alfie Smith. And fourth, come on my friends, North Wales at 76, Gareth Roberts. From Lee Dodd, North Wales 16, Lewis Woodruff, White Rose 72, Andy Graney in the Pennine 8. So there we go, Heat 1, Race 1 of men's Super Saloons. Here we go, let's go to Race 2. Ooh. Okaidinu, Central Scotland 21, Colin Reid, lane 8, Andy Holtby, Scunthorpe 61, running third on points in the BAS. Only 4 points from second place though. Typhy 113, Clive Williams, Dan Johnson, Scunthorpe 383, Matt Richards, Evesham 555, Phil Barliman, Pennine 23, and Cambridge 12, Mike McKenzie. Here we go then. Bungee lifts. Holtby gets a flying start. I think he's going to be on a mission this weekend. He hasn't had the best of luck both at Nationals or the last BAS with black flags. And I think he wants to put down the marker. Here he goes then. Exits that turn 2. And off he goes. Oh, we've got square wheeling going on. But it's that Scunthorpe 383, Dan Johnson second, then it's Parliament in third in the 23, Cambridge 12, Mike McKenzie. McKenzie looking for it, Colin Reid looking for a tighter line climbing up the hill as well as the Johnson machine has just got a few problems. He's got it going again and facing in the right direction. He's still holding on to that third place. Fourth is that Colin Reid machine, but Andy Holtby absolutely storming this at the moment as he brings it into turn 3 and climbs the hill. Barliman up into that second place in Pennine 23, third Scunthorpe 383, Dan Johnson. Fourth is Okaidinu, Central Scotland 21, Colin Reid from Mike McKenzie, Cambridge 12 in fifth. Then we drop back down into the Evesham 555, Matt Richards. Oh no, we've got one parked up down on Elite Bar Services bend number 2. But, well, one more lap to go for Andy Holtby, and he's going to be on the backside of the Richards machine at this rate, followed by the Pennine 23, still Phil Barliman holding on to that second place from Dan Johnson at 383. Then Colin Reid still 1, 2, 3, 4 as you were. Mike McKenzie in 5th place in the Cambridge 12 now as he makes a move up inside that Matt Richards machine of the 383, and round he comes. Wow. Oh dear. Hats off to you, Mr. Holtby. That was a class drive. Oh, we've got a bit of donutting going on, but second place goes to Pennine 23, Phil Barliman. Third, Scunthorpe 383, Dan Johnson. Well, at 4th place, well, Typhy 113, he's down the pack, Clive Williams. He's got another lap to do, but he's been... he was just doing a bit of donutting. 4th place comes over to Cambridge 12, Mike McKenzie, just feathering the throttle across that finish line. Central Scotland 21, Colin Reid down into 5th place. Then coming across to finish off this Super Saloon, Evesham triple... is it the 555 there? I know, I think it's Matt Manning, Evesham 152. He's the colourers of the mud covering up those numbers. But hey-ho, we've kind of done... it was Matt Richards, by the way, because I'm looking down at race 3, and it is Evesham 152 coming out in that. So come on, Mickey, get a grip. All right, mate, I will. Here we go. Craig Bagley then, Cumdy 2 out of lane 8, Darrell Heath, Bayard, Bill Bradford, Matt Manning, Alan Jenkins, Kerry Pope, Archie Bentley. And it is that Cumdy 2, Craig Bagley, shows them down into that one. Bill Bradford, border count is 15, goes with him. Oh, you spin me right round, baby. Cumdy 2, Craig Bagley, goes from hero to 0 all in the turn of a wheel. As Bill Bradford takes up the running then from Archie Bentley from the Manning machine. The Cumdy 2, Craig Bagley's back on the pace as they climb up the hill. I'm having a look at the camera, by the way. Archie Bentley square-wheeled it. We've got one rolling down here. I think that is the Matt Manning machine. It's all going wrong, as I say. And look at them. It's like someone's got them to a roundabout and they're going round on that bottom of turn 3. But eyes back to the 2 lead cars, and wow, what a move that is. Cumdy 2, Craig Bagley has got himself back up in front of Bill Bradford, and he's spun it out as well, Bagley, and he's managed to get himself, oh no, commentator's curse, he's spun out again as he's trying to climb the hill. Bill Bradford is off on it. That's it, mate, you go on the grass. That's probably where you're going to get your most of your grip. You're not gaining a place because no one was close to you, so that's okay. As we go back to the lead car. Comes down of turn 2 It's Border Counties 15 then. Bill Bradford, 1 to go. Come on, Bill. Up you go. He used to have black colouring, did Bill, and then he went red, just to confuse us. Cum D2, Craig Bagley, holding that second place. All spread out now, aren't they? Then we go down to Evesham 152. That is Matt Manning. Come on, slide round the hill. Picking up last lap flag. Well, we're going to go from last lap flag for Archie Bentley to checkered flag for Bill Bradford, Border Counties 15. Well done, Bill. You mastered the conditions. I think that's down to age, experience, and a bit of good fortune. Craig Bagley second. Cumdy 2. He came into this 10th in the BAS points, so that'll help him climb. Matt Manning across the line, Evesham 152. As we get... has Bill come round for a lap of honour? Ah, there we are. And he gets understeer this time coming out of turn 2 because he's off the pace, which means that Archie Bentley then in that Border Counties 7 finishing off that Super Saloon race. Race 3 of the Max Sports Series sponsored NJ Rose Men's Class 7s. Right, let's go to race 4 then. Brendan Ellison, York 219, Darren Adams, Border Counties 26, Scunthorpe 514, Ali Ashmore, Jake Lee, Scunthorpe 12, North Shropshire 34, Sam Gould, Rich Merrick in Radford 421 and Radford 34, Alistair Griffiths. So, race 4. Who's coming out of that lane 7? Brendan Ellison, York 219. Blue Machine. There he is. Darren Adams, Border Counties 26 alongside him. Ali Ashmore, that'll be in more red and yellow colours. And they are coming out 7, 6 and 5 grids respectively. And I'll tell you what, Darren Adams has got the best of the starts as he really gets a slingshot down there. The Radford 421, Richard Merrick goes with him. Can they keep it in a straight direction as we look round? And Gouldy's having a look up the inside. The Border Counties 26 and Darren Adams then from Radford 421. Then we go Gouldy, Ellison, Ashmore. Then we go down to Scunthorpe 12. And yeah, surprisingly, Jake Lee down the pack. And oh my life, we've got one. Oh look, you've got, that's Ali Ashmore, I think, with the, is it Dixter? Oh, right. And we go Reds. Look, when he started sliding down the hill and then went into it, I thought, oh, well, that's it. It's going to go Reds, isn't it? So, unfortunately, race 4, a bit problematical. And it is generally, as you would expect, climbing the hill and coming down the hill. Which is where and this is where the challenge of this track is. In these conditions, by the way, it has had rain. Looking across, I think we should be okay now for the rest of the day. I'd say that tongue in cheek. But if they can keep going like this and we scrub it off, it will get pretty quick, and then you'll see them going up that hill without any brake lights being shown whatsoever. And race 5 then. Barry Ashmore, Jack Houlihan, Ayrton Ellison, Cameron Mills. He's leading the BAS, Cameron coming out of lane 5. Andy Kelsey, Simon Hawthorne and Jody Faulkner. They are your runners and riders. Bungee lifts, let's go racing. And slingshot for Mills as he takes it down that opening straight. But can he put the brakes on? Or is he going to go heading towards the Armco? He throws the back end out. He shapes it up. He's done that nice, hasn't he? Cum D9 then. Cameron Mills leads them up. I can't say that for the rest of them because it's gone a little bit Pete Tong. Or as I would say, it's a bit Lionel Messi. So Jack Houlihan coming across in second. Then Ashmore. Then we go Simon Hawthorne. Ayrton Ellison in the York 14 machine. So that's how they are. Let's go back to your lead car. He is out there like Billy No Mates, isn't he? Cameron Mills, Cum D9. And some of these lads just have got the knack of driving in these conditions. And he slides it. He's just absolutely sliding it. Round in and climbing up the hill. Jack Houlihan, West Waterford 358, still second place from Simon Hawthorne. Radford 176, holding that third place. Evesham 7, Andy Kelsey in fourth place. Oh dear, who's going to be in fifth? Oh, he's got it going again. That's Spalding 514, Barry Ashmore from Ayrton Ellison in York 14. but picking up the last lap flag already. Oh, Kelsey's on the grass and making a mess of that as he climbs up the hill. Got the grip though, as Cameron Mills just avoids Ayrton Ellison. He's now right in the mix. Jack Houlihan in the West Waterford 358 in that second place from Simon Hawthorne in Radford 176. That's how messy it is round this heat. It's all, look at this, and the winner is going to come and slide through two of them. And taking the win, it's Cameron Mills, Kundi 9. What a race that is. Drove that superbly. Another lap to go there for the Spalding 514, Barry Ashmore. As Ayrton Ellison's gone out of shape. Second then, West Waterford 358. And I tell you what, Jack Houlihan is really doing well in that Class 7. Radford 176, Simon Hawthorne in third place. Coming across to take fourth. I think he's managed to get it sorted. It's Evesham 7, Andy Kelsey. So well done, Andy. Then we go Barry Ashmore in Spalding 514. So he's managed to get it finished. And Ayrton Ellison there in York 14. He's parked up. He's done a Millsy at the Nationals. He's just stopped. But Millsy did get it going to get... Well, he finished third, didn't he, in the Nationals? And then the green flag that went to Bagley, then he kind of dropped back and he moved up to second place. Yeah, all of that. Barliman in the third and then Bagley fourth. That was just really a gap filler while the recovery vehicle got up to York 14. Hold on a minute. The quad machines are right down in the bottom corner. There's nothing else down there, is there? There's no... I can't see anything. Guess what? Is it? There's a tree in the way. It's a bit big to cut down, that one, though, isn't it? It goes back to medieval times, that one, so we better not trim that one. But this one here, it's definitely on my list to get someone to come and trim it. Whether or not they do it tonight, maybe after a couple of Koppenbergs, get one of those Black & Decker saws, a bit more product placement. Did you hear that? So there we go. We're getting well, there was another car down there in that needed recovery. So York 14 is already hooked up and being towed off, and then that final car looking down there. Then I think that must be Severn Valley 6 Jodie Faulkner, who was the other one who disappeared out of eye shot and sat there watching the racing, near the Elite Bar Services bar. I do believe the bar is open, so if anyone fancies a little bit of a tipple, as long as you're not driving, then go and treat yourself to one. That is a good viewing spot, by the way, as I said earlier.
Yeah. The bars are available, mine, just not this weekend.
That's it, yeah. Race 6 then, up on the line, and Paul Johnson, Scunthorpe 41. He's coming out of the preferred Lane 8. Jake Roberts, the youngest national champion ever in PhD 72. Did that a few years ago now, didn't he? He's getting old. Well, we say old. I think he's still in his 20s, isn't he? So, 29, yeah, that's it. So, you think, right, okay. Answers on a postcard. Mark Evans, J. Rand Lewis, Damien Harris, Mike Barrett. Here we go then. We are off and running. Paul Johnson then out of 8 gets a good start. But Yayton Sobry 57, Mark Evans is having something to say about it. And guess what? Commentator's curse. He's gone out of shape. And he's now facing Mecca. As Paul Johnson, Scunthorpe 41, he's got clear track in front of him. And his next competitor is PAC 47. That's J. Rand Lewis from Jake Roberts. And then Radford 140, Damien Harris. Look at them synchronise sliding into turn 3. Can they climb the hill? Yayton Sobry 57, Mark Evans after a good start. And commentator's curse, he's now on the back of the pack. So round we go. Another lap completed. Scunthorpe 41, Paul Johnson. And some of them just make it look easy. And he's doing just that. He's easing off, he's sliding around the corner, then putting the power down. PAC 47, J. Rand Lewis still running second, third, PhD 72. And that is Jake Roberts. Fourth is Radford 140, Damien Harris. They're climbing up the hill and looking to come out of that start gate turn and get a slingshot down, back down into turn 1. But round we go then with your leader, Scunthorpe 41. It is Paul Johnson. He's 9th on points in Bass at the moment, so 55 points for his first run down here at Stroud this weekend will do him superbly well. PAC 47, J-Ran Lewis is still in that second place. Jake Roberts, PhD 72, still running third. Radford 140, Damien Harris, and then that Yates Sobry 57, Mark Evans. But here he comes down the hill. Woohoo! Scunthorpe 41, Paul Johnson to pick up maximum points. And what a drive, another cracking drive. He obviously looked at Millsy and said, whatever you can do, I'm going to try and repeat. So there's your winner. We're waiting for second place. Come on, that's it. PAC 57, 47, J-Ran Lewis. Well done, J-Ran. Good race there, PhD 72. That's Jake Roberts in third. Fourth goes to Radford 140, Damien Harris. And coming round to finish off this Class 7 Super Saloon race, sponsored by Max Sport and NJ Rose. It is Yates Sobry 57, and that is Mark Evans. So out of 6 grids of the 7s, 1 goes to rerun, and we've got a Class 5 rerunners to come as well. But it is going to be over to the voice of an angel, and it is over to Gareth Jones.
Yeah, thanks very much then, Tim. We're going to go ahead and straight in then to the first round of qualifying of men's Class 9s. 25 drivers signed on, 4 heats going to be coming your way in this first round of qualifying, and the current series leader is out in this one. That is Mr. Phil Rogers, and it's PhD2 that's going to lead into turn 1. Is he going to keep it on a nice and tight straight line? He just about is, but through on the inside goes your new Class 9 national champion. It's Sean Power in the Yorkshire Dales 97 that takes up the running. He is currently placed down there in 4th in the British Autograss Series points tally, so he will certainly love to take a couple of points off Phil Rogers in this one, but it's the leader at the moment that leads the chase. PhD2 then. Phil Rogers slots into that second spot as they go across the top part of the circuit. Radford 35 is Sam Pinches. He's there in 3rd, but I think he's going for a point because he's going out towards the Yanko on the exit of turn 2, so that allows somebody through on the inside. That's the Trent machine of Sam Middleton, who's up to 3rd, but in all honesty, your leader and chaser have pretty much opened a really good distance between themselves and the rest of the pack now by almost a quarter of the circuit here at Gossington Bridge. But it's still Sean Power in Yorkshire Dales 97 then that continues to lead as he exits turn 2 for the penultimate time. He's going to see that yellow flag with a black cross. It's 97 from 2, with Phil Rogers also moves on to his final circuit, just tapping the mesh there to make his vision a little bit clearer. So the Trent number 9 machine of Sam Middleton still in 3rd, racing ahead of Reggie in North Wales 19. That's Chris Colgate, who rounds out your top 4 ahead of Sam Pinches. Had a strong showing at the start of the race in Radford 35, finding himself now back in 5th, and Aidan Llewellyn at the tail end of the field in PhD number 9. But here comes your race leader, and he becomes your race winner. Sean Power, Yorkshire Dales 97, takes the win from Phil Rogers in PhD number 2. 3rd place will go to Sam Middleton in Trent number 9 from Reggie. Chris Colgate in North Wales 19. That's your 3rd and 4th place drivers. 5th place will go to, who's it going to be as they dash to the line? It's going to be Sam Pinches in Radford 35, just ahead of Archie Rose in Stroud in District 22, with Aidan Llewellyn in PhD 9 rounding it all out for your first heat in this first round of qualifying of the Mrs. B's Animal Feeds and Extracts Shocks sponsored Class 9s. And Phil Rogers just making sure that he gets his points from the first round of qualifying, as 45 points going to be coming his way in the first round of qualifying. So 3 races to come, 6 drivers going to be out in each of the remaining heats, and on paper 4 of the 6 drivers in race 4 in the top 10 in Class 9 at the moment, so a very competitive lineup coming out to play in race 4. But race 2 brings out, well, we haven't got time to name them because they're already up, they're already racing. And Lee Seagreaves in ARC3 doesn't get the best of starts. He's 3rd in the series at the moment after the initial 3 rounds of the British Autograss Series, but it looks like it's Stu Taylor, who's your current 10th place driver in IK 121, who's going to slot into that second spot and leads the chase on Joe Pipe. North option number 10 then is your early race leader. He's the one that leads into the start gate turn for the first time. So it's Pipe from Taylor. Seagreaves up to 3rd in ARC number 3. Who's there that rounding out your top 4? I think that's Adam Robinson in North Wales 88. Back in 5th is Jason Richardson in Pennine number 5, and the man at the back of the pack then is Thomas Lloyd. No, it's not Thomas Lloyd in tier 42 at all, but it's North Shropshire 10 that's currently at the head of affairs. The distance between himself and Stuart Taylor in IK 121 slowly but surely being opened up as the North Shropshire 10 machine just gets the momentum out of that top part of the circuit. Taylor under some pressure. Seagreaves in ARC number 3 then looks to reel him in, but as they go down that top part of the circuit, the IK 121 machine just opens more daylight and pulls away from the ARC machine. The car that we didn't pick up was Tony Wilson's Spalding number 10 machine. And we've got a change for second, because ARC3 now leads the chase on NS10. So it's Pipe from Seagreaves, and the 3rd place is the Stu Taylor machine, IK 121. Back there in 4th is still the Adam Robinson North Wales 88 machine from the Jason Richardson Pennine 5 and Spalding 10. Then Tony Wilson at the tail end of the field. But the checker flag flies, and Joe Pipe in North Shropshire 10 takes his first win of the weekend. Lee Seagreaves takes second in ARC number 3 from Stuart Taylor in IK 121. Spalding number 10 to lap down, so he's crossed across the line in 4th, but he'll get 6th place points. Adam Robinson in North Wales 88 claims 4th place, and 5th place will go to number 5, Jason Richardson from the Pennine Club, as Joe Pipe in North Shropshire 10 just goes around that extra circuit to make sure he bags his 55 points, and just make sure that nobody gets an excuse to forget that he's won his first heat here this weekend. So race 2 make their way back to the pits. Race 3 are up there on the line, and this one brings out Alan Roberts, new car for Alan, behind the wheel of North Wales 4. Russ Adamans also up there in York 6. Matty Jones is there in Swansea 8. Elwyn Pitt in Hereford 17 starts in lane 5. Laura Blaber, Athelston 12, is going to start in lane 6, and Paul Harden in PhD 3 then starts all the way out in lane number 7. There is one car down here towards the exit of turn 2. That must be Thomas Lloyd in TA 42, because I think everybody else crossed the line. So just a little bit of a tow away from the Amco. I'm sure he'll be able to drive off under his own steam, but as these Class 9s just don't have that reverse gear, then if you're up against something, then your race, or well, you're well and truly doomed really if you need to go back. So the quad then unhitches itself from the TA42 machine, and Thomas Lloyd will be able to make his way back to the pits under his own steam, and he'll be back out to play in the second round of qualifying a little bit later on. Your overall series sponsors for men's Class 9s X-Trax Shocks, and your weekend sponsors of Class 9s here this weekend, Mrs. B's Animal Foods. Just start a quick, well, we got a bit of time. A few messages coming through. Jackie Bell, she wants to remind Aaron Smith to check the tent. I don't really know what that is about, but to check the tent. Serena Robinson is watching from sunny Skeg Vegas, so no rain up there. And obviously we are missing a marshal that looks like a traffic cone, because Aaron's at home. 9 days to go before the little one makes an appearance, but we're away, we're racing. Race 3 then leaves the line, and it's Blaber that's going to lead into turn 1 in Athelston number 12. Hereford 17 is Elwyn Pitt, he goes with her, and he moves through on the inside, but it's Elwyn facing the wrong way in 17, and that allows the Adamant machine to come through on the inside. Laura on the cut back in Athelston 12 will try and move up the inside as they go through the start gate turn for the first time. Matty Jones is there in 3rd in Swansea 8, but he's lost all momentum, just crawling out of that top turn ahead of Paul Harden in PhD number 3. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4 then. So Alan Roberts and Elwyn Pitt towards the tail end of the field, but it is the Russ Adamant machine, or York number 6 then, that comes around to conclude his first full circuit of the Gossington Bridge venue. Second place is Laura Blaber in Athelston 12. Matty Jones still there in that 3rd spot. He's going to try a different line through that start gate turn this time round, and just gains a bit of momentum. He's through on the inside of Laura Blaber, but the momentum with the Athelston machine side by side as they climb the hill up that start line straight, and Swansea 8 makes his way through to claim that 2nd spot. It's last lap flag time already. York number 6 then moves on to his final circuit. Matty Jones holds on to 2nd in Swansea 8. From Laura Blaber in Athelston 12. Paul Hodden in PhD number 3 then rounds out your top 4. And Elwyn Pitt in Hereford 17, the only other one running. So possibly Alan Roberts deciding not to bring the new car out. Oh, he's up there on the line in North Wales 4. So as they come around then, that bottom part of the circuit, once again the checker flag flies. Russ Adderman, 55 points in the bag for York number 6. It's Fred in second in North Wales 4, as he just appeared there. Swansea 8 then, Matty Jones takes second I think on the track. Laura Blaber in Athelston 12 takes third. Fourth place will go to Paul Harden in PhD number 3. No, it's not. It's Owen Pitt in Hereford 17. And Paul Harden then rounds it all out for race 3 in PhD number 3. So Alan Roberts there appearing right at the end of the race. Not sure what happened to him. Totally missed him. I think he must have been static on this Gossington Bridge track for a number of laps, but he is now making his way back up the hill, back up to the pits, and possibly not the best start for him behind the wheel of his newly acquired Class 9. Race 4 is up there on the line. Like I said earlier on, 4 of these 6 drivers among the top 10 in the British Autograss Series at the moment. They are your current series runner-up and points leader, well, second place holder then is Phil Cooper in ARC5, and he's joined in this one by 3 drivers that are placed in 5th, 6th and 7th. They are Jimmy Smith in Lud 80, Dave Palmer in ARC 31 and Andy Hornshaw in York 78. They are joined by Mark Barker in Evesham 26 and Sean Roberts in North Wales 17. So 6 cars lined up for this race, and 6 cars leave the line. Andy Hornshaw flies into turn 1. Is the momentum going to take him too far out onto the slippy stuff in the 78 machine? He tries to get back on the inside. That allows who's come through on the inside. It's ARC 31. It's Dave Palmer then that takes up the running from Jimmy Smith in Lud 80. All contact between Phil Cooper and Andy Hornshaw as he takes himself out in York 78. Sean Roberts in North Wales 17 through on the inside of the Hornshaw machine as we race under yellow flags through the start gate turn, but they all get going again with Mark Barker at the tail end of the field. So as we've got a new race leader, it's now Jimmy Smith that comes through to conclude his second circuit of this Gossington Bridge track. A little 80 it is, and Phil Cooper's going to move up the inside and pretty confident of Dave Palmer on the exit of that start gate turn. It's the ARC battle between ARC 31 and ARC 5. Phil just missing out at the moment as Dave holds on to second. They both fight side by side. That allows the race leader to pull away just that little bit. It's Jimmy Smith in the low 80 that moves on to his final circuit. Totally different line for second and third. Palmer's right on the grass, and Cooper's trying to find the momentum on the outside line, but he's going to cut back on the inside as they climb the back. That ARC battle hots up then once again, but they won't. They're all on the last lap, so just half a circuit of Phil Cooper to change that second position as they go into turn 1 and 2 for the final time. But Jimmy Smith, Lud 80, exits that top part of the circuit. He takes 55 points from round 1. Cooper's round the outside of Palmer. Palmer's back on the inside in 31, so I just think that Dave Palmer takes second in the ARC 31 machine from Phil Cooper in ARC 5. 1, 2 and 3 away and gone really from the car that's going to finish in 4th. That's going to be Sean Roberts in North Wales 17, ahead of Andy Hornshaw in York 78. And the last runner then going to be Mark Barker in Evesham 26. So that's going to close your last race of this first round of qualifying of men's Class 9s. Like I said earlier, Extract Shocks, your sponsors overall throughout the 5 British Autograss Series rounds, but your local sponsor here this weekend is Mrs. B's Animal Feeds, and there's a trade stand in the trade stand area, so go and buy your furry friends some nice treats. We've got a Class 5 rerun up there on the line, so he has been practicing his singing skills while I've been commentating on Class 9, so we're going to have a few notes now from the lovely voice of Mr. Mickey B.
La la la, yes, thanks very much, Gareth. The voice of an angel there. Yeah, this is race 4, the rerun of the men's Class 5. Lorryinsurance.co.uk, XC Works are sponsors for these Class 5s. Ludlow 8, Joe Smith coming out of lane 8. I think Barry Miles is out of this one. Backs the par getter. Oh, that's a quick one off the line there from Ludlow 8, Jaber Smith. As Cumney 3, Ryan Jones takes Is he going to go for a little bit of a move up the inside? Oh, no. I've done it again, isn't I? He's going to go for a move up the inside. He's heading towards the arm cone as he got massive understeer there. But here we go then. Jaber Smith then take another run in from Baxter Pargetter. Then it's Colin Chilvers, the man who had the touch, which I've got to make look Youngie. York Siddell's 46 sliding up the hill as well as Pargetter went side by side with Jaber Smith. But it's cost him because he's dropped from second back down to fourth place. And into that hill they go. Jaber Smith just easing it down. He wants to keep it as tight as possible and then put the power down to slide down the hill, which he does. So Jaber Smith then from Mark Ucker, then the PhD 20 from Colin Chilvers. Then there comes Jones again. He's back on that pace. And Baxter Pargetter running in fifth. Border County's 21. Andy Shepherd. He's struggling at the back at the moment. As the track is starting to make some sort of racing line, but I don't know what the best line is. Some people have gone tight, some have gone wide, some have tried the middle. All come with its challenges, but Jaber Smith picking up the last lap flag from Mark Ucker. PhD 20, Colin Chilvers has got company as Kundi 3, then Ryan Jones looking for it. Oh, there's moves, and I think we've gone, Chilvers has gone round. I think there's 3 of them have all caught a cold. And who's actually got going again? Chilvers has got going. He's into third. Baxter Pargetter's up into second place, but taking the checkered flag and the win. It is Jaber Smith. Ludlow 8 takes the win. Second, it goes to Baxter Pargetter in Nottingham 45. Third, it is the man who had the touch with Shade on the main look younger. York Siddell 46. Colin Chilvers. Fourth is PhD 20 Mark Ucker. Then we go Kundi 3. Ryan Jones. And finishing off the rerun of the men's class 5s. It is that border count is 21. Andy Shepherd. Just a quick shout out. Aaron Spencer and Georgia, you're currently waiting for the new addition to arrive. All I would say, Georgia, a nice hot curry tonight and jumping up and down. That always does the trick. So that's your 5s done and dusted. There's no further comment I want to make, Gareth, on that one. So up on the line, we are going over to Junior Saloons, and it is over to Mr. Russ Thompson.
Yeah, thanks, Mickey. So back again, second stint for today, and we go back to juniors. It's the Saloons this time for Shropshire Designs, your series sponsor, and Peatbot Skips, your kind sponsor for the event. So Junior Saloons well supported this weekend. We've got 4 races to come your way on what can only be described as very tricky, greasy conditions for these youngsters. We saw what the specials made of it. There was a bit more grass on the surface then. Let's see what the Saloons do this time. And one driver's already experienced the circuit, and that's Neil Tivey, who's out in West Waterford 144 in the little Mini from the outside. Made the best initial break, and he's challenged into turn 1 by Forest 10, Lily Chapman, who made good inroads on the start straight, but it is the Mini which holds on for the time being. West Waterford 144 leads the way, and Mallow 37 to the Irish contingent. Emma O'Riordan looking to put a challenge in up the inside of Lily Chapman and slides that little blue Mini up the inside of the much bigger blue Yaris, and it's now a Mini 1-2, and Reardon goes for the lead over Tivey and takes it up. So Mallow 37, West Waterford 144. Then we go Forest 10, a gap back to the Tivey 211, Lexi Owen. And then we've got the Ludlow machine, haven't we? Meg Parsons in Ludlow 19. But the race is on for 1 and 2. And at the moment, 37 holds it, 144 and Forest 10. Then we go Tivey 211. Next is that Ludlow car. Ludlow 19 ahead of Tivey 29. And that's Stephen Davis. And last but not least, Severn Valley 147, Hannah Hadley. Elise Jones should have been in this one and haven't seen the Pennine 17 anywhere. So not sure what's happened here. But we go back to the lead trio, and it's close. And we've had a lead change once again. Neil Tivey back up front in West Waterford 144. 1 to go. Mallow 37, Forest 10. Up the hill, they're going to go for the final time. And these Junior Saloons not doing too badly. Tivey's 211 and 29 go 4th and 5th. Then it's Ludlow 19 and Severn Valley 147. But it's West Waterford, Mallow and Forest. They're the lead trio, and they are clear into the final turn. Checkered flag any way through for Emma O'Riordan. No, it doesn't look like. Nose to tail they go. West Waterford 144 is your winner. Mallow 37 and Forest 10. Then Tivey 211. Lexi Owen is going to be next, and she's clear over the Stephen Davis machine, and Typhy 29. Then it's Ludlow 19 of Meg Parsons, and finally completing it all, Severn Valley 147, Hannah Hadley. Unfortunately, no Elise Jones. Not sure what's happened to the Pennine 17. So that first race completed then. Just a little announcement from me. If I've got all my photos with me, which were printed out, all my 2021 photos, which I've still got boxes of. If anybody's interested, I'll have them to the left of commentary. Also, if Rupert Lomax is here, or anybody associated with Jason Saunders, I don't think Jason's here in the Wessex one. I've got two photo prints for you ready to collect as well, either from commentary or just to the left of it, which is where we're spectating from. So I've got all those with me, and doing the little bits on the photo page, and not done much on Grass Chat recently, but we're here anyway in person to be part of the Baz Round, and it's always great to be part of it. Still getting grips with some of the names in the juniors, not my familiar classes to cover, of course, but we'll cover them the best as we can. As away we go, problems for Lewis Middleton in White Race 21. His Mini then struggling away badly, but no such problems for Ludlow 1. Then Reese Tipton, who leads into turn 1. Oh, somebody's going sideways. Two of them are going. It's not going to work out there, is it, chaps? As away we go, Ludlow 1. It's 1 and 1. So Scarborough 1 then slots into second place of Harry Berryman. Then we go Jack Owens in Typhy 5. And one of those who made the mistake was Bo Chamberlain in Forest 22. I think there is some serious problems on Lewis Middleton's Mini. That car usually running at the front, but he's really struggling round with some awful gremlins on board. He's just going to be hoping for a red flag so he gets another go at it. But it's now a new race leader. Jack Owens then leads away Endaf's boy. Typhy 5, Ludlow 1 and Scarborough 1 then racing for second and third as the yellow flags fly. I think Middleton's going to throw in the towel and try and not risk further damage on that Mini. And he heads back to the pits. Race further back then in IK 430. Jay Jones under pressure from Bo Chamberlain, and a couple more we've not mentioned. Pip Melly in Swansea 2, and then the Cumdee 70 of Toby Jenkins, then just getting name checks there. One to go for Jack Owens, though, he's clear. Scarborough 1 of Harry Berryman has now got past Reese Tipton, the early race leader, relegated now to third as they go past the struggling Jay Jones Micra, as coming through then. Swansea 2, head of Cumdee 70 and Forest 22 hasn't gained any ground at all from that first corner mistake, and Bo Chamberlain then is just picking up scrappy points at the end of this one, but picking up the best points, and that's 55 of them goes to Typhy 5. Jack Owens is your winner. Race to the line for second and third. Oh, close. I think Berryman just held on from Tipton. IK 430 is a lap down. We'll call him properly then. That's what I learnt at the Nationals. Pip Melai is apparently the correct pronunciation of the surname, but we all know him as Melly. But Pip then takes the finish ahead of Cumdee 70 of Toby Jenkins, then Forest 22 Bo Chamberlain, and the last one who's going to complete was a lap down but is being allowed to come round, Jay Jones in Invicta Kent 430, another one who's usually a bit quicker than this but just not found these conditions to their liking. I think a track when it's wet and greasy is not the easiest at the best of times. Oh, watch out for that digger, which has made its way out. But yeah, the conditions not the best, not the easiest at the best of times when it's like this, but when you've got such undulations and these hills and slopes, it's just making it that bit more difficult for these drivers. But they are doing a grand job, they really are. And if you look at the track as it is, it's still in fine shape. We just need that greasiness to disappear, and then we will get some serious racing speeds. Even the likes of the Sevens were nowhere near full pace. They were barely above half pace, really, some of these drivers, as they were really struggling with the conditions. But hopefully, Michael Fish Barker has got the correct weather forecast for us. And he's told us, he hasn't told us to stay put because there's a tornado coming or anything. Everything, it's all been well. I mean, I did check a forecast as well, and it is supposed to warm up gradually throughout today. It's holding off at the moment. I'm not sure if I had the right postcode in, but he said it was going to get sunny and warm somewhere, just maybe not necessarily so much here. But yeah, all being well, the rain has passed. There are still possible showers tomorrow from what I've seen, but we'll wait and see. Yeah, there's possible very, very light chance of a shower, but we'll, obviously that's tomorrow. The forecast will change 100 times between now and then. And but the fence must have just taken a little clobbering somewhere. I think the digger's somewhere down this hill, isn't it, behind the trees? So the fencing crew making their way out. I think they've been directed somewhere to have a look. So we're just going to have this bit more downtime. I think that marshal there, I think what he's doing is checking the conditions right on the outside to see if it's a good idea to put all the marker tyres and cones there. Let's send them right out by the fence to clear up the last of it. But no, I think somebody may have paid a visit down to that Armco barrier earlier on. But I definitely didn't see anybody in the last couple of races. We've done 2 of the scheduled 4 junior saloon races. Yeah, we had a couple of cars. There was a Class 9 down there as well earlier. Disappeared out of eyesight. People playing peekaboo behind the trees and hide and seek, you know, all those games which were popular in Mickey's day. But yeah, obviously safety is paramount, and they need to make sure that the safety fencing is going to do its job if another car happens to venture that way. So they're just a bit more downtime. But as it was mentioned earlier, don't forget, visit trade stands, visit catering. There are trade stands dotted here and there. I think most of them are down this straight where we are on the finish straight. So, yeah, a bit more downtime. Nice to see that. We've got a windsock, isn't it? Like, has anybody been paying attention to that?
Well, apparently the windsocks are for signal the fire posts. So, if, you know, with the dry weather we've had, you wouldn't believe that, is that if there was any fire, then there'd be one of these posts around so it could be fire.
Okay, so there we go. So you can tell there's a lot of little flags and flying things up on the marshal posts, just so we know which way the wind is breezing. But yeah, just enjoy the moment, enjoy obviously the action and the on-track stuff, but off-track as well. As I said, plenty of catering stations around. There's quite a selection down here. I'm sure Mickey has sampled each one or attempted for a free sample of each one.
What I would say last night is that, and I know that's one reason why I do like coming racing, is that Gilly doesn't cook. So last night I sampled a bit of Thai. And it was freshly cooked. It's just behind where commentary is. Got the woks out, all freshly kind of cooked in the wok. Yes, you know, what's the Welsh pronunciation for wok? Hold on, have you got a W in the Welsh? Oh yeah, no, sorry, it's just X and Z, isn't it? You know. So yeah, no, but that's what we had last night, and absolutely it was lovely. I know there's plenty of other food outlets, but I'm sure that we'll try that. Elite bar services down on that bottom corner. And I know there's a few people sampling some of the local hospitality down there during the afternoon and through the evening. So that was good. And yeah, always good to see plenty of people around the track as well, and the grandstand over on that far side, you know, and that's quite an appropriate place to have been earlier with the amount of rain that was coming down on the track. Tim Jones, you're going to hear his dulcet tones very soon in the 4s and 6s, I think was mid track walking round when the heavens opened, and he came in and you know, he was looking in the mirror trying to redo his hair. You know, you were absolutely dripping, weren't you?
Sorry, not as much hair these days anyway, but there we are. Yeah, the rain provided its bit of entertainment for several. But let's just try and keep the racing going. I think all track fence repair, or is it? No, they're coming back for another look. The fencing did get clipped once or twice in quite a variety of places, didn't it, by some of the 5s and 7s. I think the truck is just making its way back off down the bottom here. So we're going to go racing then, race 3 of the Shropshire Design and Peatbot Skip sponsored Junior Saloons, and away we go. And Grid 1 works this time. It hasn't worked for many, but this time it has. Avelston 212. Then Hannah Lewis leads the way, and smoking away is the Typhy 15. And into the turn, somebody getting it sideways. One of the blue Micra has made a mistake as well, but it's the Mini which holds on for the time being. And that's Hannah Lewis. Looking up the inside, PAC number 20, Shay Fuller. And the smoking machine is the Micra Typhy 15 of Yestin Jones. Where's 212 going, Hannah? Well out wide, but now it's not Smoking Joe, it's Smoking Yestin because he leads the way. I was given a bit of a tutoring on how to pronounce his name last night, and I believe you don't say L, you say it as a Y, so it's Yestin Jones. Well, it was told Yestin anyway. That's how you pronounce it, but we'll go with that. Typhy 15 anyway leads to South Wales 1-2 at the moment as PAC 20 holds second. Shay Fuller ahead of North Wales 52 Amber Powell. So the Welsh prefix cars doing well here. Who is that next? Just trying to pick them up as they go down the far side. Is that Jack Mosley in PhD 4? So there we go, Typhy 15, 1 to go already as the last lap flag gets waved. Not usually see that. PAC 20, North Wales 52 and the PhD number 4. Then we go to East Anglia in Cambridge with Grace Williams in Cambridge 142. No, she's gone to pay the spectators a visit. Not quite, you can't get that far, but as close as you can. PAC 9 then, Travis Markilly moves up a position, so it really is Welsh dominated in this one, with Typhy 15 then taking the win. Yestin Jones. Shay Fuller's going to be second, PAC 20. North Wales 52. Amber Powell breaks up the South Wales domination because they're nearly all South Wales cars actually looking at this one. Jack Mosley comes through in 4th. Grace Williams is a lap down. And then the next two, we haven't really mentioned too much of them anyway, but Travis Markilly in PAC 9 and Molly Ann Mosley in PhD number 58. And we lost Hannah in the end, haven't we? Hannah Lewis, Avelston 212, who was your early leader. Can't even see if she's out on circuit anywhere, so maybe headed back to the pits, which is a shame. On her fortunes, started off very strongly, but ended in disappointment at no points. Grace Williams comes through Cambridge 142, was a lap down, and Molly Ann Mosley then coming through as well. Completing another lap. I don't think she was lapped, but completes it all the same. So 3 races of the Junior Saloons completed. We've got 1 more to go in this one. And your round 3 winner is out here, Rhys Davies in Typhy 9. But some quick cars to contend with, including William Hall, Brandon Young, Molly Bubb, Will Evans, Will Hadley, Freddie Neville and Bo Bennett. So will Grid 1 work this time? It worked for Hannah Lewis, at least for the first couple of laps for her, and then it disappointingly went badly. But this time Grid 1 has worked, so has Grid 8, as William Hall makes a good start, but Bo Bennett it is who leads the way, Breedon 33, and then Tyvy 7 of Will Evans then slots into second position in that Typhy machine. The rest of them, or some of them, just pushing on. The Severn Valley car William Hall has, so has the red Micra. I think that's the Gloucester 63 of Freddie Neville. I think it's Freddie's first time as well, or one of the first meetings for that youngster. Change of leadership, or is it? Yes, Tivy 7, Will Evans goes through ahead of Bennett, who's going to be under pressure. Evesham 28, Brandon Young, and normally see Brandon in the junior specials, but he's out in the saloons as well this weekend, and he's challenging there. He's up into third, looking for the top 2 positions, under pressure as well from Will Hadley in Severn Valley 107, but it's Tivy 7, Breenhill 33, as Evans looks for a wider line going into the turn. Is it too wide? No, just hangs on up the hill. Look how steep it is. You really tell once a car is on it how steep that incline is. But up there we got 4 cars. This is one of the closest races we've had today with this, and just over 1 lap to go as Gloucester 63 goes through Freddie Neville. But here we go. Who's going to take this one between these 4? Now the Evans car just starts to edge away. Bennett's the one under pressure with the Japanese machinery, looking for a way through. And Rhys Davies having to watch it all, not able to get to grips with him. The back marker goes between Evans and Bennett, who's the 2 are there. Bennett and Young have shaken off Hadley, but they're still racing together, and Young looks up the inside as Molly Bubb goes through to start her last lap. And likewise William Hall. But here's your winner then, and Will Evans takes it, Tivy 7. Brandon Young snatches second from Bo Bennett. Then it's the Will Hadley machine. Rhys Davies closed up gradually, but not enough to really make any progression. And Freddie Neville is a lap down in Gloucester 63, but some experience gained in very trying conditions. Molly Bubb is going to come through and take her finish in Evesham 146. And William Hall then is the last one to receive the checkered flag once he makes it here, just shifting some of that little slimy stuff on the outside. But that's going to complete juniors. 4 races started, 4 races finished. Nicely done. Thank you, juniors, and thank you, Shropshire Designs and Peatbot Skips, for your sponsorship. Let's see how we go. We've got at least 2, I think, Class 7 races there, or is there? Just the one, is there? There's another one behind. I can't tell what race is behind. But anyway, over to you, Mickey, to see what's going to happen here.
Yeah, thanks very much, Russ. This is a rerun of the men's Super Saloons race 4. Brendan Ellison, York 219, coming out Darren Adams, Ali Ashmore, Jake Lee, Sam Gould, Richard Merrick, Alistair Griffiths. They did have some challenging conditions earlier. Bit better now underfoot. And Border Counties 26, Darren Adams then again got a good start there. Takes them down into turn 1. Goldie looking for a tight line on that inside as they bring it down the hill. And it's that Darren Adams then, Border Counties 26, but Jake Lee back on that pace. He's up into that second place. Goldie then to go Ashmore, followed by that Radford 34 machine as they take it up the hill. They go. Alistair Griffiths in the 34. And the tree just hiding any activity that's going on behind it, and I think there is, because he's going struggling to get up there as and Ellison cuts up the inside of him. But we go back to the leader. Border County is 26. Darren Adams then from Jake Lee, from Sam Gould. North Shropshire 34. Then Alias with the Scunthorpe 5. 1-4 machine as they go up the hill again. So Ali Ashmore trying to find some grip and exits that start gate turn in that 3rd place. But round they come, down the hill. Whee! And it's last lap flag. 1 more to go. Border Counties 26. He'll be happy about this. Darren Adams then leading away from Sam Gould. North Shropshire 34 from Scunthorpe 514. Ali Ashmore, there's your top 3. Then we go down to Jake Lee in the Scunthorpe 12. He's running in 4th place. Ayrton Ellison 5th. In that York 219, and then Radford 34 of Alistair Griffiths. But checker flag to complete this Max Sport and NJ Race sponsored Class 7 rerun. It's Darren Adams, Border Counties 26, takes the win. From Goldie, who's got a flat tyre, by the way, North Shropshire 34. He's managed to come over in 2nd. Ali Ashmore in Scunthorpe 514 3rd. 4th goes to Jake Lee in Scunthorpe 12. 5th is going to go to York 219. And that's Brendan Ellison there. And we did have another one who should have been coming round, but he said, I'll tell you what, Mickey, Radford 34, Alistair Griffiths, I'm going to conserve petrol and going back to the pits. So well done. Up on the line, we are going Class 4s. And it is for the first time today over to Mr. Tim Jones. Not Tom, by the way.
Thank you, Mickey. So, yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Hope you're all okay, whether you're trackside or listening to us on BAStv. Here we go then, round 4 of the British Series, and on to men's Class 4. So, race 1 brings out then Jamie Williams in Melton 58, Graham Whitcomb in SR61, Mike Jones, your last round winner in North Shropshire in Hereford 31, William Griffiths in Radford 43, Daniel Jones in Pennow 4, Andy Whittingham, Rob Lancaster and Stephen Morris complete the order. Away we go. Muck Junkie, of course, your series sponsor, and it is Mike Jones then makes another cracking start from the middle of the grid down into turn 1. Also SR50 Whittingham goes with him as we head in towards turn 1. Then the Mountain 58, the Jamie Williams machine, just slotting into third as they come by us for the first time. Mikey Jones though already away and gone. This one, Mountain 58, SR50. Then comes Daniel Jones in Pennow number 4 as they climb the hill for the first time and down the far side, but it's still the Mike Jones machine with just extenders lead all the time down that far side from Andy Whittingham in SR50. Jamie Williams still hold on to third in Mountain 58 as just the slightest contact coming past us once again, but the top 3 is still the same. Then comes Rob Lancaster in Radford 47, then the imp of Stephen Morris in Typhy 28 and Radford 43 completes the order of William Griffiths. SR61 then going through with Graham Whittingham, and at the other imp that's going to be Daniel Jones in Pennow number 4. But Mikey Jones then, yellow flag with the back cross time. He'll certainly know what that means. One more lap to go as Hereford 31 kicks on the final circuit. SR50 having a good run. Still Andy Whitcomb still running second. Jamie Williams still running third. Mountain 58. Lancaster still there in fourth, ahead of Stephen Morris in Typhy 28 as the rest of the class field then go through. But we're switching our eyes back to the front. Mike Jones and his then looking to pick up where he left off in round number 3, 55 points on the board and a race win. H31 then that takes the win. SR50 takes the good second, Andy Whittingham. Jamie Williams takes a good third in Mountain 58 from Stephen Morris in Typhy 28. Rob Lancaster in Radford 47, Radford 43. William Griffiths comes through and completes. So does SR61. That's going to be Graham Whittingham. And last but by certainly no means least, that's going to be Daniel Jones in Pennow number 4. Okay, race 1 done and dusted. To say Muck Junkie, your very kind series sponsor. Shepton Plan Tyre is your meeting sponsor. Round 2 then brings out your overall series winner, or leader I should say. That's Hugh Jones in Carmarthen 7. He starts right towards the outside in lane number 8. Goldie will also be there, another second in the series. He's the Bengal machine, North Shropshire 434. Grasby also will be there, Darren Grasby. Easham 220. He's joined by Colin Attrell, Alan Henley, Ejan Lewis and Ashley Littlewich. So that's the race 2 order as ready away from the line we go. And it is as to the form book then, Hugh Jones in Carmarthen 7. That leads into turn 1. Attrell slotting into second as they just keep it nice and tight to the tyres. And back round towards us, Jones then leads away. 272. Then comes another former champ, Adam Henley in York treble 7. He just slots into that third as they once again climb the bank. Adam Henley looking on the outside line as they go down the far side and past the grandstand bend once again, but just gets it all out of shape. Ashley Littlewich closing in, looking to move room and gain places in North Shropshire 112. But Hugh Jones it is though, just got himself a fair bit of daylight between himself and Colin Attrell. YK272. Henley still runs in third. North Shropshire 112 then, that's going to be Ashley Littlewich from Darren Grasby in Easham 220 as once again climbs the bank and not having the best run this time. Ben Gould in North Shropshire 434, but he's there, but he's ahead of the Ejan Lewis in PAC 71. One to go then. Hugh Jones, Carmarthen 7. Again, once again looking to extend his lead in the British Series, and 55 points will do him all the good. Carmarthen 7. Attrell certainly not finished with this one yet either, as he looks to go right round the outside as they climb the hill. It's going to be a drag race down the far side, but Hugh Jones once again got his back nose in front. Attrell runs second. Henley running third in York treble 7. That's the top 3. As the checker flag then is being waved, and it's going to be another win. 55 points on the board. Carmarthen 7, takes the win. Colin Natural, 9K 272. Henry finishes third ahead of Ashley Littlewich. Goldie from Darren Grasby. Ejan Lewis in PAC 71 will indeed complete the race order. So that completes men's class 4. Next time we'll see them is for their second round of qualifying a little bit later on, but we're moving onwards and ever upwards. Men's class 6s, 5 races to come your way. Elite Racing Transmissions, of course, your very kind series sponsor, and Abberton Limited is your round sponsor. So let's see who comes out to play in race 1. So race 1 brings out one of the very, very quick Irish machines, and second in the series, James Sinnott in the CW 174. Gasby will also be there, Ben Gasby in Pennine 7. He's joined Billy Roberts, Paul Bailey, Phil Olsen, Lewis Clayton and Glyn Bailey. Away we go. And once again, right from the inside grid, it's James Sinnott in CW 174. Paul Bailey slotting into second into that Hereford 99. Had a disastrous Nationals, did Paul, but certainly looking to try and make up for it in this one. But it's Sinnott that still leads. Olsen got himself through to second. Bailey bends third in Scunny 33 as they all climb the bank for the first time as they disappear round the tree, but it's still Sinnott that leads. Olsen second, then Pennine 7. Gasby's found some speed and some grip, and he's through to third ahead of the Scunny 33. That's going to be Glyn Bailey as that rounds out your top 4. But once again, back round towards us, it's Sinnott that's going to lead them round once again. 174, Command 47. Then it's Gasby in Pennine 7 ahead of Spalding number 5. That's Lewis Clayton from Scunny 33. Glyn Bailey and Paul Bailey in Hereford 99 and PAC 12. Billy Roberts completes it all respectively. But once again, still the very quick Irish machine. James Sinnott, once again, another one unlucky at the Nationals in 174, but 1 lap to go. Looking to kick off he will continue his BASt campaign with a race win. Phil Olsen in Command 47. Once again, another one not at the best of luck, but Phil still running second as they go down the far side. Gasby still running third in Pennine number 7. Ahead of Paul Bailey in Hereford at 99 as the rest of the field then completes their final circuit. But here's your winner, CW 174, James Sinnott. Phil Olsen in Command 47. Then comes Ben Gasby in Pennine 7. Then comes Paul Bailey in Hereford 99. From the other Bailey, Glyn Bailey in Scunthorpe 33. Billy Roberts will complete in PAC 12. And completing it all, having a good run, Lewis Clayton in Spalding 5. Okay, race 1 done and dusted. Race 2 brings out Darren Rees in Typhy 95. Jordan Tinker in York 35. Jack Brown, who another one went well last time out in Mallow 182. Andy Lewis in PhD 85. Neil Reid in Typhy 221. Adrian Brown in PAC 37. And Richard Jones starts towards the outside in Cumdy 279. So that's your race order, or lineup rather, for race 2 of men's 6s. Has wind-up signal, bungee brakes. Away we go. Who's quickest away? Who's got the start? It's from the outside. That's Richard Jones in Cumdy at 279, but Reed goes with him in 221. Oh, gets sideways as just parks up by the Marshalls barrier. We'll see what happens with that one, but 279 it is. It's going to bring him round. That's Richard Jones from Typhy 95. Darren Rees running second. Then comes Jordan Tinker in York 35. Then comes the Adrian Brown machine in PhD or PAC at 37. But back up the hill, down the far side past the grandstand. Once again, it's still Richard Jones in Cumdy 279, race leader. Tinker then found some speed from somewhere as he overshot the corner now. Gets the car turned in, York 35. Running through into that second place slot at the moment. Then comes the Irish machine, who's gaining ground. Mallow 182 of Jack Brown. As these three just pulled away from TA 95 and PAC at 37. Good battle towards the rear of the field. TA 221. Neil Reed's got it going, and he's just ahead of Andy Lewis in PAC 85. But still, with just 1 lap to go this time around, because the last lap flag has already gone out. Richard Jones is going to lead them on to the final circuit. Cundy 279. Tinker still running second from Mallow 182. Jack Brown in that third place slot, as all get red flags. So red flags on that one. That would be obviously rerun. I would say it's probably something to do with the Neil Reed incident earlier on, but as I say, not for us to make any judgment. But if we know anything, then we will certainly tell you. So back to the rerun lane they will go. That's going to leave race 3 already assembled onto the line. That brings out Dave Hadley in Seven Valley at 7:01. Nice to see Dave back out racing. Mickey Manning, another long-time Class 6 racer, Evesham 5 will be there. Jamesy also will be joining him in Yorkshire Dales 10 in the lane 3. Dean Robertson in YS 41. Tom Pipe, Kai Williams, and towards the outside, the Adrian Lewis machine, PAC 7. So that will complete race 3. So just the last of the race to go back to the pits. That's going to leave the raceway all nice and clear as already. Track clearance, lifts, let's go racing. 6s are away. Pipey's quickest from the middle of the pack then in the North Shropshire 5 as he leads into the first turn. Dave Hadley also goes with him in Seven Valley 7:01, just slotting into second. Somebody going very wide. That's Adrian Lewis in PAC number 7. I think he's gone way too wide, but parks up, but gets it going again. But he's at the tail of the field. But Pipey's still your race leader, as Mickey Manning also looks to find some ground through the second. He goes. Jamesy running now in third in Yorkshire Dales 10. We're just ahead of the Dean Robinson machine YS 41, but nice and steady round towards us. Another lap gone. Pipey, North Shropshire 5, Evesham 5, Yorkshire Dales 10. Then comes Dean Robinson and YS 41. Dave Hadley in 7:01, and one we haven't mentioned, so we'll give him a shout. Kai Williams in the Typhy 121 machine, but Manning's found the gap through as there's the slightest contact, and Mickey just gets it all out of shape. North Shropshire 5, Tom Pipe still holds on to the leader, but we'll see as the last lap flagged in goes out. James now up to second in Yorkshire Dales 10. Dean Robinson YS 41. Dave Hadley, Seven Valley 7:01. Mickey Manning, Evesham 5. Kai Williams in Typhy 121, and Adrian Lewis in PAC number 7. If you wonder why the car's smoking, that's because it's actually it's diesel powered. So the 306 diesel with the, I think it's VW lump in the front of it, I think, but could be wrong. But last lap flag, but checker flag then. Pipey takes it. Yorkshire Dales 10, YS 41, Seven Valley 7:01. Mickey Manning in Evesham 5, Typhy 121, and not to be this time, but PAC 7 of Adrian Lewis. Right, we just hear from race 2, then it is a rerun excluding Jack Brown in Mallow 182. So race 4 then, already assembled, and bungee lifts already on the line. No time to tell you who's in and who's out, but this is a quality lineup as in Class 6s. Commanding 8 at his end, Dalton Thomas, your current series leader. It is that leads into the first turn. Andy Russell, another quick Class 6 racer, IK64, as he finds the gap and leads us past for the first time. Dalton race in second place. Then comes your national champion, won a few weeks ago, John Hampson in Pennine 70. But just struggling to get at the bank, but he is holding off the last round winner then. Stephen Parsons, North Wales 126. Russell gets it all out of shape, rejoins back in about 4th. IK at 64, but Dalt Thomas it is that's got it at the moment. Commandant 6, or Commandant 8 rather, that brings him round once again. Hampson in Pennine at 70. North Wales 146, IK 64. Then comes James Armstrong in Scarborough at 76. Andy Johnson in the Scarborough at 16. With Tomo in White Rose number 3, completing the race lineup. But Dalt Thomas it is once again, your series leader and former national champion, in command than 8, 1 lap to go. Hampson still running second in Pennine 70. North Wales 146, that's Stephen Parsonage, ahead of Andy Russell. IK 64, Armstrong in Scarborough 76 from the Andy Johnson in Scarborough 16, and problems for Tomo not to be in White Rose 3 this time around. But looking to kick off his campaign and maintain his BAStv leadership. Checkered flag, race win. Dalt Thomas, Kamal 810, takes it from Jordan Hampson in Pennine 70. Parsonage, head of Andy Russell. James Armstrong in Scarborough 76 from Andy Johnson in Scarborough 16. And once again, as I say, no, not to be this time for Stu Thompson in White Rose 3. So race 5, last of the scheduled Class 6 races in. Jay Colgate in North Wales 20. He comes out of lane 1. Be flying this season has Jay, and he sits third in the standings. Jordan Copeland, though, certainly joins him in Scunny 15. Dane Copeland in Scunny 36. Darren Bryan will be there, always quick in Scarborough 41. Carl Proctor in York 77. Charles Farrer in the Scarborough 349, and Joe Grayson in Scarborough 96 in lane 7. So that's the race lineup for race 5 of men's Class 6. To say, Elite Racing Transmissions, your very kind series sponsor, and Amberton Limited is your round sponsor. So once again, big thanks to both. So I think the marshals just putting a cone or two back into position. As I say, don't forget catering facilities are here this weekend to keep you fed and watered. And dare I say, the bar is actually open as well. So those of you who are not driving or fancy a shandy, then certainly that is in attendance. But so those of you who are trackside, I hope you're all well. Hope everything's. Give us a wave in the grandstand if you can hear us. Yeah, just about. So all three. So those, of course, you listen on BAStv. As I say, we're trying to keep you entertained and, dare I say, informed over the weekend. But we'll do our best. We'll do our best. So marshals then are back behind the safety of the barriers. I think they've just checked the fence as well. Everything looks all good to go. So even the sun is shining. So what more do we want? Class 6 is sun is shining. And yeah, we're in for a good weekend, I am sure. Okay, track clearance then as Bungee lifts. We're going to go racing with race 5 of men's Class 6s. And it's Copeland from lane 2 that makes the best start in Scunny 15, with Colgate in North Wales 20 goes with him and just slots into that second place slot. Cones go flying. Darren Bryan slots into that third place slot. Somebody run on the outside that maybe the 349 machine, Charles Farrer. He's racing just alongside Darren Bryan in Scarborough 41, but as they climb the hill, once again, Copeland it is then. That's going to lead them down that far side. Scunny 15, Bryan's made the move through just alongside Colgate as they head into turn 1 once again, but is Colgate on that outside line. North Wales 20 just switches to the inside. No room for Darren Bryan this time around. Scunny 15 now, still your race leader. North Wales 20, Scarborough 41, that's the 1, 2, 3. Then comes York 77, Carl Proctor racing a few car lengths clear of Charles Farrer in Scarborough 349 as the leaders then make their way down that far side. Joe Grayson, the other runner and racer out there, Scarborough 96, who just comes through. But it's Colgate that's got it at the moment. North Wales 20, he's found a way by the Scunny 15 machine. Darren Bryan in Scarborough 41, York 77, and Charles Farrer in Scarborough 349. But once again, down the far side we go. It's Jay Colgate, North Wales 20, that leads them into turn 1 for the final time as cones are still scattered. But that will make no difference to Colgate as he takes the win. North Wales 20 from Scunthorpe 15. Darren Bryan finishes third in Scarborough 41. York 77 of Carl Proctor from Charles Farrer in Scarborough 349. And I think that's all we're going to have finished, because I think no Joe Grayson in Scarborough 96. Right, one rerun to come then, as I say, we wait for that to come to the line. So for now, we're leaving Class 6s as we go for the first time of this weekend to Class 8. And to take you through Class 8, who's there, who's done what, is over to Mr. Liam Williams.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tim, and good afternoon to everybody that is trackside, and good afternoon to everybody that is watching on BAStv as well. Yes, we do look like the world's greatest boy band here in commentary with our matching t-shirts. So the Wax Street Boys, I think we're probably going to be called by the end of this weekend. But we are going to go Class 8 racing for the very first time this weekend. As usual, 9 grids to come your way. So a usual turnout of Class 8s, I think, is 72 we've got signed on, so that should give us 9 full grids rather, of 8 cars to come your way. And I'll tell you what, we are in for a spectacle, aren't we, with men's Class 8s, as we are at every BAS round, not even every BAS round, every meeting, I think it's fair to say, with the Class 8 boys. And I'll tell you what, this track is certainly catching a lot of drivers out. For those of you that have been here before, of course, they have hosted 2 BAS rounds over the last 3 years, I think it is, of course, because we did miss out through some sort of pandemic or another for 1 year. But there has, of course, been 2 BAS rounds here. 2 completely different BAS rounds, because if you cast your mind back to 2019 when they first had one, the start line was actually at the other end of the circuit. So we're going to go Class 8 racing, and Spar Motors, your very kind sponsors for the weekend. Of course, Beresford Chassis and Components, your sponsors for the series. We got Dan Ray, Craig Pyle, Dave Newby, Anthony Ross, Fergus Reynolds, Callum Barker, Peter Bilby and Gaz Edwards coming out in race 1 as they get away from the line. Rossi's very quick out of the gate in Sturton 77, and I'm sure a lot of you are used to hearing that as Newby makes a slow start but tries to play catch up, making contact. Round turn 1 they go, all facing the right way. It's going to be Rossi from Edwards from Ray. There you 1, 2 and 3 as they come past us for the very first time, and up that hill they go. 77 it is from 55. Dan Ray in Yorkdale's 52. Fergus Reynolds runs 4th in PhD 16. Callum Barker running just behind him. Peter Bilby in York treble 8. Problems aboard the Craig Pyle machine in Wessex treble 6, but Rossi it is that leads him round once again as he kicks up the dirt going up the hill and looking to extend his lead. He certainly looks to have mastered this track in Sturton 77. I'd hope so anyway, because he's done track walks and everything on this circuit, so he should know the right way around as he throws it into that bottom bend for another time. Last lap flag already out this time. 77 Gaz Edwards in 55 and Dan Ray in Yorkdale's 52. These 3 in a league of their own. Callum Barker's up to 4th in the 50 machine. Then we go to Fergus Reynolds in PhD 16 and Peter Bilby in York treble 8, and your back marker is Craig Pyle in the Wessex treble 6 machine, not having it his way this time, but Rossi's gone out wide. His checkered flag, I tell you what, Gaz Edwards I think snatches it on the line from Anthony Ross. Dan Ray takes 3rd in the Yorkdale's 52. Callum Barker comes across in 4th in Scarborough number 50. Fergus Reynolds in the PhD machine is the next one across. Then we're going to go to Peter Bilby in York treble 8, who comes across, and the next one and the final one as well, Craig Pyle in Wessex treble 6. So race 1 done, and I tell you what, if I can have another 8 races like that, then I'll be happy. I've got 1 tick. That's 1 more than I was expecting, to be honest. So race 1 is done and dusted, or at least for the majority it is, because Peter Bilby felt like doing another lap and making the most of his track time as he comes across the line once again in York treble 8. So race 1 then is done and dusted. Race 2 is down there on the line and ready to go, and I'm sure it's not going to be long until we see it get off the line. So who's in there? That's the question. Stu Whitehouse in Trent number 5 coming out of lane 1. Harry Liversidge, Yorkdale's 90. Kate Lockwood in Scunny 191. Dan Barnard in PAC number 2. So Dan taking out Alice's car this weekend. That's going to be interesting as he comes out of lane 4. Adam Jones in BC 69, lane 5. Dan Talbot in Solway 6 in lane number 6. Jordan Candy in lane 7 in Stroud and District 17. And Kevin McBride in Solway number 4 is coming out on the outside in lane number 8. So a very competitive lineup of men's Class 8s, as usual. I say men's Class 8s, but of course Kate Lockwood is down there as well. So the lady, can she show them the way round in the Scuddy 191? That's the question. We're going to get away from the line and see how they fare as they get away. Whitehouse didn't have the best of starts in trend number 5, but he has got grid 1, so he is going to be the first one to manage to keep the tight line. Jonesy it is that made the best of the breaks, and it's Jonesy who gets the best of it as he comes out. I think Barnard's facing the wrong way, Jordan Candy's facing the wrong way as well in Stroud and District 17, but it's going to be Jonesy that leads them round. Border County 69 is down the far side for the second time. Whitehouse runs second, Lockwood third, Liversidge runs fourth. Talbot from nowhere shoots up the inside and gains a position in Solway number 6, but he's got a lot of work to do. A lot of them have got a lot of work to do in order to catch Adam Jones. Whitehouse and Lockwood in 1, 2 and 3. Liversidge, Talbot in 4 and 5. McBride runs in the Solway machine there in 6th. Then we got Jordan Candy in 7th and Dan Barnard in PAC number 2 after his earlier spin. Well down the order in PAC number 2, but it's last lap flag already. Adam Jones, I'll tell you what, he's not going to be the only pink Class 8 you see this weekend, but he's certainly looking like he's going to be one of the quickest as he goes down the far side for the final time. Whitehouse with no answer to him whatsoever in trend number 5 slows it down as they go into that Elite Bar Services turn. Out of it, checkered flag. Adam Jones takes the win in 69. Whitehouse going to take second. Kate Lockwood holds on to third in Scunny 191 from the Solway number 6 machine, who comes across in 4th. 5th is going to be Kevin McBride in Solway number 4. Then Dan Barnard in PAC number 2 fought back and made up quite a few positions as Harry Liversidge it was who dropped back in Yorkdale's 90. He comes across in 7th, and Jordan Candy in Stroud and District 17 rounding it all off as he comes across and picks up 8th place points. So race 2 done and dusted. I'm looking to the start line. We got someone that I'd imagine has got problems because they're being pushed forward, and I don't think it was anyone that was scheduled to be in that race, so it must be someone that's scheduled to be in this one. So we're going to try and pick up who it is. So we're going to start from the outside inwards. So race 3 then, down there on the line. We're going to try and pick them up. From the outside inwards then, we'll start with lane 8. Thomas Browning, he's definitely down there. St. Neots 141. Reese Wyeth in Wessex 19. Tyler Heath Bayard in Stroud and District 102. Owen Lloydall in Invicta Kent 28. Rob Morgan in Central Scotland 12. Carl Burns in Breeden Hill 18. Barry Ashmore in ARC number 2, and coming out of lane 1 is Bryn Powell in Ludlow number 4. So I'm just trying to figure out, as is Gareth, which car was getting some attention. So Gareth's closest to the television, so we're going to take his word for it, and we're going to say that it is ARC2 of Barry Ashmore that's experiencing issues. Barry Ashmore, of course, in Class 7, I think, and coming out in the 80s in Charlene Hankey's car this weekend. So you do tend to see this after the men's nationals. You see a lot of playing, we'll say, between cars, a lot of switching drivers and people taking out cars. I think this round and the next round, as well as the BAS, are or were open to anyone. Obviously, the first 3 rounds, I think you obviously had to be signed on and had to do all your thing, but I think the last 2 are open. So it does give drivers the chance to experiment with other cars, which is great for them, but terrible for us in commentary because we never know who's driving what. It's bad this weekend. I'll tell you what, Border Counties next weekend is going to be even worse because at least at a BAS round it says what driver's coming out of what lane in what race. Border Counties, we don't have that. And I can safely say there's going to be me, Tim and Gareth there. So unfortunately for you lot, then you're just going to have to try and put up with us that weekend. But if you've managed to do it for the 3 BAS rounds we've had so far, then I'm sure you could do it for a couple more meetings. So, of course, only 2 BAS rounds left, including this one. So, round 4 already this year has just flew by so quick. And the first 3 rounds that we've had have been absolutely brilliant. We've literally had the mixture of everything. We've had bad weather, good weather, fast tracks, very tight tracks, wet tracks, and this track obviously one of the trickiest of the lot. But I'm sure these Class 8 boys will be able to cope with it as they get away from the line. Race 3 it is that gets away. Reese Wyeth is the quickest of the bunch as they go into turn 1. I'll tell you what, Tyler Heath-Byard, from my point of view, throwing that car into the first turn, done him no favours whatsoever. He faces the wrong way. Bryn Powell it is that emerges as the race leader. Carl Burns 1 second in the Breednell machine. Third is Reese Wyeth as he goes down the far side. Where's Barry Ashmore? He's running in about 5th place with a little bit of work to do, but at the front, Bryn Powell slowing it right down in Ludlow number 4, trying to hug the cones and tyres as he comes past us. Burnsy runs 2nd, Wyeth runs 3rd. 4th is going to be the Central Scotland machine of number 12 of Rob Morgan. Then we go to Barry Ashmore. Owen Lloyd was there as well in IK machine. Then Thomas Browning struggling at the back in St. Neots 141, and Tyler Heath-Byard after his earlier spin at the tail end, but it's already last lap flag, and it's Bryn Powell who still leads in Ludlow number 4. Is he going to hold on, or is Carl Burns going to make a last-ditch attempt as they move on to the final circuit up the hill and down the far side for the final time? It's 4 from 18. That's your 1 and 2 as they go into that bottom turn for the final time. Burns is looking for a way through early on the brakes as Bryn Powell it is that takes the win. Ludlow number 4, Breednell 18 takes 2nd. 3rd is going to go to Central Scotland. Rob Morgan picks out 36 points. 4th, Reese Wyeth with an extra tyre on the back of the car there, with Thomas Browning coming across in 5th. Barry Ashmore in ARC number 2 comes across is 6th place. Then it's gonna be Tyler Heath-Byard in Stroud and District 102 after he fully sent it into turn 1 and unfortunately done him no favours. And then IK28 coming across to round it all off. Dare I say it, these Class 8s ain't actually doing too bad on this track. They're certainly doing better than some of the other classes that we've seen. But, I mean, what is the time? It's 1:45, so we're talking 4 hours or so since racing started, and you can safely say in the 4 hours of racing that we've had, we've probably had about 3 different tracks because it was absolutely just totally grass this morning. Of course, this circuit doesn't get raced on. They don't have club meetings, they don't have national qualifiers, so I think the last meeting they actually had here was the BAST they had last year, which was round 1. So we're talking about 14 months since we've seen any racing on this circuit. So of course it was grass, it was virtually a virgin track this morning, and then obviously we had the rain, so it was a wet track, it was very slippy. Now it's dry, so like I said, we've had about 3 different tracks in the space of about 3 or 4 hours, and it looks like it is coming good, you have to say that. And the Class 8 boys certainly putting on a spectacle. Race 4 then, Matt Dodgers, Reese Candy, Dan McKenzie, Sean Wright, Emily Gill, Mark Barker, Liam Nichols and Sam Pinches are the ones that are scheduled. Liam Nichols is the first one to show in Yorkdale's number 7. McKenzie's running 2nd, is he into turn 1 in CA44? Not anymore, he ain't, because he's up the inside and he leads the way as Nichols goes out wide and gets contact as well, as we've lost 2 of them in turn 1, but we certainly haven't lost Dan McKenzie as he leads the way. Pinches runs there in 2nd, and I think Sean Wright it is running 3rd, but looking on the outside trying to make a move. He found some speed. Can he cut the car back inside though as tyres go scattering on that bottom bend? It's 44.71. It's Emily Gill in fact in Scunthorpe number 20 that's running there in 3rd. Candy runs 4th, Pinches it is in 5th. Then we go to Mark Barker in Eastham 25. Someone's facing the wrong way. I think that's Matt Doddridge in Forester Dean 51 as Liam Nichols comes past us to start another lap. Well down the order now after his earlier incident, but McKenzie it is that leads the way, of course, former national champion, former champion of champions in men's Class 8, but showing them the way round at the 4th round of the British Autograss Series. Down the far side he goes. Sean Wright runs in 2nd. Emily Gill looks fairly safe in 3rd. In Scunthorpe number 20, Liam Nichols starts his final circuit. Then it's checkered flag for Dan McKenzie. Sean Wright takes 2nd. Emily Gill takes 3rd. In Scunthorpe number 20, Candy takes 4th. In South Somerset 24, Pinches in Radford 53. I think Matt Doddridge is a lap behind, so it's going to go to Mark Barker next in Evesham at 25. And I don't think Doddridge is going to do another lap, so I'd imagine he's just going to pick up 7th place points. And then Liam Nichols in the Yorkdales number 7 comes across to complete it all and round out race 4 of your Spa Motors and Beresford Chassis and Components sponsored men's Class 8. That's nearly 50% so far, but I'm not going to say any more than that. As we look to the line at race 5, which is ready to go. Race 5, I'll tell you what, this is some lineup. So, race 5 brings out Graham Bennett, Forest Dean number 7 then. He's coming out of the inside grid in lane number 1. Lane 2, Sam Matthews in Cambridge 247. Hessie's coming out, James Heselton in York 75. He's in lane 3. Lane 4 is Matt Bishop in Yayton Sudbury 73. Lane 5 is Wes Green in Scarborough number 3. Drew Butters in North Shropshire 14 in lane 6. Lane 7 is Tim Russell in IK 19. And lane 8 is Ash Howard in PhD 21. Of course, we are looking for semi-finals this weekend in the men's Class 8, so we're looking for the top 16. And I'll tell you what, reading that lineup, that could be a semi-final in itself. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Ash Howard, though, quick out of the gate from lane 8 in PhD 21. Who's going with him? Bishop, I think it is, in Yayton Sudbury 73 as they go into turn 1. Get it very sideways. Who's going to emerge? Matthews has come out in 3rd, but it's going to be Bishop that leads the way in the Yayton Sudbury machine, and already pulling a very big lead between himself and 2nd place of Ash Howard in PhD 21. 3rd is Sam Matthews. 4th is Drew Butters. 5th is Graham Bennett in Forest Dean number 7, and I think it's the IK 19 Scarborough number 3 of Wes Green is tucked in just behind, and the back marker well off the pace. James Heselton in York 75. But Bishop certainly knows his way around this track as he gets the car sideways and down the far side he goes. For another time, no answer as Ash Howard runs there in 2nd in PhD 21. I think Ash Howard running about 3rd in the overall BAS, so he could do with the points to get himself higher and higher, but he's not going to make a move on your race leader because it's last lap flag already, and Bishop is just motoring on. Howard now away and gone in 2nd. Matthews runs 3rd. Is he safe? It looks like it, as Drew Butters might come under pressure for 4th from Graham Bennett in the Forest Dean number 7, but a checkered flag. And I'll tell you what, Matt Bishop with a very convincing win in a very strong lineup. Ash Howard takes 2nd. 3rd is Sam Matthews. Drew Butters from Graham Bennett, then Tim Russell in Vic Kent number 19. Then a little bit of a delay until we go to Wes Green in Scarborough number 3. As he comes across the line and still struggling at the back. I think James Heselton in York 75 just couldn't get to grips with this track and was struggling with the conditions, I think, and you could tell he took a wide line because he's absolutely caked in mud as he comes past us and makes his way into the pits and rounds off race 5. Race 6 down there on the line. Katie Phipps in Stroud and District number 10. Jeff Beresford, North Shropshire 55. Matt Owen in Cumdy 115, Dan Stead in BC 6, Joe Joplin in White Rose 92, Rich Cooper, Evesham number 2, Zach Yeardley in Sturton 691, and Michael Tinkle-Abbott in York 45. So another strong lineup of your men's Class 8s. What are we waiting on? Marshals to get back to their post. Who's the slow one? Is it Ben Reed? I think that might be the one that's late to get back. He's given us a wave, so it is Ben Reed. So you wouldn't expect anything less, would you? He's only quick when he's in the Class 5. So we're away and racing then with race 6 of your men's Class 8. Cooper's quick in Evesham number 2 as he gets the best of the brakes. Oh, it's a little bit tight in midfield. Can they make it round turn 1 as there's a little bit of scrappiness going on? Your race leader goes out wide and Yeardley comes through. Michael Tinkle-Abbott goes with him in York 45, and Abbott switches to the inside line and takes up the run, and Yeardley forced out wide with no answer whatsoever. Where's Cooper? Your early race leader then runs 3rd in Evesham number 2 as GB looking to pick him off. He runs in about 5th, but trying to stick to a tight line. It's Abbott though that leads the way in York 45. Yeardley getting it very sideways halfway through the straight and trying to take a tighter line, but it's done him no good as he goes out wide. Cooper moves through in Evesham number 2. Who's following it? I think it's Joe Joplin in White Rose 92. Beresford tucked in just behind him in North Shropshire 55. Very close racing in midfield. Oh, GB's gone as he clips a tyre and gets it sideways as they move on to their final circuit. Michael Tinkle-Abbott it is in York 45. Down the far side he goes. Rich Cooper got about half a lap to try and make a move. I don't think he's going to do it, but he certainly won't give up. They don't even know where the corner is now because we got cones and tyres all over the place. But Michael Tinkalabbit it is. That takes the win. Cooper takes second. Yeardley takes third. C115 from GB in North Shropshire, 55 is the next one across. Danstead in Border Counties, number 6. And coming across to round it all off after such a strong showing in the early stages, Joe Joplin in White Rose, 92, just couldn't keep up the consistency and unfortunately found himself going towards the tail end of the field. So that's race 6 done. 3 more. We can do it. We can do it. Race 7's down there on the line. Oh, I might have spoke too soon because I've just seen the lineup. So race 7 then brings out Daz Mullen, YD 37, Steve Mills in Cumdy number 10, Paul Lockwood in Scunny 92, James Dorset, North Shropshire 292, Tom Lewis in BC 55, Scott Shell in IK 95, James Bow in Pennine number 9, and guest driver Phil Cooper coming out in Matt Middleton's machine in South Somerset 88. So that's the lineup for race 7 of your men's Class 8. And again, such a strong lineup. Daz Mullen, of course. Daz was, I think, second in the Nationals at, well, when was that? A couple of weeks ago? 2-3 weeks ago? My memory's still a little bit hazy from that weekend, Gareth, to be honest with you. So, but I'm sure Daz Mullen was second. He pushed, of course, your overall winner that weekend, Jack Gibbons, who did win the Class 8. He pushed him all the way, but Daz got second. Speaking of second, Tom Lewis is second in the British Autograss Series overall. And your series leader, unfortunately, not here this weekend. So this is going to be a big moment for Tom Lewis. If he could put some very good points on the board, he could end up leading the BAST by the end of the weekend, but he's not leading the race because Mullen it is that shoots through. In YD 37, Shell runs there in second. Where is Tom Lewis? He runs third. As they go into that tree and disappear, Tom Lewis hasn't emerged. There he is. He's down the order. So it's going to be Daz Mullen, Scott Shell. Then we go to James Bow, who runs in third. Steve Mills, Paul Lockwood, Lewis on the outside as James Bow slows it right down going into that turn. Tom Lewis taking the outside line. He surely knows what's at stake in BC 55, but he's not doing himself any favours. As Mills, he's up and over in Cumdy number 10. Red flags are out straight away on your men's Class 8s as well, as we get the first rollover of the weekend, and of course it would be a Class 8 as the marshals out very quickly in attendance. Thankfully for the marshals, it was literally right next to one of the marshal posts over there on the far side. So not the biggest of roles, but certainly big enough for Steve Mills in Cumdy number 10. They were just racing so hard. I think he tried to go around the outside of Paul Lockwood in Scunny 92, and just the slightest touch of wheels, which is all it takes in Class 8 or any open wheel special classes. And unfortunately got it up and over. As I said, wasn't the biggest, so I'm sure that Steve will be okay. As the marshals are out there. I don't know, is Steve out the car? Can't quite see from this angle. But as I said, I'd imagine he will be okay. But that's what to expect with Class 8 racing, unfortunately. And what did I say about 5 minutes ago before the race come off? I said, we'll be okay. Read the lineup of race 7, and I said I might have spoke too soon. And obviously I did. So, well, I'm not going to blame Steve Mills for that, but I'll blame myself. I'll take the blame for the incident in men's Class 8s. But the ambulance very quickly out in attendance to make sure that the driver is A-OK. And as I said, the marshals were out there very quickly as well. So, speaking of Class 8, Class 8 racer just walked into commentary. So, good afternoon, Callum Barker, as he comes in. So, someone's pinching me as well. It was that, oh, we got 2 Class 8 racers. Fergus Reynolds just walked in as well. So, I'll tell you what, they were quicker getting from their car to commentary than they was out there on the track. So, 2 Class 8 racers then walking into commentary. Two fairly new Class 8 racers. I think both of their first seasons in the men's Class 8. And just speaking of which, Steve Mills then is now out of the Cumdy number 10 machine and looks to be making his way to the ambulance, of course, for the mandatory precautionary checkup, which every driver has to go through if they unfortunately take a tumble or if there is any sort of incident, then of course they all go into the ambulance as a mandatory thing, just to make sure that they are 100% fine. And as I said, I'm sure Steve Mills will be. And of course, been in Class 8s for many, many years. He certainly knows what to expect with Class 8s, especially with a lineup like that. But the main thing, obviously, is the driver's safety. And Steve's in the ambulance. He's going to be checked up, and I'm sure he'll be fine. And it wouldn't even surprise me if we seen Steve come back out in the second heat a little bit later on. So, whilst we got this bit of downtime then, that gives us a chance to have a bit of track work go on the circuit. I'll tell you what, I think it's the first time I've seen track work go on where it doesn't include repairing a fence. So we've seen that a fair few times this morning, especially in the Class 1s, 2s and stock hatches. I think even the first race of the day, we had 2 or 3 stock hatches going into the fence, which says a lot about stock hatches, really, doesn't it? But we don't get that with Class 8s. We get them rolling, we get them crashing, but we don't get them in the fence. So a bit of track work then going on to make sure they can keep this circuit in the best condition possible. As I said, it's been about 3 or 4 different tracks already this morning, and it's obviously caught a few of the drivers out, but it does certainly seem like it's getting there now, as the Class 8s, for the most part, I mean, we had 6 races of them go through with no problem whatsoever. So they seem to be doing all right. I think Class 6, did we have 1 rerun, I think, out of 5 races? Class 4, they went through. We didn't have 2s before that because they went this morning. Junior Saloons, I think they all went through as well, didn't they? 1 rerun maybe? Oh, they did go through. There we go. So that's what I mean. The track does seem to be getting there now, and does seem to be working. These drivers, of course, getting to grips with it as well, which is what you expect, of course. It's an amateur motorsport, but they're all professional racers, aren't they, Gareth?
Yes. Yeah, I suppose.
That's the most simple answer. It's just yes. Yes, they are.
Yeah.
If you just say yes, you won't offend anyone then.
I
It's
disagree
the
with you.
easiest answer.
Yeah. And to get through 6 Class 8 races without red flags is a good...
I mean, that's an accomplishment for
It
me.
is, yeah.
If I got through 6 seconds of a Class 8 race, I'd probably be happy, Gareth, to be honest.
If my arm was long enough, I'd pat you on the back.
Well, I mean, I can always move closer if you need me to. I don't mind. But I'll tell you what we'd do, just while we have got a little bit of downtime, because I have had a message, and I'm sure just to change the tone a little bit, just to go back to some serious stuff, as I said, while we have got the downtime. I'm sure of a lot of you that have been on social media in the last couple of days, especially on Facebook, have unfortunately seen the very untimely passing of Peter D. For those of you that don't know Peter, he was a photographer, a very local photographer as well in this area. And I think you may have seen him at probably every BAST round or every Nationals, every major meeting. Then he would 9 times out of 10 be there to obviously take the pictures and do the photography. And as I said, unfortunately, a very untimely passing for Peter, who I think was fairly young in terms of obviously death, but obviously, like I said, just on a note, he died, when was it, the 17th, so 3 days ago. And like I said, a very local man. I think he only lived about 4 miles away from this track. So obviously he would have been here this weekend taking pictures, but unfortunately, as I said, a very untimely passing. So my thoughts do go out to all his family and all his close friends as well, including Kev Davis, who I think was probably his closest friend at Autograss racing. They did take pictures together, and not take selfies together in terms of, I mean, actually taking pictures. They did the photography together. So my thoughts go out to Kev, all his friends and all his family as well. But yeah, unfortunately, we do see that in racing. Of course, the thing is with Autograss is it brings people from every single corner of the country, and of course Wales and Ireland and Scotland and Northern Ireland as well. And we are obviously one big community. We are virtually all one big family. And Well, we're the perfect family because none of us get along. So that pretty much sums up families, doesn't it, really? But yeah, of course, with Autograss, it is one of those where so many people know others, and like I said, it is one big community. So my thoughts, and I'm sure everybody's thoughts here in the field, go out to his friends and family. So we're still looking at some track work. So I'll tell you what, we'll lighten the mood a little bit. Give us a message, and when I say us, I mean either me or Gareth, because he's sat in commentary, or comment on the live stream that you are watching on BAStv. Obviously, for those of you that are at home watching on BAStv, or abroad, or in your camper, wherever you may be, then send us a message and we'll see if we can read a few of them out. Well, we'll see if we decide to read a few of them out. If we don't like you, we probably won't read them out. But well, because we're one big family. There we go, Gareth. See, everything comes full circle. It's strange how things happen. But I'm going to check the comments then on the live stream. Have we got any comments? I know someone said they was going to leave a comment. Jess Wright. She messaged me personally and said, oh, I'm going to leave a comment. Give me a shout out. So that's your shout out, Jess. There we go. So she's probably sat at home watching the racing with her dog. I think she's got French Bulldog. And oh my God, like I spoke to her on the phone. And all you can hear is... That's not her, that's the dog, obviously. Yeah. Well, if she was making that noise, Gareth, I wouldn't be on the phone to her, I can tell you. But, so a big shout out to her.
I was starting to think that maybe talking to you on the phone was that boring.
Yeah. Well, everyone here would know, wouldn't they? They've had to listen to me for the last 20 minutes and the last 3 Bass rounds. So, and unfortunately, you're stuck with me at the next Bass round as well because I'm on the team. But that's the good news for today. You've only got me for one more Bass. And the ladies and juniors nationals, but then that's it. You get, what do you get, like 6-7 months over the winter to be peaceful? Don't have to hear my voice at all then, look. The only one who's got to hear it is Dad. But he needs me more than I need him, so I'm sure he's fortunate to hear my voice. So let's have a look. Have we got any messages? Hayley Turner, good win. There we go then. So Hayley Turner, good win. I'm sure I'm pretty sure everyone that's in this field was probably at the Nationals a couple of weeks ago. You would have heard the tones of Hayley. The female commentator, the only female commentator of the weekend. She done stock hatches, I think, so she opened up the meeting and started off the finals. Not very well, you have to say, because I think she had about 3 or 4 reruns with the stock hatches. So I'm pretty sure, though, Hayley was expecting that weekend. But she's messaged, she's put, commentary sounds fab, guys. Have a great weekend. So thank you very much, Hayley. Hopefully you have a great weekend as well. Stacey Mills has messaged, ladies class 1 racer. Hi, watching on BAStv, you're a chatterbox. Yeah, she's not wrong, is she? She's right in that respect. So cheers, Stace, appreciate that. Why aren't you here, by the way? That's a question. So message me back and let me know why you weren't here. God, they're all coming in now. We got more messages. Paul Coles. Oh, have a great weekend, mate. Fantastic commentary as normal. See you at BC3 Day. You will, Paul, and I will see you because it's going to be Paul Coles' first time back out in just over a year, I think. So I'm sure, again, for those of you on social media, if you got Facebook, you would have seen his Class 10 ready for action at the BC3 Day. So the Lord will return that weekend, I think it's fair to say. Who else? Gareth Loudon. So Gareth then, of course, a familiar marshal at a lot of the major meetings. He's put, hello from your family from Kent. Great commentary, or best wishes, Gareth and Lisa. So thank you very much, Gareth. Thank you very much, Lisa. So I'd imagine you're obviously watching on TV, so hello to you as well. Hopefully you're having a good weekend. We've got the sunshine shining now. It hasn't been this way all morning, but it's happening now. So we're looking forward to hoping that it continues. Stacey Mills has messaged me back. You owe me a few drinks at the next weekend at BC. I'm not going now. So there you go. Sorry, Tim, I can't make it to BC3 Day because I owe pints out apparently. So not too sure why I owe a few drinks.
The bar trailer won't be that expensive there.
Well, my tab's going to be through the roof if that's the case. I'm just waiting for everyone else to message now and go, I'm me.
Have we got any more messages or can I jump in?
You can jump in.
I'll jump in then. I got one from Jackie Bell who's saying it's a pleasure to be with you all weekend, visually from Redditch. BAStv is great, well done. And we've got one from Southern Ireland. Norma Sheehy is wishing all the Southern Ireland contingent racing over here this weekend all the best of luck. And she wants a big shout out to all the West Waterford Club that did a good job last weekend of putting on the final round of the All Ireland Autograss Series. And there's another 2-day, I think, coming up on the 17th and 18th of September over there as well. So that's my messages done. Have you had another ping?
I've got Tom Roberts has messaged me and said, shout out to Jess and Craig Conway, Scunthorpe 126. I think, did Craig had a win in his Class 2 earlier on? He did. So big shout out to them. Good luck this weekend watching from sunny Barnsley. So that's a shout out. Right, enough of the shout outs because it looks like we're going back racing. Race 8 of your men's Class 8 is down there on the line. Graham Moss, Chris Pope, Phil Talbot, Dan Smith, Chris Juggins, Stuart McLean, Matt Stratton and Mitch Wells. There we go. How's that for timing? As we look to Marshall's post number 1, the yellow flag goes up, the bungee lifts, and we get away and racing. And I tell you what, someone storms it. Mitch Wells, I think it is, who had the best of the breaks. Popey's going with him though in Spalding number 8. Oh, just giving him a nudge as they go into turn 1. It does Wells no harm though, as he's the one who emerges as your race leader. Popey goes out wide, and Graham Moss comes through up the inside in White Rose number 1 as he runs second. Pope gets relegated to third, but looks to cut back as he goes up the hill down the far side. The race on the field then for second and third. Oh no, Graham Moss gets it all out of shape as Popey just about makes contact, but Moss gets it going again as Wells it is that leads the way. 2 more to go. The race on for second very much as Mossy it is, but Juggins is with him, Pope's with him as well, as any one of those 3 it is. In order, Moss is gone again in White Rose number 1, trying so hard as he gets it round, faces the wrong way, so that allows Chris Pope to take up second, but does it? No, he's gone as well as Mitch Wells it is starts his final lap. I'll tell you what, it's all going on for second as Pope gets it going again, about half a lap behind your race leader, but he runs second. Third then is the Smith machine in 44 as they go down the far side. Your race leader already into that bottom turn for the final time. Checkered flag. Mitch Wells unfazed by all the drama and the melee going on behind him, but he takes the win. Chris Pope takes second eventually in Spalding number 8. Third is going to go to Chris Juggins in Scunthorpe number 50. Adam Smith in Ludlow 44. Phil Talbot in Solway number 2. Then we're going to go to Matt Stratton in Evesham 15, and Graham Moss, I tell you what, he put on a show, didn't he? But unfortunately not having the results that he wanted as he comes across the line in that 8th place position. Well, that might be one of the most chaotic races of the day, I think it's fair to say, as the race for second, there was about 4 or 5 cars that were trying to mix it in. I think at one point or another in the race, they all ended up facing the wrong way. But Chris Pope it was who took second. But I'll tell you what, Mitch Wells, as I said, absolutely unfazed by what went on behind him as he stormed to victory in Invicta Kent 356. Right, we've got one more race of Class 8s to come your way for the first round of qualifying. As I said, Spar Motors, your sponsors for the weekend, and Beresford Chassis and Components, your very kind sponsors for the course of the British Autograss Series. And speaking of British Autograss Series and sponsors, obviously a very big thank you to Kent Cams and Simpson, the very long time sponsors of the British Autograss Series. And of course, thank you to every sponsor that we have got, because obviously without them, then these meetings would cease to exist. So we obviously lost one during that race. I got caught up in the excitement, but it was Stuart McLean that unfortunately lost out as he gets it going again, I think in the ex-Matt Bishop machine in CS17. So race 9 then, the final race is on the line. Justin Thomas, Gethin Lewis, Kenny Smith, Colin Linehan, Dan Thomas on his grand return, Tom Chadwick, Jake Harden and Wes Hathaway. So as I said, Dan Thomas then, his grand return back to Class 8 racing, and I tell you what, he's going to lead them into turn 1 in the pink machine, but goes out very wide. Has he got the speed to hold it off as Hathaway shoots up the inside in Breednell number 1? We've lost 4 of them as they went into turn 1. Are they all going to get it going? It certainly looks like 3 of them will, but Hathaway it is that leads the way. Linehan runs second in Mallow 13. Dan Thomas relegated to third in PhD 47. He isn't going to stay there, I can assure you of that, as he moves up to second in 47. Linehan leaves the door open as Justin Thomas runs through as well. He moves up into third in North Shropshire number 40. Chadwick is down the order. Harden's down the order as well in PhD 25. Kenny Smith, after earlier problems, is at the tail end, but the race is heating up at the front. Oh, Thomas gets it all wrong as they go into that bottom turn. It's last lap flag. It's Hathaway from Colin Linehan. Dan Thomas just got it all out of shape as he went into that bottom turn. He runs third now. We've lost Kenny Smith is Stroud and District 41. He's parked up behind a tree as Justin Thomas comes across to start his final circuit. It's checkered flag. It's a win for the home league as Wes Hathaway takes the win. Colin Linehan takes second. Dan Thomas with a very respectable third on his return to Class 8 racing in PhD 47. Tommy Chadwick then takes fourth in North Shropshire 151. Kenny Smith got it going from absolutely nowhere and is the next to cross the line with Justin Thomas in North Shropshire number 14. Jake Harden in PhD 25 coming across to round it all off, and that might be the first time I've ever looked at a Class 8 sheet with 9 races and only had 1 rerun.
Well done.
You know you've done well when Mickey B gets impressed. That's how you know you've made it in life. So 1 rerun to come your way. Wouldn't it be great if we heard over the radio, oh, we're going to take a result from race 7? Then I'd have none then, look. But that's Class 8 done and dusted with for the time being. Big thank you to Beresford Chassis and Components and Spar Motors. We're staying open wheels, we're slowing down the pace, but staying equally as competitive. Only 4 cars, unfortunately, but I'm sure they can make a race. This is the men's S600s that get away from the line. Barnbrook was the first one to show, goes out very wide, pushes on, and goes from first to fourth as Trevor Frost it is. That takes up the running in the White Rose 400 machine. I believe Trevor's your series leader as well, and certainly your race leader as he goes down the far side for the first time. Then we're going to go to Jamie Smith in Yorkdale's 103. He runs there in second, but coming on a strong challenge from Elwyn Pitt in Hereford 16. Elwyn certainly got the right line as he tries to hug the tyres, but doesn't quite make it stick as they come past us. And I tell you what, Harrison Barnbrook well down the order now in the Sturton 45 machine. Had such a good start, but couldn't keep up the momentum and the pace for the majority of the race. His last lap flag already. Trevor Frost it is then in a league of his own at the moment as he leads the way and comes past us into that Stargate turn. Up the hill he goes for the final time down the far side. Bar any major mistake, I think it's safe to say that he's got this one in the bag. Jamie Smith, Elwyn Pitts and Harrison Barnbrook run second, third and fourth respectively as the checkered flag comes out this time. White Rose 400 it is then as he comes across, takes the win. Trevor Frost with a fairly easy win, you have to say. Jamie Smith takes second. Elwyn Pitt in Hereford 16 comes across in third, and Harrison Barnbrook in Sturton 45 after such a good start comes across, takes 28 points in fourth place. So S600s are complete for the first round of qualifying. SGS Gases Services, your sponsors for the series, and Webb's Flooring Services, your sponsors for the BAST round this weekend. So a very big thank you to them. We're moving onwards to the big boys of the sport. We've got men's class 10s down there on the line. Telford Toilets, your sponsors for the meeting, and ProLinks, of course, your very kind series sponsors over the course of 5 rounds. Only 3 races to come in men's class 10s. I think we've had 4 races at every other BAST, so we've obviously lost out on a few, but 3 races. Looking at the names that are down there, I tell you what, we're still in for a treat as we look at race 1. Race 1 then brings out your newly crowned national champion from my part of the world, Nigel Beard in Gloucester and District 87. I think it's something like 40 odd years. I think Ross said something around 40 years since Gloucester last won a Nationals. He managed to do it. He's out in this one. We'll pick the rest up as they get away, but keep your eyes on the champ. He runs second, believe it or not, as he doesn't lead into turn 1, but he's going to lead out of it if he carries on driving like that. Oh, Gary Morris collecting cars as they go into turn 1. And I'll tell you what, your champ's the only one left running as Nigel Beard it is comes out of that turn. He's already half a lap clear as Matt Barnbrook gets it going in the Scunny 45. Oh no, Barnbrook's gone as well. Now he's in the Armco over on the Stargate turn. So second is going to be Matt Jenkins in PhD 77. Then we're going to go to Phil Peake in YD 63. They've all got it going, so that's the good thing. The bad thing is there's not much of a race because your race leader is coming up to lap the rest of them as he goes down the far side. It's Nigel Beard then that leads the way. Certainly not dropped in form since his Nationals win as Gloucester and District 87 it is. That starts his final circuit. As I said, already lap 2 cars. He's got another one in his sights as Matt Barnbrook goes down the far side. But the race order is Nigel Beard. He's the one who leads. Second is Phil Peake, who just comes across to start his final lap. in YD63. Then it was PhD77, but he's gone out of it. Oh, this is chaotic. This is a mess. One thing we can say for certain then, nice beard it is. That takes the win. Gloucester and District 87. That's certain. Also certain is that Phil Peake takes second in the Yorkshire 63. Now, if anyone out there in spectator land could tell me who's getting third, fourth and fifth, then that would be greatly appreciated, because every single car got it all wrong. They all ended up facing the wrong way. Gary Morris from Matt Jenkins was the next one across. We've lost the Athelston machine of George Young over on the bottom turn in Athelston 21. The rest of them are finished, so George unfortunately didn't quite have the legs to make it to the finish line. But what did I say about the Class 8 race? That might be the most chaotic race we've had. Well, Class 10 has just topped it, because that was absolutely all over the place. As George Young finds himself at a standstill, the quad bike's out to get it taken back into the pits. Right, so race 2 is down on the line. We actually want some good racing now from men's Class 10s. We know they're more than capable of it, and I'll tell you what, looking at that lineup that's down there and ready to go, then I'm hoping and I'm sure we will see some brilliant stuff, because race 2 brings out Chris Ellis in South Somerset number 6, Ben Herdman in Radford 207, Luke Bennett in North Wales 62, Andy Bishop in Yate and Sodbury 37, Andy Hornshaw in York 7, and Wes Tinker in York 40. And I tell you what, every single one of those drivers could be in that final tomorrow, because that is how much of a strong lineup it is. As I said, with Class 10s, you don't get the numbers. You don't get like Class 8s where you have 72 cars and 9 grids. You don't get that in Class 10s. You normally have to settle for about 3 or 4 grids. But every grid is virtually like a final, because they are just so competitive, and there is really no margin for error in men's Class 10s, as George Young has just proved as he gets taken back into the pit. So who's your money on in this one then? Chris Ellis is in the inside, Wes Tinker's on the outside, Hornshaw's lane 7, lane 6 is Andy Bishop, lane 5 is Luke Bennett, lane 4 is Ben Herdman. So no one in lane 1, no one in lane 3. Will that play a part? Luke Bennett, of course, led the national final a couple of weeks ago, but certainly not going to lead out of the gate. Tinker was quick, but Ellis was quicker in South Somerset number 6 as they go into turn 1. Bennett's up the inside, but Hornshaw is tighter than him in York number 7. Bennett's round in North Wales 62, so Hornshaw it is. That's going to lead them round for the first time up the hill. York number 7, Bishop runs second in the Yate and Sodbury machine. Herdman runs third. Fourth is Wes Tinker as Ellis goes out wide, and Luke Bennett just not having the luck in North Wales 62, and I find myself saying that far too often as he goes down the far side. But your race leader, Andy Hornshaw, has gone out wide, and it just goes to show the standard of 10s, because he went from first to third, battles back up to second as Bishop takes up the running and goes down the far side for another time. Is it going to be last lap flag? It is. Into that bottom turn he goes in the Yate and Sodbury machine. Andy Hornshaw still there in second, but hasn't got an answer at the moment as he comes past. Ben Herdman runs third. Fourth is still Chris Ellis, and fifth is Luke Bennett. So we've lost Wes Tinker as he's limping over on the far side in York number 40. Problems aboard that car, obviously, as he's not running to his usual form. But it's checkered flag. Bishop gets it wrong. Hornshaw comes back. York number 7 takes the win. Bishop takes second. Third is Ben Herdman. Fourth is Chris Ellis. Wes Tinker's the next one across the line, but I think is a lap behind. And apparently everyone is going to come round once again, because the checkered flag did come out, but obviously no one's seen it. So that's why we got red flags flying. So Hornshaw from Bishop, from Herdman, from Chris Ellis, Wes Tinker and Luke Bennett. So thankfully there was no positional change during the last lap. But Luke Bennett, as I said, just so unlucky. Never seems to have luck on his side as he cruises down that far side in North Wales 62, just limping across. Obviously will come across and pick up what could be very valuable points in terms of the British Autograss series, even in terms of this weekend, because as I said, with only 3 races, how many cars have we actually got signed on in men's Class 10? So not that many. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 17 then we've got signed on. So to be fair, what's that, sixth place points. So if he has 2 good runs in his second and third heat, then that certainly will probably put him into the final. So of course, like I said, racing not just for this weekend, but BAST points as well. And we are certainly at the business end of the season now. As they get to round 4, then obviously points equal prizes, and everyone wants those points. Race 3 brings out your series leader. Speaking of points, Liam Evans in North Shropshire number 3 as they get away from the line. Liam's quick, but Phil Young might just have actually been a little bit quicker as they go into turn 1. Liam's got the right line, but Young hasn't got the speed. As Evans it is that comes through. Lee Seagraves runs second, Phil Young runs third. Sam Burbage is the next one across with Terry Burbage in Sturton 41. So they're the ones that are out in this one. That's the running order. Oh, we got a change for fourth or third as Sam Burbage moves up the inside of Phil Young in Evesham 23. But no one's touching Liam Evans at the moment in North Shropshire number 3. I think he had a win in his Class 7 and looking to repeat that in the Class 10. This is, of course, your Class 7 national champion and your champion of champions. Didn't do it in the 10s, but he's doing it this weekend at the moment as he goes into that bottom turn for the penultimate time. Last lap flag, North Shropshire number 3 from ARC number 1. Then we go to Sam Burbage in Sturton 40, Phil Young in Evesham 23. Terry Burbage well off the pace in Sturton 41 as he goes down the far side. Liam Evans reeling the back marker in now as the checkered flag looks to get made ready for your race winner. It's going to be Liam Evans, North Shropshire number 3. So that's 2 wins for him, a win in the 7, a win in the 10. Lee Seagraves takes second, Sam Burbage takes third. Phil Young is coming across in that 4th place in Evesham 23. Then we're going to go back to them as once again, for some reason, they've all done an extra lap. So I think the Class 10 boys are getting a little bit too excited, to be honest, because last 2 races where they've taken the checkered flag and they've all started doing an extra lap. So at first I thought it was my eyes. I thought, was it a checkered flag? Was it a last lap? But no, it is them. So the Class 10 boys obviously getting a little bit too excited and doing an extra lap once again. Just making the most of their track time. I think that's what it is. So to be fair, I think you're going to need all the laps you can get on this track to find the best way around it. So that's probably what they were trying to do. But good stuff from Class 10s. 3 races scheduled and 3 races completed as we put our 3rd and final tick next to our Class 10 racing. Big thank you to Telford Toilets for their sponsorship over the course of the weekend, and a very big thank you, of course, to ProLinks for their sponsorship over the course of the series. Right, wow, I could not be more impressed with myself. 1 rerun out of 12 races. So I won't be saying that by the time the second heats roll around, I can assure you. But I've got 1 rerun to come your way, and speaking of reruns, we've got Class 6s down there on the line and assembled. Shock horror, Tim. So Class 6s are down there, and to tell you who is down there, it's over to Tim.
Yes, thank you, Liam. So, yeah, the one outstanding rerun of men's Class 6s, race 2. So we're going without Jack Brown in Mallow 182. And as we look down towards the line, then there is a space missing. So the Irish machine will take no part in this one. Darren Rees, though, should be there in Typhoon 95. Jordan Tinker in York 35. Andrew Lewis in PhD 85. So Neil Reid also will be there in Typhoon 221. Adrian Brown in PAC 37 and Richard Jones in Cymru 279. So away we go with this one as they leave the line, and it is at York 35 then Jordan Tinker that's the first one to show from PAC 37, and that's at second place like Adrian Brown as they come by us for the first time. Then comes the mini then Neil Reid in Typhoon 221, just ahead of Darren Rees in Typhoon 95, PhD 85 going through, and not to beat this time for Richard Jones in Cymru 279, but Tinker it is though. That's your lead machine at the minute. York 35 once again rounds turns 1 and 2 and back past us once again. York 35, Neil Reid in Typhoon 221, Typhoon 95 and PAC 37 going through as Adrian Brown climbs the bank once again ahead of PhD 85, and Richard Jones closing in Cymru 279, but with a fair old race lead and 1 lap to go. York 35, Jordan Tinker sends him on to the final circuit from Typhoon 221 of Neil Reid. Then comes Typhoon 95. Oh, Adrian Brown's classic defence in PAC 37. So Richard Jones in gains a place in Cumberland 279 and Andy Lewis in PhD 85. But checkered flag then this time around, and the race win, 55 points on the board. York 35, Jordan Tinker takes it from Neil Reid in Typhy 221. Typhy 95 will come across as Darren Rees. Richard Jones in Cumberland 279, and coming around to the last car to complete, PhD 85 of Andrew Lewis. So obviously going to need recovery for Adrian Brown and PhD at 37. So quad bikes once again very quickly on to the scene. So if you look down towards the line, there is another outstanding rerun. So this could be, or should be, all being well, race 3. So completely forgot about race 3. So there we go. So Dave Hadley should be down there in Severn Valley at 7:01 from Mickey Manning in Evesham 5. Jamesy, Yorkshire Dales 10, is also should be down in Dean Robinson YS 41. Tom Pipe, North Shropshire 5. Kai Williams in Typhy 121, Adrian Lewis in PAC 7. So that's the provisional lineup. There is a gap in the grid. So let's see if we can work out who that actually is. Maybe Tom Pipe, I think, is missing in North Shropshire 5, but as I say, can't quite see from where we are because fortunately there is a tree in the way. So, yeah, we possibly think Tom Pipe might not be there with there was a little bit of contact with Mickey Manning down the far side in race 3. But, as I say, we'll see as they make their way off the line into turn 1. So, Adrian Brown makes his way off the circuit under his own steam. So, Elite Racing Transmissions, of course, your series sponsor, and Amberton Limited, once again, your round sponsor. Big thanks to both, and also a big thanks to the overall sponsor, of course, Simpson Kent Cams and Simpson Race Exhaust, long-time sponsor of the British Series. And say once again, big thanks to everybody, all the sponsors that put so much in. So as I say, we make no apology for giving them as maximum airtime as we can. So, I think we're all about ready to go. So, just change over marshals, I think, on the first part of the track. Oh, Jamesy's, I think, making his way onto the grid. So, again, just a minute or so's delay while I think they get everybody into position. Jamesy, of course, Yorkshire Dales 10, coming out of lane 3. So, I think Jamesy making his way on to the start line. So Adrian Brown, of course, starts towards the outside in the PAC 7 machine, one of the more unusual machines in Class 6s. Of course, diesel power in that one. So if you see the bit of black smoke, then that's probably, or hopefully that's what it is. But say, nice to see something different in Class 6s. Loads of different engines and body shells that are used. But let's see who gets the grip and who finds the lead as Manning's away. And he makes the best start in Evesham 5. Jamesy goes with him in Yorkshire Dales number 10. That's the 1 and the 2. Kai Williams on the outside in Typhy 121. But it's the two chargers in Class 6. Jamesy and Manning side-by-side passes for the first time. Manning it is, Evesham 5, that climbs the bank in for the first time. Oh, something's broken, I think, on the car, and he's got contact, I think, with Dave Hadley in Severn Valley 701. More contact with Kai Williams in Typhy 121. So absolute race of attrition. Red flags, no supplies once again on race 3 of men's Class 6s. So poor old Mickey Manning in the wars in Evesham 5 took a big, massive roll earlier in the year. But hopefully, I'm sure Mickey's okay, but they'll get that car sorted and back to the pits and hopefully all being repaired. So also assistance for Dave Hadley in Severn Valley 701. Dave, of course, former Class 5 racer many years ago, but nice to see Dave back out with the Spagwick Motors team in Severn Valley 701. Returned to sixes a few years ago with the Corsa. So Bowser's once again on to the circuit. Didn't think we'd see this a few hours ago when the rain was making its way down. Also problems for YS 4017 Robinson as well, so he's in the middle of the circuit. So always fast, always furious Class 6s. But those of you that are listening on BAStv, then a very good afternoon to you. I hope you're all well and it's all sunny shining wherever you are, whatever you're doing. Hope you're all enjoying all the commentary and, dare I say, all the information that we're supplying. Whether it's right or not is a completely another thing. But any more shout-outs, Mickey?
Yeah, well, I've got one from one of my favourite handover to commentators. It's Mr. Lover, Paul Glover, who's given us a message all the way from sunny Yorkshire. And he said, can you wish Hilary Frost a happy... Am I allowed to say the age of Hilary? And well, he's put it in black and white, so he can take the blame. A happy 70th birthday from all at White Rose. So, yep, happy birthday, Hilary, 70. Don't look a day over 69, so you've looked after yourself, love. Well done. Also, a happy birthday for TA7, Will Evans. We believe his little mate came over, and I said, how old is he then? He said, Mickey, I think he's 14. So, yeah, happy 14th birthday to Will Evans there, Typhy 7. So looking up on the track, we've recovered those stranded vehicles that were involved. A little bit of this. Oh, hold on a minute. We've got live streaming all the way there from. We've got Aaron. Yeah, good, thank you. Has she given birth yet? No, hi, Georgia. You right, love? Hey, you remember my advice? A hot curry and jump up and down. You know, that's, yeah, and if you do that, we should have another addition to the world by about 2 o'clock in the morning. That'd be nice, yeah. Hey, let us know. Yeah, I'll tell you, you're looking very snazzy in that white, well, what kind of shirt would you describe that? Voice of an angel?
Very white shirt with a Hawaii full sleeve and all of it.
Audi special, that's what I reckon that is. Hey, product placement again. Hey, no, great stuff, excellent. So there we go, everyone. You can see we've got live streaming from, you know, one of the. Normally he's out on the track, isn't he? Down on Marshall Post number 3. Hey, and we, Chairman, how well has the meeting flowed so far?
He said that
yeah, all right, mate. Excellent stuff. Well done. Yeah, good luck. Yeah, good luck for the pending birth.
You said that we won't be here in front of this weekend. You said we never listen to you anyway.
So it looks like we are going to be ready to go racing. And Bowser's coming off, so it's going to be back over to. Is it stock catching? It's me. Are we back round again? Are we?
For ladies.
For ladies. There we go. So I'm going to switch microphones and come back over to where Tim is. Thank you very much. Yeah, so we're getting ready to go racing with the ladies stock hatch. So down here this weekend, we've got a hold on a minute, get my paperwork sorted. There we go. We got 3 of the girls there. SGS Gases are series sponsors, and Wiltshire Autograss League sponsors for the weekend. Radford 59 then. It's Michelle Petrie from Carmarthen 44, Michelle Evans. And then that Radford 197, Alicia Brooks. So there is your three racing down here on the stock hatches for the ladies. And they've spread themselves out, haven't they, around this track already? A drying track as well. The conditions looking a little bit better. Radford 59 there. Michelle Petrie got the best of it. Oh, she's gone out into that loose stuff. Is that going to cost her? No. Carmarthen 44, Michelle Evans still in that second place. And then Radford 197, Alicia Brooks third. Climbing up the hill. And yeah, it has been a challenge, a struggle for a few today. But with the sun starting to bake down on this track, the speed of the racing will just get quicker and quicker. As Michelle Petrie, another lap under her belt, and it will be one more lap for her to go. As she's taken the last lap flag, she climbs the hill, dust flicking off the track. Carmarthen 44, Michelle Evans still running in that second place, and Radford 197. Alicia Brooks in that third place. And if you're a betting man, then I'd say that's how it's finishing. And it will do. There you go. Checkered flag, Radford 59. I've just got to put my glass on because I think we've got a message that's come in. And loving the sunglasses on your partner in crime. Right, that's it. Lovely. Oh, yeah, all the way from men's nationals then. Carmarthen 44, Michelle Evans takes that second place. And Radford 197, Alicia Brooks finishing off that Heat 1, Race 1 of... Oh, and a lap of honour as well for Radford 59. Does she not know how much it is petrol these days? Albeit, it is coming down, yeah. As Bruce Forsyth would say, lower, lower. And there we go. Up on the line then. Are we going all the way back round? Well, it's over to Mr. Steve Langley.
No, well, sort of all the way back round, but you'd forgotten the ladies, Mickey. So, yeah. So, yeah, we are back with Class 1s, but ladies at the helm. So, Mobile Freezer Rentals, our sponsors, and TBR Race Engines, then our Kent Cam Simpson Racing Exhaust British Associate Series sponsors. Second and third in the series, both out in this first of 3 races. Claire Compton in North Shropshire 951 sits second. Sophie Lewis in Athelston 2 sits in third. So let's see if this one runs to the form book. To some extent it is, because it's Claire Compton in North Shropshire 951 that's the first one past us. Nia Jones in TA 352 runs in second place. Sophie Lewis runs third in Athelston 2. Seven Valley 147. And Scunthorpe 213 racing together. That's Rachel Hadley and Emily Lodge respectively. And a few first bend problems there for Seven Valley 31 and Cambridge 48. Caris Thomas in Seven Valley 31 and Kerry Bennett in Cambridge 48. North Shropshire 951, Tybee 352, Athelston 2. That's the 1, 2, 3. And looking firmly established now in fourth place is Rachel Hadley in Seven Valley 147. Just dropping back a little bit, Emily Lodge in Scunthorpe 213. She's been challenged round the outside by Seven Valley 31, Caris Thomas. And Kerry Bennett comes past in Cambridge 48. Here's your race leader. There's the last lap flag, North Shropshire 951, but this is getting close. The little mini TA 352. Having a look up the inside, currently sits 8th in the series, so certainly been right on the pace throughout the 2022 season. But as they go down the far side, Claire Compton it is that puts 3-4 car lengths advantage now ahead of Tybee 352. Sophie Lewis still runs in third place in Athelston 2 as we get our first ladies Class 1 checkered flag of the weekend. And it goes to Claire Compton in North Shropshire 951. Nia Jones in TA 352. Athelston 2 is Sophie Lewis in third. A little bit of a gap then back to Rachel Hadley comes home in fourth in Seven Valley 147. Seven Valley 31 is Caris Thomas. Scunthorpe 213 and completing it all is Cambridge 48. So that is race 1 successfully completed. Race 2 on the line then. Larry Fionn Jones in North Wales 6. Fiona Thomas in Tybee 16. Sarah Lovett in IK 37. Nicole Kingsley in IK 90. Rebecca Owen in North Wales 397. Maisie Bowers in Stroud 62. And Tia Morgan in Swansea 10. Those are the 7 cars for race 2, first round of qualifying of the Class 1 ladies. Don't forget, after the 3 rounds, we will be looking for the top 8 through to tomorrow's final. So just waiting for track clearance, which we have very quickly. From the middle of the grid, then it is IK37, Sarah Lovett, that is the first one to show. North Wales 6 then just on the outside, looking to try and come through there. Tia Morgan in Swansea 10. Also Rebecca Owen coming up through the field in the 397 machine. But as they come past us for the first time, it is IK37, Sarah Lovett leads the way. 397, Tivy 16. Now up into 3rd place. That's Fiona Thomas at the wheel of the Tivy 16 machine, climbing the bank. And as conditions dry, then the bank proving nowhere near as problematical as it was earlier on. But IK37, Sarah Lovett, under strong challenge from Rebecca Owen in North Wales 397 on the outside line. That's the 1 and the 2. Tucked right in there with them is Fiona Thomas in Tivy 16. A little bit of a gap then back to Tia Morgan in Swansea 10. North Wales 6. Then comes Nicole Kingsley in the Victor Kent 90. And completing it all is Maisie Bowers in Stroud 62. But the leading group, the 3 cars, just pulling away a little bit now from the rest of the field. Still 397 on the outside as the last lap flag gets made ready. 37, the shorter way home, proving the most economical at the moment, because it is Sarah Lovett that takes the field past us and climbs that bank for the final time. Under strong challenge though from the North Wales 397 machine. These two pulled away just a little bit from Fiona Thomas in TA16, and 397 then through on the inside. And looks like that's a tactic that's going to pay off. Rebecca Owen comes around, takes the checkered flag, takes the win. Also coming through Fiona Thomas in TA16. Sarah Lovett 3rd in IK37. Tia Morgan, Swansea 10. Then in Victor Kent 90. Larry Fionn Jones in North Wales 6. And hopefully coming round to complete it all will be the Stroud 62 car. Maisie Bowers at the wheel of that one. So that's race 2 successfully completed. Race 3 will bring out our current series leader. That's Tivy 2, Larry Davis. She's going to be joined by Lucy Wickham in Penhow 27, Caitlin Newton in Breeden Hill 23, Emily Polly in Cambridge 136, Emily Grayson in Scarborough 95, and Imogen Morris in Cumdee 1. So just putting some tyres back in place on that bottom bend just gives an opportunity to wish a happy birthday to Bo Bennett, Breeden Hill 33, junior driver, grand old age of 14 today. So Bo Bennett, Breeden Hill 33, happy 14th birthday. So we're away then with race 3 of the first round of qualifying of the TBR Race Engines and Mobile Freezer Rentals sponsored ladies class 1s, and it is Larry Davis. She's been in storming form this season in this Tivy 2 machine. She's the race leader as she comes past us for the first time, tucking into 2nd place Lucy Wickham in Penhow 27. Imogen Morris runs 3rd in Cumdee 1. Breeden Hill 23, that's Caitlin Newton at the wheel of the Breeden Hill machine as they climb the bank for the first time. In that 4th place then Emily Polly in Cambridge 136, and the one with a bit to do at the moment, Emily Grayson in Scarborough 95. But the one they're all chasing is Larry Davis. Tivy 2 comes round once again. Penhow 27, still in that 2nd place slot. Imogen Morris, well within striking distance though in Cumdee 1. The 136 car of Emily Polly still holding on to 4th place, but under a little bit of challenge from the Breeden Hill machine of Caitlin Newton as they just begin to string themselves out a little bit over there on the far side. It is though Larry Davis that's going to come round to take the last lap flag as the race leader from Lucy Wickham in Penhow 27, Cumdee 1, 136, 23 and 95. So all the cars are on to their final circuit as our race leader goes down the far side of the circuit past the grandstand for the final time. It's looking like Larry Davis is going to add another 55 points to her series total and 55 points towards a place in today's final. Tivy 2 then takes the win, Penhow 27. Cumdee 1, then comes Emily Polly in Cambridge 136, and just by my money, I think it was Caitlin Newton in Breeden Hill 23 ahead of the Scarborough machine. So that completes ladies class 3s for their first round of qualifying. Sorry, ladies class 1s for their first round of qualifying. It's now ladies class 3s Or is it? I can't remember the race order. Is it? It is. It's 3s on the line. I think ladies are running odds and evens. So 2 races to come your way. 10 signed on. We've got Nicola McKenzie in IK13. Erin Almond in North Wales 27. Donna Brown in Carmarthen 4. Becky Shaw in Border Counties Treble 1. And Leanne Hushka in North Wales 10. Those are the 5 cars for the first of the 2 races. And it is Becky Shaw in Border Counties Treble 1 that comes round as the race leader. She is the current series leader as well. Invicta Kent 13, Nicola McKenzie currently sits 5th in the series. However, Nicola didn't score and didn't do round 1, so she's already dropped all of her scores. So sitting higher placed than that, if you think that the cars above her are still got to drop scores. But Becky Shaw looking to add another maximum to her total. IK13 runs in 2nd place. Carmarthen 4 then is the next one through. That's Donna Brown, Leanne Hushka in North Wales 10 and North Wales 27, Erin Almond. Look, Erin, I finally pronounced your name right after about 3 years, and you're normally nearer the front than that, but it is Border Counties Treble 1 that takes the last lap flag as the race leader. Invicta Kent 13, Carmarthen 4. That's the 1, 2, 3. Leanne Hushka in North Wales 10 and Erin Almond over there in the NW27 machine. But it is Becky Shaw that's going to come round in Border Counties Treble 1, take the checkered flag and take the win. Invicta Kent 13 then in that 2nd place slot. Nicola McKenzie at the wheel of that one. Donna Brown in Carmarthen 4. Leanne Hushka in North Wales 10, and Erin is going to come round. Say 10 of them signed on, 8 final places, so every point could make a difference as the 27 car comes round, takes the checkered flag. So that was race 1. Race 2 brings out Claire Horner in Yorkshire Dales 24, Jade Russell in Yorkshire Dales 86, Naomi Davis in Tivy 1, Becky Smith in North Shropshire 343, and Catherine Bynan in Carmarthen 3. So of these 5 cars then we've got 2nd, 3rd and 4th from the British Autograss series out there in this one. So Claire Horner in YD24, just about the first one to show, but looking to come through. In the midfield is Carmarthen 3, Catherine Bynan looking to come through. Right on the inside is Jade Russell in Yorkshire Dales 86, Naomi Davis in Tivy 1. Then runs in 3rd place as sponsors for Class 3 ladies. Then Kelly Recovery, the sponsors of the round. Ram Developments, that's the team behind the Tivy 1 car, of course, are our series sponsor. But our race leader, YD86, Jade Russell is Carmarthen 3. Becky Smith runs 3rd in North Shropshire 343. Tivy 1, and the one playing catch-up, and it's not very often that you say that, it is Claire Horner in Yorkshire Dales 24. But last lap flag already being made ready for Jade Russell in the Yorkshire Dales 86 as she comes round. Carmarthen 3 in that 2nd place slot. Then Catherine Bynan having a good run as they climb that bank, but I think she might just have a little bit too much to do. Tivy 1, then Naomi Davis running in a good 3rd place as our race leader comes out of that bottom bend for the final time. It is checkered flag. It is another good win for Jade Russell in YD86. Catherine Bynan, Carmarthen 3 in 2nd. Tivy 1, Naomi Davis in 3rd. And then comes the Yorkshire Dales 24 car of Claire Horner. All went a bit wrong for Becky Smith in the closing stages of that one. Well, that completes, from my point of view, men's Class 1, 7 races, men's Class 3, 4 races, ladies Class 1, 3 races, so what's that, 14, 2 ladies Class 3s, 16 races. How many reruns? Oh, yes. Talking of reruns, it's over to Liam.
No one likes a show off, Steve. I've only got one, so that's pretty good for me. But no, we must congratulate Steve, I think, for getting through all those races with no reruns. We'll see if he can do it in the second heats, but we're going to stick with the first heats. We're going back. Men's Class 8 racing. Beresford Chassis and Components and Spa Motors, your sponsors. And I tell you what, he was on his roof about 15 minutes ago. Now he's leading them into turn 1 as Steve Mills is back out, runs out wide, and Mullen comes through. Mullen was your early race leader in the last attempt, and he's doing it again as 37 it is, goes into that top turn. Oh, we've lost Steve Mills. Where's he gone? He's hid behind the tree as we look to try and find him, but down the far side they go. It's Mullen that leads the way. Phil Cooper it is, of course, in the Middleton machine this time, who runs there in second. Third is James Dorset. Fourth is James Bow. Tom Lewis and Ben Shell run there in fifth and sixth, and then Steve Mills down the order after such a good start. In C10, of course, Tom Lewis second in the Bass. He needs the points, but running down the order, but no one's catching. Mullen looking to go one better than what he did at the Nationals as he leads the way. And I tell you what, this track is suiting him absolutely perfectly as he goes up the hill, down the far side for the final time. It's going to be checkered flag this time. It's 37 that leads the way. And dare I say it, this might be the quickest man we've seen in 8 so far today. As Daz Mullen it is, that takes the win. YD 37, Phil Cooper takes second, James Dorset third. Then we go to James Bow, Tom Lewis down the order very uncharacteristically, with Ben Shell in Victor Kent 95, and Steve Mills, as I said, after such a good start in Cumdy number 10, after obviously having the car on his roof at the first attempt. He managed to come back out. He was first into turn 1. It all went wrong. He hid behind a tree for a couple of seconds, then popped out, but unfortunately at the back. But I tell you what, good just to see him get back out after his roll and pick up what could be very valuable British Autograss Series points. Right, so Steve's shown off. I'm going to do it now. I had 1 rerun and it's complete. So, and I had 13 races, may I add, and that was just for 2 classes. I've still got the ladies to come. So I'm hoping they won't let me down. They probably will, now that I've said it, but we got a bit of a wait until we get there. So we've got ladies class 5s down around the line. It looks like we've got 2 races scheduled, and I'm sure they're 2 very competitive lineups of the best of the best. And speaking of the best, is it going to be Garrett? Oh, no, it's going to be Mickey. So, speaking of the best, that's what I meant to say. We've got ladies class 5s, and it's over to Mr. Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, we're going ladies class 5, heat 1, race 1. Lorryinsurance.co.uk, our series sponsor. XC Works, our weekend sponsor for the first run of the ladies. Who's coming out in this one then? So 5 of these girls are in the top 10 in the Bass points, and it brings out your current leader. And it is Sarah Chills, the daughter of the man who had the Tashba shaved to make himself look younger, coming out in lane 6. She's in the lead by 36 points coming into the round 4. And alongside her is Sarah Bateman, Stroud and District 45. She's running 8th. Kirsty Godfrey in Cambridge 10. She's coming out of lane 4, out the middle of the pack. Then we go Kerry Baxter, Breedmill 99. Hereford 4, Natasha Gibbs. Stroud and District 33, Michelle Ellis. She's run in 5th at the moment on the points. And Donna Forrest, PhD 20 in that 10th position. So, Donna, you're out of lane 7. Sarah Chilvers, lane 6. Sarah Bateman, lane 5. Kirsty Godfrey, lane 4. Kerry Baxter, lane 3. Natasha Gibbs, lane 2. Michelle Ellis, lane 1. Well, as we knew earlier today that grid 1 and 2 were the grid of doom. But now with the track drying out, you can tell by the speed and the pace of where the cars are getting up to now. I don't think grids 1 and 2 will be as bad as what they were, albeit that it is a little bit of a squeeze coming down off that start line across past the grandstand and then down into turn 1. I suppose if you're in grid 1 and you've got your legs on you and you get in there first, then keep it tight around the cones and then power it out of the camber of the track out of turn 2. And then it is about getting that pace on going into turn 3 and the climbing up the hill. That has caused some problems for a few cars. A little bit of water going on the track, not a lot, as we look to that start line. Are we ready? Yes, we are. Waiting for that first marshal. He points to the sky. Bungee lifts. Let's go racing with the first of the ladies, and it is Michelle Ellis, Stroud and District 33. She's got that inside line And can she make it stick? Sarah Bateman went with her, but Bateman's round, square-wheeled it. Oh, Godfrey square-wheeled it as well. That's caused a few problems, but here we go then. Michelle Ellis from Sarah Chilvers, from Natasha Gibbs. Then we go Kirsty Godfrey, Sarah Bateman. Then we drop down to the Breeden Hill 99, Kerry Baxter. And, oh my life. Do you know why they've slowed it down? Because it's red flags. Oh, dear. Come on, girls. I so wanted to say that I'd had a clean sweep through, but unfortunately not. It means that we will have to go right back round to the holding lanes for those girls. PhD 20, Donna Forrest. It is the one that needs recovery.
Yeah. Where's Steve Langley gone?
He's probably gone down to Elite Bars just to celebrate on his own with a pint, I would say. After all those races, you know. And I know he's not behind the wheel, by the way, but we do take a bit of pride if you get round through your classes without a rerun. That's brilliant. Unfortunately, for me, that race one of the ladies goes back to rerun. So let's have a look. While they're getting that sorted out, we'll go to race two then. Who does that bring out? Well, Rhiannon Smith and Sandra Jones. Sandra Cumdee 31, Rhiannon South Somerset 36. They're equal second on the points coming into the BAS, which is good. They're only, 36 points behind Sarah Chilvers. Only one of them could pick up maximum points, but also in this race is bringing out Nicola Jesse, York 44, sat in fourth place coming into this on the points. I've got another message that's come through. That bush has got to go. Is it growing? So yeah, is the bush growing? Yep, constantly looking at this because we can't see as the cars go into turn 3 from commentary position, they disappear and then they reappear, and sometimes there's a car that's spun out and we haven't picked it up. That's because we can't see. Honest, it's not that we're no good. It's because there's a tree in the way. Here we go. We are off and racing back to the racing, and I tell you what, Claire Winnell had a good start there. Breeden Hill 66 coming out of grid 1. I was only telling you, wasn't I? Grid 1. That's not the grid of doom anymore. As she takes around Cumdee 31. Sandra Jones goes with her though, and right up close and personal. Nicola Jesse into third place, but she's drifted out a little bit wide. I think she's going to flick the back end out, and that means that she's gone from third to the back of the pack, and she's in that thick loose stuff. That's going to cost her dearly as we go back, and understeer there from Breeden Hill 66, Claire Winnell, but she's got away with it as Sandra Jones, Cumdee 31, still up close with her. Then we go Lynn Olsen from Rhiannon Smith, and then Breeden Hill 44 of Lindsay Ware. And Nicola Jesse's got the car back going, but pretty much 3/4 of a lap down. So she may be praying for some red flags and have this one rerun again. But understeer again from that Breeden Hill 66. This time Sandra Jones, Cumdee 31, does take up the running from Lynn Olsen. From Claire Winnell now, who's dropped back to the third. Then Breeden Hill 44 of Lindsay Ware. Then we go to Rhiannon Smith, South Somerset 36, and Nicola Jesse in York 44. So they've picked up the last lap flag. We are now coming down the hill. Whee! Cumdee 31. Sandra Jones takes maximum points from the Breeden Hill 27 of Lynn Olsen. Then it is Claire Winnell third. Fourth goes to Breeden Hill 44, Lindsay Ware. South Somerset 36, Rhiannon Smith. Wanted probably more points than that, but she'll settle for that. And Nicola Jesse coming across York 44 to finish off that second race of Ladies Fives. One complete, one goes back to rerun. So we now move it up into the Max Sport series sponsors, Ladies Class 7s, DM Design and Fabrication. Samantha Grady, Nicola Gibbs, Alice Bevans, Lindsay Allen, Sue Harris, Ellie Lockwood and Lee Wynn. They are your runners and riders. Lindsay Allen there looking to move it in a second, and the commentators curse again because she square-wheeled it. She has a little bit of a tap with the other ones. What are they going to do on this one? Is that going to go? No, they've got it going. Well done, girls. You keep it going. And we back up a racing. Samantha Graney then flying down that back straight, opening straight into turn 1 she goes. And round to complete another lap. Oh, PAC 53, Alice Bevans into the side there of that Scunthorpe 393. Ellie Lockwood. Lockwood keeps it going then. Sue Harris in the Radford 140 from the CK8 of Lee Wynn. Then we go down to Natasha Gibson, the Breeden Hill 37 of Lindsay Allen, and still parked up. Yeah, red flags. PAC 53, Alice Bevans there. And if you remember, Alice at the last BAS round took a massive role in the final, and she got herself back up, and she went out in the open wheel special and actually drove it like a stormer. But she ended up in A&E that evening, being stitched up, and a bit of TLC required. But back out there. This time she had a little bit of contact there coming in out of turn 1, down the hill into turn 2, and just caught Ellie Lockwood. It didn't stop Ellie Lockwood carrying on, but Ellie there just stopping just to make sure everything is okay, I'm sure. And the recovery vehicles are there. So there you go. Ellie's driving it off the track as I just went back round to make sure everything was okay. Alice Bevans there just stopped on the exit of 2 in a dangerous position. Red flags, and I would probably suspect that the rerun will come back round excluding 1. But we'll let the marshals decide on that. I'm not going to call that, but the race stoppage means that I think we will have one less on that grid. So, do you want me to predict that, Gareth? The voice of an angel? Yeah, possibly PAC 53, but we'll wait for official confirmation. Gareth has got the earpiece in, and you haven't heard anything yet? Oh, right, okay. So we'll, as soon as we know, we'll let you know. Oh, right, yeah, he's switching ears because, he's a bit mutton in one, isn't you? Race 2 then, Emily McKenzie, Cambridge 12, currently 9th in BAS. Oh, she's coming out of lane 8. Lane 7 is Julie Hawthorne Fernyhoe, Radford 176. Currently into this round of the BAS, leading it by, I would say, a country mile. And if she makes that country mile and a quarter, I think she may be I think raising a glass of Prosecco, or is that product placement again? Oh no, I haven't mentioned who made it, by the way. Marks and Spencer's do a very nice one, by the way. Yeah, and if other retailers are available, well, I think we've mentioned a few already. We've had Sports Direct, we've had Aldi, and now Marks and Spencer's. Oh, that's good. And on the soap front, we've mentioned Coronation Street. There are other soaps available. Brookside, EastEnders.
Yeah, Dove and Pantene.
Of who?
Dove and Pantene. They're the soaps.
What programme's that? It's a soap. Oh, it's a bar of soap. Oh, you dog. Oh, my life. We get worse in here. I think it's because it's hotting up in here, isn't it? We started a bit chilly this morning, but it's coming up. But yeah, so Julie, if she has another cracking round this time, I think she will be raising a glass and celebrating picking up the latest Class 7 championship with a round to go. That's how strong she's been this year. PhD 6, Ella John out of lane 5. Michelle Barrett running second in the BAS at the moment in that coming out of lane 4. Kesney Adams, border count is 26, currently 6th in the BAS points. And Shamel Clayton, Spalding 31, running in 5th. And here we go, and Michelle Barrett and Shamel Clayton are the ones that take them down the hill. Can they make sure they're okay? Kesney Adams has a little go as well. Bit of understeer, but she's going to put the power down. And it is Shamel Clayton from Michelle Barrett from Ella John in the PhD 6. Looking for the cut back up the inside there. Radford 176. Julie Hawthorne Fernyhoe into that third place. Can she make any ground on those two cars in front of her? York 12 then. Michelle Barrett looking to try and get through. Oh, did it jump out of gear? Michelle Barrett just slowed down Julie Hawthorne-Fernio thought she was going to maybe find a gap around the up the inside, but had to put on the brakes, and she still is sat in that third place. Border count is 26, Kesney Adams in fourth, but still spawning 31, Shamel Clayton. Round she comes, one more lap to go on this one. In the sunshine and the dust flicking off the track, Michelle Barrett second. Goes into turn 3, climbs up the hill. Julie Hawthorne-Fernio now looking to get up close and personal with Michelle Barrett. Has she found a gap? Can she get the power down there? She's going to go for it. And Michelle Barrett blocks the door as they come down the hill for the final time. Spalding 31, Shamel Clayton takes the 55 points. Michelle Barrett York 12 in second place. Third goes to Julie Hawthorne-Fernio in Radford 176. So there's your 3. Whoa, I tell you what, Cambridge 12. Emily McKenzie has popped out into fourth place. Border count is 26th, fifth, after having a bit of a push on and touching the arm code, just on a slight little touch. PhD 6. Ella John just square-wheeled it. She's got the back end showing towards Elite Bar Services, but she gets it going to take checkered flag and some of those minor points. So well done there to ladies class 7s. That was Heat 1, Race 2 done. We've got a rerun to come shortly. But up on the line, we are now moving back over to Mr. Tom Jones for the lady. Oh, it's a rerun of men's Class 6s.
Yeah, thanks, Mickey. So, yeah, the rerun of men's Class 6s. Looks a seriously depleted field from where we are. But as they leave the line, just down to the 3 cars then, as Yorksdale's 10 it is that makes the best start. Marlene Janes into turn 1 respectively as your race leader. Then comes that's the Typhoon machine in that second place slot. That's going to be Kai Williams just ahead of I think Dave Hadley in Seven Valley 701. But as they go down the far side for another time of asking, James it is that leads them into turn 1 once again. Kai Williams running second in Tyvee 121 and Dave Hadley in Seven Valley 701. But Jamesy on his way. Yorksdale's 10, Tyvee 121 and Seven Valley 701. So no change anywhere in the race order as Jamesy already extended his lead down the far side and round turn 1 and 2. Just pushing on slightly, but no real major issue with 1 to go then. Jamesy, Yorksdale's 10, Tyvee 121 from Kai Williams and Dave Hadley in Seven Valley 701. So once again, no change anywhere on the field as they go past the grandstand for the final time. Checkered flag then at the ready, 55 points and a race win for Jamesy. Yorksdale's 10 takes it from Kai Williams in Tyvee 121 and completing it all then, that will be Dave Hadley in Seven Valley 701. So that completes men's 6s. Elite Racing Transmissions, of course, your sponsor, Amberton Limited, your round sponsor. So next time we'll see them is the second round of qualifying. But as we look down towards the line, as we look down towards the line, we're going open wheelers with Class 9. Back over to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much then, Tim. We're going to go straight into this first round of qualifying for ladies Class 9s. Just the one run going to be coming your way. Your overall series sponsors for ladies Class 9 is Extract Shocks, and your weekend sponsors here this weekend are Webb's Flooring Services. Not sure what it's like out there, but it might be time to put some sun cream on because it's certainly getting hotter in this unit. But we're away, we're racing with ladies Class 9s, and it is going to be Katie Adaman that leads into turn 1 and pops out of turn 2. York 6 pointing in the right direction. Your current series leader is Chloe Richardson. She's there in that second position leading the chase. In Pennine number 5. Oh, and then they're all climbing each other towards the tail end of the field as the Trent 9 machine of Georgia Garnett then just pops out of the start gate turn in about that 5th position. But it's York 6 that rounds out another full circuit of this Gossington Bridge track. Pennine 5 is the Chloe Richardson still there in a strong second position from Heidi Dealey Seagreaves. in TA99 ARC3. Then fourth is Sharon Barker in Evesham 26. She's racing ahead of the IK99 machine of Kelly Weatherick. But it is last lap flag time. Katie Adamant away and gone from the rest of the chasing pack. Just under half a circuit down is the Pennine 5 machine of Chloe Richardson. She's slowly been reeled in by Heidi Daly-Seagraves. And in fourth is going to be now Kelly Weatherick in IK99, but taking the checkers, York 6, 55 points in the bag for Katie Adamant. And who's going to cross the line next? It's going to be Heidi or Chloe as they dash to the line. It's Chloe that holds on in Pennine number 5 from Heidi in ARC3. Fourth place is going to be the IK99 machine, I think, of Kelly Weatherick. And then Evesham 26, Sharon Barker and Georgia Garnett in Trent 9 then pull into the infield. So it is getting hotter out in here. I don't know, it's getting a bit too warm for me.
Oh, it's warm. I like it warm, but I don't like it this warm. It's too warm. You know, there's warm and there's warm.
Yeah, it's certainly hotting up here, and I'm sure that things are going to hot up on the track as well as we progress. That's a seamless link there. Back to the racing. Yeah, sure things are going to hot up on the track as well as we progress through the remainder of this first round of qualifying and the second round of qualifying that's to come later on this afternoon. But we got Class 2 ladies up there on the line. Fleet Care Services are your overall British Autograss Series sponsors throughout the 5 rounds. And your weekend sponsor here this weekend are Mobile Freezer Rentals. 3 races of ladies Class 2 is going to be coming your way. And that means that we've got 17 ladies signed on. So just 1 over 2 full grids. So that's why we're going to have 3 races in this first round of qualifying. Race 1 brings out 5 of the top 10. Your current second highest point scorer, Nicola Bettany in Radford 92, is going to start in lane 1. Jess Owen in North Shropshire 15 is going to start in lane number 2. Vicky Robbins in St Neots 34 will start in lane 5. Caitlin Newton in Stroud District 99 will start in lane 6. Faye Steventon in Pennine 89 starts in lane 7. She is currently placed 8th place after the initial 3 rounds of the series, and in 7th after 3 rounds is Lucy Wickham in Pennine 13. She's going to be starting all the way out there in lane 8. So that's the lineup for race 1. Race 2 will bring out your current series leader. That's Jess Conway in Scunthorpe 126. She'll be joined by Anne-Marie Chadburn in White Rose 13. And Anne-Marie currently placed in 5th after 3 rounds of the series. They'll be joined by Claire Boland in Mallow 127, Valerie Harrington in Radford 205, Pamela Hogan in Mallow number 2, and Michelle Hall in Scunthorpe 227. And then race 3 will bring out Indian Ash in Swansea 69, Jenny Booton in Radford 80, Beth Embling in North Shropshire 94, Lara Jones in TA 17. She's currently placed in 3rd after the opening 3 rounds of the series. She'll start in lane 3. And Linda Thomas, currently placed in 6th, will start in lane 2 in the PAC 91 machine. Yellow flags then scattered around this Gossington Bridge Raceway. We're racing with the first race of this first round of qualifying of ladies Class 2s, and it is Lucy Wickham in Pennow 13 then that's going to lead into turn 1. Alongside her going into that turn is the St Neots 34 machine of Vicky Robbins. That's your 1 and 2 side by side as they pass us for the first time. It's a little bit messier followed behind them as Jess Owen in North Shropshire 15 has the pulls into the infield, rejoins the pack at the tail end of the field to avoid the contact. Race very much on at the head of affairs as Vicky Robbins in St Neots 34 shuts the door on Lucy Wickham's Penhow 13 machine. Radford 92 is Nicola Bettany. She's there back in that 3rd spot, racing ahead of Faye Steventon in Pennine 89 with Stroud 99. Caitlin Newton back in 5th and Jess Owen in North Shropshire 15 at the tail end of the field. The race very much spread out with good battles on for first and second, a battle for 3rd and 4th, and a battle for 5th and 6th. And that battle has changed because Jess Owen has looked up on the inside of the Stroud District machine and gets up to that 5th spot. As 6 cars make their way onto the final circuit, the race leader gets away from Lucy Wickham as Vicky Robbins just extends her lead as she goes across the top part of the circuit for the final time. Checkered flag held aloft, dash to the line, straightly at 34, says thank you very much, 55 points in the bag. Lucy Wickham takes second at Pennow 13, from Radford 92, Pennow 89, North Shropshire 15, and Jess Owen takes 5th from the Stroud District 99 machine of Caitlin Newton, and that brings to a close race number 1. Race 2 up there on the line brings out then Michelle Hall in Scunthorpe 227, Jess Conway in Scunthorpe 126, Pam Horgan in Mallow 2, Valerie Harrington in Radford 205, Claire Boland in Mallow 127, and Anne-Marie Chadburn in White Rose 13. Yellow flags shown on both ends of the track, and that yellow flag shown on Marshall Post number 1. On cue then the bungee breaks. Race 2 leaves the line. 6 cars, 6 drivers signed on, and the 6 of them leave the line. And it's going to be the Mallow number 2 machine of Pam Horgan, and that's going to lead into that first turn. On the inside, Anne-Marie Chadburn, White Rose 13, just gets all sorts of out of shape, gets collected by the Mallow 127 machine of Claire Boland as the White Rose car then facing oncoming traffic towards the infield. From here, it looks like she did it herself, but we continue to race then as the battle hots up at the head of affairs. Jess Conway in Scunthorpe 126, looking towards the outside. Pam Horgan carrying the momentum through turn 1 and 2, and she overshoots that turn, so Jess is through on the inside in 126, just by half a car's length, as they conclude their second circuit of this Gossington Bridge Raceway. 126 then leads the exit of the bank turn in 126, and now puts the pedal to the metal. She's opened about 5-6 car lengths between herself and Pam Horgan, who's still there in that strong second position in Mallow number 2. Third place is Valerie Harrington in Radford 205. That's your 1, 2 and 3 as the yellow flag with the black cross goes out. Fourth place is Michelle Hall in Scunthorpe 227, and Mallow 127. Claire Boland then back there in that 5th spot, just making up the tail end of the field at the moment. But all 5 cars onto their final circuit. Anne-Marie Chadburn hasn't moved in White Rose 13, but it's a win for Jess Conway in Scunthorpe 126. Pam Horgan second in Mallow number 2. Radford 205, Valerie Harrington took 3rd from Michelle Hall in Scunthorpe 227, and it's Claire Boland in Mallow 127. So the White Rose 13 machine just getting a little bit of attention there on the exit of turn 2. Race 2 go back to the pits, and race 3 up there on the line should bring out 5 cars, 5 drivers. As we can see, looking at the live stream, it looks like they're all there. Indian Ash in the yellow machine, and Swansea 69 starts in lane 8. Alongside her, Jenny Booton in Radford number 80. Lane 5 and 6 are empty, and lane 4 will be filled by Beth Embling in North Shropshire 94. Lane 3 will be occupied by Lara Jones in TA 17, and lane 2 occupied by Linda Thomas in PAC 91. So Georgia Garnett's Trent 9 machine and Anne-Marie Chadburn's White Rose 13 Class 2 make their way then back to the pits, either on the telehandler or being led back by the quad. And this race will then bring to a close the first round of qualifying of your Fleet Care Services sponsored Ladies Class 2s, Mobile Freezer Rentals, your sponsors here locally this weekend. So just the 5 cars due to leave the line in the 3rd run of Ladies Class 2s. Like we mentioned, the 2 of the 5 currently in the top 10, they are Lara Jones in TA 17, who's currently placed in 3rd, and Linda Thomas in PAC 91 is currently placed in 6th. That's how the points look, with all points still remaining. That's not including the worst scores being dropped and things. So looking on the website, that's how the points look in order. So just because they're in those positions doesn't mean that when it comes to end of season points that they're there. Right then, it is the 2 Welsh girls that leave the line and have the advantage as they go into turn 1. Lara Jones in TA 17 is going to lead into turn 1. Linda Thomas in PAC 91 then just follows her through in PAC 91. 3rd place through turn 2 is North Shropshire 94. That's Beth Embling behind the wheel of the North Shropshire 94 machine, and the 2 then at the tail end of the field are Jenny Booton in Radford 80, and Indian Ash gets going again in Swansea 69. So all for, we get red flags on race 3 of ladies class 2s. So they'll be back out to play a little bit later on. And we're hearing that the rerun will go, excluding Beth Embling in North Shropshire 94. I think that's unconfirmed at the moment, but that's what has been mentioned over the radio while the cars make their way off the circuit, is that the NS94 machine potentially being picked a black flag. So the runners and riders from ladies class 2 round 1 of qualifying race 3 make their way back to the pits. We got class 4 machines up there on the line, just a one straight run. It's straight over to Mr. Tom Jones.
Thank you, Gareth. So, yeah, no time to tell you who's there and who isn't. Mutt Junkie, your series sponsor, as once again, it's the Carmarthen 7 machine, but this time it's Gwen Reeves, and she is your current BAS series leader. So we got Kelly Weatherick facing the wrong way, but managing to get it going, but at the tail of the field. But out front still, Gwen Reeves is your race leader from Clare Compton. Once again, going to the form book, second in the series is the North Shropshire 434 machine, as they go down that far side just ahead of Claire Herdman in Radford 47. Just the one run of ladies class 4, so lost a few from round number 3, but not lost any of the speed or any of the driving ability. That's Gwen Reeves, who leads once again down the far side ahead of Claire Compton in North Shropshire 434. Claire Herdman still holding on to third, Radford 47 from Julie Whittingham in SR61, as already the last lap flag has gone out. Problems on board Bethan Davis in Typhy 155 as a puncher on board, and Kaylee Weatherick recovering in IK 272. But already into the final turns then for the final time, and picking up exactly where she left off. 55 points on the board and a race win. Carmarthen 7 from Clare Compton in North Shropshire 434. Claire Herdman in Radford 47. And I think Kelly just got it ahead of SR61 of Julie Whittingham. And coming round to complete and picking up what could be valuable points at the end of the season. Bethan Davis in Typhy 155. Shepton Plantyre, of course, your very kind round sponsor. And as already said, Mutt Junkie, your series sponsor. Once again, big thanks to both. So onwards and upwards you go then. Ladies class 6s, once again, only just the one heat. So all being well, all these ladies should qualify for the final. But Elite Racing Transmissions, once again, your very kind sponsor. And Elite Racing Transmissions, your round sponsor. So again, massive thanks to them. So all this then brings out Nicola Olsen in Carmarthen 47, Keris Thomas, Typhy 66, Jenny Brown, BAC 37, Zoe Copeland, Angela Evans, Hannah Thomas, Ella Bailey and Leanne Hushka. Away we go, and it is from the outside grid. Hushka makes the best start in North Wales at number 20, but Olsen's quick also into turn 1 she goes. Carmarthen 47, just getting a bit of a tap from Keris Thomas and Typhy 66. No harm done, no, as we got Bailey facing the wrong way, contact also further down the field. I think it's Leanne Hushka and Thomas. So that may, I think, bring out red flags, but we keep racing for now. Olsen it is in 47 that leads down the far side. And yeah, once again, the dreaded red flags come out on ladies class 6s. So obviously recovery needed for the Typhy 66 machine, Keris Thomas, and I'm sure that's Leanne Hushka in the North Wales 20 machine. Leanne, of course, your current series leader in ladies class 6s. So one hopes no serious damage to the North Wales 20 machine, but I'm sure the team will get that back on winning ways, and certainly from here it doesn't look too badly damaged. So hopefully just something superficial. So back to the rerun lane then, they will go. Obviously we'll let you know if we know any of exclusions or anything along those lines. But for now, we leave ladies class 6s as we look to the line. This is the rerun ladies class 5. So over to the ladies man himself, Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Tom. That's not unusual to see red flags down here. Yeah, you like it, don't you? Yeah. Ladies Class 5, yeah, this is Heat 1, Race 1. They got stopped a short while ago. Lorryinsurance.co.uk, series sponsor, XC Works, our weekend sponsor. So, who's out in there? All right, coming out of lane 7. There you go, PhD 20, Donna Forrest. Sarah Chilvers. Where's Sarah? Oh, I'm not sure. Sarah Chilvers, who came into this leading the BASt by 36 points. She's not in lane 6. Oh, the daughter of the man who had the tash, but shaved it to make himself look younger. Not there. We'll try and find out. Sarah Bateman, Stroud and District 45 is there. The White Machine, the Kirsty Godfrey, Cambridge 10. Kerry Baxter, Breeden Hill 99, Natasha Gibbs, Hereford 4, and Michelle Ellis, Stroud District 33. And I think it was Michelle that was leading this before it got stopped. So let's see what they can do this time. So the car being recovered into the middle, they're Typhy 66, so they'll get the best seat in the house just to watch all the racing going around the track, and then they can make their way back into the pits. Quad Machine just also making their way round as well. So looks like they might be dishing out some water to the marshals. Hello, girls. Do you want a bottle of water? Yeah, go on then. Got any gin in it? Yeah, that'll do. That'll be fine. You can have gin later. Don't worry about it. What's keeping me going at the moment is, as it's starting to heat up, is a nice pint of cider with plenty of ice in later. Elite Bar Services, get ready for me. Here we go then. We are off and racing, and Michelle Ellis got a slingshot out of that inside grid and takes them into there. Oh, Natasha, you're mounting. Stop mounting Kirsty, will you? And she won't stop. Look at her. Oh, I tell you what, you can have one for good measure. And guess what? Yes, you can't go mounting on a Saturday afternoon down at Stroud, because you know what? It will be red flags, and it was red flags on that. So problematical for Heat 1 Race 1. We've now tried 2 attempts, and we failed miserably. But it was a bit of excitement, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I thought there was going to be a bucket of water thrown over, to get them separated. So that's the ladies' 5s, short and sweet, which means the ladies' 7s, again, Heat 1, Race 1, Max Sport, our series sponsor, DM Design and Fabrication, our weekend sponsor, bringing out Samantha Graney, Nicola Gibbs, Alice Bevans. Well, we thought that Alice would not be back out, and that grid 6 is empty. Sue Harris, Ellie Lockwood, Lee Wynn. They are your runners and riders. Here we go, and we're off. And Samantha Graney, she's on a charge at the moment, down into turn 1. It's a bit of deja vu, because following her down there is Ellie Lockwood in that Scunthorpe 393. And it is, so Samantha Graney from Ellie Lockwood, from the Hereford 44 machine, Nicola Gibbs, and look at the dust flicking off this track. Nicola Gibbs holding on to that 3rd place as that Lindsay Allen machine. Pennine 37 takes up that 4th place in front of Hereford 44, and she's having a look back at Sue Harris, and she's going, oh, I fancy getting round this, and can I go wide? I'm going to cut back up the inside, and it is Samantha Graney goes for the cutback. I think that's put pressure on Sue Harris. She's spun it round. She's hidden behind the tree as we go on to last lap, and it is Samantha Graney, Pennine 8 from that Scunthorpe 393, Ellie Lockwood from Red Flags. So, true to form, like the ladies' Class 5s, the rerun has failed to be completed. So we go 3rd time lucky on 5s, 3rd time lucky on ladies' 7s. Up on the line then, we are going round to ladies' Class 8, and it's over to Mr. Liam Williams to take you through.
Cheers, mate. Yeah, I'm going to take you through, and I'm hopefully going to do better than Mickey B did, because, it's not going to take much doing, to be honest, Mick, is it, after that? So, Not the best of form for Mickey there, but he's become used to it. He does 5s and 7s week in, week out. He knows what to expect. Pretty much the same with me with Class 8s. But we are going ladies Class 8. Bennett Bill Motorsport, your sponsors. And speaking of Bennett, Abby J. Bennett then coming out of lane 1. We're going to get the rest as they get away because they're already off the line. And it's going to be Beth Tompkinson that leads them into turn 1 in Scunthorpe 51. But as I said about Bennett, keep your eye on her. She shoots through the inside and takes up the running. Forestine number 8, Beth Tompkinson runs in second. Claire Horner slots herself into third, but out of absolutely nowhere. By the time she's gone into the tree and disappeared, she's popped out in that first place position as Beth Tompkinson relegated to 4th. Abby J. Bennett relegated to 2nd, but Horner it is then that leads them round once again. 62 from number 8, Beth Tompkinson back to 3rd as Lindsay Weir gets relegated to 4th. Then we go to Charlene Hankey in 5th, and it's going to be Sharon Barker who's the next one across, and at the tail end of the field it's Sinead Thomas, but at the front it's going to be Last Lap Flag. Claire Horner popped up in front out of nowhere, but no intention of slowing down with one more lap to go. It's 62 that leads the way. Abby J. Bennett still runs there in second, going out wide but finding speed. Beth Tompkinson with no answer at the moment in Scunthorpe 51 as everyone safely moves on to their final circuit down the far side into that bottom turn for the final time. It's going to be Claire Horner that takes the win. Abby J. Bennett takes second. Beth Tompkinson takes third. Lindsay Weir 4th. Then we go to Charlene Hankey in 5th in ARC number 2. And Sharon Barker, I believe, is going to be your final finisher because unfortunately we've got the Carmarthen 20 machine stranded over on the top turn, on the start gate turn. Gets it all going again and makes the way back into the pit. But race 1 of your ladies Class 8's done and dusted. Race 2 down there, we've got 4 races scheduled. As I said, Bennett Bill Motorsport, you're sponsored. Race 2, Cassie Gunn, Claire Cockrell, Sophie Morgan, Jenny Houlihan, Shelby Ullman, Jade Russell and Hope Godfrey. That's the lineup. Who's going to get the best of the break? Sophie Morgan quick in Radford 71. What line is she going to take as they go into turn 1? Someone shooting through on the inside. I think that was Hope Godfrey. But it's going to be Sophie Morgan from Jade Russell, Jenny Houlihan, Hope Godfrey, Cassie Gunn, Shelby Ullman and Claire Cockrell. That's the running order as they come past us in commentary. And into that start gate turn, Shelby Ullman moves up a position. So does the Claire Cockrell machine as Cassie Gunn gets it all wrong. But at the front is heating up as Sophie Morgan it is that still leads, but I tell you what, IK19 all over the back of her as Jade Russell looks to try and find a way through in that second place. Jenny Houlihan far from out of it in the West Waterford machine. She runs 3rd and certainly getting in amongst it as the last lap flag gets made ready this time. It's Radford from Invicta Kent from West Waterford. There you 1, 2 and 3. Sophie Morgan, Jade Russell and Jenny Houlihan. Hope Godfrey still there in 4th. In 22, Claire Cockrell 5th. Shelby Ullman 6th and Cassie Gunn in 7th in the Pennine machine. But your race leader led pretty much from the word go. Is she going to hold on? One more bend as she slows it down, gets it sideways. She's going to hold on. Sophie Morgan takes the win. Jade Russell takes 2nd. Jenny Houlihan holds on to 3rd despite Hope Godfrey making a last-ditch attempt. Then we go to Claire Cockrell, Shelby Ullman in 271 and Cassie Gunn in Pennine. Number 9 comes across to complete the door and round off race 2 of your ladies Class 8. So halfway there, living on a prayer. So race 3 is down there on the line. I promise there'll be no more singing from me for the rest of the weekend. Well, it was my attempt at singing, I should say, Mick, is probably the best. Bearing in mind I've got Gareth sat right next to me, and as I'm sure most of you have heard, Mickey calls him the voice of an angel. That's not because of his commentary, that is because of his singing voice, which I'm sure a lot of you have obviously heard over the years. Of course, you did the Autograss All-Stars thing and things like that as well, didn't you, Gareth?
Yeah, I did. I'm telling you, the singing that I've heard from Mickey B today, we really missed out on an All-Star. So if you bear with us, he's so good. He'll perform for you before the break, before the finals tomorrow.
And I told you, some of the tips that you've taught me just over the space of the last couple of hours, I'm truly thankful.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah. you know, this time next year it could be X Factor. That's all I'm saying. That's how good I think I've progressed.
Yeah.
I think I'll give you the heads up now, Mick. It's a no from me. So
that was harsh, wasn't it? There was no need for that at all, was there?
No. I thought I liked him as well, but...
Yeah, you'll be going into B&Q when you go home, and you'll be trying the different showers out to see what the echo's like and the reverb.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a couple of favourite like kind of songs. I mean, and he said, there is Baxter Pargetter. He's from Nottingham, isn't he? So I do a rendition of Robin Hood.
Oh, I thought you were going to sing Baxter's Back then, or something like that.
It's like stuffing a turkey, that, isn't it? A Baxter's, you know, because they do stuffing, don't they? So.
Is that my age being shown there?
Oh, yeah, that's it. Yeah. You know,
see, Mickey's got a good voice at singing, and he's got cooking tips as well. That you get the old package with Mick, I tell you.
It's all part of the public service that we do, and product placement.
And Jill's such a lucky lady, we must say. So there we go. Then I tell you what. That goes to show I have got the worst voice. If someone's saying that Mickey's a better singer than me, then that goes to say something about me, doesn't it? So, as I said, though, bringing it back, we are halfway there. 2 races done of the 4 scheduled for your ladies' Class 8s. Mickey's got his finger on the button.
Yeah, no, all it is, we've just had, someone coming just to ask us, just to put an announcement out. Kids, if you can not play near where the actual, water storage is for where the Bowsers are collecting, that is quite deep in there. So we don't want anyone getting themselves into trouble. So just stay away from where all that water is stored, and then we can make sure we're kept safe. Yep, thank you.
Yeah, this isn't Woodstock, so we don't need mud baths and things like that floating around the venue. We're more than happy to keep it dry, put it that way. Speaking of dry, the water Bowser's out on the circuit, so I tell you what, you wouldn't have thought that this morning, would you? Because for those of you that are watching on BAStv, then we had a few showers this morning. One of them was very, very heavy, it has to be said. It was looking like it was going to be another wet and damp bass round, but I tell you what, the sun's come out and the water bows are out there on track, and the track, as I quite rightly mentioned earlier, such a tricky surface to navigate. It's really not like any Autograss track that you've seen. It is one of those, it really does you need to be here in order to see it and actually see it in its actual scale and see what you're dealing against. And as I said, we've had 2 bass rounds here over the years and different start lines at both of them. But these drivers certainly are navigating their way around now. As I said, when we had the shower, a lot of them were struggling, and there was a lot of cars going sideways, a lot of cars in the fence. But they certainly seem to be finding their way around. There's a lot of grip out there, and it's such a big track. As I said, you really need to be here to see it. It's absolutely massive. When you look at the corners, certainly from our vantage point where we are in commentary, there's quite easily about 12 different lines. I mean, we could go back to 10-car grids, and I feel like we'd be able to get all cars going into turn 1. Probably not in Class 8s or Class 7s, the Class 8s haven't proved it. Class 7s certainly have, especially in the ladies. But it is that big. It really does need to be seen to be believed. But the water bowser is making its way off, so we're going to go race 3 of your ladies' Class 8s. We've got Maisie Phipps, Ellie Lockwood, Emma Shell, Lindsay Mullen, Ellie Hines, Sandra Jones, and Nicole O'Brien. So, Lindsay Mullen then, YD37. We've seen Daz go out in that car and take a win. What can she do? Nothing, because she's not in this race, because that's race 4. That's coming off the line, so they had to throw it in there to confuse me, didn't they? So, no race 3, we're going race 4, we're going spinning, we're going, carnage is what we're going, as we get 4 cars stranded on turn 1. Something tells me this isn't going to last the duration of the race, but we're going to carry on regardless as we turn back to our race leader then, Josie Tompkinson it is, in Scunthorpe 52. That's going to lead them down the far side very prematurely because, as I said, it's not going to go to duration. Jodie Glover, I think it is, in Scunny 71. Unfortunately, that found herself parked up on turn 1. And as I said, not too sure why they put race 4-8, but that probably wasn't the wisest decision after seeing what happened. Jodie does get it going in Scunny 71, but unfortunately then that does give me a rerun of ladies Class 8. And as I said, I think it was Josie Tompkinson that got away, and I think the one chasing her was Vicky Appleton in Scarborough too. But we will have to wait and see what happens in the rerun. Mickey's on the radio, so any exclusions, then we will of course let you know. And I feel like there could be some very big news coming at some point soon, but we won't announce it just yet. So, not too sure what's happened to race 3 of your ladies class 8s. In fact, I do know what's happened to it, because it's not on the line, but it is in the lane behind, because these are ladies S600s and 10s by the looks of things. And just here and then race 4, the one that we've just seen in your ladies class 8s. Unfortunately, Kelly Matthews is excluded from the rerun in Cambridge 247. So we're going to go racing then with your ladies class 10s and F600s. I was going to say stock catchers then. 2 of each as they get away from the line. Becky Faulkner was the first one to show, but unfortunately she's got it round, faced the wrong way, and now she's got to play catch up. So the first of the 10s then, and the first one in general, is Jill Grasby in Evesham 122 as she climbs the hill for the first time and goes down that far side. Then we go to the S600. I think it's Hilary Frost in White Rose 400, but coming under strong challenge now as the Hereford machine shoots right up the inside and looks to make a move. Can she make it stick? Hilary has certainly got the experience. She's keeping the tighter line. She cuts back through and takes up second on track, but of course first in terms of F600s. Becky Faulkner is off the pace in North Shropshire number 6 after earlier problems in turn 1. She's playing catch up and she's got a lot of work to do, but the race on the field, you have to say, is between the 2 F600s in the second and third place on track. Hereford 16 and Hilary Frost in White Rose 400. Certainly no race at the front as Jill Grasby starts her final circuit and looks to climb the hill for the final time, and going to take one of the most easiest wins of her BASt campaign this year as she goes down the far side for the final time into that bottom turn past the Elite Bar services. And is she going to kick up some dust? Oh, just a little bit. There we go. Evesham 122 it is then. Jill Grasby takes the win. And second on track, but the first in the F600 is going to be Hereford 16 from Hilary Frost in White Rose 400, and then fourth on track, but of course second in ladies class 10 is going to be Becky Faulkner in North Shropshire number 6. So big thank you then to your sponsors for the 10s and the S600s. Of course, class 10s ProLinks and S600s SGS Gases. They're your sponsors for the course of the series, and I think it's the Wiltshire Autograss League that are sponsoring the weekend. So of course, big thank you to them, and a big well done to them for the meeting that they're putting on so far. We have eventually found race 3 of your ladies class 8s, because that what was on the line and now they're off the line, and Lindsay Mullen is actually the one that's at the tail end after big enough that Daz had a win in the men's in the same car. She's slow off the line, but I tell you what a move that is, as it's Ellie versus Ellie in 1 and 2. It's Ellie Hines versus Ellie Lockwood, as Lockwood it was who shot through everyone up the inside, now switches to the outside line and looks to find the speed, but it's Breednail from Scunthorpe. There you 1 and 2. Then we go to Stroud 10 of Maisie Phipps, who runs there in third, racing on home turf. Oh, at the front no, Ellie's gone out wide and Ellie comes through. That's Lockwood that comes through in 191. Ellie Hines it was that went out wide. Maisie Phipps runs third. Fourth is Nicole O'Brien in Mallow 48, and then Lindsay Mullen in Yorkdale's 37. I think Lindsay Mullen was your winner at BASt round 1. I think Ellie Hines has got a wheel off her. I think she has in the Breednail 14. Emma Shell very late off the line, about 3 laps into the race, but she gets it going as your race leader just extending her lead now as she moves on to her final circuit. Ellie Lockwood it is. Unfortunately, I think Ellie took a tumble at the last BASt round, but she's back with a bang at this one as she goes down the far side for the final time. Maisie Phipps certainly made ground in that second place position, but I don't think she's got enough time to make a move, because it's going to be checkered flag. Ellie Lockwood it is from the Scunthorpe Club. That takes 55 points. Maisie Phipps takes second. Third goes to Lindsay Mullen, who worked her way up. Nicole O'Brien has to settle for fourth in Mallow 48. Emma Shell, as I said, not the best of starts for Emma, but she will come across and pick up 21 points for 5th place. And as I said, Ellie Hines, very unfortunate, your early race leader, but I think losing a wheel, that certainly doesn't seem to be screwed on the front right-hand side of the Breednail machine, and she's found herself square-wheeled on Marshall's post number 1, so she's got work to do on the car, and I'm sure the team will get on it and try and get her out for the second heat. So I've got one rerun, once again, same as the men's, for your ladies Class 8s. Big thank you, as I said, to BB Motorsport, of course, Graham Bennett and the whole team over there. Then big thank you to them for their sponsorship. We are moving backwards to a rerun of, I think, ladies Class 2s, is it? Well, Gareth's never moved that quick unless the buffet come out, so it must be ladies Class 2s. So, ladies Class 2s, I think it is. That's down there on the line. We've looked like we're going into rerun mode because there's quite a few lining up down there. I'll have one later, but for now I haven't. So it's ladies Class 2s, and it's over to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much, Liam. We're going to go straight back to the rerun of ladies Class 2 race 3. This was the one that was rerun on the first bend, and it'll go excluding the North Shropshire 94 machine of Beth Embling. So up there on the line we should have Indian Ash, and she's certainly there out in lane 8 in the bright yellow coloured Swansea 69 machine. Also up there is the Radford 80 machine of Jenny Booton, and she's out there in lane 7. And starting in lane 3 would be Lara Jones in TA17, and Linda Thomas in PAC 91. She'll start in lane 2. So we await the telehandler to make its way back to the centre of this Gossington Bridge Raceway. The Breeden Hill 14 machine is being taken back to the pits on the front end of another telehandler, and a few of the quads just making their way back up to the compound within the pits area as well. And then we'll be up and we'll be racing with this 4-car rerun of ladies Class 2. Like we mentioned earlier, Lara Jones and Linda Thomas, 3rd and 6th overall after the opening 3 rounds of the British Autograss Series. And once again, if you're joining us on the live stream at home, then now you can see the telehandler just moved off the circuit, and you've got the best view down that start line straight. I think you can possibly see more of that start line straight than a lot of the drivers can. And we've got yellow flag being shown on Marshall post number 1, as you've just seen. The bungee's broken, away we go, and it's Lara Jones in TA17 then, the first one to show. She's followed into turn 1 by Linda Thomas in PAC 91. Nothing between these two as they descend the bank for the first time, and Linda Thomas now looking towards an outside line as Lara's favouring the inside. But it's going to be the TA car of Lara Jones that climbs the bank, taking a wider line, trying to find up the momentum, trying to wind up that little engine in that Class 2 from Linda Thomas in PAC 91. About 3-4 car lengths down now on Lara's little Nova there. In third then, it's the Radford 80 machine of Jenny Booton, and she's now going to apply some pressure to Linda Thomas as they go past us to round out their first full circuit of this Gossington Bridge Raceway. She's there up on the inside of the PAC 91 machine as they make their way back up past that grandstand on that start line straight with India Nash in Swansea 69. I think it's just India's second meeting in national autograss racing, and she's there in the Swansea machine at the tail end of the field. But that yellow flag with the black cross has been shown, and the 4 cars already on to their final circuit. Lara Jones looking to pick up a set of maximum points from the first round of qualifying behind the wheel of the TA17 machine from Jenny Booton in Radford number 80. As they descend the hill then for the final time, it's TA17. Lara takes the win on 55 points. This comes there from Lara. Second place for the Radford 80 machine, that's Jenny Booton. Linda Thomas takes third in PAC 91, and India Nash then rounds it all out behind the wheel of the Swansea 69 machine. So that's the ladies Class 2s making their way back to the pits. We've got Class 5 machines up there on the line, so it's going to be a rerun of race 1 of this first round of qualifying. So once he's sorted himself out, and he's just taken a gulp of water now because he's been singing so hard during my commentary there, and practicing ready for tomorrow, and it's straight over to Mr. Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, voice of an angel, Gareth Jones. We are off and racing, third time lucky then, with Ladies Class 5, lorryinsurance.co.uk, XC Works, our sponsors. Michelle Ellis then, hey, it's deja vu, she's coming down the hill, but she's got push on, and that's allowed Kirsty Godfrey, Cambridge Centre, to take up the running from Sarah Bateman in Stroud and District 45, and Natasha Gibbs in the Hereford 4 machine. Also climbing up the hill into that fourth place, matching her numbers on the car. PhD 20, Ella John then in that Donna Forrest, I would say, changed their name, didn't I? As she's running in that fifth place. But clear track in front of her. Kirsty Godfrey, what can you do? Cuts it really tight to the cones. Just has a little nibble on one of them, but they all stand up staying, and that puts the power on and down into turn one. Down the hill she goes. Woohoo! Followed by that Michelle Ellis, Stroud and District 33. Sarah Bateman running in third place as they pick up last lap flag. One more lap to go on this one. Natasha Gibbs, Donna Forrest in PhD 20. And then that final car. It's the Breeden Hill 99. Kerry Baxter. And Baxter just climbing up the hill on her own, like Billy No Mates. But round we go then. Oh, I tell you what, it's got close. Oh, a little bit of a tap in there. But Kirsty Godfrey takes the win, Cambridge 10. Sarah Bateman, Stroud District 45. She had a little bit of contact there with the Michelle Ellis in Stroud District 33. Then we go Natasha Gibbs, Donna Forrest in PhD 20 and Breeden Hill 99. And that of Kerry Baxter. So, ladies 5 eventually... done and dusted. Race clear and tick in the box. So I think also I heard over the radio that the ladies 7, that the second attempt for them has been taken as a result. So well done there on the 7s. Looking up on the line, I think we are going round to ladies Stockhatch. Men's Stockhatch. Ah, there we go. So... for the second time. So we're into our Heat 2. SGS Gases, our series sponsor. Wiltshire Autograss League, our weekend sponsor. Oh, there's a little bit of argy-bargy going on, but 931. It is James Holmes who is the first one. And look at this. Carmarthen 44 is off the track, and Forester Dean 20. That's not very good, is it? Alan Hawkins there had a second in his first run. He's well down the pack, but I'll tell you what, James Holmes, North Shropshire 931, had a second. Can he add a first to it as well? We go down to the Cumdy 76. That's Kian Vernals. And that one, he comes out of that start gate turn and down that opening straight, but he's going to be chased down by clubmate Cumdy 95, Stuart Powell. Stuart had a fourth in his first run. He's currently running third, so he's doing a bit better. Progression is what I call it. North Shropshire then, 931. James Holmes picked up the last lap flag. One more lap to go for him. And with this track dry now, it really is starting to pick up the pace, and they're climbing that hill better, which is really good, by the way. Kieran Vernals, Cumdy 76 then. Can he hold on to that second place? Cumdy 95. Stuart Powell's going with him. The winner, North Shropshire 931, James Holmes. Well done, James. Look at this battle going on. And it is the Cumdy 76. Kieran Vernals takes it from Cumdy 95. Stuart Powell, who has to settle for third. Fourth is going to go to that Carmarthen 44, Adrian Evans. And that final place goes to Forester Dean 20. That's Alan Hawkins. So Heat 2, Race 1 done. Tick in the box. We'll move then to Race 2. It brings out your two winners. South Somerset 8, Justin Hardy and Paul Lickley. Lightning McQueen, Yorkshire Dales 95. They're coming out of lane 1 and 3. No one in grid 2, so they're going to be side by side. Chris Patterson, Scarborough 64. Didn't like the wet stuff this morning, unfortunately. And he didn't finish up too high on the points. I think he had a 5th, so he needs to do a little bit better than that. He's already a previous Bass Round winner this year, so we know that he's got it under the bonnet to do it. Radford 197, Stephen Brooks, and John Petrie, Radford 59, who had a third earlier. And it is South Somerset 8, Justin Hardy then, with Paul Lickley. There's a surprise, isn't it? Two winners from your first heats. Going 1 and 2 together. And it is the Justin Hardy machine from Paul Lickley. There, Patterson's smoking out the side, but he's definitely back up on that pace as he climbs the hill. He's gone wide. I think the Radford machine there, I think John Petrie, whether it jumped out of gear, but he's dropped back into that fourth place. And then we go Radford 197, Stephen Brooks in fifth place. So another lap completed as they come down into that turn 3. Up the hill they go, climbing all the way. And it is still Justin Hardy then, followed by that Paul Lickley. Lightning McQueen, Yorkshire Dales 95 in that second place as they're bringing it down the hill. This will be for the penultimate time because we got the last lap flag. One more lap to go on this one, and Lickley's getting up now close to the Hardy machine. Patterson's running third. Radford 59, John Petrie, and then the Radford 197 of Stephen Brooks. They're gonna down that opening straight, down past the grandstand, down into turn 1. South Somerset 8, Justin Hardy. I think if he keeps it tight, he'll take the maximum points, and he does just that. 2 wins out of 2. Justin Hardy takes a win from Yorkshire Dales 95, Paul Lickley. Then we go, oh no, Radford 59 takes that third place, John Petrie. Chris Patterson rolled across the line in Scarborough 64 in fourth. And then that final place went to Stephen Brooks, Radford 197. So that is Stockhatch's done. We are now back round to men's class 1, and it's over to Mr. No Red Flag, Steve Langley.
Thank you very much. You know, it's going to happen now, isn't it? You absolutely know. So here we go. Right, I'm sure these Class 1 men aren't going to let me down, though. Second round of qualifying, 7 races coming your way. TBR Race Engines, our associate series sponsor, PWL Engineering, meeting sponsor. Right, race 1 brings out 2 heat winners from the first time round, 3 cars that came second, and 1 car that came third. So, as I say, all computer randomly drawn, but this one's a bit competitive. Jamie Hussey in Scarborough 223, Mark Stevenson, North Wales 164, Kieran McKenzie, Cambridge 403, Ben Gould in North Shropshire 443, Tom Herbert in Stroud 31, Gwyn Reeves in Tybee 23, and the 2 heat winners from round 1, Jack Thomas in Hereford 24, Ashley Hutchings in PhD 12. Don't forget, in Class 1 we have got semi-finals, so top 16 required after the 3 rounds of qualifying. Just in case you're not aware, the semi-finals, 2 races of 8, and it is as simple as the first 4 in each of those 2 races go through to the final. So here we go then, looking to try and get there. These cars as they go along the top bank, and it is the Stroud car that's the first one to show. Tom Herbert in Stroud 31, looking to come right round the outside there. Jamie Hussey in Scarborough 223, tucked in on the inside in third. North Shropshire 443, Ben Gould at the wheel, of course, of that one as they climb the bank once again. But it is Stroud 31 leading the way. Scarborough 223, North Shropshire 443. Ashley Hutchins, heat winner last time round, but runs in about 5th place at the moment in PhD 12. The other heat winner, Jack Thomas in Hereford 24, in about 7th. Stroud 31 though, your race leader 223, North Shropshire 443, North Wales 164. Mark Stevenson in that 4th place, completing that leading quartet. Conditions much nicer for the Class 1s this time round than it was in their first run, climbing the bank with no difficulty at all, but still having to think about racing lines, etc, etc, and keeping the nice tight line as the last lap flag comes out. Is Stroud 31 absolutely neck and neck, Scarborough 223, and on the inside Ben Gould in North Shropshire 434. That is still that battle for second place. 434 just they're getting a little bit out of shape, but that does leave Stroud 31 as your race leader. Tom Herbert coming around for the final time. Scarborough 223, Jamie Hussey looking for a challenge on the inside, and I'll tell you what, he's going to pinch it. 223 takes it from Stroud 31, Cambridge 403, North Shropshire 443, Hereford 24, Ashley Hutchins in PhD 12, and Gwyn Reeves in Tybee 23. So cracking drive there, Jamie Hussey in Scarborough 223 as North Wales 164 comes round to complete. Right, okay, we are hearing though that following that contact, North Wales 164. Right, hold on a minute.
Men's Class 1 race 6 is the final call for NW52. Men's Class 1 stand by.
Yeah, so Steve's going to sort out a bit of an issue. We're going to carry on through the second round of qualifying of the men's Class 1s. We're going to go straight into race 2. So up there on the line, once the cones and the tyres have been adjusted, then race 2 will bring out Jordan Taylor in Breeden Hill 87, Alex Hill in St Neots 164, Andrew Owen in North Wales 397, Ian Ullathorne in Scunthorpe 25, Shannon Watkins in Swansea 10, Connor Ucat in TA 211, Ollie Wrigglesworth in Scarborough 221, and Harry Parker in Ludlow 85. That is your lineup for race 2 of this second round of qualifying of the men's Class 1s, and they're away from the line. Scarborough 221 just about got his nose in front as they go past the grandstand and down into turn 1, but they're all bunching up behind him. He's flicking up a few of the cones and the tyres there on the exit of turn 2, and it's a very messy turn 1 and 2, but it's St Neots 164 of the Alex Hill machine then that's going to lead past us for the first time. He's the one that climbs the bank in optimal position, and we got red flags out on race number 2. And I'm just thinking now, is that Steve Langley's first rerun? And it's not been Steve Langley's rerun at all. So yeah, race 2 brings out the red flags on that one. Race 3 down there, up there on the line, and this one brings out Michael Aiken in North Shropshire 192, Chris Dyer in Evesham 28, James Slater in PAC 35, Rich Owen in North Wales 15, Damon Goodman in Stroud District 66, Kieran Griffiths in Severn Valley 31, Craig Bagley in Cum D1, and Aidan Arrowsmith in North Shropshire number 8. That's your lineup for race 3. The Scarborough machine of Ollie Wrigglesworth then just having a little bit of a tow back to the pits, as he led into turn 1, but a very messy turn 1 and 2 means that the red flags were brought out almost immediately, and unfortunately Scarborough 221 needing a tow back to the pits. The rest of the track looks pretty much clear. A few of the cones and the tyres have been adjusted on the entry to the start gate turn, so a few of the marshals are just making their way now back to their posts, and it looks like it's possibly a tyre stuck under the Scarborough machine as the marshals struggle there to just wriggle its way out or from beneath the Wrigglesworth machine, and a few more marshals just coming down to give them a little bit of a helping hand. So race 3 of your second round of qualifying of men's Class 1s up there on the line. 7 races scheduled in this second round of qualifying. TBR Race Engines, your sponsors for Class 1 throughout the 5 rounds of this year's British Autograss Series, and your local Class 1 sponsor here this weekend is PWL Engineering. And as we look down the race order, then Rich Owen in North Wales 15, he picked up a heat win this morning, and he'll be looking to emulate that same success in this second round of qualifying. The best of the rest then, based on this morning's first round of qualifying, Aidan Arrowsmith in North Shropshire 8, he picked up a 3rd place in this morning's first round of qualifying. And they're the two that have picked up the highest points from this morning's first round of qualifying. 51 positions in the points table. Some racers signed on, so like Steve mentioned, the Class 1s will be battling for the top 16 positions before we go into the semi-finals tomorrow, and confirmation then from the marshals that from race 2 all drivers will go back into the rerun. So that will give the Scarborough machine a second chance. Certainly, like I said, certainly it was the Scarborough 221 machine that led into turn 1, but it got very scrappy, and red flags brought out almost immediately. Right then, we're back onto the important stuff. Let's not waffle anymore. We're back to race 3, And it's Craig Bagley in come D1 that leads into turn 1. He descends the hill for the first time. Just about got his nose in front, or has he? It's nothing between these two as Evesham 28 looks towards his outside shoulder. That's Chris Dyer. So it's come D1 and Evesham 28 that lead momentarily into turn 3 and pop out of turn 4. So they go down that start line straight for the second time. Come D1 continues to lead the way, but Rich Owen in North Wales 15, he's put the pressure on. He's through from 4th to 2nd. He now leads the chase on your early race leader. Severn Valley 31, Kieran Griffiths has come from nowhere really. And he's there now in that second spot, leading the chase on Craig Bagley's Come D1 machine. So it's Come D1, North Wales 15 and Severn Valley 31 that lead the way. Evesham 28 is there in 4th. Chris Dyer rounds out your top 4 ahead of Michael Aiken in North Shropshire 192. Aidan Arrowsmith picked up a 3rd this morning. A 3rd and a 7th won't put him in the top 8, and there's a lot of smoke coming from underneath the bonnet of the North Shropshire 8 machine. Is he losing the momentum and falling further behind the lead-in pack from James Slater in PAC 35 in the car at the tail end of the field? Damon Goodman in Stroud District 66. This time round is checkered flag time. Craig Bagley is going to come back towards us. He's going to pick up his first set of maximum points this weekend. Come D1 takes the win. Second place, I'd from here just say Rich Owen in North Wales 15 held on from Kieran Griffiths in Severn Valley 31. Chris Dyer took 4th in Evesham 28 from the North Shropshire 192 machine of Michael Aiken, and then further downfield Aidan Arrowsmith finishes in 6th from James Slater in PAC 35 and Damon Goodman in Stroud District 66. The runners and riders from race 3 make their way back to the pits, and back on cue for race 4 is Mr. Steve Langley.
No, I tell you what, Gareth, you stay there and we'll see how we can do it between us, seeing as you're looking very comfortable down there.
Okay then.
So we'll see if we can do a lap at a time. How's that sound?
There we go. There you go first then.
Right, so race 4 then. Jonathan Jones, Tom Hawthorne, Lee Deegan, Ryan Morehouse, Jake Hemsley, Toby Chamberlain and Tom Powell, because I might have to disappear again in a minute, so I do apologise. Right, Jonathan Jones, heat winner last time round in Tivy 4, Lee Deegan in 48 and Jake Hemsley in IK611 both had 3rds, plenty of opportunity for the other ones to pick up loads of points. Tom Powell, uncharacteristically, a little bit further down the field in Evesham 82. So we'll see what this brings out.
But a little bit of insider information, that's not his car, is it? Because his car's been sold. So he's got the XYD 100 machine that he's racing this weekend.
Ah, there we go. That's why I did spot it was a different colour. That's as far as I got, you see. So I don't follow this, so I'll tell you. So yeah, this is why we have people like you lot commentating. I don't know why they have me. I really don't. I think they just need somebody to read out the announcements or something, so, which I'm quite happy to do. So no, there we go. That's exactly the scenario. Right, I did miss a little bit of racing because I had to sort something out on an admin front. Hopefully no reruns or anything in the couple of races I missed.
We did have one rerun for Steve Langley, but it wasn't Steve Langley's at all. It was mine.
Oh, what can I say, Mr. Jones? Here we go. Right, we're racing. I'll take him round to the finish line then. So here we go. TA4 it is. That's the race leaders. They go down that far side. Lee Deegan in Cambridge 48 also gets a good start. The Evesham 82 machine, the XYD 100, see, we know it now. The IK611 car then on the outside, but the end of lap 1, CA48, your race leader.
Yeah, so 48 takes up the running, and from Johnny Jones in TA4 and Tom Powell in Evesham 82. They're 3 abreast as they exit turn 4 and head back onto that start line straight. That IGO that's in 3rd, the Cambridge 48 machine, I believe, is for sale. But it's Johnny Jones, your new race leader, that's going to descend the hill for the second time. TA4 brings them back towards us.
So yeah, there we go, looking on course for his second win of the day. Evesham 82 looking right more on the pace though. 48.21F runs in that 4th place position. That's Toby Chamberlain from the Forester Dean. It's the little North Shropshire Mini that's got plenty to do this time round. Ryan Morehouse in the North Shropshire 172, but still looking close at the head of affairs as Jonathan Jones in TA4 though. And a little bit very close challenge from the Evesham 82 as they come to take the last lap flag.
Yeah, yellow flag with the black cross goes out. 1 to go for TA4, 1 to go for 82. And Lee Deegan just having a little bit of dragging and friction on his tail end as IK611 really reels in that 3rd place machine. 3 abreast for 3rd, 4th and 5th as Jake Hemsley now leads the way in for those 36 points on offer. But taking the win is Jonathan Jones in TA4. Tom Powell takes 2nd in Evesham 82. 3rd place, Lee Deegan, Cambridge 48 from IK611. 21F is the car that we didn't mention, I don't think. That's Toby Chamberlain. And the little Mini in the middle of the bigger cars, that's Ryan Morehouse in North Shropshire 172. So the runners and riders then from race 4 make their way back to the pits, and race 5 up there on the line.
Katie Hobbs in South Somerset 101, Charlie Mustoe in Breeden Hill 23, Daffy Jones in Tivy 18, James Davis in Stroud 62, Mark Stone in Victor Kent 931, Rhys Phillips in Tivy 98, and Colin Hadley in Severn Valley 147. Not the highest point scorers from last time round. Charlie Mustoe picked up a third, and the others were still with plenty to do, but looking for the top 16. So all is certainly not lost at all for these Class 1 qualifiers. As we're just looking around the circuit, I think we're putting some cones back in place on that bottom bend, and as soon as that red flag goes down and they become yellow, then it will give the wind-up signal, and the drivers will know the bungee is about to break. Don't forget all the refreshment facilities and trade stands. See, weather's a lot nicer now than when I mentioned them last time round, so you won't want to miss any racing, I know, but yeah, go and get yourselves fed and watered from all the facilities that are here on side. So it looks like we've got an issue over there with a quad bike or something. So yeah.
How many marshals does it take to start a quad?
Absolutely. So yeah, there we go. So yeah, there we go. These things are happening. Well, I don't know about you, but I enjoyed that two-handed commentary.
Yeah.
It was nice only having to do a lap and then you could have a rest. At my age, that's good.
Yeah, but what did it sound like at home? Did it flow nice and tidy? Let us know if you did enjoy the dual mic on that Class 1 race.
Yeah, only let us know if you enjoyed it. Don't let us know if you didn't.
And if you didn't enjoy it, then maybe next time we'll bring Mickey B into the equation as well. We'll go 3 ways.
Yeah. Yeah.
Definitely get them turning off.
I think we have our or certainly my single biggest critic is at home. So if she's listening at the moment, then yeah, we'll soon know how well it went. But
and is it raining in Llandrindod?
No, apparently Llandrindod it is sunny. So yeah, that's good. So I shall expect the lawn mowed and everything by the time I get back tomorrow night. So yeah, no, and I think we're set for good weather here for the rest of the day as well. So yeah. A little bit of a dampening this morning, but no, it's all good. And yeah, different track as we keep saying, but racing very, very well without a doubt, and going to continue to do so. So hopefully you are enjoying this Gloucestershire, assume we're in Gloucestershire, yeah, this Gloucestershire sunshine. And yeah, long may it continue. And getting well through the programme as well. So it's all looking good here at round 4, penultimate round. And here we go then. We're away with the Class 1s going down that far side. Charlie Mustoe, one of the first ones to break in Breeden Hill 23. The Invicta Kent car also then on the inside as well. As they come back to us for the first time, though, it's Daffy Jones, your race leader in Tivy 18. Yeah,
so Tivy 18, and I think he won the first BASt, didn't he, down with us in South Wales, and he's there leading the way up the hill for the first time. He's been followed by Charlie Mustoe from the home league in Breeden Hill 23. IK 931 then slots into that third spot. That's Mark Stone there in third, racing ahead of Katie Hobbs in the South Somerset 101. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Yeah, one of the ones with a bit to do at the moment. Running in that 5th place is the local Stroud 62 car of James Davis, and Tivy 98 Rhys Phillips just bringing up the rear. But going down that far side, and Daffyd all of a sudden very much stamping his authority on this race in Tivy 18. Pulls away from the Invicta Kent 931 car that goes up into 2nd place. As the last lap flag goes, they've got a bit to catch him.
Yeah, about 10 car lengths now behind the race leader is IK 931 from Charlie Mustoe, still there in a very strong third position. The rest of the pack pretty well spread out as well, about 4 or 5 car lengths between each of them. But all the cars, all the drivers are safely on to their final circuit. But descending that hill once again for the final time, 55 points goes to David Jones in TA 18.
The IK 931 car then coming across in that 2nd place slot, and Charlie Mustoe, early race leader, Breeden Hill 23, Katie Hobbs in South Somerset 101. Then comes Stroud 62, and completing all Rhys Phillips in Tivy 98. So 5 down, 2 to go. Race 6 up there on the line, including a couple of heat winners from first time round, Gareth.
Yeah, and it also brings out your current Class 1 national champion from Lane 1. Conor Griffiths in TA16 goes head to head with Rhys Edwards, North Wales 44. Those were the 2 heat winners in this lineup from this morning's first round of qualifying. An early race leader and a strong showing for Jack Firth in Spalding 86. That little white machine that starts all the way out there in lane 8. But we've got track clearance. A little bit of a depleted field it looks, because it's Conor Griffiths that leads into that first turn. I think there's only going to be 5 cars following him into turn 1. TA16 then leads the way down the hill towards us for the first time, bringing the pack. Oh, there's contact between North Wales 52 and Cumdee 70.
That allows Connor to pull away quite a bit in the Tivy 16 car. The Jack Firth machine then in Spalding 86 climbs the bank in second place. The rest of them have sorted themselves out, but have left themselves with a bit to do. Greg Jenkins right in the middle of that group in the Cumdee 70 car. It's the North Wales machine that's got plenty to do. I think that's Ryan Powell, but Connor Griffiths it is, leads the way.
Yeah, TA16 then, he's opening the gap between himself and Jack Firth, who's still there in that second position. Still a hustle and a tussle. Oh, we get red flags on race number 6. So is that going to be 50% my fault and 50% yours, or
no,
is it going to be fully mine?
Yeah, I would just like to point... Who was commentating at the time? Oh, we'll go to an independent referee here, Mickey B. So who was commentating?
Was commentating at the time.
Thank you very much. So yeah, absolutely no doubt about it, Mr. Jones. You were commentating when that race was stopped, so it's totally your fault.
I think the incident happened, though. I may have been talking, but I think the incident happened when you took them through it. But we're hearing then from the middle of the track that when the race is rerun, it will go excluding Greg Jenkins in Cumdee 70, who picks up a black flag for contact, and we'd assume that that's for contact on the exit of the first turn. So they'll go back to the rerun lane. This is the last scheduled race of the second round of qualifying of men's Class 1s. TBR Race Engines, your series sponsor for all 5 rounds of this year's series, and your local sponsor here this weekend, PWL Engineering. And I think they build all sorts of cars, and certainly they fly the flag for Class 2 and 8 here this weekend. But we're here and we're racing with race 5. Severn Valley 10, I think it's Charlton Price. He's the one that leads into turn 1. North Wales 97 goes with him. That's Dave Owen. He's trying to cut back and hug those cones as they come towards us for the first time. So
Dave Owen, yeah, one of the cars picked up second place in the first round of qualifying, along with Darren Tyrrell in North Wales 6. So they're the top point scorers in this one. But Severn Valley 10, Charlton Price wants to get 55 points on the board. Dave Owen in North Wales 97 wants to add at least another 45 to his total, and that's a good day's work. The Spalding machine of Jordan Robinson looking to come through the field, but it's close at the head of affairs. It's Severn Valley 10 just from NW97.
Yeah, about half a length between the two as they go on to round out another circuit of this Gossington Bridge Raceway. And Owen now up on the inside of the Price machine, so we got a new race leader as they climb the bank up towards that grandstand on the far side of the circuit. One of the cars we haven't mentioned is the Cambridge machine. That's a bit of a way down the order. That's Charlie Williams. On the PAC machine at the tail end of the field is Tim Gardner.
But North Wales 97 still it is, managed to hold off the challenge now of Charlton Price in Severn Valley 10 as they go down that far side. Spalding 26 trying to get right in amongst it as well. Dylan Tyrrell in North Wales 6 still got plenty to do as they go into that far bend for the final time, but it's going to be the North Wales man that's going to take 55 points in this one. Dave Owen it is in 97, Severn Valley 10, Spalding 26, North Wales 6. Then comes Charlie Williams in Cambridge 42. PAC 209 is Timothy Gardner, and completing it all is the Swansea 16 machine of Mark Robbins. We're hearing, unfortunately, North Wales 6 then. Dylan Tyrrell does pick up a black flag. So, unfortunately, Dylan Tyrrell going to be excluded from the results of that one. So that, with the exception of 2 of Gareth's reruns, does complete Class 1. What we got on the line now?
Ladies 6
rerun of Ladies 6s. So Lauren Hart, Gareth and I can go quiet, and we shall hand you over to somebody who knows what he's doing. Sorry, Gareth does at least. But we shall hand you over to Tim Jones.
I wouldn't say knows what I'm doing, Steve, but we'll have a go. Right, Ladies Class 6s for their rerun, as the Bowser once again comes out on to this Wiltshire League Raceway. So didn't think we'd see that this morning, but obviously it needs must. So Elite Racing Transmissions, of course, your series sponsor, and the round sponsor also Elite Racing Transmissions. So once again, big thanks to them. Okay, as I said, the rerun of the only heat Ladies Class 6s. So I don't know, we are going without somebody. Can't quite see who it is from here, but all being well, we still have Nicola Olsen in Carmarthen 47, Keris Thomas in Typhy 66, Jenny Brown in PAC 37, Then also Zoe Copeland in Scunthorpe 36. Hans Reverends, you can certainly see the distinctive Mini from here in North Shropshire 219. Then comes the Hannah Thomas machine, Scarborough 16. Certainly can see that one there as well. The pickup's also there. That means Ella Bailey will take her place in lane 7 in Scunthorpe 33. And Leanne Hushka starts right to the outside in lane 8 in North Wales 20. So that's your runners and riders for, say, Elite Racing Transmissions, your very kind sponsor. As I say, there might be one or two gaps on the grid, but as I say, you can't quite see from where we are in commentary. As I say, there's a great tree right in the way. So we'll see who comes out in this one. But Bowser then once again doing its job on this raceway, and say track at drying or as near as dry as possible. And so I didn't think we'd see that this morning after the rain, but thankfully, fingers crossed, that's all gone, and the sun is shining, and let's hope long may that continue. So, of course, this is round 4, the penultimate round of the series. Then round 5, the last round. Then we head back not that far north, up to the Monkland Raceway with the Border Counties Club. I say many of you will be there, hopefully next weekend at the 3-day festival, and all the details for that, of course, on social media and all that sort of thing, as everything's done these days. But in about 3 weeks' time after that, or 4 weeks' time, somewhere around there, we're heading for round 5, so wrap up the series, and I'm sure they're going to put on another stunning, another BAS round, and to the conclusion of the series and crowned champions, no doubt. But we've still got round 4 to get through, and this ladies' class 6 heat, as we look all about ready to go, as bungee lifts, and away we go, and it's Bailey from the middle on Scunthorpe 33. Nicola Olsen also makes a good start and Command 47 as well, but problems for Hannah Thomas in Scarborough 16, and also problems for Keris Thomas as well. So once again, 6 is proving to be a little bit troublesome, as the red flags then come out once again. So I think it's Fiona Thomas or Keris Thomas rather, that's parked against the fence in Typee 66. So Scarborough 16, Hannah Thomas making her way off the track under her own steam. So once again, we'll have to wait to see what the marshals say as the red flags then fly around this raceway. But we're looking down towards the line, and we're going with one would presume it's Class 8. So to take you through that then, back over to Liam.
Cheers, yeah, thank you very much, Tim. So we got a rerun then of race 4 of Heat 1 of your ladies' Class 8. Very big thank you once again to Graham Bennett and Team BB Motorsport, your sponsors for the weekend. So race 4 then, this is going unfortunately without Kelly Matthews in Cambridge 247, but the ones that are down there, I tell you what, it's a strong lineup. Vicky Appleton in Scarborough number 2. We got Josie Tompkinson in Scunthorpe 52. Alice Bevins in PAC number 2. There's a lot of 2s in this. Claudine Barnett in Cumdy 115. Jodie Glover in Scunthorpe 71. And coming right from the outside is Sue Nichols in Yorkshire Dales number 7. So that's the lineup then for the rerun of race 4. If my memory serves me correctly, then I think it was Josie leading it at the first attempt, and Sooty was chasing her down in Scarborough number 2, but obviously after that it all got a little bit messy, and obviously that's why they're on the line now, because they ended up in the rerun lane, and they're going to come out this time and they're going to do well. I can predict the future. I know they're going to be very well behaved, and I'm sure it's going to be a fascinating race as the Thomas machine makes its way off the circuit. We're looking around now. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yellow flags. Bungee's up. We're away and racing with ladies Class 8. Who gets the best of the break? Sue Nichols from the outside in Yorkshire Dales number 7, and she was coming from lane 8. There was no one in 7, so there was no one near her, and they're going to get a lot closer this time. No, as she goes out wide, she's got the speed to follow through, as it's going to be Jodie Glover who runs 2nd, Sooty runs 3rd, Josie Thompson down the order this time in that 4th place position. Claudine Barnett and Alice Bevins with big problems aboard the PAC number 2 machine. She gets it all wrong, like it's not going well for Alice whatsoever, and I'm sure that the team are have to get on to that as quick as possible. But at the front, it's going to be Whitey number 7, Sue Nichols, that leads the way as Jodie Glover pulls into the infield. Sue Nichols absolutely unchallenged at the moment. She goes up past that Stargate turn and down the far side. Josie Thompson looking to put some more points on her BAS tally. She's running at the high end of the field in the BAS and running second in this race. As the last lap flag goes out, Sooty's up to third in Scarborough number 2. But it's number 7 that leads them round for another time, with Josie Thompson still running there in second. Jodie Glover, of course, a lap behind in Scunny 71. So third is Vicky Appleton in Scarborough number 2. Then Claudine Barnett in Cumdy 115. Alice Bevans in PAC number 2. And then, as I said, Jodie Glover in Scunthorpe 71. But at the front, I tell you what, she's made this look fairly easy, hasn't she? She goes out wide, but it's worked. It's Sue Nichols that takes 55 points from heat number 1. She takes the win. Josie Thompson takes second in Scunny 52. Sooty's got it all wrong, and a bit like a few of the drivers we mentioned in the men, luck just doesn't go that girl's way. As Cordy and Barnett takes third, Vicky will take fourth, because as I said, Jodie Glover is a lap behind. So next is going to be Alice Bevans in PAC number 2, and Jodie then will pick up the final place points in your ladies class 8. So once again, big thank you to Bennett Built for their sponsorship. That concludes me for the first round of qualifying, and 2 reruns out of, I don't know, about 20 odd races. I think that's pretty good for me. So I'm going to make the most of it, because I can tell you, definitely in the second heats, third heats, and even at the next BAS, it's not going to happen again. So I need to make the most of it. So we're going to stick with open wheelers then. We're going to slow the pace down, but we are going to stay equally as competitive with junior specials, at which are down there on the line. We've got 5 races scheduled to come your way, and fresh off the photography scene into commentary, it's Mr. Russ Thompson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Liam. So we go back to junior specials. They've jumped forward a little bit. Class 2s, I think, shuffled back into the their regular slot for the second round of qualifying. But we go then. Diggit Plant Tyre and Cross Hands Contractors, your sponsors, and away we go then. This is Heat 2, Race 1, and it's Breedon Hill 5 then. Alex Hines who leads into turn 1. Cones and tyres scatter and somebody's pushing out wide. We'll let them sort themselves out. Troy Holtby pops through in front though, Scunthorpe 161. So it's Holtby who leads the way. Up the hill they're going to go for the first time then, as they all slip and slide through. Conditions better than this morning, but still challenging. And it's one of the Bradfords who's up to second, isn't it? It's Sion in BC 117. Lewis Middleton, then he's had a mixture of a day so far, and he sits there third. But Holtby's got away with this one. 161 it is. Pulled well clear. A first and a second will do good today. Border County's 117 then, as said, in that second place. So a second and a third will also do quite nicely. But Lewis Middleton wants to progress in White Rose 37 and gain more from the 4th place he took in his first heat. Then it's Tom Williams in the Typhy 44. He goes next, and he's looking to challenge through as well. 1 to go for Holtby then. 1 to go for Bradford and Middleton. Williams then. It's Alex Hines who had that good start but dropped further back ahead of Rosie Russell. Then it's Denver Whitehouse and the Phipps machine, isn't it? The Stroud 13 of Levi Phipps is the back marker, but any changes? Not at the minute, although second and third is close. But Holtby's going to be a winner. A first and a second. Nice day done. BC 117 just about hangs on from White Rose 37. Then it's Tyvy 44 and Breedon Hill 5, Invicta Kent 165, Trent 6. And last but by no means least will be the Stroud car, Stroud number 13 of Levi Phipps then comes to complete. So this Gossington Bridge Raceway then still very challenging. That's not necessarily because it's dry now. I mean, it is dry, it's got some water in, but it's just the nature of the layout of the land. It's making it very, very challenging. There is actually still quite a bit of grass there. Not much, but just enough, I think, just to make grip levels a bit more tricky, especially when they do put some extra water down. But obviously you need good traction and horsepower to get up the hill. Down the hill's a little bit easier, but you've got to get the handle in as well. A lot of cars understeering, pushing out wide, and it could prove costly for them. So they need to keep themselves just on guard a little bit. And these young drivers, of course, learning all the time, gaining experience. And it certainly shows the more experienced of them when they actually make the right moves. But there are a lot of very talented youngsters amongst these juniors lines up. And yeah, who's it going to be this time around? We've got a good grid. Aaron Richardson's in grid 1, and he was a winner in the first heat in Pennine 1. Tia Reese, PAC 21, sorry. Almost changed the club there for her, but no, she had a second in her first heat in PAC 21 and looking to fight hard in this one as well. We've also got Corey Mumford, though, Forest 161, and where was Corey? He was up there, wasn't he? Somewhere about. So I can't find him on the sheet at this moment in time. And it is Mumford who leads the way, fairly close behind Richardson, Reese. So to the form book with these ones. Neil Tivey's in this one as well, though. But he's sort of mid-pack at this moment in time. And it's Corey Mumford, Forest 161. Now there's Corey right at the top of the list. So he's a heat winner. Him and Richardson, and they go 1 and 2. Tia Reese then in at third place. Somebody looking for a way through. I think there might have been contact there as BC 39 was a spinner. I didn't actually look at the screen to be confirmed on that, but he's round all the same. And Neil Tybee, I think, also in problems in the West Waterford car. He's parked up just by the start line. But it's Corey Mumford who leads, and we go Reds then this time around. So red flags are brought out. And that's a shame. So that's my second stoppage of the day, and that one being race number 2. So we'll try race 3 in a moment. They'll just need to sort that little lot out. We've got 2 cars parked up. So 2 cars parked up there, the Kian Lewis one and Neil Tivey. Both need some assistance to be taken back to the pits. So the word is from the marshals then is that Border Counties 39 sadly will be excluded from that one. That's Kian Lewis, so not a good day for him. Meaning no points scored from his second heat, and he only had a 7th in his first one. So, yeah, not the best of days for that young man, but I'm sure we'll bounce back from it and continue to gain the experience required. So we'll step to this next one in a moment. Race number 3. So we've got Igo Evans, Sid Lomax, Archie Bennett, Jesse Jones, Ben Ayres, Will Bradford and Tom Cosgrove. Good lineup here. Sid Lomax was a winner last time around in North Wales 199. The rest of them looking to improve. Tom Cosgrove had a 2nd last time running, but it's Igo who leads in Tivey 6. And where was he? And he had a 3rd, so he leads, but just switching to his outside goes, it's North Wales 162 then. Archie Bennett looking good in the early stages of this one as they go up the hill. Evans has got it round, just that slippiness on the inside of the turn. Up the inside of the marshal's post, rejoins. Don't think they should punish him. I mean, he didn't gain any advantage at all, and he rejoined several places behind where he was. But that leaves North Wales 162 then clear at the moment. Archie Bennett ahead of Tom Cosgrove and Sid Lomax. Then we go with Bradford in Border Counties 115. That's Will at the wheel. And he's looking for that 3rd position. Igo Evans then up there in 5th after that strong start. Jesse Jones is there in Swansea number 6. And it looks like York 22 is going to be a retirement as he pulls it into the centre green. So York 22. Ben Ayres is out of it. So is it all changed? No, Bennett still leads. Cosgrove is second. It's Lomax under pressure, and he loses third to Bradford, who goes through. And Sid Lomax then looking to fight back round the outside, but he's lost that. Here's the check. A great win for North Wales 162. ARC 25, Border Counties 115, North Wales 199. Oh, a tap of the steering wheel from young Evans there after that costly mistake. And then the rest of them came streaming through. We lost York 22, sadly. Ben Ayres, a non-finisher. So here we go then. Let's look to race number 4. Tom Ayres, Brandon Young, Archie Carter, Tilly Clark, Rio Sheehan, Harry Russell, Liam Grasby. Another good lineup of junior specials. Speaking to Adam Carter, Archie's dad, earlier on, throttle issues was part of the problem for Scunthorpe 17 and it led to him non-finishing. So he's now got to fight back and gain some points. Harry Russell also had a disappointing first heat in Invicta Kent 65. I think Brandon Young was the strongest of these, a second in his first heat. What can he do this time around? So, engines are buzzing. We wait. No, we've still got red flags waving. Marshall's not back in position on posts 1 and 2, effectively. No, it's turn 1 and 2. So we're just waiting for them. They'll give the yellows, and then we're under starters' orders. First Marshall's post will swap red for yellow, and that will signal race beginning. And bunges up and away we go then. Who's it going to be? Carter looked quick out the blocks ahead of Harry Russell, but we go 3 wide into turn 1. Now he's separated to 2. Now it's 1 as Harry Russell leads into the corner. We've got Grasby then looking for a way through, and he switched to the outside of Archie Carter. So Evesham 121 and Evesham 223 both trying to pass the Scunthorpe car. Carter looking for a way back past Harry Russell. Rio Sheehan up there in the mix as well, but just loses back out to Brandon Young, who regains third position. The other Evesham car, unfortunately, had it all go wrong, so Grasby's relegated to the back. That's Liam in Evesham 121. The race on for 1 and the 2, and both need the points. Carter maybe a little bit, but oh, there was a brush of wheels there in the turn, but the door, was it open enough? It's now been closed again because Harry Russell regains the lead with a lap and a half to go. Scunthorpe 17 in second, Evesham 223 remains third. Then we go to the chasing pack with PAC 44 and Radford 210. But it is remaining with Harry Russell, and he's now got Archie Carter challenging back, or has he? No, Carter made a small mistake there in the turn and loses vital ground and almost into the clutches of Brandon Young. But he's going to be through the final turn, and as said, much needed points, but it's Harry Russell who takes it. Invicta Kent 65, Scunthorpe 17, Evesham 223, PAC 44, Rio Sheehan. Then we go to York 23 is Tom Ayres, and Evesham 121 of Liam Grasby. And Tilly Clark then comes to complete in Radford 210. So that was race number 4. So junior specials then going through their racing. We did obviously have race 2 be stopped and is due to be rerun at some point, but we'll just wait for that one to appear. But for now, we go race 5 of Dig It Plantown Cross Hands Contractors sponsored junior specials. Dylan Grasby, Kirsten Bartlett, Owen Bradford, Max Holby, Lily Rose Pratt, Alfie Ross and Harry Hawkins leave the grid. And this is a tight run into turn 1, 3 abreast, 2 wide. Then it looks to just about be the Border Counties 116 then, who comes through this time around in that lead position. Owen Bradford up the hill they go, and it remains with Bradford. Then we go to Kirsten Bartlett, Max Holby down in third in Scunthorpe 6. Max Then he took a third after a spin or two. Bradford then was a winner, so it looks like Owen could be the one to go on 2 out of 2, and I think the only one so far. BC 116, Kirsten Bartlett then in South Somerset 2. A lowly 5th for Kirsten, so second place will be very much welcome. Max Holtby in third, head of Alfie Ross, and Alfie was a winner in his first heat. But he's there in 4th position. It's still not bad, but points eventually lead to prizes, and they're all after these points. But it's Border Carries 116-1 to go. South Somerset 2 under pressure from Scunthorpe 6. Then we go Sturton 717, and then a gap back to Evesham 120. And Severn Valley 22, York 76. Then Lily Rose Pratt is the one rounding out the order, all onto their final circuit, and the race is on for second and third once again, with Bartlett under considerable pressure from Holtby. But here's your winner. It's Bradford 2 out of 2. Second goes to South Somerset 2, but only just from Scunthorpe 6, Sturton 717. Then a gap back to an equally close battle with this final trio. Severn Valley 22 is Harry Hawkins, Evesham 120 Dylan Grasby, and Lily Rose Pratt completes it in York number 76. So there we go, junior specials completed for now. One rerun, unfortunately, for me to come back at some point in the schedule. We'll be back on the mic for when they reappear, but after that I'll be back for junior saloons. But for now it's Freeze, and back to Steve.
Thank you very much then, Russ. So yes, it is second round of qualifying for the Ram Developments and Chaos Coles Farming sponsored men's class 3s, 4 races coming your way. Race 1, Tom Hall, St Neots 12, Rich Lee, Scunthorpe 700, Senna Proctor in Scarborough 57, Neil Corbett in Evesham 56, Ryan Power in Yorkdales 98, Mick Sumners in Radford 169, Adam Saint in Cambridge 1, and Gary Wickham in Invicta Kent 13. So once again, very, very different conditions to the first time these cars were out. I have a feeling they might enjoy this a little bit more as they come out of that bottom bend. It's Gary Wickham on the inside, but coming round on the outside, Ryan Power it is that takes up the running in Yorkdales 98. Mick Summers in Radford 169 looking to go the economical way home, and that actually works as he then goes up into that second place. Adam Saint in Cambridge 1 looking to come right around the outside though. Senna Proctor in Scarborough 57 just tucked in that 4th place position, racing ahead of Gary Wickham. Rich Lee in Scunthorpe 700 comes next. Tom Hall in St Neots 12, and then Neil Corbett in Evesham 56, but climbing the bank as the race leader it is Yorkdales 98, but Mick Sumners in Radford 169 right there in close contention. Adam Saint can never be ruled out in Cambridge 1. Rich Lee trying to come up through the field in Scunthorpe 700, racing on the inside of Senna Proctor. Last lap flag goes out. On the outside, Ryan Power. On the inside, Mick Sumners in Radford 169. Adam Saint in Cambridge 1 just tucked in behind him, and it is Sumners that takes up the running now in Radford 169 as he goes down the far side. But sure as eggs is eggs, you can guarantee Ryan Power will be battling back in the Yorkdales 98 machine, but I think it's going to be Mick Sumners that's going to take this one. It is indeed Radford 169. Oh, Yorkdales 98 for my money. Cambridge 1, Scunthorpe 700, Senna Proctor in Scarborough 57. Then comes Tom Hall in the St Neots 12, and completing it all was Neil Corbett in the Evesham 56 machine. Cracking stuff there. Mick Summers looked quick in round 1, particularly down that first straight. It all then went a bit wrong, but he looked quick coming back up through the field, but certainly looking very quick in run 2. Well done, Radford 169. Right, race 2 brings out Aaron McKenzie in Cambridge 401, Vince Futia in North Wales 3, Trevor Cusack in Cork 25, Callum Allenson in Yorkshire Dales at 34, Pete Robinson in North Wales 72, Paul Evans in North Shropshire 50, and Nigel Edwards in TA 11. So once again, very, very competitive. No heat winners this time round. Ryan Power, a heat winner last time round in Yorkdales 98, but his unbeaten record has gone. So can anybody maintain it through the 2 rounds of qualifying? We will see as we look round. The yellow flag goes up and the bungee breaks, so we're away then. And it is the Yorkshire Dales 34 car of Callum Allenson that's the first one to show. Pete Robinson drops into second place in North Wales 72, and already looks to come through on the inside of the Yorkshire Dales man, who goes from hero to virtually zero in YD34 as he drops to the back of the pack after a storming start off the line. But Pete Robinson climbs the bank as the race leader. Trevor Cusack in CK25, the Tyvee 11 car then of Nigel Edwards, runs in 3rd place. Running in 4th is Aaron McKenzie in Cambridge 401. That's the leading quartet. Then comes Callum Allenson in Yorkshire 34 and Vince Ruccia in North Wales 3. But race leader just pulling away a little bit now is Pete Robinson in North Wales 72. Trevor Cusack having a good run in the CK25 car, racing ahead of Aaron McKenzie in Cambridge 401 as the yellow flag with the black cross already goes out. One to go then for Pete Robinson in 72. CK25, Cambridge 401, Ty B11. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4. North Wales 3, and not to be this time round for the Yorkshire Dales 34 that obviously looks to have some problem on board. But no problem on board for Pete Robinson. North Wales 72 comes round once again, takes the checkered flag, takes a good win. Second place goes to Trevor Cusack in CK25, Aaron McKenzie, Cambridge 401 in third. Fourth goes to Nigel Edwards in TA11, and North Wales 3, I think, is going to be the last of our finishers. So didn't see Paul Evans thinking that one in North Shropshire 50. Race 3 then brings out Richard Northway in Scunthorpe 306, Lee Almond in North Wales 27, Jed Power in Yorkshire Dales 99, Steve Woodruff in White Rose 71, Paul Stevens in Ludlow 69, Chris Allenson in Yorkshire Dales 86, and Ocean Hughes in TA 22. So Pete Robinson in North Wales 72 looking in good form. Heat winner first round of qualifying, heat winner second round of qualifying. Chris Allenson, he had a good run as well, in so much as he won in the first run as well, so he'll be looking to try and make it 2 wins out of 2 in Yorkshire Dales 86. So the heat winners, as I say, it's all randomly drawn, but the heat winners managing to avoid themselves in run 2 as they get away from the line. Paul Stevens gets the best of the start in Ludlow 69 from the middle of the grid. Then the Yorkshire Dales machine of Jed Power, Yorkshire Dales 99. Chris Allenson looking to come through on the inside, but it is Lud 69 comes past us for the first time, 99, then Allenson in 86, Steve Woodruff in White Rose 71, and we can see there is a black flag over there for Paul Stevens in Ludlow 69, unfortunately. Presume that was for a jump start as they come round, so Ludlow 69 is going to be excluded from this one. So Chris Allenson, your race leader in Yorkshire Dales 86, Yorkshire Dales 99 then looking to go right round the outside and put a challenge in. Steve Woodruff in White Rose 71, and the North Wales 27 car of Lee Almond then runs in that third place as Paul Stevens pulls off in Ludlow 69. But one lap to go for Chris Allenson in Yorkshire Dales 86, Lee Almond in North Wales 27, Steve Woodruff in White Rose 71. Then comes the Yorkshire Dales at 99 of Jed Power. Scunthorpe 306, Richard Northway goes through. They're all on to their final circuit, but it's going to be, I think, the second win of the day for Chris Allenson as Yorkshire Dales 86 comes round for the final time, takes the checker flag, takes the win. Lee Almond second in 27, Steve Woodruff third in White Rose 71, Jed Power in Yorkshire Dales 99, Ocean Hughes in Tivy 22, and Richard Northway completes it all in Scunthorpe 306. So race 4 brings out Jamie Lee in North Wales 10, Martin Gould in North Shropshire 343, Simon Farrer in Yorkshire Dales 24, Cash Yardley in Sturton 96, Jeff Gibbs in Hereford 1, Viv Cole in Carmarthen 4, and Keith Kelly in Mallow 247. So no Jeff Gibbs in Hereford 1 from what we can see. So Keith Kelly, a new national champion heat winner last time round. Martin Gould had a second in North Shropshire 343. Simon Farrer has got a bit to do. Only had a fifth in Yorkshire Dales 24, and yeah, he's quicker than that. Jamie Lee had a third in the North Wales 10 machine, as did Viv Cole in Carmarthen 4. So lots to play for in this one. Keith Kelly, your current series leader, will have seen people picking up double wins, and he will know he's sat on 1 at the minute. He'll want to make it 2 out of 2. So we're just putting cones, tyres back in place on that bottom bend. And as soon as each of the marshals corners are happy with their posts, then you'll see the yellow flags will go up, and the man on turn 1 will know then he can raise his yellow flag, and that is the starters' orders, and the drivers will know that that bungee is going to break very, very quickly. And that's exactly what happens. We're away racing with the last race of the second round of qualifying of the Ram Development KS Coles Farming sponsored Class 3. Simon Farrer, we said he had to pick some points up, and he knows it. Yorkshire Dales 24, one of the first ones to show as they come past us for the first time. Jamie Lee on the outside in North Wales 10. Keith Kelly runs mid-track in the Mallow machine. Martin Gould tracking him through and looking right up that inside. That is a classic case of how to drive that hill, you drivers. Martin Gould in the North Shropshire 343 car then comes through and takes up the running. Keith Kelly in second place, or he was, gets horribly tangled there with Simon Farrer in Yorkshire Dales 24. Those two come to a halt. Jamie Lee comes through in North Wales 10. Viv Cole then, as a result of all of that, has gone up into second place. Cash Yeardley third in Sturton 96. Martin Gould comes round untroubled to take the last lap flag in North Shropshire 343. One to go. Viv Cole in command and 4. Cash Yeardley in Sturton 96 runs in third. Jamie Lee fourth in North Wales 10. And Simon Farrer, I think it's just going to be one of those weak and red flags on that one. So, who can I blame this one? No, I'm going to have to take responsibility for this one, aren't I, really? So, there we go. Not a bad record. We got to the last race, second round of qualifying, the men's Class 3s. Well, I'm sort of... Yeah, it's your fault for listening, Mr. Yeah. I'm sort of presuming that will be a rerun. I don't know, we might be able to get a result on it. We'll see. But what we are hearing, though, is unfortunately Simon Farrer, we believe, is going to be excluded in Yorkshire Dales 24. And it is, as suspected, joking apart, going to be a rerun. So we'll see those again. I say minus, unfortunately, Simon Farrer. He's just had one of those weekends, isn't he, really? So never mind. Right, what have we got on the line? I think we got a Class 1 rerun. So come on then, Mr. Jones, you did the original. So rather than sitting there shouting abuse at me. Right. In fact, I think you did this original one on your own. So race 2, I'm sort of presuming it is. We're trying to identify. Yeah, it is. This is a rerun of race 2. All go again. So Class 1, and just to make it a little bit interesting, they're going to get some water there. The good news is it looks like our cameras broke in commentary, so that's excellent. So that means you don't get to look at us, which, take it from me, no disrespect, gentlemen, is certainly a bonus, without a doubt. So there we go. But yeah, a couple of heats of men's Class 1 to rerun. Race 2, I think, on the line then, Gareth.
Yeah, I think it looks from this vantage point anyway, because we can pick out the red North Wales machine of Andrew Owen, North Wales 397, starting in grid number 6. On his outside will be Alex Hill in St Neots 164. Right in lane 8, right on the outside, will be Jordan Taylor in Breeden Hill 87. Joining that trio will be Ian Ullathorne. Not having the best of seasons, I don't think, behind the wheel of the Scunthorpe 25 machine, but I'm sure he's a multiple-time British Autograss Series champion behind the wheel of the CGTRO machine. And he'll be joined by Chandan Watkins in Swansea 10, who starts in lane 4, next to Conor Ucart, who starts in lane 3 in TA211. Ollie Wrigglesworth in lane 2 in Scarborough 221 was the race leader first time round, and Harry Parker in Ludlow 85 starts in lane number 1. So all cars go again was the message that was given to us from the marshals when the red flags came out in the initial run. TBR Race Engines, your sponsors of Class 1 for the British Autograss Series, and your local Class 1 sponsor here this weekend is PWL Engineering. So is it raining in London by now?
No, it's still sunny. It is still sunny. So
there's more proof then that it doesn't always rain in Wales.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So there we go. But no, just looking up at the line, it's a general observation now, I suppose, on Class 1. Then people say, the Mini, but it is getting fewer. I know they're getting much harder to get hold of, aren't they? But they are getting fewer and far between, I think, in Class 1s. And yeah, you think perhaps just losing a little bit of competitiveness. I don't know what your thoughts are.
Well, they've all gone to Class 5 and 7, so they're using those body panels in the other classes. And but certainly it's been hard over the last couple of years to get hold of nice original mini shapes, and obviously that's probably worth more than to put a cage in it and race on grass as well.
Yeah, yes, it probably is a little bit of sacrilege now in it to take a road going mini and stick it in.
It's the same as Dad always says. If he knew then what he knows now, he'd never have sold his Escort.
That's nicer than what my dad used to say, because my dad used to say, if I knew then what I knew now, you wouldn't be here. So I think I'd settle for that from your dad, Gareth. Absolutely.
I'm sure he thinks it at times.
Yeah, I'm sure he doesn't. So yeah. Actually, I'm thinking if I knew then back sort of like what I know now, then yeah, but no, we won't even go there. So there we go. I certainly would be a richer man, yeah. Yeah, two of the ex-wives wouldn't be so rich, but there we go.
You're the one that brought that up now.
Okay.
Right then, so it looks like the Bowser is making his way back to its compound on the exit, or the entry then, of the start gate turn. We've got yellow flags beginning to be shown. So here we go, Mr. Langley.
Right, indeed. So yeah, I think we are all set for this one. As looking round, so yep. The man on turn one, red flag comes down, yellow flag goes up. Here we go, and as you'd expect on Class 1, a very, very level break. It's just about the St Neots car of Alex Hill in 164. That's the first one show from Ullathorne in 25, Conor Urquhart. Then on the inside in the TA211, Swansea 10. Oh, they all get a little bit tangled up, I think, on that freshly watered track. But having said that, they do all come back round towards us, and they come back round towards us, headed by Alex Hill.
Yeah, St Neots 164 then takes up a run in. He's followed into the start gate turn by Ian Ullathorne in Scunthorpe 25. And even though it was a messy turn 1 and 2, it was cleaner than last time round because we still got all cars going. But it's 164 from 25. Swansea 10 is Chandan Watkins. They're in that third spot from the North Wales 397 machine, and that's piloted by Andy Owen, rounding out your top four. Conor Urquhart, fourth at the Nationals a couple of weeks ago. He's back in about that sixth spot at the moment, and he's come to an abrupt halt, and so has Andy Owen, North Wales 397.
164 though, certainly not halted. He motors on from Ullathorne in 25, Chandan Watkins in Swansea 10, the Breednell car then up into fourth. Conor Urquhart now back fifth in 211, Ludlow 85, and North Wales at 397. Going through, it's Harry Parker in the Ludlow machine and Andrew Owen in North Wales at 397. But very convincing race lead for St Neots 164 as he comes round. Ian Ullathorne still runs in second place. But yellow flag with the black cross goes out. Our race leader looking safe and sound at the minute.
Yeah, one circuit to go then for Alex Hill behind the wheel of the East Anglian machine. It just shows how you can get fortune and you can get misfortune within the space of about 90 minutes, because the one at the back of the pack this time is the one that led initially, and that's the Ollie Wrigglesworth machine, the Scarborough 221 machine. He's the last one to go on to his final circuit. The rest of the field then pretty well spread out, at least for 1, 2, 3 and 4. A bit of a battle and a bit of a bunch up for 5th, 6th and 7th, but exiting that far turn for the final time and taking 55 points from round 2 of qualifying. Alex Hill saying at 164. Second place will go to Ian Ullathorne in Scunthorpe at 25. Third place will go to Chandan Watkins in Swansea number 10. And then there's about 15, 20 car lengths between third and fourth, as the Breednell 87 machine of Jordan Taylor finishes in that fourth spot, ahead of Conor Urquhart in TA211. Harry Parker, Ludlow 85, finished in sixth, ahead of Andy Owen in North Wales 397. And Ollie Wrigglesworth in Scarborough 221 then rounds it all out for the rerun of race 2.
Right, but I don't think we're going to be let off yet, because I think it's race 6 on the line. So this is the other outstanding rerun on the Class 1s. Jack Firth in Spalding 86, Rhys Edwards, North Wales 44, Dan Jones in Invicta Kent 430, Zach Bowers in North Shropshire 159, Ryan Powell in North Wales 52, and Connor Griffiths in Tivy 16, running unfortunately without Greg Jenkins in C70. He is the exclusion from the first run through of this one. So Connor Griffiths unbeaten in the first run, of course, your newly crowned national champion.
So away from the line they go then, and it is Jack Firth, Spalding 86, the one that leads into turn 1 as they begin to descend that hill. Then he's going to push on as Connor Griffiths moves through on the inside in TA16. They all swap and change behind him, but it's 16 that leads on to that second circuit.
North Wales 52 then slots into that second place from the North Shropshire 159 car of Zach Bowers, who runs in third as they climb the bank. But our race leader opening up at quite a lead. Back in fourth place, early race leader is Jack Bowers. And then Dan Jones completing it all, I think, in the Invicta Kent 4:30. But every turn of the wheel, Conor Griffiths extends his lead in Tivy 16 as he comes past us once again at the halfway stage.
Yeah, 5 cars started and 5 cars continue. And a 16 that continues to lead then from the North Wales 52 machine. Ryan Powell leads the chase in that second position as they exit turn 3 and 4. And the North Wales machine certainly did make up a lot of ground and reeled in Conor Griffiths' TA16 machine. But the momentum with the race leader as he goes through that top part of the circuit. He's found the driest line, even though it's a little bit longer than the one he needs to take through turns 3 and 4. And he's the first one to see that yellow flag with the black cross.
As he goes on to his final circuit, then the field looking quite spread out, actually, by Class 1 standards. North Wales 52 still runs in second, Zach Bowers third, the Spalding 86 car in that fourth place, and IK 430 then completing it all. Dan Jones down the far side though, and on this last lap, Conor Griffiths extending his lead. It's going to be 2 wins out of 2 for Tivy 16 as Conor comes round for the final time, looking quite comfortable at the end of it, if the truth be known. TA 16 then it is that takes the checker flag, takes the win. North Wales 52, Ryan Powell in second place. Third goes to Zach Bowers in North Shropshire 159. Jack Firth in fourth place in Spalding 86, and completing all of the Invicta Kent car there, Dan Jones in IK 430. That completes the Class 1s. Next time we see the men's Class 1s will actually be tomorrow now for the third round of qualifying, but you haven't got that long to wait for Class 5s because they're on the line for their second round of qualifying. And to take you through all those, of course, it is over to Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Steve. Men's Class 5, Heat 2, Race 1. LorryInsurance.co.uk, our series sponsor, XC Works Weekend sponsors, Mallow 184, Adam Brown, Colin Tomlinson, Breeden Hill 22, Neil Jones, PAC 74, Breeden Hill 44, Adrian Hathaway, Penny Smith, Gloucester and District 119, Chris Dudgate in Wessex 15. He's the highest point scorer coming into this heat. He had a second in his first run. And Cumdy 3, Ryan Jones. So, hey, national champ. So, has he got work to do? Coming out of lane 2. And as we've said, all grids now look to be competitive. There's no ground conditions that should upset them. Bit of water that's been down on the track has only just helped it. So, here we go. Engines starting to rev. Marshall's going back to their post. We are getting ready for the second heats of men's Class 5 bungee lifts. Let's go racing. And coming out on the outside line, Adam Brown's got a good start there, but it's Chris Dudgate who's gone with him in Wessex 15. Takes them down the hill. And anyone going to have any problems this time? No, looks to get it under control. Chris Dudgate's got pressure those because it is Adam Brown. Mallow 184 goes alongside him. Then we go Jones. The Breeden Hill 11 machine also looking to find a way through and going down. Who's this back marker here? Oh, hold on a minute. Breeden Hill 44, Adrian Hathaway has got away. And he's got problems at the back, as has that Cumdy 3. Ryan Jones has got it all wrong. And as Adam Brown as well. Chris Dudgate, Wessex 15 says, hey, I tell you what, today's getting better. Breeden Hill 22 then. Colin Tomlinson from Adam Brown from Penny Smith. Then we go down to PAC 74, Neil Jones. That's how the top 5 are running. Then we go down to Cumby 3. Ryan Jones not having the best of it at all, is he? At this BASS round 4, Breeden Hill 44, Adrian Hathaway. Still trying to catch up, but he's got one more lap to go for our lead car, Wessex 15. Look at this door tapping going on for that third place. Still that Colin Tomlinson second. Adam Brown up in front of Penny Smith. Penny Smith is going out wide. Is that going to cost her some grip on those tyres as they climb up the hill? As we bring it down the hill. Woohoo! For the final time, Wessex 15. Chris Dudgate makes it 100 points for the day. A second and now a first. Well done, Chris. Second is going to go to Breeden Hill 22, Colin Tomlinson. Third goes to Adam Brown, Mallow 184. Fourth, Penny Smith in Gloucester and District 119. Fifth, PAC 74, Neil Jones. Sixth, Cumdy 3, Ryan Jones. You wouldn't have put that money on that, would you? Him being down the order of the pack on the points after two races. But that's how it's going. Race 1 done. Go into race 2 then. Jordan Bloor, York 44. Riley Dyper, Baxley Parker, Colin Chilvers, the man who had the Tashma shaved on to make himself look younger. He's coming out of lane 5, had a third earlier today. Lewis Richards, the Italian stallion, Typhy 451 out of lane 4. Pete Cheshire had a third. Well done, Pete. Breeden Hill 99. And then Darryl Reynolds, Carmarthen 14. There your runners and riders. Jordan Bloor coming out of lane 8. Is that going to suit him? Jordan had a win earlier as well, so can he make it 2 out of 2? Baxter Pargeter, Nottingham 45, he had a second. I say Colin Chilvers had a third. Pete Cheshire had the third, so it's going to be interesting, this one. And all waiting for marshals to get their yellow flags up. Looking down at post number 2. Yeah, they've got yellow flags up now. So come on. Post number 1. We're looking at you. Yeah, we're looking at you. Yeah, we're ready. Let's go racing. Bungee lifts. Oh, hold on a minute. Jordan Bloor's left on the line. There's a problem on board with the car. Colin Chilvers says, I'm off on it, Mickey. I'm down the hill. Yorkshire Dales 46 it is then. Colin Chilvers takes him round, but is he going to exit in the lead? Oh, I don't think so, because Baxter Pargeter goes with him. Nottingham 45 as Colin Chilvers looks for the cut back up in that turn 3. Up the hill, and it is Colin Chilvers back in the front as Pargeter gets a little bit extra momentum coming out of that turn 4, down into turn 1. And look at him, all over him like a rash, like a Jack Russell. Get off as they bring it down the hill, and it is Baxter Pargeter back in front of Colin Chilvers. Then we go down to the Italian stallion Typhy 451 and Wessex 255 of Riley Dyper. That Pete Cheshire has got problems at the back of the pack. He had a third this morning, and he's going to be down in 5th place on this performance at the moment as they bring it round. This time it's going to be penultimate time because last lap flag. One more lap to go on this one then. Nottingham 45, Baxter Pargeter turns into turn 3 and he starts to climb the hill. Colin Chilvers goes for the move, cuts back up the inside, but he can't get the grip. It is still going to be Baxter Pargeter, but Chilvers is back on the power. Can he get up the inside of him? He's going for it. Down into turn 1 they go, down the hill. Pete Cheshire could get out of the way because they're coming through. It's a chase for the line, and it's going to be Baxter Pargeter. Nottingham 45 takes it from Yorkshire Dales 46. Colin Chilvers second. The Italian stallion Lewis Richards, Typhy 451 third. 4th goes to Wessex 255 of Riley Dyper, and then that 5th place will be Breeden Hill 99, Pete Cheshire, who is going to come round and pick up his points. A leisurely move down turn 1 and 2. Oh, where's the Italian stallion going? Oh, I'll tell you what, there's a word of advice here, Gareth, right? Lewis Richards has dropped his exhaust off. Now that's going to be hot, right? Like you marshals, normally someone picks it up with the end of a stick, don't they? One of the flags. Look, they're looking at each other. You pick it up. No, you. No, go on, you. Oh, my life. He's got no skin left on his fingers now. There you go. Hey, it would be great if he was, that was a bit of, if it had been stolen, right, the old police would have had the fingerprints because they're stuck on them. There you go. That's how you do it. And Lewis Richards going, don't stick it in my car, it'll burn me paint. He said, just get it off the track, son. Go on, get back in. So Lewis Richards then picks up his exhaust. Just as that's happening, Jordan Bloor, York 44, left on the line and has to be towed off. So there we go, race 2 done and dusted. Well done to Baxter Pargeter, holding on for the points. Colin Chilvers on those second, and then Lewis Richards in third. So race 3 then. It brings out, hold on, birthday boy. Now, I think his birthday might be tomorrow, but I have been asked to give him a shout out because they're taking him out for tea. And it is bing bong, John Gaffney, 68 years of age tomorrow. Thought he was older than that. Chris Whittle, Jeff Bateman, Dan Godfrey, Liam Wiona, Kieran Cobb and Lee Cox. And look at this for a start, as Godfrey is going to be brave, is he, as they come up the inside there. There's going to be Gaffney going to take them round as well. Oh, this is close racing from the 5s, but it is going to be Jeff Bateman from Chris Winnell from John Gaffney. And then we go down to the Cambridge 10 machine, Dan Godfrey climbing up the back, but it is Wow, look at that lead. Jeff Bateman is on a charge from that Dan Godfrey machine in the Cambridge 10. Down the hill they go. And I'll tell you what, there's company for Mr. Godfrey, because chasing him down hard is the John Gaffney, North Shropshire one, from Kieran Cobb in fourth in IK 75. A little bit messy going on at the back as Chris Winnell and Breeden Hill 66. And we're going Reds. PAC 98, Liam Wallona. So red flags, guys. And it's Jeff Bateman brings that, slowing it down, coming past commentary. But he was leading it. They hadn't picked up last lap flag, so I don't think they've done enough laps for any result to be taken. But there might have been contact going down in, I think, turn one. Just as out my eye shot, I could see that it got a little bit messy. It's a shame, but yep, that one goes back to rerun. So race 4 then of the lorryinsurance.co.uk sponsored men's Class 5. XE Works, our weekend sponsors, brings out race 4, and it brings out Barry Miles, Scunthorpe 94, Phil Olsen, Breeden Hill 27, Ian Jones, Cumdee 31, Matt Thompson, South Somerset 36, Danny Lodge, Scunthorpe 212, and Ian Thorndyke, IK 22. Guess what? They both had heat wins in that Heat 1. So only one of them can take maximum points. Could it be one of them? Charlie Holloway, Evesham 9. He's quick off the line, Charlie, but he's coming out of grid 1. Off we go then. And chasing it down, it's Thorndyke's going to show them into turn 1. Round they go then. Danny Lodge is going with him. Lodge has got company, as it is Matt Thompson going round him, but it's going to be Thorndyke from Lodge, from Thompson, then it's Jones, and then Holloway, then Miles. That is how they're running as they climb up the bank. And lost a little bit of a grip there, does, as that Cumdee 31. Ian Jones drops back down to 4th place. Matt Thompson, South Somerset 6th, 36, up in the 3rd. Then it's Danny Lodge 2nd, but it's still IK 22. Ian Thorndyke then leads them into turn 3 to climb the hill for another time of asking. There, Barry Miles has got work, Scunthorpe 94 to do at the back. In front of him, it's that Evesham 9, Charlie Holloway. Normally see him a little bit further up this season, but he is having to settle for 5th at the moment. But look at this for the first place battle. One more lap to go as he timed it just right. Scunthorpe 212. Danny Lodge takes up the running up the hill now. Can that Ian Thorndyke machine chase him down there? Wow, Lodgy with clear track in front of him has absolutely nailed it to get a lead within probably a quarter of a lap, and he's going to come round that final turn and see the checkered flag and go happy days. 2 wins out of 2 for Danny Lodge. 2nd goes to Ian Thorndyke. Then it's Matt Thompson, 3rd in South Somerset 36, from that Ian Jones Cumdee 31. Charlie Holloway in that Evesham 9, and then the Barry Miles machine is the final one across the line in that Scunthorpe 94. So race 4 clear. We then go to race 5. It's another one of those heats with 2 winners from Heat 1. Jaber Smith, Ludlow 8, coming out of lane 8. Luke Jenkins in PhD 7, coming out of lane 4. Tom Ellis out of 3rd in Stroud and District 33. Andy Shepherd, Colin Hadley, Mark Ucker and Brian Neal. They are your runners and riders. Oh dear, I'll let you have some news from that previous race, but it is that Tom Ellis machine. Stroud and District 33 takes him down there. Jaber Smith follows him behind, but Jaber Smith, oh, a bit of contact there, but he comes through. Jaber Smith then from Colin Hadley. Then Brian Neal goes alongside Ellis as that Luke Jenkins machine, PhD 7, running in that 5th place as they're swapping and change as they come up the hill. We've got, I think, that PhD 20. He's out of this one. He's gone down the bank into turn 3, Mark Ucker, but round into turn 2 we go. And it's still Ludlow 8, Jaber Smith running it from Tom Ellis, from Brian Neal and PAC 16. Collie Hadley drops down to 4th place. Luke Jenkins in 5th place as they climb him back up the hill. That hill is causing a few problems as Brian Neal, I think, went for it. Oh! Ellis is into the Armco and facing the wrong way as they bring it round to pick up the last lap flag if they can get round here and then go red. Oh, Ellis has got it moving. So Jaber Smith, 1 to go from Colin Hadley, from Brian Neal, from Luke Jenkins. Oh, we've gone reds. Oh, no. We were on last lap flag, so I'll let the voice of an angel listen in on the radio and see whether or not they're going to take a result The tension is mounting. Well, while we're doing that, we are getting ready for Tim Jones to take you through the second heats of you're still on Class 6s?
Rerun.
So it's one of those, because I've been practicing my singing. You're once, twice, 3 times a Ladies 6 rerun. Over to you. Right, okay, so just a quick one before this one goes. So race 5 then, PAC 16, Brian Neal's going to be excluded. And news from race 3, John Gaffney, birthday boy, 68. You have been bing-bonged. You are black flagged. So there we are. That's done. We're ready for Class 6s. Over to Tim.
Thank you, Mickey. Yeah, so, right, let's see if we can... third time lucky, hopefully, at Ladies Class 6s. So, as I say, been troublesome this one, but let's see if we can get this one to a conclusion and put a big tick in the box. Nicola Olsen in command of 47. She's certainly down there. Caris Thomas in Tyvee 66. I think we're going without Zoe Copeland and Jenny Brown. Andrew Evans, Hannah Thomas, Ella Bailey, and Leanne Hushka. The rest are the runners and riders as they leave the line into turn 1. For the first time. Ella Bailey just nearly on 2 wheels, but keeps it going, and she's in about 4th at the moment. But Hannah Thomas it is in the Scarborough 16 machine. Nicola Olsen in Carmarthen 47 just slots into second as they climb the bank for the first time of asking, as Olsen looks to find the gap through, but Hannah just shuts the door as they go down that far side. With the Scunthorpe 33 machine. Ella Bailey in that third place slot, racing just ahead of Leanne Hushka in North Wales 20, but back round towards us again in. Hannah Thomas leads the way in from Nicola Olsen, now coming under challenge from Ella Bailey in Scunny 33 as they climb the bank. Oh, Ella Bailey on 2 wheels. How did she manage to keep that on the 4 wheels? Well done, but she loses a lot of time back down to about 5th or 6th. But mainly we keep racing. Nicola Olsen then, here's your new race leader. Command 47 with 1 to go with Scarborough at 16. North Wales 20, Leanne Hushka just ahead of Tyvee 66. That's Caris Thomas. Ella Bailey in Scunny 33 and Andrew Evans in North Shropshire 219. So as it starts to count down then, half a lap to go, but Hannah Thomas gives it the big charge round the outside. Olsen's on the inside. It's going to be a dash to line. Who's going to get this one? It's going to be, I think Nicola Olsen, I think just from Scarborough 16 with North Wales 20. Then comes Tyvee 66 and Scunny 33 of Ella Bailey, and completing it all at Andrew Evans in North Shropshire 219. Right, that last puts that to one side. Next time we'll see Ladies Class 6s. Hopefully a bit more well-behaved. Will be around their second, round of qualifying, because all the ladies will go into the final. But we'll see them a little bit later on. But for now, we're going back to the men's racing. We're going back to Class 7. We're going back to Mickey Bay.
Yeah, thank you very much. We are Super Saloons Race 1. J. Rand Lewis, Andy Holby, Phil Barliman, Okainanu, Colin Reid, Andy Graney, Sam Gould, Mike Barrett. Andy Holby had a win in Heat 1. Can he make it 2 out of 2? J. Rand Lewis had a second. Phil Barliman had a second, and Sam Gould had a second. So a competitive lineup for this first run of the Max Sports series sponsored Super Saloons. NJ Rose, our weekend sponsors. We are just waiting for those cones to be and tyres put back in position round turn 2. That is done. We'll wait for the yellow flags to be held aloft. We've got that. We are ready. Bungee lifts. Let's go racing. And Holby's got a slingshot flying start as he takes down into turn 1. As he goes there, Andy Graney goes with him. Graney's been quick in that. Gould's got understeer and pushing down the hill toward Elite Bar Services. But it's Holby from Graney, from Barliman, from that PAC 47, J. Rand Lewis. Then it's Okainanu, Central Scotland, 21, Colin Reid. Oh, Gould has got a problem on board, North Shropshire 34. He's got it going again. but he's going to be right at the back of the pack as we go to that lead car. Andy Holtby, Scunthorpe 61 on a mission, followed by Graney in the Pennine 8 from Phil Barleyman, Pennine 23 from J. Ran Lewis in that PAC 47, Colin Reid in that Central Scotland 21 machine. Then it is North Shropshire 34, Sam Gould, as we bring it round again for the penultimate time because it's last lap flag already. One more lap to go. Holtby, Scunthorpe 61. It looks like he's going to make it 2 wins out of 2. Oh, we're popping a wheelie there from Andy Graney, Pennine 8 as he climbs the hill. Barleyman looking to close the gap as he exits that start gate turn. Down the opening straight, down past the grandstand. But it is going to be Holtby. He's making his mark today. 2 wins out of 2. Scunthorpe 61 then takes the win. Holtby maximum points from Andy Graney. Pennine 8. Third goes to Phil Barleyman and Pennine 23. Fourth goes to PAC 47, J. Ran Lewis. Then we go fifth in Central Scotland 21 of Colin Reid. And then North Shropshire 34, Sam Gould across the line to finish off Heat 2, Race 1 of the Super Saloons. Here we go then, Race 2. It's Lewis Woodruff, Jake Lockwood, Jake Roberts, Simon Hawthorne, Darren Adams, Matt Richards, Alfie Smith. So we've got 3 guys in here who had thirds. Jake Roberts, Simon Hawthorne and Alfie Smith. Darren Adams, Border Counties 26, is the one who had the win. He's coming out of lane 4. Can he make it stick? But it's that's a PhD 72. Jake Roberts down the hill. Can he get it turning? He's got massive understeer. He's gone from first to last. And it means that Simon Hawthorne, Radford 176, takes up the running from Alfie Smith in Ludlow 23 as they go up there. Border Counties 26, Darren Adams. He's got a win under his belt. He's currently running in that 3rd place as they force it down. That's opening straight down into turn 1 they go, slowing it down and keeping it nice and tight. But is that door open for Alfie Smith? Simon Hawthorne defends it. Smith still in that 2nd. Then Adams. Then we go that Scunthorpe 3-9-3 machine. Jake Lockwood. Lockwood had a 2nd earlier today, and he's in 2nd again. That'll be a pair for him. 90 points, but he'll probably want to go for maximum. But you've got 1 more lap to go as they exit that turn 2 down the hill for the final time. It's Simon Hawthorne, Radford 176, popping wheelies there from the Scunthorpe 3-9-3 machine as they take it round there. It's Jake Lockwood then. He's getting close, isn't he? As Border Counties 26, Darren Adams defending that from Lewis Woodruff in White Rose 72. Then we go down to the Eastern 555, Matt Richards, but it's checkered flag. Radford 176, Simon Hawthorne takes it from Jake Lockwood, from the Brian Adams machine, then Lewis Woodruff, Eastern 555, Matt Richards, and Alfie Smith, Ludlow 23. Oh, here we go, Jake Roberts. I was going to say he's curb crawling. Maybe. He was doing well as well, wasn't he? Just had massive understeer and he comes across the line. But maybe he'll take some positives out of it that the car was quick off the line. That's about all you can do, my friend. Here we go then. We are going race 3. Craig Bagley, Cumdy 2, Gareth Roberts, Archie Bentley, Brendan Ellison, Cameron Mills, Matt Manning, Alan Jenkins. Cameron Mills had a win this morning coming out of lane 3. Was 1 left on the line. Oh, my life. It's Cameron Mills has been left on the line. Has he let the rest get a head start? He's going to try and play catch-up. We'll wait and see as they exit that near enough 3 abreast. And it's going to be Bagley from that Typhy 32 machine. That's Alan Jenkins. Jenkins climbing up the hill. Can he get past Bagley? Oh, he just had to ease off a little bit to avoid that contact. Bentley running in that 5th place. North Wales at 76 is that's Gareth Roberts. He's running 4th, but leading the way still through. Craig Bagley in that 1st place from Alan Jenkins from that Matt Manning machine. Then it's the North Wales 76, but here he comes. Cumdy 9, Cameron Mills. Oh, I thought he was going to square wheel it, but he's done well. He's up the inside there of Manning as Bentley's gone with him as well as they chase him down. 1 more lap to go on this one then. Cumdy 2, Craig Bagley from Typhy 32, Alan Jenkins. Then we go North Wales 76, Gareth Roberts. Then Cameron Mills. Then Manning. Then we go Brendan Ellis in the York 219 and then Archie Bentley in Border County 7. Surprisingly at the back of the pack, but he's a good young racer learning his trade in the 7s, but it's checkered flag. Cumdy 2, Craig Bagley makes a win and a 2nd, 100 points. Then Typhy 32, Alan Jenkins 2nd. 3rd, Cameron Mills, well done. Then Matt Manning into 4th place. 5th goes to North Wales 76, Gareth Roberts. York 219 of Brendan Ellison. Border County 7, Archie Bentley. So good racing from there. And Craig Bagley, 55 points, 45, 100 for your day's work. You'd be happy with that. Cameron Mills, poor start, but he got back to third. So 55 and the 36 gives him 91 points. So I took my shoes and socks off to work that one. Here we go then. We are going race 4. Jodie Faulkner, Clive Williams, Mark Evans, Ali Ashmore, Liam Evans, Dan Johnson, Daryl Heath Bayard. Liam Evans, North Shropshire 120, so your new national champion out in this one. Last Bass round he won the 7 final and the 10s. It's greedy that really, isn't it? But that takes some doing, by the way, because the level of competition, especially in 7s and 10s, is immense. Ali Ashmore had a third, as did Dan Johnson. Here we go then. We are off and racing. And no surprise, it is Liam Evans, North Shropshire 120, goes into turn 1, followed closely by that Scunthorpe 383, Dan Johnson. Johnson pops out in front. Evans is going to have to play catch up on that. Daryl Heath Bayard, Typhy 113, also Clive Williams, and we've gone reds. Oh, it looks a little bit messy all over. We've got Ali Ashmore over, rolling down the hill. And then down in this bottom corner, we had a spinner. We had Typhy 113 doing a donut, climbing up the hill, Clive Williams. He's going to get away with it because it's going to go back to rerun and he'll say, I can do it all again. Hopefully not donutting, by the way. Scunthorpe 383 was leading it, Dan Johnson, before it got stopped. Had a right move as well to get in front of Liam Evans, by the way. So we're just waiting for any confirmation on that. But race 4 unfortunately goes to rerun, and we swiftly move on to race 5, and it only brings Paul Johnson with the win. It's in coming out of lane 5 in that Scunthorpe 41 machine. Barry Ashmore, Ayrton Ellison, Richard Merrick, Mike McKenzie, Alistair Griffiths and Damien Harris. Well, those lads all need to get some bigger points. They finished 4th or below in their first heats. So Paul Johnson, again, I like watching Paul. He is a really good driver in the 7s. Did have a massive role at, I think, beginning of the season, but he's come back strong. And here we go then, and it is Johnson on cue, is taking them down the hill, but not for long, because we're going to go with the Radford 421. Is that Richard Merrick? He's having a go, Richard Merrick. Then we go down into that Damien Harris machine, the Radford 140. They climb the hill, disappear behind the tree from us, and popping out. Hold on a minute, Cambridge Well, Mike McKenzie says, right, I'm up in a 3rd place, and that makes that move. York 14, Ayrton Ellison also up in that mix. So here we go, Johnson from Harris, from McKenzie, from Ellison. Then we go down to the Radford 421. Barry Ashmore, Spalding 514, and Radford 34. Alistair Griffiths in that final place, and maybe looking to try and challenge Richard Merrick for those minor places. But round we go. Last lap flag already. Wow, this is quick. Paul Johnson popping wheelies, woo, as he takes it into turn 3. Has that cost him though? Is he? Johnson has been nipped by Radford 140. Damien Harris back down into turn 1. He's not happy about that as they bring it down the hill and round and chase for the line. It's going to be Damien Harris. Radford 140 takes the win from Paul Johnson, Scunthorpe 41. Cambridge 12, Mike McKenzie in 3rd. York 14, Ayrton Ellison. Then it's Barry Ashmore. And Radford 421 of Richard Merrick, and Radford 34, Alistair Griffiths. So I'll tell you what, popping wheelies down the back straight, not the best idea. But Paul Johnson, a win and a 2nd, 100 points. I'd be happy with that. That's about the most I scored in a season. Here we go then, race 6, and it brings out another heat winner, and it is Bill Bradford, Border Counties 15. The conditions were completely different. He's got Lee Dodd, Kerry Pope, Jake Lee, Jack Houlihan. Houlihan had a 2nd, and Andy Kelsey. They are your runners and riders in this race 6, the final grid of the Super Saloons, and it is that West Waterford 358, Jack Houlihan down into turn 1. He goes, Bradford goes with him. Bradford looking on the outside, Houlihan looks to cut back up the inside there as we go through. Jake Lee now 5 finds that second place. He took a more tighter line and climbs up the hill there. Houlihan then from Lee, but Bill Bradford finds the grip and pops out back in that second place. Spalding goes down as well. Kerry Pope up into that fourth place, round the hill and down into the past commentary. West Waterford 358 still leading the way and climbing that hill. I tell you what, this would be a good show there. Jack Houlihan a win and a second, another 100-point accumulation. Bill Bradford going with it as well in Border Counties 15. He would have 100 points with a first and a second. Hey, close racing from the Super Saloons. One more lap to go. Houlihan from Bradford, from Lee, from that Pope machine. There's your top four. Dust flicking off this track as the four lead cars are down the opening straight, down past the grandstand, down into turn one, down the hill. Woohoo! West Waterford 358. Jack Houlihan takes the win. Second, Border Counties 15, Bill Bradford. Third goes to Scunthorpe 12, Jake Lee. Fourth, Spalding 82, Kerry Pope. Fifth, just have to wait a little bit for that, but it is the North Wales 16. Sorry, Lee Dodd. The action was happening right at the front, and Evesham 7, Andy Kelsey. So out of 6 races on the 7s, 1 goes to rerun. The rest of them were clear. I'll take that any day of the week. So up on the line, we move from 7s back over to Class 9s, and it is the voice of the Angels, Gareth Jones.
Yeah, thanks very much, and we're going to go straight back into a junior special rerun and straight over to Mr. Russ Thompson.
Yeah, just jumping in. I was trying to get pictures of the 7s down at the corner there, and I noticed my junior specials were snuck in, so away we go. And Corey Mumford it is who leads the way, then Aaron Richardson goes with him. Who else is there? Tia Reese in PAC 21. That's the top 3. Somebody going around the outside, but we're obviously missing at least somebody from this. We'll try and pick it out in a moment, but at the moment it is Mumford who leads the way. We're in Forest 161. We're missing Neil Tivey out of this one. And I think Lucy Hines in Breeden Hill 2, and also Kieran Lewis. So depleted rerun this one, but no anybody getting in the way of Corey Mumford who leads the way. Tia Reese, Aaron Richardson, Neil Tivey. Neil Tivey is back there in West Waterford 142. And then we have the back mark in Carmarthen 49 of Ellie Brown. So that is the run-in. And already 1 to go, and Mumford it is, looking clear and looking good for I think 2 out of 2. Yeah, so Forest 161 then, top of the points after 1 heat, and is looking to go unbeaten, along with Owen Bradford, who took his second win earlier on. But Corey Mumford it is then, in the black and yellow machine, and looking pretty strong this weekend. Takes his second win of the day. Second then goes to Tia Reese in PAC 21. Aaron Richardson a first and a third. Neil Tivey needs to find more pace, I think, in that West Waterford machine. And Carmarthen 49 then. Ellie Brown is the one to complete. So there we go. That was that rerun of Junior Specials. Dig It Plant Hire and Cross Hands Contractors, your sponsors. And I'll be back for the Junior Saloons in not too long, because we've got 9s, and then hopefully the Junior Saloons will be on after then. So this time on cue for you, it's over to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much, Russ. Yeah, we're going to go straight into the second round of qualifying of men's Class 9s. Just before that, we've had a message from a new grandma who wants to give a big shout out to newly born Harry, and who wants to bring a big shout out to Adam and Amy, Adam of ABL Signs, on the birth of their beautiful son Harry. Love Nana and Grandad Leyland, and I'm sure that they've already started saving up for a special or a saloon ready for 10 years time. But congratulations to Adam and Amy on the birth of Harry from Grandma and Grandad Leyland, and of course a lot of your friends and family around this racetrack as well. We're going to go straight then into men's Class 9s round 2 of qualifying. 4 races going to be coming your way in just a moment time. Extracts, your series sponsors for the British Autograss series throughout the 5 rounds, and your local sponsor here this weekend is Mrs B's Animal Feeds. Race 1 then, up there on the line, brings out Phil Rogers from grid number 8. Grid 7 is unoccupied. Grid 6 is occupied by Stuart Taylor in IK121. Heat winner from this morning's first round of qualifying, NS10. Joe Pipe starts in lane number 5 alongside Mark Barker in lane 4. Trent number 9 is Sam Middleton, And then towards the inside, Russ Adamant in York 6 and Lee Seagreaves in ARC number 3. We're away, we're racing, and the first run of your Class 9s then leave the line. And it is your current series leader that leads into turn 1. Oh, and Lee Seagreaves just catches them there. Joe Pipe is going to fly towards the sky, but unfortunately Seagreaves is out of it in ARC3. The race continues as the 1, 2, 3 and 4 lead through the start gate turn for the first time. It's Russ Adamant that takes up the running in York number 6 from the Trent number 9 machine of Sam Middleton. We get red flags on race number 1, and we will, well, you can probably guess what's going to happen, but we'll await the official confirmation on race 1 and any exclusions for that one. But if we look to the line then, while the runners and riders from race 1 make their way back up to the line, race 2 should bring out Sean Roberts in lane 8 in North Wales 17. And once again, we got father and son going head to head, because starting in lane 2 is Alan Roberts in North Wales number 4. Phil Cooper is second in the points table at the moment in ARC 5. He starts in lane 1. Matty Jones joins them in Swansea number 8, and he starts in lane 3. And then lane 4 unoccupied. Andy Hornshaw in York 78 starts in lane 5 rather, on the inside of Chris Colgate in North Wales 19, and Sean Power in Yorkshire Dales 97. So the telehandler then makes its way out to aid and lift the stricken ARC3 machine back to the pits. The rest of the field have made their way back up to the pits, and I'm sure that if there are any running repairs needed, then they'll be sorted out. But I think that the officials are about to confirm my initial feeling from this vantage point. And ARC3, Lee Seagreaves, he's going to face the bad news of being excluded from the rerun of this second round of qualifying of the Extracts, Shocks and Mrs. B's Animal Feeds sponsored Class 9s. 2 races remain after the one that's on the line, and they both bring out 6 cars in the second round of qualifying. We started this morning with 25 drivers, didn't we? And that means that we have 2 heats of 7 and 2 heats of 6. And the dust repellent makes its way onto the circuit, while we're going to get a little bit of downtime. We do have a little bit of information as well. We're going to have a little bit of an interview, something that's not done very often at British Autograss Series rounds, but we're going to have an interview tomorrow afternoon before the interval, well, during the interval, with a couple of names and people that you will know very well for doing a little bit of charity work as well as racing on the track, but voices you may not have heard. So we'll be interviewing Caris and Fiona Thomas from the A We Crazy charity tomorrow during the break, and we'll be getting to know a little bit more about the work that they've done as they celebrate their 10th season of fundraising. And I'm sure that they'll be out there with their phones and their cameras towards the Elite Bars trailers this evening, asking everybody to say that famous phrase now. And obviously they will be here tomorrow during the interval to just give us a little bit more information of why they started raising the money, what they've done over the course of the 10 years, and what they're doing between meetings to keep the profile of their A Crazy charity fundraising. And like I say, it doesn't normally happen at British Autograss Series rounds, but the British Autograss Series would like to just give them a little bit of promotion as they celebrate their 10th year of doing the fundraising. I think at the moment that there are 2 charities that gain from their fundraising efforts, and we'll get to know more about that tomorrow. But as we look to the top part of the circuit then, we can see that the ARC3 machine's still getting a little bit of attention. Unfortunately, Lee Seagreaves and ARC3 will be black flagged, excluded from the rerun. The dust repellent is being put down on the near side straight at the moment, but we'll have to wait and see what happens when those quads on the telehandler up on the top part of the circuit move, because like I say, just a little bit of dust now being kicked up from the 7s, from the 9s, and as we can see, the marshals deliberating over where to put more dust repellent down on this Gossington Bridge Raceway as we progress through the second round of qualifying. One race out of 4 done, but it's headed back to the rerun lane, so not the best record for Class 9s, and I assume that we'll have more red flags in the second round of qualifying of Class 2 as well than we did during the first this morning. So rerun lanes normally busier throughout the second round of qualifying, and the inexperience on this track, the fresh grass as well, and the rain that occurred during the first round of qualifying, just to ease in a little bit of things and spreading the cars out more during this morning's first round of qualifying, which means ultimately that the job of marshalling and giving flags out is just that little bit easier. So as we mentioned a little bit earlier on, we head to Border Counties, the Monkland venue, for the closing round of the 2021 British Autograss Series. And is it 2021 or 2022? I can't even remember. But we head there for the final round of the series in a couple of weeks' time, and I'm sure that there'll be many familiar faces from this field there next weekend as well for their 3-day Autograss Festival. 3 days racing, 3 single days racing, 2 heats and a final over the course of each day. And of course, a particular highlight for myself and Tim. I know Tim loves the Gareth Thomas Memorial races as well, the shootout, which I believe is sponsored by Maxport Tyres again this year. And if you want to take part in them, then I'm sure that there's somebody down there, probably Karen, down there in the Maxport trade stand, who will be taking names for the entry for the Gareth Thomas Memorial Shootout. And as we are promoting the meetings of the future, then Tim Jones is going to pop in and he'll speak to you a little bit about the Ladies and Juniors Nationals, I'm sure.
Yeah, saying Gareth, yeah, not quite. Oh, yeah, it is Ladies and Juniors Nationals, sorry. But, right, we have got the passes for the Ladies and Juniors Nationals are with the Karen at Maxport. So can we have representatives from the following clubs to pick your passes up? And then obviously everything will be sorted. So we need people or representative from Yorkshire Dales, Mallow, Melton, White Rose, Breeden Hill, Stroud, no, they're probably a bit busy, Yayton Sodbury, Nottingham, Penhow, Gloucester, Cambridge, Concord, Star, Solway and Cork. I'll read those out again. So if you just pick your passes up from the Maxport trailer and go and see Karen. Yorkshire Dales, Mallow, Melton, White Rose, Breeden Hill, Stroud, Yayton Sodbury, Nottingham, Penhow, Gloucester, Cambridge, Concord, Star, Solway and Cork. So if you just pick up your passes, then yeah, that would be very much appreciated. So yes, thank you very much. Back to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks then. We're gonna, yeah, like we said, we're going to head to Border Counties now for the last round of the series in a couple of weeks' time. We're also heading there next weekend for their Autograss Festival. Then the following week, we're going to stick in the same part of the country as we head back to the Ludview Raceway, the home of Hereford Autograss Club. Probably been their home now for about 7-8 years. But it's the first time that the Hereford Club will host the Ladies and Juniors Nationals at that venue. Superb bumper entry of both ladies and juniors signed up to take part of the event, and like Russ said earlier, just knocking on 200 juniors going to be racing there, and ladies as well. So probably about 430, 450 signed on to take part over the course of that weekend. It's one of the loveliest, and we don't use that word very often, but one of the loveliest venues. It's flat, it's compact, and I'm sure that the team at Hereford looking forward to welcoming you all there in just 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, so its preparations well underway, and as I say, hopefully we'll see a lot of you there, and so hopefully there'll be a few pictures on it this week. And so the grass has been topped, and most of the fencing and stuff are up. So yeah, it's all starting to come together, and as I say, we'll certainly there's plenty of room as well. We've got some extra camping sites available now, so or spaces available. That was one thing we were struggling with early doors, but we've now got another field we can use, so that's all good. So yeah, hopefully, as I say, it'd be nice to see you And say prep well underway. So yeah, hopefully if the weather's good, which of course we've ordered, so hopefully if that tips up, we'll be all right. But yeah, moving on, obviously next weekend, of course, we're back to Border Counties for their 3-day festival. And as Gareth was saying earlier, the Super Saloon Shootout, which I know is always so popular, with in memory, of course, of the late and great Gareth Thomas. And I say last year, absolutely brilliant. And as I say, saloons and specials. I can't remember how much he spent, 5 or 10 or somewhere around there. But all the details will be on the old Facebook page. And say it's an absolutely storming meeting. 3 separate days. So you don't have to do all 3 days. You can do 1 day, 2 days, or whatever you like. But certainly the shootout, absolutely superb. And I know it was totally brilliant to commentate on. I know me and Gareth did the dual mic thing, which hopefully we'll do again this year, make it a bit more interesting. But yeah, it'll be good. So yeah, if Gareth is coming, which hopefully you are, mate, then yeah, that'll be good. So yeah, it'd be nice to do it all again.
Yeah, definitely. One of the highlights, my personal favourite meeting of the Border Counties Autograss Festival, just because it's super fast, and over the course of the last 3-4 years, I've actually loved the Joker lap. And it really does make things interesting when it comes to the final. And it's one of the, how can we say in a very nice way, it's one of the meetings that's a lot of the best and most competitive drivers like to go to, but it's got the nous and the feel of a club meeting as well. And it's probably a lot less stressful for a lot of the drivers than a meeting like this is. But it looks like the ARC3 then machine is going to go all the way back to the pits on the front end of the telehandler there. Not sure whether they needed to put a few more stakes in on the top part of the circuit, but the track maintenance crew have disbanded as well. Marshall's back on their posts on Marshall Post 4. We await that yellow flag on Marshall Post number 2, just to make sure that end of the track is clear, and then we'll be going with race 2, bringing out Sean Roberts, Sean Power, Chris Colgate, Andy Hornshaw, Matt Jones, Alan Roberts and Phil Cooper. The lineup, superb lineup, coming out to play in race number 2. Mrs. B's Animal Feeds, another plug, another mention. We have no shame in plugging the sponsors as often as we can, and of course extract your sponsors for the series in Class 9. Yellow flags then on the far end of the field. We've got a red flag up towards the start line that's just been dropped, so we are under starters orders. Yellow flag lifts, as does the bungee, and away we go. Power makes a quick start, just getting a little bit sideways as Hornshaw leads into turn 1. York 78 then on the inside, Yorkshire Dales 97 on the outside. Power with the power and the momentum, and leads past us for the first time. Already clear from the second place machine, that's Phil Cooper in ARC number 5. But it's Power that's taking a wide line through the start gate turn for the first time, carrying the momentum at the tail end of the 97 machine. That engine singing across that top half of the circuit. Phil Cooper in ARC5 follows and leads the chase. But Power's got problems on board as he slows right down. Did he jump out of gear there? But he's snapped it back into first, and he's pulling away now as Phil Cooper looks up the inside in ARC number 5, almost side by side as they climb the bank. It's Cooper on the inside, Power on the outside, and it's Cooper now that's kicking up the dust. Hohenshaw's there, rounding out here 1, 2 and 3 in York 78. Matt Jones in Swansea 8 is back there in 4th with problems on board the Reggie machine in North Wales 19, but it's another lap complete, and it's Coops that goes on to his final circuit, passing that yellow flag with the black cross. 3, 4, 5, 6 car legs clear maybe, and even more now from Sean Power in Yorkshire Dales 97, who lost a lot of momentum on that start gate turn. Hornshaw reels him in York 78, but it doesn't look like too much is going to change as exiting that top part of the circuit for the final time. Coops takes the win in ARC number 5. Second's going to go to Hornshaw in York 78, just ahead of Sean Power in Yorkshire Dales 97. Matty Jones takes 4th in Swansea number 8. 5th place will go to Sean Power. Not Sean Power at all. It's Sean Roberts in North Wales 17, racing ahead and finishing ahead of Alan Roberts in North Wales 4, and Reggie then, Chris Colgate, rounding it all out for race 2 in North Wales 19. So as they make their way then back up towards the pits and making their way off the circuit, we go to race 3. Some pinches is there. Radford 35 starting all the way out in lane 7. On his inside shoulder will be Jimmy Smith in lane 80. He's definitely there. Thomas Lloyd in Tybee 42 also there, but we'll pick up the rest of the field because we're up and we're racing. 6 on the paperwork, 6 cars leave the line. Dave Palmer in ARC 31 is the first one to show, pushing on the exit of turn 2, but he's got the momentum to make it stick, or has he? Because through on the inside looks to be Jimmy Smith now who leads the chase ahead of some pinches in Radford 35. Nothing between these three then as they go through the start gate turn for the first time. Pinches up to second and now leads the chase. On your early race leader, that's Dave Palmer in ARC 31. So it's 31 from 35 and 80. 1, 2 and 3 through that top part of the circuit. Athelston, number 12, your class sponsor here this weekend, is Laura Blaber. She's there in 4th. Ahead of Aidan Llewellyn in PhD number 9. And at the tail end of the field, Thomas Lloyd in TA 42, but all cars continue to race. All 6 cars continue in this one as the yellow flag with the black cross gets made ready, and it's going to go out to the new race leader. It's Sam Pinches, Radford 35 then, who starts his final circuit ahead of Dave Palmer in ARC 31. Jimmy Smith still there in that 3rd spot. In at 80 as Pinches gets it all wrong, faces oncoming traffic ever so slightly, and Dave Palmer slams on the brakes to avoid the contact. Pinches gets going in the right direction again and leads the way down the hill for the final time, but he's overcooked it, or has he? He's going to have to bring it back into 1st, or the win will go to Jimmy Smith. Who was that? From here, Isaac in 35 just about holds on from Jimmy Smith, and Palmer 3rd ahead of Laura Blaber in Athelston 12 with Aidan Llewellyn in PhD number 9, and Thomas Lloyd in TA 42 rounds it all out for the penultimate scheduled race of men's class 9s. They then make their way back up there to the pits, and we are going to look towards the line. We can see the last race on paper of class 9s today. 6 cars signed on and 6 cars up there. We can see Elwyn Pitt in Hereford 17 all the way out towards Yarmco. His grid 8 is empty, but he's the one on the outside of this lineup, and he starts in lane 7. On his inside will be Archie Rose in Stroud District 22. Jason Richardson will be there in Pennine number 5, and he starts in lane 5. Starting in lane 4 from the Northwestern League is Adam Robinson in North Wales 88. Tony Wilson in Spalding 10 will start in lane 3. And starting in grid number 1 will be PhD 3 of Paul Harden. So that's your lineup for this last race of the X-Tracks and Mrs. B's Animal Feeds sponsored men's class 9s. As there's a red flag up there on the start line. So we assume that there's a problem with one of these cars. Maybe one of them stalled and failed to restart. Oh, that's a lie, complete and utter lie. I'd be doing a better job if I was watching the live stream, because one of the cars from race 3 came to a halt on the exit of the start gate turn, and I think that was Thomas Lloyd in TA 42, who's just getting a little bit of a helping hand back to the pit. So now we have track clearance on this near side straight. We await that yellow flag to be shown on master post number 2. We await the yellow flag to be shown on master post number 1. And the bungee breaks, and away we go from the middle of the pack then. It looks like it's a super start for Adam Robinson. North Wales 88 leads down into turn 1, but is he going to push on out towards the Amco, out towards the bar? He does, and he goes from 1st back to 5th. So it's Spalding number 10 that leads past us for the first time. Tony Wilson then about 5-6 car lengths clear of the first one to lead the chase. From this vantage point, you can't make out who it is, but it looks like it's Pennine 5. And if so, then it's Jason Richardson. North Wales 88 fights his way back up to 3rd. That's Adam Robinson, who rounds out your 1, 2 and 3 as Tony Wilson in Spalding 10 pushes on. It could all change because PhD 3, Paul Harden, looks to get up into the mix as well. Your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Tony Wilson on that wide line through the start gate turn. But he's got the momentum to cut back on the inside of Adam Robinson's North Wales 88 machine. You're 1 and 2 away and gone really from Paul Harden in PhD 3, and Jason Richardson finds himself back in 4th, but Paul Harden pushes on, and that allows Jason Richardson to come back up to 3rd, and he's up to 2nd as well on the inside. Oh, Jason Richardson's come to the woodland turn, and Pennine 5 is facing the crowds on the entry to the start gate turn, but that allows the North Wales 88 machine of Adam Robinson to pull away. Where is Spalding number 10? Back in 3rd, because up in 2nd now is the PhD 3 machine of Paul Harden, the first one to lead the chase, and taking the checkers then, it is Adam Robinson, your early race leader, who lost it back to 5th. and came back up through the field to take the win and 55 points. Spalding 10, Tony Wilson takes second. Third place will go to Paul Hardin in PhD number 3. Fourth place will go to Archie Rhodes in Stroud District 22, just finishing ahead of Elwyn Pitt in Hereford 17. And unfortunately, the quad bikes required out to aid the stricken Pennine 5 machine of Jason Richardson. And if you're watching the live stream, then you've just seen him through the woodlands there. And we're going to go back to a Class 3 rerun. So I'm not sure whether Steve's going to be coming back to take you through that one. It is the rerun of race number 4. The one that brought out Jamie Lee, Martin Gould, Cash Yeardley, Viv Cole and Keith Kelly. Simon Farrar was excluded in Yorkshire Dales 24, and Jeff Gibbs unfortunately did not start from the initial run. So that is your lineup then for the next scheduled race. We're going to go back to a Class 3 rerun, and it looks like Jason Richardson is going to need a little bit of a helping hand from the telehandler, who's making his way over towards this near side straight before we go racing with the next race. And if you're joining us on the live stream, then obviously you can see the marshals out there working hard in must be getting quite warm out there now as well, as the wind is picking up as well. I'm sure that there'll be some of these marshals going back to the campers at the end of today's racing with quite a bit of wind burn, and they might be looking like tomatoes tomorrow morning. But we're going to go with the rerun of race 3 very, very shortly. What time is it? It's coming up to 5 o'clock. So we're halfway through the men's second round of qualifying, almost, and not doing too bad time-wise, considering there were 580 odd drivers here this morning. And then we're going to progress through the remainder of that this evening. I'm not sure if there is a deadline that we have to finish racing at, or whether we can continue until we finish today's racing order. But I think then we'll be back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning for the third round of qualifying. Do you? Oh. So, like I say, if you're watching the live stream, then that is the view that we have just out of the commentary unit, because on the far side of the circuit to where we are, then you can see the grandstand. I don't think it's been full all day, but certainly there are a couple of seats empty there at the moment. And like I say, Jason Richardson's Pennine 5 machine looks to be carrying back to the pits. So not the best of seasons for Jason in the British Autograss Series. And Jason, over the years in Class 9, I think he's been in Class 9 possibly for about a decade now. And even though he made the national final a couple of weeks ago, as far as the British Autograss Series is concerned, he's not had the best of seasons, and he's normally used to competing at the higher end of the field. But for some reason, everybody's gone to Class 9 this year. And the machines that are being displayed, new cars being built and new engines, different technologies. It's been amazing in seeing the progression in Class 9. One of the most competitive cars from the home league isn't here this weekend. So I don't know if Scott Aldridge's Stroud District 27 machine's been sold or not, but been seeing that it's been promoted as being for sale over the course of the last few weeks following the Nationals. And like I say, stunning car, and doing ever so competitively in almost every meeting that he's been taking part in. Okay, so we're back and we're racing with the rerun of Class 3. Keith Kelly, the man to beat at the moment, but it's North Wales 10 that's going to lead the way through the first turn and back towards us. It is Jamie Lee then, North Wales 10, that leads away up the bank, but through on the inside goes Martin Gould in All Shropshire, 3:43. He's the one that takes up the running. Cash Yeardley in Sturton 96 pulls into the infield at the tail end of the field, and he's come to a stop. So just the 4 cars running now, and it's Gould that leads from Kelly, from Lee, and Viv Cole, your 1987 or 88 Class 3 national champion, in Carmarthen 4 towards the tail end of the field. Kicking up the dust now as they go through the start gate turn. but it's Kelly on a charge in Mallow 247, albeit about 15 car lengths down on your early race leader. Who said that the old style starlets were out of it? And on that note, then Martin Gould giving him the commentator's curse because he just overcooked it. And it's Keith Kelly that takes up the run in with 1 lap to go. Mallow 247 then on the outside line, 343 on the inside. It's just about Gould. He's got the advantage at the moment. Can he control the pace as they go up the top straight for the final time? 247 back on the inside. That's where the race lies. We're not going to mention Jamie Lee and Viv Cole anymore because that's where the race lies. And it's going to be a dash to the line. It's Gouldy on the cut back in 343 and he claims the win and 55 points. Keith Kelly takes second in Mallow 247 from Jamie Lee, North Wales 10. Viv Cole, Kamal in 4, then rounds it all out for that rerun of Class 3. And as they make their way back to the pits, and we're going to go junior saloon racing because running in to grab the mic and to take you through the second round of qualifying of the saloons, and on you straight over to Mr. Russ Thompson.
Yeah, thank you very much. So as we make progress, we go back to junior saloons for their second run of qualifying. Shropshire Designs and Pete Butt Skips, your very kind sponsors, and the track showing signs of polish on the end of the finish straight. Not that we can see much of it because of the trees, but definitely polishing up there. And not sure what it's like at the top end of the circuit on the start straight, but it looks like the polish is going all the way through to the start gate turn. So looks like turn 1 and 2, not quite so much yet, but still plenty of dirt out there. But yeah, it just shows even from a fresh grass, all this rubber that gets put into the dirt, it does polish up eventually. Right, we're going to go with race 1 of the scheduled 4 then. Amber Powell, Yeston Jones, Hannah Lewis, Reese Tipton, Stephen Davies, Travis Markilly, Lily Chapman and Jack Owens are your runners and riders. Jack Owens had a win, and so did Yeston Jones. So the two Typhy boys then at the top of the order. Amber Powell there in North Wales 52. Amber had a third. Hannah Lewis non-finish, sadly, her first run. Reese Tipton also had a third, so some top point scorers in this one. And away we go then. Junior Saloons leave the line, and who's it going to be? One a little bit slow away, but once again, Ludlow 1, Reese Tipton quick out the blocks, but he's not first of the turn. Jack Owens is on his inside in Typhy 5, and a little bit of pushing and banging, and Owens gets turned sideways. Amber Powell goes around and is rolling back down the hill gradually, but it's Forest 10 then Lily Chapman who leads from Tipton. The rest of them keep going. Amber Powell rejoins. Do we keep racing? For the time being, yes. And it's Forest 10 which leads then. Yeston Jones takes up the chase in Typhy 15 in second, but Reese Tipton looks back up the inside in Ludlow 1, and Forest 10 pushes out wide, and that sends the Typhy car with her, but at the moment hanging on in there. So Forest 10, Typhy 15, Ludlow 1, then it's Typhy 5, PAC 9, and Typhy 29, then Athelston 2-1-2. Just hasn't been in it today as Hannah Lewis then, after a bright start at the very beginning, and then we go with Amber Powell recovering at the back. I'm not sure if anything has appeared from this one, but at the moment we keep going, and it's 1 lap to go with Forest 10. Typhy 15 switches to the outside, that front wing hanging off. Only just on the side of that Typhy 15, but now looks up the inside and takes up the lead on the last lap. So perfectly judged move for Typhy 15, but can Yeston Jones hang on as the Forest 10, Lily Chapman, done a really good race here, but it looks like may have to settle for second in the end, or is it? It's a dash to the line. It's going to be close, but Typhy 15, Yeston Jones takes it from Lily Chapman. Then it's Reese Tipman and Jack Owens. Then it's Travis Markilly ahead of Typhy 29, Stephen Davies. Amber Powell then gains back 1 position after that chain reaction of contact, saw her facing the wrong way. And Hannah Lewis then, Athelston 2-1-2. Is the last one to complete. So there we go. So a little message to Jack and Molly Mosley. Wished all the best from Grandma and Grampy for their second heats. They'll be featuring very soon. In fact, Molly Ann Mosley features in this next race. PhD 58 comes from the outside grid. Molly Bubb lines up with her in Evesham 146. Will Evans in Typhy 7. Will is one of the unbeaten drivers after 1 round of racing today, and goes with Neil Tivey, who is also a heat winner in West Waterford 144. Them two line up next to each other on the grid. Toby Jenkins should be there in Cum D70. Rhys Davies in Typhy 9. Jack Mosley, so both of them are out in this next one in PhD number 4. And Meg Parsons completes the lineup in Ludlow 19. So that is our next grid of cars due to come out on track at the Gossington Bridge Raceway. Of course, the Wiltshire League British Autograss Series Round 4. Of course, all our sponsors, thank you very much for your continued support. Obviously, the British Autograss Series sponsors, and of course, the meeting sponsors for the weekend. I'm sure support very much grateful. And on this case, as we say, Shropshire Designs, your series sponsor, and Peabot Skips, your meeting sponsor for the junior saloons. Away we go then. A bit of a scrappy start there. Some got away well, some not so. And one who did get away well is West Waterford 144, Neil Tivey. So Neil leads the way ahead of the Will Evans machine. And I think, yeah, there was a messy start there, wasn't there? So not happy with that one. So we're going to go try that one again. Hopefully not too long, because everybody's running. So all being well, we can just quickly get those back in the lanes, and we'll give them another go rather than delay them too far, because nobody's in any spot of bother. They've all made it back round. I think just maybe an issue with the bungee there on the start gate. So that was race 2, short-lived. We'll see them shortly. Race 3 then will go out next, and that should see Shay Fuller in PAC 20, Harry Berryman, Scarborough 1, Hannah Hadley, Severn Valley 147. Don't know if Elise Jones is there this time around. Yes, she is in Pennine 17. Then Will Hadley, Severn Valley 107, William Hall, Severn Valley 29, Grace Williams, Cambridge 142, and Lexi Owen, Typhy 211. I think there's a spot above her trying to get Cash Yeardley's Class 3 off circuit. Had an issue in his last run, and it's still there in the middle. So we're going to go racing, though, while they sort that out. This next grid of junior saloons. Again, some of them rather slow away. And we still go a good challenge for the lead into turn 1, though, and it's Grace Williams just about heads it. Cambridge 142 ahead of Lexi Owen in Typhy 211. Harry Berryman is also there in Scarborough 1, but at the moment it's 142, Scarborough 1, Typhy 211 and PAC 20. Shay Fuller in the mix again. In that one, just a little bit of contact between the two South Wales cars, and that lets the top 2 get away. So Grace Williams it is who leads, and Grace had a disappointing first run if memory serves correct, but I will look up, yeah, just a 7th, so she needs the win, and she heads Harry Berryman in Scarborough 1. And Harry also, I don't think, oh no, he did, he had a 2nd, so Berryman running pretty strongly so far. Shay Fuller is there in PAC 20, another 2nd place finisher from the first run, as we get problems further back. Lexi Owen comes to grief with the Severn Valley 107 of Will Hadley, but then they rejoin ahead of Elise Jones in Pennine 17. 1 lap to go then for Cambridge 142 and Scarborough 1. PAC 20 on their lonesome in 3rd position. Typhy 211, Severn Valley 107 and Pennine 17, and then we have Severn Valley 147 of Hannah Hadley and Severn Valley 29 William Hall. So the two club mates then racing for the minor places. But here's your winner, and much needed. Grace Williams takes it, Cambridge 142, Scarborough 1. A green flag has been given to PAC 20 Shay Fuller, so Shay will be demoted 2 positions. Typhy 211 Lexi Owen, then it's the Severn Valley 107 and also Typhy 211, so 2 green flags given on that one as the tail enders come through, the 2 Severn Valley cars crossing the line virtually neck and neck. So there we go, a couple of flags given, just a reminder. That was Shay Fuller in PAC 20 and Lexi Owen in Typhy 211, both picking up green flags. So I don't know if we're still going to race while they're continuing to sort out the Sturton 96. I think the marshals need to judge if they're safe or not. from where they are while they're operating. So we've got some yellow flags waving down here, but still red flags on most of the other posts. Okay, I think are we waiting for this one to be taken back? I think so. So while they're doing that, Bex has texted me. Somebody has asked her, why do all clubs have their prefix before the numbers except Forest of Dean? Obviously, all the clubs have designated prefixes. Some have the letters before the number. Some, in Forest case, have them after. Some, like Scarborough or Gloucester, Stroud, they have a letter before and after. Don't know the definite answer, but can only assume maybe there were other clubs out there back in the times maybe with similar prefixes or same, so not entirely sure, but maybe something I need to look into. I think Scarborough is actually more of a South Yorkshire thing rather than it being, that's where the Y comes from, but obviously they couldn't have S because that was Swansea. So, but yeah. Sure, something to look into at some point. But Sturton 96 then almost carried off circuit. We've got race 4 to go then of the Junior Saloons, Shropshire Designs and Peatbot Skips, your very kind sponsors. Emma O'Riordan, Bo Bennett, Pip Melly, Bo Chamberlain, Jay Jones, Lewis Middleton, Brandon Young, Freddie Neville. A competitive lineup here in this one. And again, the results were up and down the board. Brandon Young had a second. Emma O'Riordan also had a second. Bo Bennett had a third. Pip Melly had a fourth. But away we go then. Anybody could take it. It's just your first heat gives sort of current form, but somebody's got to win. And at the moment, it's Breenhill 33, Bo Bennett, who leads. Just clips that tyre, gets a little bit on two wheels, but lands pretty safely and continues on. Forest 22 goes second then, so it's Bo versus Bo. Bo Bennett, Bo Chamberlain is the 1 and the 2. And the Chamberlain Micra looking to the outside of Bennett's Mini. Lewis Middleton running much better, so those gremlins from earlier on looks to have been sorted on the White Rose 21. The car barely had enough power to get round, but this time running in third place and will need better points than that. Swansea 2 sits 4th ahead of Evesham 28, Mallow 37, and then we go IK 430 and Gloucester 63 is the one with it all to do, but there is a lot to do, but when you've got competitive races ahead of you, it's hard to make any inroads. But at the moment, the battle's on for second and third, and then fourth and fifth, because Bo Bennett holds on from Bo Chamberlain, who is also holding on from Lewis Middleton. Brandon Young up the inside of Pip Melly then for that fourth position, and the Evesham car takes that away from Swansea 2. Then it's Mallow 37 and Victor Kent 430, and finally Gloucester 63. But here we go into the final turn. Any late challenges? I don't think so. It's going to be Breenhill 33 takes it, Forest 22, White Rose 21, Evesham 28, Swansea 2, Mallow 37 didn't really feature that time, and Victor Kent 430, and finally Gloucester 63. So there we go. That completes Junior Saloons for the time being. One rerun to come. Hopefully, as I said, they'll be brought back up pretty quickly because there was no issues with the cars. But anyway, let's see what Class 5s can do. They're continuing to make a meal of things. Let's see what they do on this attempt.
Yeah, thanks very much, Russ. This is race 3. Take 2 excludes Bing Bong, John Gaffney. But it brings back out Chris Winnell, Jeff Bateman, Dan Godfrey, Liam Wallina, Kieran Cobb and Lee Cox in Forest of Dean too. So there we are. That's we've got, excluding John Gaffney, birthday boy. Hey, tomorrow I think 68. Honest, he doesn't look good on 68, does he? I thought he was older. But yeah, we'll wait for track clearance. Come on, lads, let's get us going. And we got, what's the problem? That's it. Get that yellow flag up. We're off then. Bungee's lifted. Kieran Cobb got a good start coming from the inside line. Bateman's got it. But here goes Dan Godfrey in that Cambridge 10. And, he's got understeer. And that means that he's gone from, again, 0 to 0 because he's at the back of the pack now. Kieran Cobb then up the inside there. Chris Winnell in Breednell 66 as Jeff Bateman also looking to find a gap on the outside. No, he's not. He has to ease off, but he'll go back at it again. He's going for a nibble up the inside of Winnell. He does it as well. Kieran Cobb still leads it. Down the hill, we IK 75 then leading the way through. Look at the battle going on for second. And it is that Breednell 66. Chris Winnell then. Oh, no. No. We've gone reds. Lads, this isn't what we want. That is second time of asking and second time we failed miserably. So got to go back for third time lucky for the men's class 5s. Lorryinsurance.co.uk and XC Works are sponsors. So looking up on the line, we are going into Super Saloons, which will mean that it's race 4. Only one rerun in the Max Sport sponsored NJ Rose. Only had one Class 5 rerun. Oh, we've got another one. Oh, they brought another one back out then. So this is that Jabers Smith one. That was race 5. So there we go. We're down the hill we go then. Jabers Smith looks for the cut back up there, but it's Tom Ellis from Jabers Smith. And then we go 3 abreast. Wowee. Andy Shepherd's got the inside line of the border count. It's 21. Can he pop up the hill? He does. Then we go down to Luke Jenkins, PhD 7. And then we go a little bit further back. And they... but look at the chase going on for this front. I'll tell you what, Tom Ellis has got his nose in front of Jabers Smith. Jabers Smith looks for the cutback coming up the hill, and he does get the grip. Look at that. He gets a slingshot out of Startgate turn, down the opening straight into turn 1 by Tom Ellis. Then we go down to that border count. It's 29. Andy Shepherd. There's your top 3. Jenkins is chasing hard in 4th as they pick up the last lap flag. One more to go on this one. Colin Hadley, Severn Valley 247. Got a problem on board of that. He's slowed down and then he's got it back going, but he's going to have to settle for that 5th place as it's Jabers Smith now. Round turn 1 and 2. Checker flag at the ready, and finally we get that race 5 of the 5s done. Jabers Smith then from Tom Ellis, from Andy Shepherd, from Luke Jenkins. 5th place goes to Severn Valley 247, Colin Hadley. So there we go. That is race 5 done and dusted. It means that race 3 has got to come back. But up on the line, I think we are ready to go for men's class 2. So it is over to the voice of an angel, Gareth Jones.
Everybody will be thinking that about you tomorrow during the interval, won't they? When the first Mickey B performance will be broadcast live on BAStv and Trackside. Yeah, we're going to go Class 2 racing then, and we're going to go to race 1. Jay Alberton, Scunthorpe 156, starts all the way out there in grid number 8. Alongside him, Ewan Twig in TA202. St. Neots 34, Danny Robbins, starts in grid number 6. Grid number 5 is occupied by Ollie Stevens in Lud 15. George Cresswell, Scunthorpe 127, starts in lane 4. Alongside him is Shane Jenkins in Radford 205. Kyle Ucat in TA212 starts in lane 2. And coming from lane number 1 then is going to be Jack Stevens in Athelston 16. Fleet Care Services, your sponsors of the British Autograss Series across the 5 rounds. And the sponsor here locally is the Wiltshire Autograss League. So as we go racing then, the first race in the second round of qualifying of Class 2 leaves the line. Ollie Stevens in Ludlow 15 is the one that's going to climb down the hill for the first time, taking a wide line. That allows Shane Jenkins through on the inside in Radford 205. He's the one that's just got his nose in front as they pass us for the first time. Kyle Ucad's there in TA212 leading the chase up the hill from Danny Robbins, St. Neots 34. That's your 1, 2 and 3 then as they continue to climb up past the grandstand before they descend down the hill then. But 34 has made it through into that second position. He now leads the chase on your early race leader. That's still Shane Jenkins in Radford 205. Good battle on the track for 4th and 5th between Jay Alberton and Ollie Stevens as Alberton looks up the inside in 156, but a good battle hotting up at the head of affairs now between Danny Robbins in St Neots 34 and Shane Jenkins in Radford 205, and Jenkins leaves the door open and through goes the Robbins machine. St Neots 34 then now takes up the run in, and he's got one more lap to go from the Radford 205 machine. Shane Jenkins continues to lead the chase from Kyle Ucat, still there in that third spot. Shane Jenkins on the fight back towards the outside line on that top part of the circuit, but it looks like Robbins has got this one in the bag unless something goes horribly wrong on the final turn. But the momentum with the Radford machine is going to be a dash to the line. I'd say 34 just about holds on from 205. Kyle takes third in TA 212 from Scunthorpe 156. Lidlow 15, Scunthorpe 227. Jack Stevens finishes in 7th in Athelston 16. And Ewan Twig in TA 202, then the last of the finishers in that one. So a few of the tyres, a few of the cones being adjusted on that top part of the circuit, being put back in place as we continue to progress then through this second round of qualifying. And race 2 should bring out Ricky Julian in Mallow number 2. He should be there in lane number 8. Alongside him, Nicky Newton in Swansea 69, Dan Owen in North Shropshire 15, Tom Pipe in North Shropshire 94, Jack Hodgson in Yorkshire Dales 104, Ryan Smith in PhD 29, Graham Holmes in North Shropshire 93, and Stephen Heath in Pennine 65. So the whole of the recovery team then are out there on the far part of the circuit, putting back the tyres and the cones in position. Looks like the marshals on the start gate turn are just making that entry to the start gate turn just a little bit wider, well, a little bit narrower, so they got more of a sweep then on the exit of that start gate turn. And as you can see in the middle of this bottom straight, and the entry to the start gate turn is starting to show signs of polish, and as we look towards the exit of the other bend as well, and you can certainly see that a lot of the rubber has been scrubbed off the tyres in the middle of that racing line. So it'll be interesting to see how that texture of the track, is texture of the track even a word or even a term, I don't know, but we'll go with surface then. And the surface of the track is going to be playing a part over the course of the next 24 hours. Obviously, some drivers prefer racing on loose dirt. A lot of drivers like to race on polished circuits. And like this weekend, it looks like it's going to be a little bit of both over the course of the weekend. But we are looking towards the marshals making their way back to their posts. We are waiting for yellow flags to be shown. And we await race 2 of this second round of qualifying of the Wiltshire Autograss League and Fleet Care Services sponsored Class 2s to leave the line. On cue they do. From the middle of the pack, looks like a quick start for Jack Hodgson in Yorkshire Dales 104 from the outside. It's going to be Ricky Julian in Mallow number 2 that leads into turn 1. He pops out of turn 2 with his nose just in front of Jack Hodgson, who's there leading the chase in Yorkshire Dales 104. Dan Owen on the outside in North Shropshire 15. Up on 2 wheels goes Hodgson, but he manages to save it, and he's there, saved it back into third. He's back up to second as well, demoting Dan Owen back to third in the North Shropshire 15 machine. It's a North Shropshire battle for third and fourth, because alongside Dan Owen is Graham Holmes in North Shropshire 93, but it's the man from Southern Ireland that leads this one. It's Ricky Julian in Mallow number 2, and he's pulling away from the rest of the pack as they climb up the bank for the second time. So it's 2 from 104, 15 and 93, you're 1, 2, 3 and 4. Ryan Smith slots into that 5th position in PhD 29. He races ahead of the Pennine machine of Stephen Heath in Pennine 65 from Nicky Newton in Swansea 69, and Tom Pipe in North Shropshire 94 at the tail end of the field. All cars now pretty well spread out in this second run of the Class 2s. Dan Heath, no, it's not Dan Heath at all, it's Dan Owen back up to third in North Shropshire 15. Good battle on the track for 4th, 5th and 6th between Ryan Smith, Graham Holmes and Stephen Heath, and as they cross the line then, it's Ricky Julian that takes the win. Jack Hodgson holds on to second in Yorkshire Dales 104 from Dan Owen in North Shropshire 15, PhD 29, North Shropshire 93, Pennine 65, Swansea 69 and Tom Pipe then in North Shropshire 94 make up the rest of the runners and riders in that second race of the Wiltshire Autograss League and Fleet Care Services sponsored Class 2s. Race 3 up there on the line. We'll bring out Callum Woodward in Athelston 83 Ash Farrow in Scarborough 249, Nigel Bishop in Radford 80, Gaz Stokes in Pennine 87, Stephen DeMel in Wessex 99, Bradley Thomas in IK 55, Ryan Taylor in Radford 60, and James Espley in North Wales 101. That is your lineup for the third race out of 7 in this second round of qualifying. Looks like the dust repellent is going to be put out on this Gossington Bridge Raceway, and that's going to just make things a little bit more interesting. But from this vantage point, it looks like it's only being put out on the inside, so possibly just a way of getting the drivers to stay off that inside line and to allow us to save time and allow the marshals a little bit of a rest so that they don't have to run back and forth to replace the cones. And as we look then towards the exit of that top turn, then the Bowser has put the dust repellent down on the grass on the inside, and he's going back up the hill. He's going to put a little bit down on that inside line, but running in and grabbing the mic is Mr. Tim Jones. So straight over to you, Tim.
Yeah, thank you, Gareth. So, yeah, just a quick shout out as we were talking about Border Counties, the 3-dayer a few minutes ago, and I just had a lovely message from Guy Thomas, of course, Gareth's son, and says, top job, you guys. Loving watching, even though it's sadly from work. The commentary team will also keep up the cracking work, and hopefully we'll see you next weekend. Yeah, well, hopefully, mate, and thank you for the kind words as well. It's always nice to do the 3-dayer and especially do the shootout. But yeah, nice to hear from Guy, and yeah, hopefully catch up next weekend.
Yeah, certainly one to look forward to. And like that, dust repellent continues to be put down then on the top half of the circuit, and as you can see, that inside line is going to be a lot slippier than the outside, as the third race out of 7 of the Class 2s then are going to leave the line. We just wonder as well whether there's going to be a little bit of water put down on this start gate turn as well. It looks like the grandstand, particularly the front couple of rows, looks to be filling up. So if you're over there, just letting you know you're on the screen, and everybody at home are seeing you. So go on, give us another wave. And like we mentioned then, the dust repellent going down on the inside of that start gate turn as well. So the track, as far as having a dry line is concerned, is going to be made that little bit longer, and looks like the dust repellent is going to be put down on that top part of the circuit again before he pulls back into either the centre of the Gossington Bridge Raceway, or whether he's going to pull back into the compound down towards our left here, down towards the bottom corner of the pits and the start gate turn. So that top turn then is going to have a little bit more of a sprinkling, and that's going to make things a little bit more interesting. It looks from this vantage point like there's one dry line through that top turn, so all 8 cars and all 8 drivers will be vying for that one, and looks like he might be making his way around one more time. And again, on the start gate turn then, there is a little bit of a dry line right through the middle of that turn. So all 8 drivers in this one will be looking to fight for that single line of grip and a little bit of a dry line. So the runners and riders, once again, Athelston 83, Callum Woodward starts in lane 8. Alongside him, Ash Farrow in Scarborough 249, Nigel Bishop in Radford 80, Gaz Stokes in Pennine 87, Stephen DeMel in Wessex 99, Bradley Thomas in IK 55, Ryan Taylor in Radford 60, and James Espley in North Wales 101. They're your runners and riders for race 3. And like somebody mentioned earlier, 7 races going to be coming your way over the course of both the first and second rounds of qualifying. And I'm not sure I believe that there is signing on this evening for tomorrow. Is that something that we're going to need to announce? Possibly. Yeah. So if you are a driver on your trackside, then do make sure that you go and sign on for tomorrow's racing, because unless you sign on tonight, there's no signing on, or at least in other rounds this year there hasn't been any signing on Sunday morning. So do make sure that you're all done, that you're all signed on the official NASA paperwork, so that you can take part in your third round of qualifying tomorrow. And if you're thinking that you're going to make the top 8, then it's something that you would automatically do anyway. But make sure that you do sign on for tomorrow's action. Right then, we're back on to the important stuff. We're racing Gaz Stokes, Pen 987, one of the quickest out of the blocks, as is Bradley Thomas in IK55. That's your 1 and 2 then, as they begin to descend the hill for the first time. Oh, there's contact there between the Woodward machine. Athelson 83 just collects Gaz Stokes, and he's racing the crowd there on the top part of the circuit. Ash Sparrow in Scarborough 249 takes up the running, but I'm not sure how long this race is going to continue for. But it's 249 that makes his way across the top part of the circuit. Woodward's there leading the chase from the Radford 80 machine of Nigel Bishop. Bradley Thomas back in fourth in IK 55. He's looking through a gap through the middle of the pack there, from fourth to second. But is he going to find the grip on the inside line? He does. So he goes from fourth up to second. Nigel Bishop there in that third spot. Oh, gets a bit of contact, and a good nudge there from Athelson 83 of Callum Woodward. Back in fifth, it's going to be Stephen DeMel in Wessex 99, who now leads the chase on Athelson 83. And Gaz Stokes at the tail end of the field in Pen 87, but there's a red flag being shown on the finish line, and that's going to go into the rerun lane. And that means that race 3 then is going to be rerun in a couple of minutes time, after a few races. And like I say, we can assume what we would do from this vantage point, but we'll await for confirmation from the middle of the track as to who will be excluded from that rerun of race 3. The runners and riders make their way back up the hill. One of the quads making their way off the circuit as well, but race 4 up there on the line, we can see the White Rose 70 machine of Simon Chadburn out there in grid number 8. Alongside him, Craig Conway in Scunthorpe 126. Alongside Craig is Ash Wrigglesworth in Scarborough Treble 2. Radford 22 is Paul Morgan. He starts in lane 5. On his inside is going to be the Ludlow 99 machine of Amber Powell. She starts in lane 4. Chris Hall, lane 3. Scunthorpe 227 starts on the outside of Jamie Lillington in South Somerset 45. And the car then starting in lane 1 is Darren Aiken in North Shropshire number 4. So fourth race out of 7 up there on the line, and then we can begin seeing the Class 4's machines come into the line behind them as well. So it won't be long before we progress through this second round of qualifying. Race 4 then leaves the line, and who's there in that race leadership position? It's going to be Conway that leads into turn 1. Darren Aiken goes with him, but through on the inside and leading the chase now is the South Somerset 45 machine of Jamie Lillington. So it's 126 from 45. Through on the inside for that second position is the Wrigglesworth machine. Scarborough Treble 2 now leads the chase. Lillington back up on the inside, but it's Conway that controls the pace through the start gate turn and across that top part of the circuit. Scunthorpe 126 then, with about 5 car lengths clear now as they go through turn 3 and turn 1 and 2 again. Wrigglesworth just losing out a little bit of momentum as Darren Aiken, North Shropshire 4, claims that third spot. But that race is going to hot up for third and fourth as they climb the bank. It's Treble 2 on the inside, 4 on the outside in the battle for third, but away and gone is Craig Conway in Scunthorpe 126. He leads the way down the hill and past us for the penultimate time as he sees that yellow flag with the black cross. Jamie Lillington still in that second position in South Somerset 45. A three-way battle for third, fourth and fifth, and through from fifth to third is the Scunthorpe 227 machine of Chris Hall. He's there now climbing the way up the hill as Darren Aiken has got his bonnet to his boot lid in North Shropshire 4 from the Wrigglesworth machine that's back in fifth in Scarborough Treble 2, but it's checkered flag time. Scunthorpe 126 takes the win. Second place goes to South Somerset 45 with Jamie Lillington. Third place will go to the Chris Hall machine. Scunthorpe 227 Fourth is just about held on by number 4 of the North Shropshire Club. From Scarborough Treble 2, Amber Powell takes sixth in Ludlow 99 from Paul Morgan in Radford 22 and Simon Chadburn in White Rose number 70. That probably clear. And we're hearing then that in that race, a green flag contact has been shown to Paul Morgan in Radford 22. And we're hearing then that confirmed from race 3, the rerun will go without Ash Farrow in Scarborough 249, who's been excluded, and we assume that's for contact on the first bend as well. So race 5 are up there on the line. This one brings out Will Duggan in Cumdee 190. He's there in lane 8. In lane 7 is JD Farrow, the Scarborough machine, Scarborough 17. The blue machine that starts in lane 6 is Adam Smith in PAC 29. He doesn't get the best of starts, but Lee Kent in North Wales 38 is the one that leads past the grandstand for the first time. He begins the downhill sweep into turn 1, into turn 2. But who's going to pop out on top? It looks like 38 is going to lead past us. Darren Williams is there in command of number 6. He momentarily had his nose in that third position, but he's there in the middle of the chasing pack as they climb the bank for the first time. But we've got a new race leader, and that is the South Somerset machine of Ashley Lillington. South Somerset 38 then leads the way. From North Wales 38 of Lee Kent, still there leading the chase in that second position. Pennine 89 is Dan Heath. He's there in third. Darren Williams in fourth in command number 6. Will Duggan is back there in that fifth position in Cumdee 190, racing ahead of Dean Smith in PAC 29, and White Rose 4 is Oliver Ball towards the tail end of the field. No change in position at the head of affairs, but there's a change for second because the Heath machine, Pennine 89, had enough of sitting in that third spot, and he now leads the chase on your early race leader. Will Duggan's had a turn of speed. He's looking to go right round the outside of a number of these cars in Cumdee 190, but he's still in that fifth spot. So even though he's going the long way round, he's not gaining any ground, but climbing the bank. And they're all bunching up for second, back to 6, but that allows the race leader to pull away ever clearer as the checkered flag is held aloft. And your race leader is about to become your race winner. Ashley Lillington, South Somerset 38, takes the win. Second place, is it going to go? Darren Williams, I think, in command of number 6 from Lee Kent with 38. Then the Heath machine in Pennine 89, PAC 29, Cumdee 190, Olive Ball in White Rose number 4, and JD Farrow in Scarborough 17 concluded all for race number 5. Race 6 then, up there on the line, brings out Dave Williams in Penhow 40, Will Alford in Penhow 13. Also there, Ryan Mulroy in Mallow 127. Tim Harbour starts in lane 5 in Severn Valley 25. Ashley Robinson in Spalding 43 starts in lane 4 alongside Michael Jordan in Radford 284. Dieter Demel in Athelston 99 starts in lane 2. And the car that occupies lane 1 is Simon Overty in Scunthorpe 18, and I think he picked up a win in this morning's first round of qualifying. So we await for track clearance. Marshals are making their way back towards their post on that top bend, and we go racing. And it is Dave Williams and Penhow 40 from the outside, but momentarily had the best of starts, but it's Ashley Robinson in Spalding 43. That's going to lead into turn 1. Tim Humber's there on his inside shoulder in Severn Valley 23, but it's Penhow 40 that pops out on top. Simon Overty's there in that second spot, just a little bit of paint swapping between himself and the other red car. That's the Radford 284 machine of Michael Jordan. A good battle on the track for second, third, fourth and fifth. And they pull away from Will Alford, who's back there in 6th, in Penhow 13, from Dieter Demel in Athelston 99, and the Mallow machine at the tail end of the field is Ryan Mulroy in Mallow 127. Tim Harbour gets it all wrong, and it's a little bit collected, but we're going to race into yellow flags on the top part of the circuit as your race leader is now being challenged by the Scunthorpe machine. Simon Overty in Scunthorpe 18 just got his he just had the door open there, and Dave Evans not shutting it in enough time because it looks like we got a new change of leadership, and it's Simon Overty then that leads on to his final circuit from Ashley Robinson in Spalding 43. Di Evans in Penhow 40 back there in that third spot, racing ahead of Will Alford in Penhow 13, who's closing the door on the Radford 284 machine of Michael Jordan with Dieter Demel and Ryan Mulroy at the tail end of the field. Tim Harbour gets going again in Severn Valley 25, but it's checkered flag time, 55 points in the bag, and a good day's work for Simon Overty. Scunthorpe 18 takes the win from Spalding 43, Penhow 40, Penhow 13, Radford 284, Athelston 99, Ryan Mulroy in Mallow 127, and coming back towards us then at the tail end of the field, Tim Harbour in Severn Valley 25. So once again, it looks like the tyres and the cones have been fairly heavily scattered there on the top part of the circuit, so we can see the marshals going out to put them back in place. But up there on the line, we've got the last scheduled race of the second round of qualifying, but a couple of reruns to come. But up there on the line, we've got Brad Ellison in York 16. He starts out there in lane 8 in the car that is for sale. Ben Griffiths, 7 Valley 8, starts in lane number 7. Ben Foster in IK 231 starts in lane 1 alongside Sam Doddridge in Forest 515. Starting in lane 3 is Jamie Lane in Radford 941. He picked up a win and 55 points in this morning's first round of qualifying. Jack Bromley in IK 130 starts in lane 2, and Rian Rowland also there starting in lane number 1 in this last race of the second round of qualifying. Like we mentioned earlier on, as soon as you're done your second heat, make sure that you go to sign on ready for tomorrow's action, because there will be no signing on tomorrow morning. So if you're trackside, or if you've done your 2 heats for today and you're down there in the bar and you haven't signed on, then make sure that you do before the liquid stuff just takes over your brain, as there will be no signing on tomorrow morning. Race 7 then, out of 7 up there on the line. And then we've got Class 4s, and there's a 7 rerun up there as well. And if you're watching the live stream, you're going to be able to see that Class 7 rerun comes after this next race. But there's yellow flags being shown on the entry to the start gate turn. Yellow flag on marshal post number 2. Yellow flag on the driver wind-up marshal post. And the bungee brakes. Away we go. York 16 and quick out of the blocks. But North Wales 121, Rian Rowland had a good start that time. And the North Wales machine is going to lead into turn 1. Ellison's got the momentum to lead the way down the hill for the first time, and who's that slots into that second spot? It's the IK 130 machine of who's that? It's Jack Bromley that leads the chase as Ellison takes 2 wide the line through the top part of the circuit, and he's back at the tail end of the field, is he? I can't see him anymore, but it's IK 130. Oh, he's at the head of affairs. But the door has been left open for Jack Bromley in IK 130 to move through on the inside. So it's Bromley from Ellison in year 1 and 2. Doddridge is there in third in 515F. From Jamie Lane in Radford 941, who's taken a nice tight inside line through the start gate turn, holding on to that third as the Doddridge machine just loses a bit of ground, a little bit of momentum, and 3 positions there, going back from third to about that 6th spot. But it's Jack Bromley that's going to start his final circuit. The yellow flag with the black cross goes out. IK 130 then starts his final lap ahead of York 16, Radford 941, IK 231, 7 Valley 8. Oh, on contact there between Ben Griffiths in 7 Valley 8 and Sam Doddridge in 515F. Still pointing the cars in the right direction. And Rian Rowland, despite having a really good start, finds themselves at the tail end of the field. But it's Jack Bromley that takes the win in IK 130. Second place goes to Brad Ellison in York 16 from Jamie Lane in Radford 941. Sam Doddridge 4th in 515F from IK 231, 7 Valley 8 and North Wales 121. So that then brings to a close, at least on paper.
That's the race before, so rerun is good on that.
Okay, and just a little bit of news for you. Race 6 is going to be rerun, and it will be rerun excluding Michael Jordan in the Radford 284 machine. So despite that last race being the last race on paper, 2 reruns of Class 2 to come a little bit later on of races 3 and race 6.
Is that the last race?
Yeah.
Yeah, last race.
It's clear. Okay. Yeah, so we just get confirmation then that race 7 has been cleared. So 2 reruns of Class 2 going to be coming up a little bit later on. Reruns of races 3 and race 6. But we've got Super Saloons up there on the line, and the super commentator has disappeared on us. So we're going to wait and see whether Mickey B is going to come back or whether we can sneak his paper. He's coming. He's coming.
What have I got?
7 rerun.
Oh, thank you.
So it's over to you, Mickey.
Oh, thank you very much. So there's me outside, just having a little natter with the missus, saying, I was going, have you made a tea yet? You know, that kind of conversation. And I've quickly had to get in here because she was going to rip me. So we're going to go racing with race 4. And who's coming out? Jodie Faulkner, Clive Williams, Mark Evans, Ali Ashmore, Liam Evans, Dan Johnson, Daryl Heath Bayard. And it is North Shropshire 120. Well, he got his nose in front last time, and then Dan Johnson found a gap. Oh! And I mentioned Dan Johnson, he goes up on 2 wheels. So it's Liam Evans then from that Typhy 113, Clive William. That's better Clive, isn't it? Oh no, commentator's curse. He spun it out facing the wrong way down the hill. Again, another one of those heroes to zeros. And commentator's curse at its best. North Shropshire 120 then. Liam Evans takes him into turn 3. Followed by that Scunthorpe 303, Dan Johnson. Then the 103, Darrell Heath Bayard. There's your 1, 2, 3. Look at how Evans, I know he is national champion, but that is really showing off now in these dry, fast conditions. Absolutely nailing it. Picking up the last lap flag. One more lap to go on that one. From Scunthorpe 303, Dan Johnson, Darrell Heath Bayard. Then we go Ashmore and Faulkner going side by side as they look to climb the hill as well, trying to get a few more points under the belt. Oh, bit of Dan Johnson then. Got all messy, but taking the checkered flag. North Shropshire 120. Liam Evans takes the win. 2 wins out of 2. 110 points. Happy days. Here we go then. Then we go down to Dan Johnson from Darrell Heath Bayard, from Ali Ashwood, Scunthorpe 514, Severn Valley 6. And that Jodie Faulkner completes the Class 7s. Your work is done, as you've already heard from the voice of an angel. Make sure you get yourself signed on tonight. Make sure you're racing tomorrow. So looking up on the line, a bit of water coming out as well. So I do believe we are going back to Tom Jones for men's Class 4s. And he's not reacting to it really, is it? You know, hey? But, you know, we are near his green grass of home. So over to Tom.
Thank you, Mickey. So, no, I'll answer that really, but there we are. Right, men's Class 4, Muck Junkie, your series sponsor, Shepton Plant Hire, your round sponsor. So, just the 2 heats from this morning, and happy to say we've got 2 heats this afternoon. Both heat winners, though, to avoid each other in race 1 and race 2. So, hopefully one or both may make it 2 out of 2, but we'll have to wait and see as the Bowser then does its job on the race circuit once again, and we look down towards the line with Heat 2, Race 1 of men's Class 4. Men's 4 then brings out the first heat winner from this morning, Mike Jones in Hereford 31, still doing it for the Minis. Graham Whittingham also will be there in SR61. Stephen Morris in the Imp in Tyvee 28. Adam Henley in York Treble 7. Rob Lancaster in Radford 47. Colin Natural also will be there in IK 272. Ashley Littlewich in North Shropshire 112. And Ben Gould is the one that completes it all in North Shropshire 434. He starts in lane 1. So we also told you who's had the 2 wins this morning. Colin Natural had a second this morning also in IK 272. Also he goes in the first one in lane 3. Andy Whittingham also had a good run this morning in the SR50 machine. We'll see him in race 2, but still all to play for as we get the second round of qualifying underway. The ever fast Uno, then Jamie Williams will also be there in the Melton 58 machine. He had a third this morning. Also Jamie goes in race 2. So Adam Henley, also another one of the fast charging machines then, also former BAS and national champion then. He goes in the first one, picks up a third this morning, so he'll be wanting to do certainly that or better to get himself into the final. As I say, your current champ and coming out in race 2, Hugh Jones in Carmarthen 7. But not before we have some water down, once again, down the far side and round the start gate turn. I say the sun is really starting to bake onto the circuit, and certainly it's completely different conditions what it was this morning. Those of you certainly were here will certainly verify that, and those of you who are watching on BAStv, we did have quite a fair bit of rain this morning, but to say thankfully that's all gone. So just a natural watering from the Bowser is required. To say, didn't think we'd see that this morning, but it needs our must. So once again, round the climbing the hill, more water going down on to the circuit. Don't forget the trade stands are here, of course, for all your bits and pieces, and catering facilities are assembled down the most of them are down the far side where we are in commentary, and I did spot an ice cream van as well somewhere around the raceway, so plenty of your fed and water bars here, of course. Those that you're staying overnight or fancy a beverage before tea, then no doubt that's open. And as I say, one more thing, don't forget, sign on after your second heat, because there is no signing on in the morning. Standard procedure these days at the British Series, but it's easily forgotten. Once you're done, get yourself signed on. Then, as I say, you don't have to worry about it. You're in for the morning, and you can go and race and do your third heat. So again, I think the bows are just about finished. I think they're just waiting for him to go off the track, which he certainly is, as the bungee lifts in. So let's get to racing with race 1 of the second round of qualifying, men's class 4. It's the imp that makes the best start then, Stephen Morris in Typhi 28, but Radford 47, Lancaster goes with him. Mike Jones going right round the outside in Hereford 31 as the imp almost comes to a stop, but that allows Mikey Jones then to just get a bit of a daylight between himself and Colin Natural, IK 272. Then the challenge really on for that third place slot, Stephen Morris, as the rest of the team then go through. Lancaster also in there as well. So's Adam Henley in York Treble 7 down the order this time, but Gordy also looking to make a move through. He's through to that fourth place slot as they go down that far side, but coming back round towards us once again with a couple of laps to go, I would think this time. Hereford 31, Mike Jones it is from IK at 272. Colin Natural, SR61 then going through. That's Graham Whittingham ahead of North Shropshire 434. That's going to be the Bengal machine. Ashley Littlewich, North Shropshire 112. Stephen Morris, Adam Henley, and problems and damage on board for Rob Lancaster in Radford 47, but he still carries on as they go once again down the far side into turn 1. And 2 once again, Mikey Jones, still your race leader. Yellow flag with the black cross in, goes out, 1 to go. Hereford 31, IK 272 and SR61. That's your top 3. Goldie going through in 434. Then a bit of a gap back to Ashley Littlewich in North Shropshire 112. Rob Lancaster in Radford 47, just back in with Adam Henley in York Treble 7. Not to be their day this time around, but Mikey Jones then round the top corner for the final time. It's a dash to the line, 55 points on the board, 2 wins in out of 2. Hereford 31 then takes it. IK 272, Colin Natural takes the second place. SR61 will go through. North Shropshire 434. Then Alan Henley, I think, is going to win the battle for the minor place in York Treble 7. North Shropshire 112 and Radford 47 off Rob Lancaster. And coming around to complete. Not to be this time around, but showed good speed early doors though, didn't he? Stephen Morris in Typhi 28. Okay, that's heat 1, or heat 2, race 1 of the men's class 4 done and dusted. So race 2 already assembled down there on the line. As I say, the other heat winner then from this morning, Hugh Jones in Carmarthen 7, Daniel Jones, Ejan Lewis, William Griffiths, Dan Grasby, Annie Wiscombe and Jamie Williams complete the order. Away we go. Grasby's quick away once again in Isham at 220, and Daniel Jones goes with him. So it's the imps to the 4 in this one as they go round turn 1 for the first time. Oh, we got Wiscombe facing the wrong way in SR50. Somebody else involved as well. That's Jamie Williams in Mountain at 58, but it's Grasby that takes up the running and holds the lead at the moment. Radford 43 picks up the pieces and says thank you very much. Second place will do. Radford 43 then William Griffiths in that second place slot, but climbing the bank for the first time. Grasby absolutely away and gone and with this one. Isham 220 while Radford 43. Then comes your first round winner, or the first heat winner, then Hugh Jones in that third place slot with Daniel Jones in Panout number 4. Battle for the minor placings then is the PAC 71. And Jamie Williams looking to gain ground as well in Mountain 58, but nobody's catching a clear race leader. Dan Grasby then, Evesham at 220 as he goes down that far side. Only had a 6 this morning, so 55 points added to that. That will do. Not so bad for Heat 1 or for day 1 of the British Series, but as he comes round then for the penultimate time, because the yellow flag of the Black Cross goes out this time. Dan Grasby, Evesham 220. Hugh Jones has made his way through to second in Carmarthen number 7. Then comes William Griffiths in Radford 43. Melton 58, Jamie Williams then gaining ground, and up to that 4th place slot he goes. PAC 71 and Penau number 4 of Daniel Jones, with Andy Whittingham in SR 50. Not to be this time around, but picks up a few points anyway. But your clear race leader and race winner, Evesham 220 then. Dan Grasby takes the win. Hugh Jones, a 1st and a 2nd. That'll do very nicely as he comes across the line in that 2nd place slot. William Griffiths, good result for him in Radford 43. Melton 58 then goes through. That's Jamie Williams with Elan Lewis in PAC 71 and Daniel Jones in Penau number 4. But picking up a few points, and just might be enough if he has a good run tomorrow. Then Andy Whittingham in SR 50. So that completes men's class 4. Next time we'll see them is tomorrow for their 3rd and final round. But we're going back to open wheelers, class 9. Back over to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much, Tim. We're going to go straight back into the rerun of Heat 2, race 1. And away from the line they go. From the middle of the grid then, it's North Shropshire 10. Had a good start, but from the outside, it's your current series leader. It's Phil Rogers in PhD number 2 that leads his way through that to turn 1 and 2. Already clear daylight between himself and Tom Pipe in the Joe Pipe rather in the North Shropshire number 10 machine, who leads the chase through the start gate turn. Billy's away and gone in PhD 2. Race on the track for 2nd between NS10 and Stu Taylor in IK 121. Through to 4th on the inside is Trent number 9, and that's piloted by Sam Middleton, but it's Billy away and gone from the pipe machine. North Shropshire 10, IK 121, E26, Mark Barker. He's fighting for that 4th spot with Sam Middleton in Trent number 9, who pushes on towards that start gate Armco. And at the tail end of the field, it's the Russ Adderman York 6 machine, but it's already last lap flag time, and Billy moves on to his final circuit. Even with clear daylight in front of him, he's using those roll-offs to the best of his advantage in PhD number 2. He's out close towards that start gate Armco, kicking up the dust, but the momentum with the South Wales League Special. PhD number 2 then with half a circuit to go before Billy claims another set of maximum points. He descends that hill for the final time out on the loose dirt, but PhD 2, Phil Rogers takes the win in the PhD 2 machine. I don't know why I said in PhD 2 twice, but North Shropshire 10 takes 2nd from Stu Taylor in IK 121. 4th place goes to Sam Middleton in Trent number 9 from Evesham 26, Mark Barker. And then last but by no means least, in that ultra competitive class 9 heat, Russ Adderman in York number 6. So as we look to the line, have we got class 6 machinery? And if so, then we're back over to Tim Jones.
Yes, thank you, Gareth. Yeah, okay, on we go then with Heat 2, men's class 6s. Elite Racing Transmissions, your sponsor, and Amberon Limited, your round sponsor. So no time to tell you who's in what and where as we already leave the line. Dalt Thomas, Dean Robinson, Parsonage, Johnson, Hampson, Hadley and Grayson are your drivers then that leave the line into turn 1. It's Parsonage that leads away out of 3rd this morning. Contact, I think, with Joe Grayson in Scarborough at 96. Somebody else involved as well, so that may go red flags, but we carry on at the minute. CM8 it is though that leads away from the Scarborough 16 machine of Andy Johnson as once again they climb the bank, but Dalt it is though as everybody else gets going. It was Hampson who was involved as well, your national champion, had a 2nd this morning, but yeah, we go red flags on the first heat of men's class 6s. So as they go back to the line, So there you go, back to the pits or the rerun lane, and let's see if we can get a little bit further with race 2. Race 2 then, Mickey Manning in Evesham 5, Carl Proctor in York 77, Adrian Lewis in PAC number 7, Glyn Bailey in Scunny 33, Lewis Clayton in Spalding 5, Kai Williams in Typhy 121, and Neil Reid in Typhy 221. So let's see how far we get with this one. We need a good clean race in Class 6s, as Bailey it is though, that leads into turn 1, Scunny 33. The car's already been in the walls already in the men's and the ladies, but more contact round turn 1 and turn 2, but it's Manning that just about leads the way at the moment. Evesham 5 from Scunny 33, then comes Lewis Clayton and Spalding number 5. Then as they go through, Proctor's in there as well in York 77 as they climb the bank for the first time. Mickey Manning is though in Evesham 5 that leads down that far side. Proctor then just about got himself into second, racing just ahead of the Typhy 221 machine. That's going to be Neil Reid in that one. Spalding 5 also in as well, Lewis Clayton, but Manning it is that's going to bring around once again. Evesham 5 didn't have the best first round, didn't finish, so needs at least a win to try and get himself into the final, as we get red flags once again on the second run of men's 6s. So also hearing over the radio, the first one, then Joe Grayson in Scarborough 96 will be excluded. And also very quickly on the radio, but you saw him leading it, but his day is certainly not getting any better. Poor old Mickey Manning is the one that picks up the black flag, and obviously will take no further part in the rerun. So not the best round 4 for Mickey, but I'm sure he will bounce back and just show what might have been if he comes out tomorrow. Right, race 2 then is once again back to the rerun lane. So let's see, let's get one finished at least, please, Class 6s. So Paul Bailey in Hereford 99, Charles Farrer in Scarborough 394, Phil Elson in Carmarthen 47, Ben Gasby in Pennine 7, Andy Russell like K64, Jay Colgate North Wales 20, and Darren Bryan in Scarborough 41. That's your lineup, quality all the way in this one, as I think we just wait for track clearance. I think somebody moved on the start line perhaps, but everything's back where it should be. We're looking for track clearance. Wind up signal goes, bungee brakes, let's go racing. 6s are away. Bryan makes the best start from the outside, so's Olsen, so's Hampson, as they all go into the first turn. And Jay Colgate also in there as well in North Wales number 20 as round turn 1 and turn 2 we go then. Who's your race leader? Colgate it is. Russell and IK 64, Darren Bryan Scarborough 41, then comes Gasby in Pennine number 7. That's your lead trio then as they climb the bank for the first time. Andy Russell has got his nose in front this time. Colgate coming back at him down the far side as it gets it all sideways, just the slightest tap into turn 1. No harm done this time around, as once again back round towards Athiso, absolutely locked side by side. Russell and Colgate absolutely wheel to wheel as they come across the line once again. Gasby also in there as well, so's the Farrer machine, and Darren Bryan in Scarborough 41, Paul Bailey also in there as well, Hereford at 99, but once again back to the front Colgate goes. North Wales 20 from IK 64 from the Gasby machine in Pennine number 7. 1 to go then. Who's it going to be as they pass us for the penultimate time? Colgate it is. Gasby's through the second in Pennine 7. Russell running third. Then comes Darren Bryan, Paul Bailey, and the Scarborough machine of Charles Farrer as they go down the far side. Once again, no Olsen though in this one. But as we switch back then to the leader, it's going to be a last lap dash to the finish then. Colgate on the outside as he puts the foot to the floor. There's your winner, North Wales 20. Gasby in second, Andy Russell takes third, IK 64. Darren Bryan in Scarborough 41, Hereford 99, Paul Bailey. And that completes it all then. That will be Charles Farrer in Scarborough to 349. We've got one completed, so that's one completed. Let's have more of the same with race 4. Jordan Tinker, Jordan Copeland, Tom Pipe, Darren Rees, Jack Brown, Adrian Brown and Andy Lewis. Away we go as once again away from the line we go. And it's Pipey that leads then in North Shropshire 5 into turn 1. Also the Irish Machine brand goes with him. These two didn't have the best first ones. Both, one was a black flag, one didn't finish, but they need big points once again in this one. Tinker also coming through in York 35. Then comes the Copeland Machine in Scunthorpe 15 as they climb the bank. Oh, Tinker's got it all out of shape in York 34. Oh, contact as well with the Scunny 15 machine and somebody else. I think that may bring out once again the dreaded red flags, and once again it does. So dear oh dear, 6 is once again proving very troublesome as usual. So they'll go back to the rerun lane with a full lineup of 6s, I would think. So let's see if we can get this one then to a conclusion. But this brings out two first round heat winners then. James Sinnott in CW 174 and Jamesy Marlin James in Yorkshire Dales 10. They're joined by Richard Jones in Cumdy 279, Dane Copeland in Scunny 36, James Armstrong in Scarborough 76, Tomo Stu Thompson in White Rose 3, Billy Roberts in PAC 12, and as I say, James Sinnott and Marlene James. That's your lineup as we once again leave the line. Who makes the break? Sinnott is quick, so's Jamesy, so's Copeland as they all break into the first turn. Jamesy's got it at the moment, Sinnott's on the outside but switching to the inside. Oh, little slightest contact from somebody down the field, but Jamesy it is that brings them round for the first time. Sinnott runs second, then Scunny 36, that's Dane Copeland as they climb the bank for the first time of asking. James it is though that's got it at the moment as he goes down the far side. Sinnott though has found the gap as once again into turn 1 he hits the brakes very slightly round at turn 1 and turn 2 we go. It's still Marlene James though, Yorkshire Dales 10, CW 174 once again locked side by side as they come past us once again. Scarley 36, then comes James Armstrong in Scarborough 76, PAC 12 and the Richard Jones machine in Cumdy 279, but Sinnott's found a way through and he's already pulling clear in CW 174. Jamesy certainly won't sit there in second in Yorkshire Dales number 10 as once again back round towards us they go. The two heat winners then locked in combat. 174 Yorkshire Dales 10, Scunny 36, then comes Armstrong in 76, PAC 12 and Richard Jones in Cumdy 279. So everybody on to the last lap, but Sinnott's away and gone in CW 174. Jamesy in Yorkshire Dales 10 in that second place slot. Checkered flag then at the ready. Who's it going to be? 2 from 2 for Sinnott. It's CW 174 that takes it. Jamesy in Yorkshire Dales 10, Scarborough 76, Scunny 36 of Dane Copeland, Billy Roberts in PAC 12 and Richard Jones in Cumdy 279. So with 3 reruns to go, so well we got through 2, so hey, that's a start. So we'll see them a little bit later on with a very full rerun lane. But for now, we'll leave Class 6s. We're going back to juniors and to take you through those back at Autograss.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Nice to see Class 6s keeping up their run of form. But hopefully we'll see how they do later on. But we go with this junior rerun. One outstanding rerun for the Shropshire Designs and Peatbot Skip Hire sponsored junior saloons it is. This one didn't get very far. I think a start line issue. So all back there. And it's Neil Tivey, young Neil Tivey, who leads the way then. West Waterford 144. And Will Evans then Tivey 7. Both those drivers had a heat win this morning. Oh, there's contact further back with Tivey 9. And somebody's gone round. It's one of the Mosleys. There's somebody parked up in the fence. Let's hope we can keep it going though. But at the minute it's West Waterford 144, Tivey 7, Tivey 9. That's the 1, 2, 3. Rhys Davies there in that third position. Somebody's got it wrong up on the top. And no, oh dear, there we go. I mentioned about Tim's racing. It looks like I've got a troublesome one here with the juniors. So we'll send them back. Okay, so apparently, I mean, I couldn't tell who was who because I've got trees in the way here, and looking on the camera, I think the sun is just making it a little bit tricky, and I'm at the far end of the box as well to look, but it might have been that there was a sibling tiff that occurred. But anyway, so we'll try that one again later. Right, Mickey, what we got here? Class 5s again? Christ, see how we go.
Third time lucky as well for lorryinsurance.co.uk and XC Works sponsored. Class 5s brings out race 3, excluding Bing Bong John Gaffney. He was out, first time out. Here we go then, we're off and racing. Come on lads, let's get this one done and dusted. We want to get to the bar. And Bateman follows, but I think that is Winald who's going to have a little bit of a flying start. Or is it, as Bateman looks for the cut back up the inside there, Cobb's in there as well, and Godfrey. But here's Chris Winald from Jeff Bateman from Kieran Cobb. Then Dan Godfrey in that Cambridge 10 as he climbs the hill. Godfrey found the gap up the inside of Kieran Cobb. He drops back down to 4th as Bateman goes on a charge down into turn 1. The trick is, can he get it round? That is the trick. And he's doing all right, isn't he? Look at that. That's a nice move. Congratulations, Mr. Bateman. You are leading it into the hill climb. It's more like the Tour de France, isn't it? And we're now going to the hill climb. And, oh, Jeff. No, I know, I bigged you up, and now you're at the back. As we go to the front car. And it is Chris Winald, Breeden Hill 66. One more lap to go for him from Dan Godfrey, Cambridge 10, second. Third is IK 75, Kieran Cobb from Jeff Bateman, Stroud and District 45. Jeff, he's going to be kicking himself, isn't he? He was on the charge for maximum points, but unfortunately, at the moment, he's running down in 4th place. As checkered flag at the ready, Breeden Hill 66. Chris Winald takes the win, followed by Dan Godfrey in the Cambridge 10. Then we go Kieran Cobb and Stroud and District 45. And that is Jeff Bateman. So that's your Class 5s done and dusted. Class 7s, wow, we're getting through them. Up on the line, I think we are going back to Class 2. Is that a rerun for you? Yes, it is. It's back over to the voice of an angel.
Yeah, thanks very much, and Tim. Thanks very much, Mickey. Yeah, it's been a long day. We're going to go back to a rerun of race 3 of the second round of qualifying of the Wiltshire Autograss League and Fleet Care Services sponsored Class 2s. This was stopped, and we'll go again with the exclusion of Ash Farrow in Scarborough 249, but the result is the same. It's Gaz Stokes quickest out of the blocks in Pennine 87. He's followed into turn 1 by Bradley Thomas in IK 55. So the 1 and 2 remain the same on entry to the turn, but it's a totally different outcome on the exit, because after Sun 83 is Callum Woodward. He's there in 3rd, but on his inside is the North Wales 101 machine of James Espley as Gaz Stokes climbs the hill for the first time with race control in his hands. Pennine 87 then leads the way. IK 55 is there still leading the chase. That's Bradley Thomas in that second position, reeling in the race leader as they go across the top part of the circuit, but the Pennine machine just carrying a little bit more momentum past us for the second time. Down for the 80 is Nigel Bishop. He's through up into that 3rd spot, and he's demoted the Athelson 83 machine of Callum Woodward back to 4th and possibly even back to 5th as James Espley in North Wales 101 also looking to gain a position with the car at the tail end of the field. That's Stephen DeMel in Wessex 99 then back there in that 6th spot, and Radford number 60 Ryan Taylor just crawling at the tail end of the field at a snail's pace. But your race leader goes on to his final circuit, and it's going to be just over half a circuit to go now for Gaz Stokes before he claims another set of maximum points in Pennine 87. Bradley Thomas in IK 55 still there in that 2nd spot, but just hasn't got the answer to the Pennine machine at the moment. But it's checkered flag time. Pennine 87 takes the win, IK 55 takes 2nd, Radford 80 takes 3rd from North Wales 101, Athelson 83 takes 5th, and Stephen DeMel in Wessex 99 then takes that 6th spot. And coming around to conclude and pick up the place and the points for 7th place is going to be Radford 60, and that's Ryan Taylor behind the wheel of that one. So we got another rerun of race 6 to come a little bit later on, but for now we're going to go open wheel special racing, and we've got, I think it's 9 runs of the Class 8s, and to take you through the second round of qualifying, I'll hand you straight over to Mr. Liam Williams.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gareth. So, as you quite said 9 races.
Is your mic on?
Your men's Class 8 to come your way.
Is your mic on?
So 9 races. So men's Class 8s are on and off the line as we get racing then. Race 1, as I said, what a cracking lineup this is. As Anthony Ross it is that storms out of the gate in Sturton 77, leads the way. Rich Cooper's up the inside in Eastern number 2. Popey's running in amongst it as well. In Spalding number 8, he runs 3rd, but just about dropping back as they go down the far side. These 3 are already clear from the rest of the pack. As Rossi it is, Sturton 77 keeps it nice and steady as he goes into that bottom bend as he leads the way. Rich Cooper from Chris Pope. There you 1, 2 and 3. Liam Nichols runs there in York Sales number 7. Then we're going to go to Daniel Stead. Fergus Reynolds in PhD 16 is the one that's got work to do. But certainly no work to do for Anthony Ross. And I'm sure we've said this many times over the years. Rossi takes the last lap flag with 1 more to go and clear daylight in front of him in Sturton 77 as dust just kicks off this circuit. You wouldn't have thought we'd be saying that at 9:15 this morning as they go down the far side for the final time into that bottom turn. It's going to be checkered flag. Anthony Ross it is. That takes the win. Second's going to go to Rich Cooper in Eastern number 2. Chris Pope in Spalding number 8. Then we go to Liam Nichols, who takes 4th in Yorkshire Dales number 7. 5th is going to go to Fergus Reynolds in PhD number 16 as he gets it sideways across the line, kicks up the dust. Dan Stead is going to be the next one across, and it looks like he's going to be the final one across as well, as unfortunately we did lose Sean Wright in Scunthorpe 71. He found himself parked on the infield and he's going to make his way back into the pit. So race 1 done and dusted with. Race 2 down there on the line. I'll tell you what, they're not messing around, are they? Race 2, Gethin Lewis, Joe Joplin, Phil Cooper, Craig Pyle, Carl Burns, Tyler Heath Bayard, Dan Barnard and Mitch Wells as they get away from the line. I'll tell you what, Carl Burns it is that makes the best of the breaks. Was it too good? We'll have to wait and see. As Burns it is that leads him into turn 1, doesn't lead him out of it because Mitch Wells in 3:56 takes up the running as they go into that Stargate turn for the first time. It's Mitch Wells. A few drivers getting it all wrong, but certainly nothing wrong with Mitch Wells in 3:56. He puts it back into that bottom bend for another time, past us for another lap, 2 more to go for 3:56. Gethin Lewis runs there in 2nd, Craig Pyle runs 3rd, Tyler Heath Bayard I think it is on the inside in Stroud District 102 as he looks to find the speed, looks to find the power and the grip down the far side. Can he make it work? Not quite this time as they get the last lap flag made ready this time. Mitch Wells and Gethin Lewis, these 2 are away and gone. The race really on for 3rd. Tyler Heath Bayard and the Craig Pyle machine are just battling it out. They're side by side. It's switching every single corner. But this time it looks like Bayard's got the best of the brakes and a bit between his teeth. It's going to be checkered flag. It's going to be Mitch Wells that takes the win. 2 out of 2, I think, for Mitch. Gethin Lewis takes 2nd. Tyler Heath Bayard, Craig Pyle. Then we go to Phil Cooper. Carl Burns at Breedon 18. Then we're going to go to Joe Joplin in White Rose 92 as he comes across the line and completes the door. And I'll tell you what, the fast and furious stuff we send from Class 8s, we haven't even had a chance to mention our sponsors. So I think we got time now. So a very big thank you, obviously, to Beresford Chassis and Components for their sponsorship of the series. And a very big thank you to Spa Motors for their sponsorship over the course of the weekend. So race 2 is done. Race 3, are we going to be seeing more of the same? I certainly hope so, and I certainly expect so. Race 3 brings out Mark Barker in Eastern 25, Graham Moss in White Rose number 1, Ash Howard, PhD 21, Sam Matthews in Cambridge 247, Kevin McBride in Solway number 4, Sam Pinches in Radford 53, Gaz Edwards in North Wales 55, and Jordan Candy in Stroud District 17. So that's the running order for race 3. As we look around the circuit, what are we waiting on? There we go. We got a car parked down there on the first turn, and it looks like it's Dan Barnard in PAC number 2. And didn't have the best of first heats either. Dan, I think, was caught up in the wars. And obviously we will be seeing that car, dare I say, a little bit later on, or dare I say in the morning, in the ladies' Class 8s with Alice Bevins. But not been Dan's weekend so far, as he gets towed into the middle and we get away with race 3 of your men's Class 8 Heat 2. Gaz Edwards then very quick out of the gate. Who's going with him? Ash Howard looks round the outside, but he ain't going to go to get speed. It's Gaz Edwards that leads the way in North Wales 55 as he takes them round for the first time up the hill and down the far side. Mossy, I think it is, that runs second in the White Rose machine. Sam Matthews runs third. Then where's Ash Howard? He's well down the order. I think he's about 6th. He's round. He's facing the wrong way. So this is going to be interesting as we look back to the front. Gaz Edwards it is. That's away and gone in North Wales 55. Your back marker and Ash Howard gets it going again. So we might not be seeing red flags, but oh God, it's all gone wrong again in midfield as Sam Matthews gets it all out of shape. But Gaz Edwards moves on to his final circuit already, 55 from Graham Moss in number 1. Then we're going to go to the Pinchers machine. Then we go to Barker in that 4th place position. Kevin McBride runs there in 5th, just behind, as he looks to look up the inside. Is it going to work? It certainly looks like it as it goes down the far side. But I'll tell you what a convincing win. Gaz Edwards, North Wales 55, storms to victory. 55 on points as well. As we go Graham Moss, Sam Pinchers, then Mark Barker, Kevin McBride, Sam Matthews, Ash Howard just about comes across the line ahead of Jordan Candy in Stroud in District 17. And that was not just only significant for that race, but in British Autograss Series points as well, because Ash Howard, I think, I have got it on my phone somewhere, but I think Ash Howard was running 3rd in the British Autograss Series, and not having it all his own way this time whatsoever. So we're going to try and find the points and see if we can do the mathematics. I'm not going to do the mathematics, but that's why Gareth Jones is here next to me. So Ash Howard then, he was 34 points behind 2nd place. 2nd place was Tom Lewis, who actually had a 5th as well. So there you go. I tell you what, Class 8 so competitive and so close as well. As we're obviously looking for the top 16 drivers. We're not looking for finals. We're not looking for top 8. We're looking for the top 16. They need semis. Race 4. Who's going to be in the semis out of this one then? Barry Ashmore, Wes Green, James Bowe, Tom Lewis, Stuart McLean, Jake Harden, Harry Liversidge and Emily Gill. As I said, Tom Lewis is the one that needs the points in Border Counties 55. Where is he? He's running about 4th as they get out of turn 1. James Bowe it is. That leads the way in Pennine number 9, and then Wes Green is the one going with him in Scarborough number 3. Tom Lewis taking that outside line. It's doing him no favours whatsoever in Border Counties 55. He had a 5th. Now he's running 4th. That's not going to be anywhere near getting into a semi. But James Bowe is doing his bit. Then we're going to go to the Scarborough number 3 machine of Wes Green. Who runs 3rd? I think Emily Gill. Oh, Emily just might have gotten out of shape in Scunthorpe number 20 as someone's facing the wrong way. But down the far side into that bottom turn they go for another time. Last lap flag. It's no contest at the moment for James Bowe. Then Wes Green, Tom Lewis. There you 1, 2 and 3. Then we go to the ARC machine. ARC number 2 of Barry Ashmore. He runs now in 4th. Unchallenged at the moment, looking fairly comfortable. Is he going to hold on to that 4th as the checkered flag goes out? Certainly a very convincing win for James Bowe. 2nd goes to Wes Green. 3rd is Tom Lewis. 4th is going to go to Barry Ashmore. 5th is Harry Liversidge in the Yorkshire Dales number 90 machine. Big disappointment for Emily Gill. I tell you what, she was running towards the very front of the field, but coming across in one of the minor places. Then it was the Central Scotland number 12 machine, Central Scotland 17 rather, of Stuart McLean and Jake Harden in PhD 25 come across to round it all out. So as I said, Emily Gill, I'll tell you what, she was absolutely flying in the early stages, but it just didn't go away. She didn't have the luck on her side, and unfortunately finished towards the tail end. But what did she have in Heat 1? I think she had a 3rd, a 2nd or a 3rd. I think it was a 3rd in Heat 1, and a 6th then in Heat 2. So she really does need a win in order to get into the semi-finals. But I'll tell you what, even if she don't make it, then I'm sure she's going to put on a spectacle tomorrow. So we get a bit of water going down on the circuit now as the water bowser makes its way out onto the track, and we're going to look ahead to race 5, which is down there on the line. We just mentioned one lady racing with the men, of course, Emily Gill. Now we're going to mention another one, Kate Lockwood in Scunthorpe 191. She's down there on the line and coming from grid 8. So, well, normally I would say I'm sure the drivers are sat down there on the line looking at where the water bowser is going and what lines are going to be wet, but they can't see that first corner. So it's going to be interesting because the drivers that are actually down there on the line probably can't see where the water bowser is going to go. I'm sure for those of you that are here spectating, apart from on this side where commentary is, which seems to draw in the biggest crowd, then for those of you that are over there on the far side, apart from those of you on the grandstand, because I'm sure you can see absolutely everything, those of you that are sober enough to see everything, then the ones on the far side, I don't think you've got the same view as everyone else, because I'm sure when they had the BAST round here, I think it was 2019, then I think commentary was actually over on that point. And we did all right because we had a double-decker bus, so we could literally just tower over everyone and look at it. But when you actually come out and you're just stood over there, there's not a lot to see. So for those of you that are there, then I'll tell you what, if you are over there and you can hear me, give us a wave, because I know probably most of you won't, but if you can hear me and you are over there, give us a wave, just so we can get a bit of atmosphere building over that far side, because it does seem a little bit quiet. As I said, a lot of people, most people are here. There we go, yeah. So Gareth called it the posh side. So they're all too good for us, aren't they, Gareth? That's why they're not waving, that's all it is, isn't it? So most of the spectators, though, are on this side of commentary. The common people on the side of commentary. There we go. So that seems to be where most of the crowd is. And I tell you what, I can't see out the right-hand side, but from the left-hand side, there is certainly still a very good crowd that is around, because they know there's a lot of racing to come their way. So everybody then on this side, onto the left-hand side of commentary, if you haven't switched off your minds by now from listening to me, can someone give us a wave on that side, or give us some sort of communication? There we go. We got some sort of communication. We won't say what it was, but we definitely got something. I don't know who it was that did it, but I'm sure we're going to find. Is it Bex? Is it Bex? There you go. It's Bex Green. So well, there you go. It says it all, doesn't it? We wouldn't expect anything less from Bex, but I'm glad everyone can hear then on that side. Of course, after the Nationals, it's always one of those after the Mayor's Nationals where the atmosphere is so good. Obviously, it's built up so much, and then you come to a BAST round. Obviously, it can fall flat a little bit, but we don't want it to fall flat. That's why we've all got our matching T-shirts on, and we're on BAStv. So again, for those of you that are on BAStv, then drop us a message. I better put my phone on charge if you are going to give me a message, because if you do it at the moment, I'm probably not going to see it. I've got my notes up on my phone to get the BAST points up, but we are looking to go closer to going racing. The phone's on charge, so for those of you that are watching then on BAStv, drop us a message. We'll see what we can do. We're going to go racing now. Race 5 of your men's Class 8. Kate Lockwood, Dan Ray, Dan Talbot, Colin Linehan, Reese Wyeth, Paul Lockwood, Matt Stratton, and Drew Butters as they get away from the line. Who's going to be the quickest one to show? Oh, that was dangerous, wasn't it? As they get up on 2 wheels. Is this going to make it the course, or is it going to be red flags? We'll have to wait and see, but Stratton it is. That's got the best of the brakes. Reese Wyeth gets it all sorts of sideways and faces the wrong way in a cloud of smoke in the 19 machine as Talbot gets it going. But at the front then, we're going to go with Matt Stratton. He's pushing on in Eastern number 15, and allows Dan Ray to get up the inside. In Yorkshire 52, Stratton relegated to second. But how long is he going to keep second? Because Paul Lockwood is up at the inside. He's looking for a way through. And now he's pushing on. The water catching quite a few of these drivers out as they get going again down the far side into that bottom turn. Dan Ray, no problems whatsoever in Yorkshire 52. One more lap to go for him as he just puts his foot to the floor and slides it round that top turn. Up the hill he goes and down the far side. Absolutely unchallenged in a league of his own, with Matt Stratton running there in second in Evesham 15. There's going to be checkered flag already, and I'll tell you what, like I said, absolutely unchallenged throughout the whole race. Dan Ray, that's probably the easiest win he's ever going to take out of Bass Round. YD52 takes it, Matt Stratton takes second, third goes to Kate Lockwood at Scunny 191, Drew Butters takes fourth, Reese YF I think might be a lap down, so Colin Linehan is the next one across, and then we're going to go to Solway number 6 of Dan Tolbert, of course. Dan, I think your Map Open champion from, what is it now, 2-3 months ago? Then not having it all his own way in the Bass and finishing, unfortunately, towards the tail end of the field. Right then, so just hearing that, just hearing, engines revving is what I'm hearing, because someone's obviously getting a little bit overexcited. But just hearing then about one of the races, Mallow 13, Colin Linehan, of course, in race 5. And it is Linehan because I pronounced it Linehan, I think, at the last Bass. And then I had all the Irish come over to me at the Nationals. I thought I was getting jumped, Gareth. It was a scary experience. Did you enjoy that? Well, I mean, it worked out all right in the end. But they said, oh, no, Liam, oh, for sure. Oh, you're a great commentator, but I'll tell you, it's Linehan, it's not Linehan. Oh, so it's Linehan. So it is Colin Linehan. Unfortunately, he's the one that will be excluded from the result in Mallow 13. So I got his name right, but he didn't get the results right. So if anything, that's his fault. So unfortunately then for Colin, he will be picking up no points from race 5. Race 6 then down on the line. I've got 5 ticks in front of me. Can I get another 4? Oh, risky thinking, Liam. Race 6 is down there. Dan Thomas, Kenny Smith, Phil Talbot, Thomas Browning, James Heselton, Justin Thomas, Graham Bennett, and Katie Fitz. Spanner very quick out of the gate in Forestine number 7, but Dan Thomas has something to say about it. Oh, no, Thomas hits the loose, gets it all wrong, and Spanner comes back through in Forestine number 7. Justin Thomas runs second in the 7F. But it all gets out of shape. Have we got red flags? No, we haven't. But we got cars slowing down. Graham Bennett's come to a standstill. So a very messy race in the early stages. But we're going to carry on. No, we're not. We have got red flags now. So that was strange, wasn't it? As the first corner was a little bit of a mess. Then they made it to turn 2. Graham Bennett came to a standstill. We thought we had red flags, we didn't, but they eventually come out. So, what did I say about speaking too soon? 5 ticks, Gareth, was it? It's not 6 ticks now, is it? It's 2 R's next to it. So, not too sure what the issue was with that race. Take your pick, because there was about 15 issues in the first lap. But race 6 then will go into the rerun lane. And we will be seeing them again. We are going to move on to race 7. What is the time? I'll tell you what, that's a good question. The time is 6:30. So, obviously, for those of you drivers in classes from stock hatch to 1 to class 6, then obviously you've done your first 2 heats. Then make sure you do sign on tonight in order to race tomorrow, because if you don't sign on tonight, you won't be racing tomorrow, and that's just going to let the spectators down, because we've had some very good racing today, certainly some very strategic racing today, because as I said, this track catches quite a few of these drivers out. But make sure you do sign on tonight. If you don't sign on tonight, you won't be racing tomorrow. Most of you know the usual crack, you know how it works. Then make sure you get yourself down to the white tent, sign on, then obviously you got the night to yourself. Make sure you don't go to the bar and drink too much. Make sure that you do behave yourself. But if you do sign on, then obviously you'll be racing. If you don't, then you won't. It's as simple as that. So we're going to look to the line. Race 7 then of men's class 8. Wes Hathaway, Steve Mills, obviously ended up on his roof, but come back out. Michael Tingle-Abbott, Dan Smith, Rob Morgan, Dan McKenzie, Callum Barker, and Peter Bilbley. How's that for a lineup? As they get away from the line, into turn 1 they go. Millsy, I think it is, taking the outside line. In come D number 10. I'll tell you what, it's working as he comes out in first place. Wes Hathaway, I think Wes had a win in Heat 1, but running second this time. And Steve Mills just motoring on. How is this going to be for a comeback story? Went on his roof, come back out, I think got 5th in the rerun, but now leading. Wes Hathaway runs second. McKenzie runs third in CA44, but he goes out wide, and Abbott's up the inside in York 45. Then we got Callum Barker, he runs 5th in Scarborough number 50. Adam Smith and Peter Bilbley are the ones just behind, and at the tail end is going to be the Central Scotland number 12 machine with all the work to do. But at the front, it's going to be last lap flag already. Steve Mills it is. But Wes Hathaway, I tell you what, he's made ground. Has he got enough speed to try and make a move on your race leader? He's gaining, but is he going to make a move as they go down the far side for the final time? Mills it is that extends the lead, throws it out wide, avoids the wet patch, and comes across with his foot to the floor to take 55 points. Come D number 10 it is. McKenzie snatches second from Wes Hathaway. Then we go to Michael Tinkle-Abbott, who takes 4. 5th goes to Callum Barker in Scarborough number 50. Oh, I'd say Peter Bilbley just about taking 6th from Adam Smith in Ludlow 44. And then coming across to complete it all is Rob Morgan in Central Scotland number 12. Wes Hathaway coming across once again in Breeden Hill number 1. So that concludes race 7. We're going to go race 8. 2 more scheduled to come your way. And race 8 then is going to bring out once again a very competitive lineup. What we got? We got a heat winner, Matt Bishop. Matt Bishop stormed to victory in Heat 1. Can he do it again? He's against Zach Yeardley, Tom Chadwick, Matt Owen, Stu Whitehouse, Scott Shell, Owen Lloydell, and Adam Jones. So this might be a little bit more competitive than his first heat. It's a fairly level break, but I'll tell you what, Bishop is not playing games, is he, this weekend? As he storms out into turn 1, takes up the run and goes out wide, but it's gonna be red flags once again on your men's Class 8 as the boys slow it down once they go up the hill. They can't slow it down too much going up the hill because they might not make it up there. But red flags once again, not too sure why. So I was going to say we can hazard a guess. I'm glad I didn't because I would have got it wrong. So unfortunately then, obviously we will have a rerun of race 8. But it seems like it's going without Matt Owen in come D115 after a start line infringement, which was pretty much given, really, in terms of being a start line infringement. They didn't make it that far, and obviously the marshals seen something they didn't like, and unfortunately Matt Owen seemed to be the culprit of it, and he'll be the one excluded from the rerun. And that's the first time I've looked down at a sheet this weekend. It's in 2 reruns. So, well, my own sheet anyway, let's put it that way. So, race 9 then, the final race scheduled for your men's Class 8 is on and off the line. We're going to pick up the runners and riders as they get going. Ho, 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 ho. Are we? I don't think we are, because I don't think it's going to get past the first corner. We've got 4 cars parked up. We had 1 car on 2 wheels. But there we go. Yeah, I started so well. So well. I had 5 races with all ticks. They all went through. And then the last 4, I've got 1 tick and reruns in every single one. Like I said, we was doing so well, but race 8, to be fair, I mean, the only good thing we can say about that race is everyone ended up on 4 wheels, because someone definitely got it up in the air and had it up on 2 wheels. I think the one who had it up on 2 might have been Dave Newby, who's actually driving past us now in York 811. But as I said, they all did come back down to 4 wheels, but unfortunately I think we had 2 in the Armco, 2 facing the wrong way. It all just went wrong. It was messy. It's second heat and it's Class 8, so what do you expect? So I tried my best. To be fair, 3 reruns out of 9 still isn't that bad for me. So we'll take that. we've got Class 10s to come your way a little bit later on. Just going to try and move and look into the holding lane to see what we got. We're going rerun mode. We got Class 2s that are down there on the line. So at least it's not just me that has the reruns to come your way. So we've got Class 2s down there on the line. And I believe it's Gareth taking people through the Class 2s. So we got Class 2s. I'm not too sure how many we've got. It certainly looks like there's a lot of saloons lining up in the holding lanes, Gareth. That I can see. So
yeah, but you're blaming the wrong guy. The majority of them are Class 6s, and that's Tim's fault.
Tim's got 3 reruns.
He
as
has.
Well,
You see, you
blamed
the wrong guy.
That was out of only 5 races. I've got 3 reruns out of 9, so I've not actually done too bad.
And I got 2 out of 7.
I think, to be honest, looking at the time, you'll be lucky if you hear me. Well, no, you'll be unlucky if you hear me again tonight. Should be the phrase. But we've got the Class 2s down there on the line. It's a rerun, and who better to take you through it than Mr. Gareth Jones?
A lot of people is the honest answer. But yeah, we will go through race 6, and up there on the line. And this is a rerun that's going to go excluding Michael Jordan in Radford 284. The rest of the field up there should be Simon Overty in Scunthorpe 18, Dieter Demel in Athelston 99, Ash Robinson in Spalding 43, Tim Harbour in Severn Valley 25, Ryan Mulroy in Mallow 127, Will Alford in Penhow 13, and David Evans in Penhow 40. Now, the track maintenance crew is coming on to the circuit. What we've heard unofficially is that there's going to be no ladies racing tonight. We're going to go with the remainder of the men's races and a few of the reruns, because the rerun lanes were being filled up pretty hefty by the Class 6s and 8s, but that is to be confirmed. And if you're up there in the pits, then maybe you've heard officially what is happening and whether we are going to be stopping racing before we head into the ladies racing. And so they'll kick things off tomorrow morning, and if that is the case, then we'd imagine that the ladies heat 2 permutations that are down in your programme will differ, so that we start with stock hatch 1, 2, and then progress through the more quiet classes. But again, that's just my view of things, and we'll await any official confirmation on what's going to happen as for the remainder of this second round of qualifying. The special that was stricken up there on the top part of the circuit, not sure who that was, but it is coming back towards us on the front end of the telehandler.
So Tony Hawkins is driving
Tim Harbour's car.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Okay, so we're hearing then that SC25 is piloted by Tony Hawkins, not Tim Harbour. So in this rerun, then we will go with Tony Hawkins behind the wheel of the Severn Valley 25 machine. A few of the posts and additional posts being added onto the fence at the apex of that top turn. But it looks like the track crew then are disbanding ever so slowly up there on the top part of the circuit. Is that just Jeff Berriford's NS55 machine making its way back to the pits? It looks like it is. So unfortunately not the way, and it's not very often you see Jeff Beresford's machines being taken back to the pits on the front end of a telehandler or behind a quad. So I'm sure the Team GB will be frantically getting that ready for the rerun if he is permitted back into it, and if not, then we'll see the NS55 machine again for the third round of qualifying tomorrow. The marshals are making their way from the fence up there on the top part of the circuit. They're either making their way back to the centre of this Gossington Bridge Raceway, or they're making their way back to the pits or their original compounds, and then we'll go with the Class 2 rerun. Fleet Care Services are your sponsors of men's Class 2s for the British Autograss Series in 2022, and your local hosts this weekend and the Wiltshire Autograss League are your sponsors for the Class 2s here this weekend. Race 6 up there on the line, like I said, goes with without Michael Jordan in Radford 284, and goes with Tony Hawkins behind the wheel of the Severn Valley 25 car. The rest of the field is made up by Dave Evans in Penhow 40, Will Elford in Penhow 13, Ryan Mulroy in Mallow 127, Tony Hawkins then in Severn Valley 25 starts in lane 5, Ashley Robinson should be there in Spalding 43, Dieter DeMel in Athelston 99 starts in lane 2, and Simon Overty starts in lane number 1 in Scunthorpe 18. So marshals pretty much on their posts, ready to go racing, waiting for track clearance. We await yellow flags to be shown on the top part of the circuit. On cue, that happens. So we await the yellow flag to be shown on marshal post number 1. And again, it does so. And the bungee breaks. Away we go then with the rerun of race 6. Away from the line they go. Dave Evans and Penhow 40, one of the quickest out of the blocks. But on the inside, carrying a bit more momentum into turn 1, is Ashley Robinson in Spalding 43. He straightens up that car just in time and leads the way past us then for that first time. 3-away tie. 3 abreast for second, third and fourth. Just his nose in front is Dave Evans. Will Elford in the middle of the pack. And Simon Overty in Scunthorpe 18 back in that 4th spot, racing just ahead of Dieter DeMel in Athelston 99, with Tony Hawkins back in about their 6th spot in Severn Valley 25. And the man at the back of the pack is the Mallow 127 machine of Ryan Mulroy. But the race continues, and it's Ashley Robinson that continues to lead. David Evans leaves the door open for Will Elford in the battle for second and third. Elford holding on to that 3rd spot at the moment, just a flick of the brake light there as the Penhow 13 machine climbs the bank in that 3rd position, racing ahead of Simon Overton in Scunthorpe 18. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4 then as they come back towards us. And this time they'll see that yellow flag with a black cross. Spalding 43 then moves on to his final circuit from Penhow 40 machine of Dave Evans. Then in that 3rd spot is still Will Elford in Penhow 13 as he now looks up the inside of the Penhow machine. There's a Penhow battle for second and third, and that's hotting up with just half a circuit to go, but away and gone, and looking to book 55 points and a possible place in the final tomorrow, depending on the 3rd round of qualifying, is Ashley Robinson in Spalding 43, 55 points from round 2. Second place is going to go just to Will Elford, I think, in Penhow 13, just ahead of Dave Evans in Penhow 40 from Simon Overty and Scunthorpe 18, and Tony Hawkins takes 5th or 6th in Severn Valley 25 from Dieter DeMel in Athelston 99 and Ryan Mulroy in Mallow 127. So that's Class 2's done and dusted. F600 machines up there on the line, and it's meant to be Liam Williams that's going to take you through the F600s, and on cue he walks through the door, grabs his paperwork, grabs the mic, and he'll take you through the 2nd round of qualifying of the F600s.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gareth. So we're looking to line in. Obviously, F600s ready to come your way. Obviously, only 4 cars, but I'm sure they're going to put on more of a show than they did in the first heats, that's for sure, because the first heat was a totally different track to what it is now. And the 4 cars that are down there then is Elwyn Pitt in Hereford 16, Jamie Smith in Yorkdale's 103, Harrison Barnbrook in Sturton 45, and Trevor Frost in White Rose 400. So if my memory serves me right, I think Trevor had a win in the first heat, and I think it was Jamie Smith from Elwyn Pitt and Harrison Barnbrook that unfortunately got it all wrong. And speaking of Harrison Barnbrook getting it all wrong, he's managed to hit the Armco. Elwyn Pitt's got it all out of shape. So a very scrappy start into turn 1 for the S600s, but he managed to get it going again. But Elwyn Pitt's the one with all the work to do in Hereford number 16. So Trevor Frost it is in White Rose 400 that leads the way down the far side into that bottom turn, but pushing on. Is he pushing on, or is he just avoiding the wet? That's going to be a very strategical question, because Harrison Barnbrook has made significant ground in 2nd place, and I'll tell you what, it's not going to surprise me if they do that same move again into this bottom turn, because if he does, then Harrison is definitely going to be on the tail of White Rose 400. And as I say that, well, you couldn't make it up, could you? Harrison Barnbrook it is that pushes on into that turn. So his last lap flag, it's Trevor Frost from Barnbrook. There you 1 and 2. Jamie Smith is very comfortable in 3rd in Yorkdale's 103, because under no challenge whatsoever from Elwyn Pitt in Hereford number 16 as he runs there in 4th, but still looking to pick up 28 points for his British Autograss Series tally. But it's going to be checkered flag this time as Trevor Frost, he went out wide but managed to hold on. White Rose 400 it was, that took the win. Harrison Barnbrook took second. Third was Jamie Smith in Yorkdale's 103. And fourth is going to go to Elwyn Pitt in Hereford at number 16, which concludes your S600s. Big thank you to SGS Gases for their sponsorship over the course of the British Autograss Series, and a very big thank you to the Wiltshire Autograss League, the, of course, hosts of this weekend, for their sponsorship over the course of the weekend. That's S600s. We're going sixes. It's back to Tim.
Yeah, thank you, Liam. So, yeah, back on with the rerun of the first race of men's sixes. And already Dalt Thomas it is in command, the Nate then that leads away. Oh, we've got Parsons Link facing the wrong way as Carnage once again in sixes. But it's your champ then that leads away of Jordan Hampson in the Pennine 70 machine, who leads, climbs the bank for the first time. As they go down that far side, Dalt Thomas runs second, Andy Johnson in Scarborough 16. Then comes Dave Hadley in Severn Valley 701. But back round towards us then, it's your national champ that leads away then. Jordan Hampson in Pennine at 70. Dalt Thomas in second. Then comes Johnson in 16. Dave Hadley in Severn Valley 701. And the Parsonage recovers in North Wales at 146. But he's down in that fifth place slot. We've got somebody square wheeled on the turn one. Oh, we've got Hampson facing the wrong way as well. We go red flags, so everybody avoids the I think that may be Dean Robinson in YS 41. So one would assume that he is excluded from the rerun. Right, we just heard there will be no ladies racing tonight, so that is actually official. And while we're on official announcements, then the PAC passes for ladies and juniors, you can collect them from Joan Bevans by the Barnard Motorsport trade stand on the first corner. So the passes for your PAC then, can you collect them from Barnard Motorsport in the trade stands by the first corner. So we go no further forward with the Class 6s, so let's see if the second rerun will get any further as they leave the line once again. It's Bailey and Proctor that lead into turn one. Please get it round turn one. Oh, we got somebody facing the wrong way. Bailey's in the Armco as once again more carnage with sixes, but we keep racing. It's the Spalding 5 machine of Lewis Clayton that leads the way as he climbs the bank for the first time. I fear this will go red flags once again, and indeed it does. So once again, sixes really are proving absolutely troublesome in the round 4 of the British Series. So get it together, boys. We need to get finished tonight as they go back to the rerun lane once again. So we're leaving Class 6s. There is one outstanding rerun from the second heat, but we'll see how that slots into place. But for now, we're leaving the troublesome 6s. We're going with men's Class 10 to take you through Heat 2. Who's there, who isn't? Back over to Mr. Liam Williams.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tim. So we are going Class 10 racing, as I think Tim just announced. Then no ladies racing tonight, but please do make sure ladies, men's and juniors, make sure you do sign on for tomorrow's racing. So we are going Class 10 then. ProLinks and Telford Toilets, your sponsors. And I'll tell you what, this could be messy as they get away from the line. We got 3 cars facing the wrong way. We got cars going all sorts of sideways, but it's going to be the champ, Nice Beard, along with Wes Tinker. There you 1 and 2. Oh no, we've got contact, have we? As Tinker gets it wrong, gets it all out of shape, but gets it going again in York 40. I tell you what, he's just done a full 360 spin and somehow managed to find the power on the outside and take up the running, but it's done no good for the race, because guess what we got? Red flags on your men's Class 10s. So race 1 then, unfortunately, comes to a halt. as I said, Wes Tinker, I think, just got clipped by, I think it was Nige Beard. Those two just coming together. Wes Tinker got it all sorts of sideways, done a full 360 spin, somehow managed to end up facing the right way, still took the outside line, as Wes Tinker characteristically typically does, and emerged as the race leader, but unfortunately the red flags do come out. So well, the rerun lane's piling up, isn't it? So hopefully we get no more, and just here and then, well, there you go. Your national champion, Nige Beard, in Gloucester and District 87, picks up a black flag for that race, I presume for contact after the incident on this top turn. But we're going race 2 as they get away from the line. Hopefully we can get further with this one. Who am I kidding? It's Class 10s. What do you expect? Hornshaw's round in York number 7. We got a 4-car pile-up. There's one left running. That's going to be Chris Ellis in South Somerset number 6. And once again, guess what? Red flags on men's Class 10s. As I think Sam Burbage is there in second. He got it sideways as well at one point. But we are going to send them into the rerun lane with race 1. Like I said, I think it's a 3-car pile-up, but Ben Herdman was also involved in Radford 207. He separated himself from the rest of the pack. The rest of the pack being Andy Hornshaw in York 7, Gary Morris in Cumdy 28, and I think, if I had to take a guess, the other one's Phil Young in Evesham 23. So 3 cars then piled up against each other on turn 1. Yeah, I'll tell you what, we're doing well here. 2 races and 2 reruns, and I've only got 1 more scheduled. So place your bets. How is it going to go? Will we get through it, or will we get 2 more hours next to the sheet? So race 3 is down there on the line, but I think it's going to be a little bit of a wait until we get to see it, because as I said, obviously we got a free 4-car melee and pile up down there on turn 1. So the JCB's out, the marshals are very quick out in attendance to get it all sorted, and obviously once it is, then we can go racing with race 3. While we got downtime, we're just going to do the same as what we did earlier. Drop us a message if you're watching on BAStv. What time is it now? 5 to 7, and we started at just gone 9 o'clock. So what's that? 10 hours. So for those of you watching on BAStv, then if you've been here for the full 10 hours, drop us a message, and we will quite happily give you a shout out, because obviously you got the dedication to sit at home. You've also got all the amenities to sit at home as well. You got a fridge in your kitchen. You got everything that you need. Whereas us commentators, we've been struggling all day. It's been very hard, hasn't it, Gareth? We're not as privileged, I think. I think everyone says, oh, you know, where you commentate, it's a nice and easy job. It ain't, especially when the racing goes like this. So as I said, if you have been watching on BAStv, then for the last 10 hours, or even if you've been watching for 20 minutes, it doesn't really matter. Just give us a message, and we'll quite happily call it out. And for those of you that have been watching for the whole time, then a very big well done, I think, is the correct term to say to you, because I can barely put up with myself and the sound of my own voice for 10 hours, so let alone listening to all of us. We've got, I'll tell you who we got, a fellow, do we call him an ex-commentator or a current commentator? Callum Coventry has sent in a message. It's a voice message, so I'm not too sure whether to play it. I'll tell you what I'll do. If I give it to Gareth, if Gareth can listen to it, then he'd deem it whether it's appropriate or not to send that over the speakers, because with Callum, you never really know what he's going to say. So as I said, for those of you that are watching, drop us a message. We'll be more than happy to read it out. For those of you that are at home, and if you have just tuned in, and no, it's not appropriate, I think. Well, there we go. So we can't read out what Callum said, but it went something along the lines of "Shut up, Liam." It was something along the lines of that, I think. So cheers, Callum. Appreciate it. But yeah, as I said, for those of you watching, give us a message, drop us in, and we'll see if we can shout it out. I'm sure we can, especially when we got all the downtime that we have got. And to be fair to the Stroud and District Autograss Club, the Wiltshire League, there's not been that much downtime in terms of racing, because the first heats when a few people looked at the track, myself included, I will happily hold my hands up and admit it. When we seen the track this morning, I thought, oh, this is going to be a very, very long weekend. The Class 1, well, no, the stock hatches originally, of course, kicked off proceedings, then the Class 1s. Everyone was ending up in the Armco, and I thought, oh, this is going to be a disaster. But once the track came good after all the rain and everything, then it did go very, very smoothly. And I think it has. But obviously, for those of you familiar with autograss racing, you know how the second heats work. Everyone knows what points they need to get or what points they want to get. And everyone just tries so hard. And it does, unfortunately, involve contact. And that's what ends up happening. And it's something that can't be, what's the word I'm looking for? Can't be adjusted. It can't be helped. But it does happen, and I'm sure, to be fair, that's what makes autograss racing. I'm sure the spectators have been absolutely loving it, even though it's been a long day. I'm sure they've been sat there going, oh, yeah, this has been absolutely fantastic. Oh, it's exciting. It makes for a good weekend, but obviously not on the driver's side. But unfortunately, these things do happen. And again, it's a Bass Round. What do you expect? We've got the ladies racing to come your way in the morning, but I can tell you what, from previous experiences at Stroud Bass Rounds and the Wiltshire League hosting meetings, I can safely say that there will be no issue whatsoever by getting through the second round of qualifying for the ladies in the morning, and the third heats, and the semi-finals, and the finals. And I think I can safely say we're probably going to be wrapped up by about 5 o'clock tomorrow evening. If we're not, everyone come for me, because I'll happily take the blame. But like I said, I think I can safely say that they will, because the league, the club, everyone involved with this meeting knows what they're doing. I mean, we're talking about a club and a league that have held national championships, multiple Bass Rounds, and there wouldn't be a Bass Round here if they couldn't put up with it. But we're going to go racing them with men's Class 10s. Can we get at least one race done? That's all I can hope for as they get away from the line. Race 3 it is. Are they past turn 1? Yes, they are. Hallelujah. We made it further. Luke Bennett it is. That leads the way in North Wales 62, but Seagraves is looking up the inside in the ARC machine. I tell you what, Seagraves struggled for speed as Bennett just about pips him to it. Down the far side they go. It's 62 from number 3, but Bennett it is with his nose in front. 2 more laps to go as these two pull away. Andy Bishop runs there in third. In Yates and Sudbury 73. We got one in the Armco once again, but we're not going to stop this race. We're going to carry it on as they go down the far side. Problems aboard the PhD 77, but it's going to be last lap flag this time, and it's Luke Bennett that leads them round. He had no luck whatsoever in Heat 1. Is his luck going to change in Heat 2? Lee Seagraves is all over the back of him. He's found an inside line. He makes his move in ARC number 3. These two, of course, race each other in national qualifying meetings. But who's going to get the best of it this time at the Bass? It's side by side as the checkered flag comes out. The back marker might come into play. Whoa, Seagraves just about takes it. Luke Bennett, oh, contact after the checkered flag. But Seagraves it was from Luke Bennett. Then we go to Andy Bishop. Yates and Sudbury 73. Down the far side they go for another time. And I think this is another case of Class 10s in Heat 1. We've already had the checkered flag, but they're going to do it again. As the Reds do eventually come out to prevent it. But it was Lee Seagraves that took the win in that one. Luke Bennett took second, and third went to Andy Bishop in Yates and Sudbury 73. Do we just add an extra lap for Class 10s? Because out of, what have I had, 6 races for the first 2 heats. At least 4 of those 6 races, they've all done an extra lap. So whether that's them getting overexcited or wanting to get more track time or trying to figure out the track, I'm not too sure. But Class 10s are just pretty much doing what they want to do at the moment, Tim, to be honest. We're going to go to Class 6s. Oh, there we go. Speaking of doing what you want to do. So, I mean, you know, I would say we go from one well-behaved class to another, but I've got 2 reruns out of 3, and I think Tim's got 3 out of 5. So, between Class 10s and Class 6s, I'm not too sure who's worse. But we got Class 6s down there on the line. We're ready for some brilliant racing, and it's over to Mr. Tim Jones to tell you what's going on.
Yeah, thank you, Liam. So, yeah, once again, we go for the rerun for the first time of asking of race 4. So, race 4 then brings out Jordan Tinker, Jordan Copeland, Tom Pipe, Darren Rees, Jack Brown, Adrian Brown and Andy Lewis. So that's who we provisionally should have on the line. So originally I think Tom Pipe was black flagged, but I can see the North Shropshire 5 machine on the start line. So let's see who comes out as once again they leave the line. There's a couple of gaps on the grid, but we certainly know that the Irish machine is there because Jack Brown, he leads the way into turn 1. York 35, then Jordan Tinker on that outside line. Tom Pipe in North Shropshire 5, just been challenged down the start straight by the Brown machine, PAC 37, but it's Jack Brown that leads the way. Tinker runs second as they climb the bank for the first time of asking. Pipe is on that inside line as they go down the far side as he races just ahead of Adrian Brown in PAC 37, TA 95 also in there as well, and the other car we got running, that's Andy Lewis in PhD 85, but it's Jordan Tinker that's challenging up the straight then ahead of Jack Brown in Mallow 183. Pipey though still running third in North Shropshire number 5. Tinker it is though that gets the best drive coming out of the start gate turn, and down into turn 1 he goes with Mallow 182. North Shropshire 5 still running third as once again back round towards us with just one more lap to go. Tinker it is then, York 35, Mallow 182, North Shropshire number 5, then comes the Brown machine in PAC at 37 from TA 95 and PhD 85 respectively. Everybody then on to the final circuit as we go down the far side. It is Jordan Tinker in York 35, Mallow 182 and Jack Brown in that second place lot. Watch out for Pipey in North Shropshire 5 as it's dashed to the line. Who's this going to be? It's I think Jordan Tinker, I think just from Mallow 182. Tom Pipe North Shropshire 5, PAC at 37 then will come through to complete Adrian Brown, TA 95 of Darren Rees, and coming round to complete and actually finishing race 4 of men's class 6s. That's going to be the PhD 85 of Andy Lewis. Right, we got through one rerun, so just 2 reruns to go in men's 6s. So we are slowly ticking them off the list, but we're going to juniors to rerun of the juniors. So to take you through that, it's back over to Russ Thompson.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. This is third time looking for this one, and away we go. Shropshire Designs and Peatbot Skips, your sponsor, and once again Neil Tivey leads Will Evans. They were the 1 and the 2, I think both times before. And it looks like we've only got one of the Mosleys out there, so I think Gareth's notes was right, and there was a little bit of a sibling tiff going on, but we've still got one of them out there. We'll pick them up in a moment. It's PhD 58. Problems for Typhy 9, though. Your round 3 winner, then Rhys Davis, in trouble in that Typhy 9, and he's crawling and just about making it to the centre green by this marshal's post here, just going into the pits bend. But it's Neil Tivey then, West Waterford 144 leads the way. Typhy 7 under a bit of pressure now from the Cumdee 70 of Toby Jenkins as they start 2 to go. And then we have a gap back to Ludlow 19. Meg Parsons ahead of Molly Bubb in Evesham 146. And PhD 58 then is the one at the back of the field. This time around that's Molly and Mosley. So away we go then with just over a lap to go. And the race is still really on for second and third. No problems for your race leader. West Waterford 144. Typhy 7 now has broken clear of Cumdee 70. Then it's Ludlow 19, Evesham 146 and PhD 58. And of course that Typhy 9 still stricken there on the centre green with no points to be scored this time around. Into the final turn though we go, and it was third time lucky, but well done. Neil Tivey then takes the win. Better day in the saloon than the special. 2 wins out of 2 here. Typhy 7 is second. I think it's a first and a second for Will. Then Cumdee 70 taking third, Ludlow 19, Evesham 146. And then we go PhD 58 with the Typhy 9 sadly not making it to the finish. So that one's done. So thank you, juniors. Well done. We got there in the end. No early start for me on the mic. And I think the word was 7:30 we run till today. So... Okay, so I heard over the pit PA, I think 7:30 was that was a time mentioned, but who knows what that means. It could be a 7:30 start in the morning, you never know yet. But anyway, we've got 8s on the line once again, or they look like 8. So Liam's behind me, ready to go to take you through one of the few reruns that are still to come.
Yeah, cheers, Russ. So just looking to the line then, we got 3 reruns still to come your way of men's Class 8. I'm just trying to figure out which one this is, because trying to look at the cars down there on the line, then I can't actually figure it out. This could be race 9, but I'm not too sure it is, to be honest. As we look to the line, something tells me this could be a rerun that I've not known about, because I feel like Tim Russell's down there, but I could be completely wrong. So we're going to pick him up as they get away from the line. It's the one with Daz Mullen then in Yorkdale's 37 as they get away from the line. And surprise, surprise, Daz Mullen it is. That leads the way into turn 1. Oh, no more contact. We don't need it. But Mullen it is. That emerges in the front. Juggins runs second. Tim Russell then. So there you go. A broken clock is right twice a day. So is Liam apparently. As they go down the far side. Russell running out wide. But down the far side, no one's catching Mullen as he goes into that bottom turn, and no one's going to catch him because there's red flags, so there's no more racing as they come to a halt. So someone obviously not getting the memo as they squeal past us in the North Shropshire machine, but red flags once again out on your men's Class 8. That was a rerun of race 9, which like I said, I thought it could have been because I seen Tim Russell down there on the line, so not too sure why that come out first, but regardless, it's going to have to come out again because it never completed its full circuit. So we've got another rerun down there on the line. This one is a rerun of race 8 because I can see Stu Whitehouse down there. So this one brings out Adam Jones in BC 69, Owen Lloydell in Invicta Kent 28, Scott Shell in Invicta Kent 95, Stu Whitehouse, as we mentioned, in Trent number 5, Tommy Chadwick in North Shropshire 151, Matt Bishop in Yate and Sudbury 73, and Zach Yeardley in Sturton 691. So Matt Bishop then is probably the one to watch in this. He had a win in his first round of qualifying, and I'll tell you what, not just a win, but a very convincing one at that, as he absolutely stormed to victory in Yate and Sudbury 73. But as you've just heard from the lineup, a very competitive grid as usual from your men's Class 8. Whitehouse obviously one never to rule out. Adam Jones, of course, one never to rule out. Where's Jonesy coming from? He's from lane 8. That's why I can't see him, because there's a tree in my way. So Jonesy could certainly be one to watch in this. But as I said, so is everyone else. Class 8 is just one of those. Tommy Chadwick, of course, if you cast your mind back, I feel like 2018 maybe, then I think Tom Chadwick was one of the only people to make every BAST final. And as I said, I'm sure that was 2018. Could have been 2019. But I'm going to say 18. Again, if I'm wrong there. And my apologies.
Do you have COVID in 19?
We had COVID in 2020. So 2019, it could be 2019, Gareth, actually, now that you said that. But there was one year, we'll just say that and make it easier. There was one year where Tom Chadwick made every BAST final. That's what we say. Could have been 1992 for as far as I know. But it was definitely in recent memory. Tom Chadwick made every BAST final. Like I said, Matt Bishop the one to beat. Tom Chadwick can't rule him out. Stu Whitehouse can't rule him out. Zach Yeardley seems to be getting quicker and quicker every time you see him in a Class 8. And then you can't rule out the 2 Invicta Kent cars either. Owen Lloydell and Scott Shell in Invicta Kent 28 and 95 respectively. And then, as I said, Adam Jones in BC 69. I think Jonesy got into the runoff at the last BAST. I think it was something like 126 points that you needed to get in, and unfortunately he didn't make the final because he did lose the runoff. And it looks like we're losing cars because they're not down there on the line anymore. So the Class 8s are going to make their way off. For a second it was coming off the line very slowly and it was going to do a parade lap or something. So we are just going to look and see what's happening. Adam Jones still somehow manages to pull a wheelie when his race has been cancelled. So not too sure how that works, but Jonesy managing to lift the front end. We're just we're contemplating, we're discussing what's happening. Are we going to call it a day, or are we going to go racing with what's behind? Because that looks like Class 3 machinery behind. Class 6s, there we go, and they also look to be making their way off as well. So, or are they coming to the line? So, Class 6s look to be coming to the line then. So, we can see a few of them assembled down there. So, I apologise to everyone that's just had to put up with me waffling on for absolutely no reason whatsoever, because they've taken the Class 8s off. We're going to go Class 6 racing by the looks of things. And Tim has made his way back into commentary. So I'm sure you would rather hear him than me. So we're going to go Class 6 racing. We got yellow flags starting to fly around the circuit as well. And engines are revving. Tim is getting ready. He's prepping himself. He's ready to go. But Class 6s then are off the line as they get away.
Yeah, thank you, Liam. So, yeah, paperwork all sorted. So, let's see if we can get any further with this one. Race 2 it is then for their third time of asking as they come back round towards us then. It's Carl Proctor in York 77 that leads the way just ahead of the Neil Reid machine in Typhoon 221. Then comes the Spalding 5. That's Lewis Clayton as the top 3 then make their way down that far side. And Kai Williams also out there in time for 121, and then that goes to Adrian Lewis in PAC 7. So no Glyn Bailey or Mickey Manning, but we certainly have got Proctor in York 77 because he's your race leader. Once again climbs the bank and down that far side. Spalding 5 then through into second. Problems I think for Neil Reid in Typhoon 221, but still just about holding on to that third place slot as they come back round towards us for the penultimate time. Last lap flag, York 77, Spalding number 5. Then comes the Typhoon 221 machine, but not sounding at all healthy as he goes by. Kai Williams in Typhoon 121 and Andy Lewis in PAC number 7. So everybody safely onto the final circuit this time around, and 55 points then on the board. It's been a long time coming. York 77 will take the win. Spalding 5, a good second place for Lewis Clayton in that one. Then we go to Kai Williams in Typhoon 121 with Typhoon 221 I think just about holding on to gain the place ahead of Adrian Lewis in PAC number 7. So I think they've all done a extra lap as well, so we have actually finished. Red flags then do come out. So looking down towards the line, we stick with Class 6s, so that means only one thing. It's race 1 once again, third time of asking as they already assembled onto the line. Looks a very depleted grid from what we can see here on the BAStv screen, but we'll see who comes out. Dave Hadley's certainly there towards the outside in Severn Valley 701 as the rest of them then make their way down towards turn 1. It is Hadley that makes the best start, but Thomas is on the inside. So's Andy Johnson in Scarborough 16. Parson is also in there as well as they make their way round turn 1 and turn 2. Somebody coming. Oh dear, Andy Johnson, big roll in Scarborough 16. So Hampson also in there as well. So we're going to need medical crew onto the circuit. So I think just clipped wheels and poor old Andy just took a tumble, but I'm sure Andy is A-OK. So we are hearing over the radio that poor old Dave Hadley, Severn Valley 701, black flagged. Nothing to do with the incident, but a jump start was the reason. So we're also hearing over the radio that Jordan Hampson also excluded from the rerun. So good to see Andy is out of the car and looks to be A-OK. He's made a certain stuff is Andy Johnson. Car looks a little bit second-hand, but I'm sure the team will get that sorted and repaired. Maybe not tonight, but no doubt Andy will be back. As I say, being around Class 6 is a long, long time as Andy Johnson, and say made a stern stuff. But nice to see Andy out of the car and A-OK. Looking a bit, he'll be a bit sore in the morning, no doubt, but I'm sure nothing worse than a little bit of dented pride and a few quid to stick the car back right. That's it. So obviously we're going to need the teleporter onto the track to get Andy Johnson's stranded machine back to the pits. So Andy into the ambulance as precautionary measures as they make their way off the track. So as I say, we've got some track work going on. We are hearing, I think that may be the last race of the day. We're just waiting for official confirmation, but with marshals marshals then making their way off the line. As I say, we're just waiting off the track, rather. We are just waiting for official confirmation, but so yeah, official confirmation. Then that's unfortunately a bit of a sad end for Andy Johnson, but that does conclude day one of the British Autograss Series for round 4 here at the Stroud and District Autograss Club. So obviously we're going to be starting a little bit early in the morning. 8:30 I think was the time that was mentioned. So we nearly got through day one. It's been an incident-packed day, especially through some of the classes. But those of you that are listening on BAStv, I hope you've enjoyed it. Join us back in the morning. We've got day 2 to go. A lot more action, a lot more racing to come. But from day 1, it's a very goodbye and enjoy your night. Don't forget, at 8:30 if you're staying on site. And those of you that are listening on BAStv, hope you've enjoyed it. As I say, we'll see you tomorrow for day 2 and more of the same. So for today, that's it. Thank you and good night.